He was famous as a good-for-nothing young master who only knew how to hang out at brothels. Yet he accidentally awakened a divine skill. Just by making contact, he could infinitely copy the abilities of others. Possessing two abilities was already considered a stunning genius, but compared to him, it was like a father beating a son. Going back a few days, a giant meteor fell onto the Lin estate. The clan was already in bad shape, and now it was even worse. Outsiders looking in thought they were playing big and bought a massive rockery for their tea garden. Lin Xiao woke up when he heard the call. "Young master, open your eyes." He saw the guard's face and immediately reacted with a kick to the crotch. He panicked and asked, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" The guard, in pain and confusion, replied, "Ouch. Young master, do you not recognize me? It's Sundali, your personal guard." Lin Xiao still didn't understand the situation. He ran outside to check and was even more confused to see completely unfamiliar scenery. Bro, remember to like and subscribe to help the channel survive. Making everyone around look at him with strange eyes. Isn't that young master Lin Xiao? I heard he got hit in the head by a meteor last night. Now he looks as dazed as a cow wearing a bow. What confused Lin Xiao even more was seeing someone flying in front of him, just like superheroes in sci-fi movies. Sundali kept calling him, but Lin Xiao remained on the ground, muttering, "So, it's a dream." A moment later, while Lin Xiao was sitting in boredom, Sundali suggested he stand up because sitting on the ground would be very cold. Lin Xiao reached out to touch Dali's hand and immediately felt a current run through his body. The system inside him activated, notifying him that he had successfully copied Dali's ability. Lin Xiao was so shocked his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He gripped Dali's hand tightly and asked him not to move. However, this action made Dali feel strange and awkward. He bashfully asked, "Young master, holding my hand like this, what do you want to do?" After successfully copying the ability, Lin Xiao could crush a rock with just a light squeeze. He thought to himself, is this strength the ability that Sundali was talking about? Just now when I grabbed his hand, I copied his ability. This is amazing. I need to find someone to verify this immediately. Sundali said there was a girl at Fragrance Pavilion who knew the language of beasts. I have to go see. No sooner thought than done. Bro, remember to like and subscribe to help the channel survive. He went to Fragrance Pavilion, a place gathering beautiful and seductive girls. When he arrived, the girls welcomed him warmly. "Young master, do you want the wild type? The innocent type? Sweet or spicy? We can satisfy them all." However, Lin Xiao didn't care about those solicitations. He tossed out a bag of money and demanded, "Take me to meet the girl who speaks the language of beasts." Sundali tried to stop him, reminding Lin Xiao that he had an engagement and if his family found out, he would be in big trouble. But Lin Xiao ignored all warnings and marched straight inside. The girl Lin Xiao was looking for was named Haidang. Among the girls at Fragrance Pavilion, she stood out with a delicate and gentle beauty. When she met Lin Xiao, she greeted him softly. "I heard young master was looking for me specifically. Is something the matter?" Haidang answered Lin Xiao directly. He pointed at the bird and asked if she understood what it was saying. After a few chirps from the bird, Haidang confirmed it was praising Lin Xiao for being very handsome. Lin Xiao thought about it. He felt her words weren't wrong, and believed even more that she truly understood the language of animals. Thinking so, he grabbed Haitang's hand. His eyes became strange. He decided not to be polite anymore. Even though Haidang tried to pull away, Lin Xiao still held her hand tightly. His eyes revealed excitement, because now he was certain he could copy other people's abilities. The process had reached 99%. Almost complete, but suddenly, someone barged in and kicked him to the ground, causing the process to fail. Stopped right at the gates of heaven. Lin Xiao shouted angrily, "Who dares to ruin my good deed?" The person he was scolding was Zhao Lingyin, a girl with a strong appearance. Unlike those gentle noble ladies. Looking at Lin Xiao, she thought, someone like this is my future brother-in-law? He's not worthy. Then she told Lin Xiao to follow her back. Lin Xiao still didn't understand what was happening. He yelled, "Who are you to me? On what grounds should I listen to you?" He was still annoyed because the copying process was nearly successful but got interrupted. Lingyin didn't say much. Seeing him resist, she gave him a kick, telling him to stop acting. Facing her oppression, Lin Xiao could only scream for help. "Sundali, where the hell did you die?" "In broad daylight." bullying an innocent boy. Seeing Lin Xiao screaming excessively, Ling Yi knocked him unconscious and said, "If you were my future brother-in-law, I wouldn't bother with you." At the Lin estate, Sun Dali saw Lin Xiao seemed about to wake up. He came closer and called softly. Just as he opened his eyes, Lin Xiao panicked and kicked wildly, making his hip crack. He didn't understand why his hip was in such a state, nor did he know how he got home. Sun Dali explained that the second miss had carried him back, and his hip was also kicked by her. Lin Xiao angrily scolded Sun Dali. "Are you my guard or not? You just watched me get beaten by that tigress?" Sun Dali clarified that he couldn't beat her because she had a heaven rank ability. Moreover, he and her older sister had an engagement. Hearing about the engagement, Lin Xiao knew absolutely nothing. He asked back, "What engagement? Who exactly is she?" Sun Dali explained, "Young master, do you really not remember anything? She is Zhao Lingyin, the second miss of the Zhao family. You and her older sister, Zhao Lingjun, have had an engagement since childhood." This news shocked Lin Xiao. Like he was frozen instantly. He didn't expect a playboy like himself to be forced into marriage. Unacceptable. He held his face, thinking of a way to annul the engagement, determined not to let it affect his future life of freedom. While grieving, Lin Xiao suddenly felt something quite strange on his hand. Then he asked Dali again, "Did Zhao Lingyin really carry me back?" He replied, "Young master, it was indeed Zhao Lingyin who carried you back." Observing the energy flow on his hand, Lin Xiao felt very lucky, because initially he only intended to copy the beast language. Unexpectedly, a blessing in disguise, he copied the ice ability. "I hit the jackpot this time." Lin Xiao realized that just physical contact was enough to copy an ability. Thinking so, he asked Dali, "Where should one go to cultivate abilities?" Dali knew Lin Xiao was referring to the Ability Academy. But in his and everyone's eyes, Lin Xiao wasn't qualified to go there. Everyone assumed he hadn't awakened an ability. Moreover, he was past the age to enter the Ability Academy. However, Lin Xiao didn't give up hope. His heart was full of determination. "I must find a way to enter the Ability Academy, to copy more abilities. In this world, Ma makes right. The more skills, the better. I still have to go to Fragrance Pavilion one more time, even if I get beaten by my sister-in-law again." Soon enough, Lin Xiao was present at Fragrance Pavilion, hand in hand with Haidang. At this moment, he had copied 99% of the ability. Lin Xiao's action made Haidang misunderstand. She began to tell him about her past. "I am originally from Jiangning Prefecture. My family was poor since I was young. My parents sold me. After changing hands many times, I finally ended up here." Lin Xiao comforted her. "The past is over. Miss Haidang should look forward." Hearing this, Haidang recited a poem. "My body is like a withered flower, a fallen willow, falling into the mud. What future is there to speak of?" Right at that moment, Lin Xiao completed the copy. Before leaving, he spoke a few encouraging words. "The world changes unpredictably. Even a small girl like you can shoulder it. Clean or dirty is decided by the heart, not by outward appearance." These words from Lin Xiao seemed to touch Haitang's heart. But right after that, he abruptly let go of her hand, stood up and said, "I have to go now." Haidang felt Lin Xiao was completely different from the customers who only lusted after her body. She blushed and said, "Young master's right. I will try to save up. Later, I'll do some small, honest business." When Lin Xiao left, the bird beside him chirped. This time, Lin Xiao understood its meaning. Hey, little young master is leaving. Come on, smile at me once." He smiled back. "Not finished yet." Lin Xiao added, "When Miss Haidang becomes a boss lady, I will come to be a regular customer." Leaving Fragrance Pavilion, Lin Xiao felt full of vitality. He thought, "Miss Haidang has a hard fate too. I took her ability. I must look after her a bit in the future." The refreshed mood didn't last long. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a chill down his spine. Turns out Zhao Lingyin was staring at him. Her eyes radiated a killing intent that would make anyone tremble. The result was the same as last time. Lin Xiao was pinned down and beaten by Zhao Lingyin until his mouth was crooked. She forbade him from going to the brothel, even though Lin Xiao said he went for serious business. Zhao Lingyin threatened, "If you do this next time, I will ask my father to cancel the engagement between you and my sister." For Lin Xiao, this was a good thing. He couldn't be happier. During the confrontation, Zhao Lingyin sensed the spiritual energy on him. She asked, "Have you practiced martial arts?" Lin Xiao didn't bother answering. He only cared about annulling the engagement. He said, "Choosing a day isn't as good as hitting the day. How about we go annul the engagement today?" These words made Zhao Lingyin furious. She swung her hand to hit him while scolding. "You dare mention annulling the engagement? Is there any part of my sister that isn't good enough for you? You want a beating, don't you?" Just as he was about to get hit, Lin Xiao managed to block Zhao Lingyin's strike. Not finished yet. He also used the ice ability to freeze her hand. This surprised her greatly. She asked, "You've awakened an ability?" Lin Xiao didn't dare look straight at her. He just glanced away. He couldn't say he copied the ice ability from her. Just one question scared him pale, draining the blood from his face. Contrary to Lin Xiao's guess, Zhao Lingyin smiled brightly. She said excitedly, "If you've awakened an ability, then cultivate hard. If I catch you wandering around brothels again, I'll break your legs." Although her words were threatening, Lin Xiao felt it was truly terrifying. Her sudden smile scared him even more than when she was furious. Afterward, Zhao Lingyin left happily, leaving Lin Xiao in a state of confusion. He wondered why he awakened an ability, and why she seemed so happy about it. When Lin Xiao got home, Dolly immediately hugged him, crying miserably, and announced that the master and madam had returned. These two were Lin Xiao's parents, or rather, the parents of the original owner. Realizing this was a good chance to fake amnesia, Lin Xiao pretended to be dazed and asked, "Who are these two?" Seeing their son not recognize them, his mother was extremely shocked and panicked, thinking Lin Xiao had brain damage. Dolly also immediately knelt to admit guilt. "Master, madam, it is all my fault for not protecting the young master well." Lin Xiao's father was even more shocked to hear Dolly say he was hit by a meteor and awakened a heaven-rank ice ability. However, his parents didn't care much about that. They only wished for their son's safety. His mother handed him a bowl of soup. She gently said, "Drink up, Xiao." His father also advised, "Parents don't expect you to be more talented than others. We just need you to be safe. I found you a clerical job at the Bureau of Inspection. Enough for you not to worry about life." Holding the bowl of soup his mother gave him, hearing his father's advice, Lin Xiao felt incredibly moved. He wondered if this was the family he never had in his previous life. Tears welled up in his eyes. He drank the bowl of soup in one breath, but still felt regretful because these were Lin Xiao's parents, not his. Afterward, his parents continued, "Son, we have thought carefully about the engagement. Mother speaks honestly. Now the Lin family and the Zhao family are worlds apart. This engagement," they seemed hesitant, afraid that Lin Xiao wouldn't accept it. But unexpectedly, he agreed immediately. "I think so too. The Zhao family is out of our league. Instead of waiting, it's better to annul the engagement early." Actually, the main reason was that he was too scared of Zhao Lingyin. He didn't want to be beaten by her again. Lin Xiao's reaction surprised his parents greatly. They froze for a moment before continuing. "It's good that you think that way. Father will immediately find you a wife of equal status. Try to get married soon." His mother was also enthusiastic. That's right. Let Mom hold a grandchild soon." Hearing about marriage, Lin Xiao immediately took to his heels. He said he was only 18. He didn't want a yoke around his neck yet. What he wanted to focus on most right now was how to improve his ability. While thinking, suddenly, a woman carrying a heavy bucket of water passed by. Lin Xiao ran over to help, because he felt that after awakening his ability, he had excess strength. Just then, he heard a familiar voice call his name. Realizing it was Zhao Lingyin, Lin Xiao immediately broke into a sweat, hiding behind the woman, wondering why she came. Not to beat me, right? But this time, she only came to tell Lin Xiao to follow her. At the Ability Academy, the dean expressed regret. If only you had awakened your ability sooner. However, since he had promised Lingyin, he couldn't go back on his word. He gave Lin Xiao some equipment and instructed, "From now on, you are a student of the Ability Academy. You must strive hard. Dedicate your strength to the country." Lin Xiao's training will be guided by Zhao Lingyin. She also promised to teach him wholeheartedly. So Lin Xiao's wish to enter the Ability Academy came true. He just didn't expect this wish to be granted by his sister-in-law. Seeing Lin Xiao enter the Ability Academy, people couldn't stop gossiping. What a rare event. Count Pingin's trash son could also awaken an ability? Seeing Miss Lingyin treat him so well. Could it be that the Zhao family has really accepted him? Lin Xiao was busy imagining a different scenario, in which Zhao Lingyin would give him a sum of money and demand he leave her sister. Previously, he always wanted to experience the feeling of mooching off someone once, and he didn't expect it to become a reality in this situation. He could annul the engagement and get into the Ability Academy. Lin Xiao felt this sister-in-law was truly wonderful. Suddenly, Zhao Lingyin apologized to Lin Xiao, admitting that she was wrong before. Lin Xiao thought she was apologizing about annulling the engagement. So he casually said, it's okay. I can understand. For a favored daughter of heaven like your sister, letting go is understandable for everyone. However, things didn't go as he expected. Lingyin affirmed that the Zhao family's promise was worth 1,000 gold, and no matter what happened, the engagement would be maintained. This was completely outside Lin Xiao's calculations, making him feel like he was holding the wrong script. Zhao Lingyin not only didn't annul the marriage, but also appeared more determined than ever. Ignoring Lin Xiao's shocked face, Lingyin continued, although your ability awakened very late, but the outcome is undecided. Anyone can be a dark horse. These words left Lin Xiao dazed. He didn't expect she was comforting him. Seeing Lin Xiao still frozen, Lingyin got angry. She punched the wall, cracking it, and shouted, my sister has awakened for the 5th time. If you want to be worthy of her, you must train hard. If you dare to be lazy, I'll send you to meet your ancestors immediately. 2 days later, at the Lin estate, Lin Xiao had started the training process. He realized that each awakening not only increased strength, but also unlocked completely new skills. The key to awakening was accumulating enough origin power. After a tiring training session, Lin Xiao muttered, the book says, the fastest way to cultivate an ability is to train in a corresponding environment. Cultivating ice ability in this hot weather. 2 days and only a little progress. When he accidentally touched the teapot, he discovered the handle was crushed even though he hadn't used force. To verify, he tried lifting the table and realized he could lift it easily. Lin Xiao concluded that even though he was cultivating the ice ability, the capacity of the strength ability also increased. Just by cultivating one type of ability, other abilities also improved. Lin Xiao thought proudly, then who can compete with me? Just then, Zhao Lingyin appeared and ordered him to take off his shirt. Lin Xiao was embarrassed. I'm still a virgin. Moreover, you are my sister-in-law. Us being like this isn't appropriate. Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Lingyin used her ability to tear Lin Xiao's shirt to shreds, revealing his skinny body. 1 hour later, Lingyin said seriously, your performance wasn't bad. I'll come again tomorrow. Her face blushed red, then she quickly left. As for Lin Xiao, he was exhausted and falling apart, but still tried to crawl out to see her off. Seeing this scene, Sun Dali whispered to Lin Xiao, young master, you don't intend to take both sisters, do you? Lin Xiao immediately gave him a punch. You only know how to talk nonsense. My sister-in-law came to help me train. Your mind is too dirty. So the second mistreats the young master really well. Dali said, you think everyone is like you? Every time I'm in danger, you run the fastest. I really can't beat the second Mississippi. Running is a long-term strategy for survival. Afterward, Lin Xiao told Dali to go with him to the Bureau of Inspection tomorrow. He felt he couldn't just eat and sit around forever. At least, he had to go assume his post. The next day, Lin Xiao and Dali were present at the Bureau of Inspection. Looking around, Lin Xiao saw the environment here wasn't bad, and it was an iron rice bowl. Count Pingin really put a lot of thought into this ordinary son. A case was happening at the Bureau of Inspection. People in the hall were crying miserably, begging the official to judge fairly for their daughter. Hearing this, the prefect questioned, Qin Tong, someone saw Mrs. Wang enter and leave your residence yesterday. Today she hanged herself at home. What do you have to say? Yesterday, she accepted my money, voluntarily entered the residence to serve. Dying at home today, what does it have to do with me? My daughter always kept herself pure. How could she do that with him? Please, Your Honor, clear my daughter's name. People outside, seeing Qin Tong, whispered, is that the son of Count Qin behind him? Old Wang is so pitiful. How can a commoner win a lawsuit against the powerful? After just a few questions, the prefect hurriedly concluded the incident had nothing to do with Qin Tong and declared the case closed. Just then, Lin Xiu spoke up to intervene. Mrs. Wang did not hang herself. If it were a hanging, both feet would hang down towards the ground. But her feet are stiff and pointing straight up, proving she died before being hanged. Moreover, hanging victims usually have protruding tongues and blue-purple faces. Lin Xiu's analysis surprised everyone. Many concluded she was murdered, not a suicide. The scene was chaotic. The prefect was forced to re-announce. He said the case had many doubts, temporarily detained Qin Tong, and postponed the trial. Qin Tong appeared very confident, believing the official would clear his name. Old Wang was extremely grateful to Lin Xiu, constantly bowing in thanks for clearing his daughter's name. An hour later, at the Ability Academy, Qin Tong had been released. He sought out Lin Xiu for revenge. Count Pingin's son, Lin Xiu. Sure enough, you know a lot. Thanks to you, I was detained for 2 hours, breaking 2 of your ribs. Isn't too excessive, right? Lin Xiu was frightened. Sweating, he asked, what do you want to do? Fighting is forbidden in the Ability Academy. Qin Tong arrogantly said this place was outside the academy. That rule didn't apply. He used his ability, preparing to attack Lin Xiu. But before he could act, his legs were frozen stiff, unable to move. The person doing this was Zhao Lingyin. Qin Tong still brazenly brought up the rule about no fighting in the academy, telling Lingyin to release him. Zhao Lingyin sneered. No fighting in the academy, huh? But this place is outside the Ability Academy. Are you senile at such a young age? Finished speaking, she kicked Qin Tong straight on, so hard he spat blood. A kick as powerful as a nuclear warhead, causing dust to fly everywhere. Qin Tong was sent flying dozens of meters. Zhao Lingyin warned, this is a warning. Next time you won't be so lucky. Qin Tong was bitter. He threatened Lin Xiu that they would meet again. Seeing Lin Xiu curious about Qin Tong's ability, Zhao Lingyin explained, just an Earth rank ability. Wait until you awaken again. He won't be your opponent. Through this incident, Lin Xiu became more determined to become stronger. In this world, having strength makes you the boss. Conveniently, I might even get a hero saves beauty scenario. I've already come to this world. At least I should have a legendary story like that for posterity. It was late at night. Lin Xiu was engrossed in reading and forgot the time. He felt his knowledge of abilities was too little. Before school starts, he must quickly supplement it. The dog suddenly barked continuously. Thanks to copying the ability from Miss Haidang previously, Lin Xiu understood its words. This person has been hiding in the alley for a long time. What exactly do they want to do? A dart flew out from the dark alley. Sun Dali quickly used his body to block the hit for Lin Xiu. The assassin rushed out holding his sword, attacking straight at Dali. Luckily, he dodged in time. This was probably the first time Lin Xiu faced such a situation, making him panic, not knowing how to handle it. He only knew to pull Dali's hand and urge him to go fast. However, the other guy wouldn't let the two leave easily. He attacked continuously without stopping. Seeing this, Dali told Lin Xiu to go first, while he stayed behind to hold the line. Just as the enemy's blade reached him, Dali immediately activated his ability. Muscles on his body bulged. His flesh was now as hard as steel, causing the opponent's sword to shatter upon impact. Result, the assassin failed miserably. In just a blink of an eye, Dali had defeated the opponent, making Lin Xiu extremely amazed. He couldn't help asking to confirm, is it really over? Yes, it's over. Dali smiled proudly, saying, that's all there is to it. He has been dealt with. But that smile quickly faded as Dali fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground. The cause was that he had been poisoned from a dart. At this moment, Dali had been taken back to the Lin estate and was waiting for the imperial physician to arrive for treatment. Lin Xiu's father asked him, think back carefully. Have you offended anyone recently? Lin Xiu immediately thought of Qin Tong. Just then, the physician arrived, a girl named by Shuang Shuang. The one sent to treat Dali. After checking, she smiled to comfort Lin Xiu. Don't worry, his time hasn't come yet. Saying that, she began the treatment process. Her method was very simple, just using her ability. A pure green light radiated, slowly dissolving the poison in Dali's body. Before leaving, she instructed Lin Xiu, let him rest for the next few days. He will be fine. After seeing by Shuang Shuang off, Lin Xiao stood deep in thought. He felt the healing ability was truly useful, and decided to find a way to copy it. While lost in thought, suddenly Zhao Lingyin appeared, startling him. Lin Xiao hurriedly explained. Yesterday, I was assassinated. Sun Dolly was poisoned, saving me. Miss Bai's the physician invited to treat him. I just saw her off. Absolutely nothing else. I know. I just came to confirm if you were safe. Mentioning the assassination, Lin Xiao asked Lingyin, is Qin Tong behind this? Lingyin disagreed. She believed assassinating a noble was a heavy crime. A small grudge between two people wasn't enough to drag the whole Qin family into it. If not the Qin family, Lin Xiao thought of another possibility. Could it be an enemy from before he transmigrated to this world? At the Qin residence, Qin Tong was walking into his room in anger, muttering, Lin Xiao, just you wait. His face was full of bruises. Just as he entered the room, he discovered a masked person waiting. Before he could react, that person threw a dart. Red blood splattered across the room. Qin Tong was sent to the dust in the blink of an eye. The next day, looking at Qin Tong's corpse, Lin Xiao thought to himself, he really meant what he said. We really did meet again quickly. After thinking, Lin Xiao suspected Lingyin was the killer. He thought she harmed Qin Tong out of anger for him, and Lingyin also suspected Lin Xiao. She thought he hired an assassin to eliminate Qin Tong. After examining the body, the coroner concluded the time of death was last night. There is only one fatal wound, a sword cut to the throat. The prefect appeared and announced, your suspicions have been cleared. This case was definitely caused by that female assassin. According to him, this woman had committed many similar cases. Seeing Lin Xiao curious, the guard explained, she is a female assassin who has awakened a stealth ability, moving without leaving a trace. Every time she assassinates, she leaves a few flower petals on the corpse. Hearing about the stealth ability, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a game character. He secretly hoped to copy this type of ability. The prefect guessed that Mrs. Wang's case attracted the female assassin's attention, so she broke into the Qin residence at midnight. Regarding this female assassin's actions, Lin Xiao felt it was truly righteous. He almost called the female assassin a hero right in front of the prefect. Luckily, he swallowed his words in time. Afterward, he asked the prefect why this person attacked Qin Tong. Yesterday, a thief voluntarily came to report crime, saying that when he entered the house to steal, he saw Qin Tong's face full of malice and personally killed Mrs. Wang. This assassin specializes in killing nobles who commit crimes but escape punishment. Hearing this, Lin Xiao exclaimed, what a pity for Mrs. Wang. She passed away, yet had to suffer injustice and impurity. This case involved abilities. Therefore, the prefect would transfer it to the Ability Academy to handle. Knowing Lin Xiao was the one who stood up to protect old Wang, everyone turned their attention to him. The old man gave Lin Xiao a bag of dried sweet potatoes, thanking him for speaking up for his daughter. I dried these sweet potatoes myself. Hope the official doesn't mind. Not finished yet. Another person brought a basket of freshly steamed buns, urging Lin Xiao to eat while they were hot. The gifts were too big. Lin Xiao didn't know how to accept them. Seeing him intend to refuse, that person said, my wife and I have opened a stall on the street for over 10 years. Raising a daughter isn't easy. Yet she was assassinated by someone else. Such humiliation. You're the only one who stood up to speak for us. Please accept these buns. Lin Xiao had to accept, but he couldn't eat them all, so he shared them with 2 soldiers, telling them to return the steamer basket after sharing. Afterward, Zhao Lingyin said, Lin Xiao, actually, you are a good person. These words made Lin Xiao feel like he received a good person card. He smiled and said to Lingyin, before, I gave good person cards to others. Now I'm receiving one. Lingyin didn't understand his meaning, but Lin Xiao just smiled. While walking, Lin Xiao heard a dog say, so hungry, haven't eaten rice for 3 days. If only there was a roasted chicken leg. Immediately, the dog sensed the smell of roasted chicken leg in front of it. Before it could realize if it was real or an illusion, a large chicken leg was stuffed into its mouth. The feeling of joy made it wag its tail ceaselessly. Lin Xiao happily petted it, saying, good dog, if you follow me, I guarantee I won't let you go hungry. Looking at this appearance, you have a destiny with me. I will call you Huang Balaji. Lingyin asked to confirm if Lin Xiao wanted to raise the dog. Lin Xiao said. This is my life-saving benefactor dog. It was the one who barked to warn me the night I was assassinated. Lin Xiao's real purpose was to use the beast language ability to gather information. If successful, it would be very effective. Inside the Bureau of Inspection, the appearance of many buns puzzled the prefect. A soldier explained. Stall owners on the street gave them, thanking official Lin for clearing Mrs. Wang's name. The prefect thought for a while, then ordered the assassin of Mrs. Wang to be brought in. Someone wondered, Qin Tong is dead. Why bother with more trouble? The prefect said, execute the one who turned himself in. To give Count Zhongyong an explanation. Although Qin Tong is dead, Mrs. Wang's purity cannot be returned. Looking at the sign Justice and Fairness League on the plaque, it made the prefect think more. At this time, Lin Xiao was focusing on cultivating abilities with Ling Yin guiding him. She told him to stop cultivating for today. Cultivation cannot be rushed. Greed leads to ruin. You have done very well today. Lin Xiao, hearing it was over, sprawled on the bed, groaning tiredly. He said cultivating abilities consume too much stamina. My stomach is going on strike. Ling Yin instructed Lin Xiao to rest well, promising to come back to visit in a few days. Finished speaking, she quickly left. After Ling Yin left, Lin Xiao's mother brought in a basket of food. She had asked Dolly and knew that cultivating abilities consumed a lot of stamina, so she prepared some late-night snacks to nourish him. At this moment, Lin Xiao still acted shy, telling his mother there was no need to be so troublesome. But when he saw the dishes on the table, he couldn't hold back anymore. So he started eating deliciously, constantly praising and thanking his mother. Seeing her son eat with appetite, she also felt happy and said if he wanted to eat anything, just say it and she would cook. Hearing these words, Lin Xiao was moved to tears. He thought about the past, when he only ate takeout or instant noodles, occasionally meeting friends to eat out, living through 2 lifetimes. This was the first time he enjoyed a meal cooked by his mother's own hands. He happily said, I know, Mom. In the living room of the Lin estate, son Dolly, although recently injured, was still diligently lifting weights. Lin Xiao saw this and asked, why aren't you resting in bed? The physician instructed, you need to rest a lot. However, Dolly felt his wound was fine, and lying in one place made him feel restless. Lin Xiao insisted he listen to the physician. This time, if parents hadn't invited the physician, your life would have been truly in danger. Hearing this, Dolly said gallantly, protecting the young master is my responsibility. As long as the young master is fine, my sacrifice is worth it. Mentioning this, Lin Xiao felt annoyed because every time he was beaten by Zhao Lingyin, Dolly was always the fastest to run away. Even so, Dolly explained that he knew Lingyin wouldn't really harm Lin Xiao, so he didn't intervene. While talking, the two heard the master and madam discussing in the courtyard. They calculated that the money in the house wasn't much left. They couldn't afford to keep the current number of servants. They decided to give some servants a bit of money to find their own way. The list of servants in the house included the gatekeeper, old Xiong, the cook, the maid, and workers. Their wages were 2 coins. 3 meals a day. Dolly alone ate 5 meals a day. No wages. Lin Xiao looked at the list and was surprised his family hired so many people. When 2 servants begged to stay, Lin Xiao felt this was the appearance of a true family. He thought being hit by a meteor wasn't a punishment, but a blessing from heaven. In the scorching 40-degree heat, Lin Xiao and Dolly were walking on the street, sweating profusely. Lin Xiao said seriously, without money, we can't do anything. Must think of a way to solve the livelihood problem. Seeing the two standing in the sun, a passerby muttered, are these 2 crazy? Walking under such hot sun. The other person suggested going to Fragrance Pavilion for some fun. Hearing that, the other person scolded him for being stupid. The ice in the entire capital is used up. Fragrance Pavilion is hot as a steamer. There's no reaction whatsoever. Lin Xiao heard the entire conversation between the 2 friends, and what interested him most was the shortage of ice. Immediately, an idea flashed in his mind. At a restaurant, an employee was depressed because of the sweltering heat. He wondered when this unpleasant weather would end. Just then, Lin Xiao appeared. Seeing him, the employee excitedly asked what the guest wanted to order. Lin Xiao took a sip of tea and said, I didn't come here to eat, but to meet your manager to discuss business. Just as he finished speaking, The teacup in his hand froze. Even the table was covered by a layer of cold ice. Meeting the manager, Lin Xiao proposed using his well for 10 taels of silver per day. The manager appeared enthusiastic. As young master knows, the weather this year is scorching. Ice sources in the capital are scarce. Even with money, it's hard to buy. With young master's ability, making a fortune isn't difficult. 10 taels is afraid too low. At least 50 taels would be reasonable. Lin Xiao immediately closed the deal. Raising the price to 40 taels surprised the manager. But then he realized he misunderstood Lin Xiao's intention. Initially, he thought Lin Xiao wanted to borrow Moon Pavilion's well and demanded he pay. Actually, Lin Xiao wanted him to pay Lin Xiao. Seeing the manager hesitate, Lin Xiao turned away and threatened to cooperate with Floating Fragrance Tower opposite. Hearing that, the manager hurriedly called him back and agreed to the price of 10 taels of silver per day. But Lin Xiao didn't accept easily. He held up 5 fingers and said, "Manager also knows. The weather this year is very hot. Ice sources are scarce. With my ability, making a fortune isn't difficult. 10 taels is too low. At least 50 taels would be reasonable." The manager had to accept, understanding that keeping Lin Xiao at Moon Pavilion, even paying 50 taels a day, was a bargain. He also proposed exclusivity, requiring Lin Xiao not to provide ice to any other place. Lin Xiao wasn't outdone, setting condition. If you want exclusivity, manager must pay a higher price. Finally, both sides agreed on 50 taels of silver per day, plus 5 times the market price for each bucket of ice. When the contract was signed, Lin Xiao received 300 taels of silver immediately. Holding the money in hand, he felt extremely satisfied, but he also reminded himself, the weather will turn cold. The money will also decrease gradually. Just then, Zhao Lingyin appeared, startling Lin Xiao. He asked, "Sister-in-law, you're not stalking me, are you?" Lingyin didn't answer, but asked back, "Are you short of money?" Lin Xiao hugged the money box tightly and said, "This is too obvious." "Why ask?" Lingyin held out a bag of money and asked how much he needed. This action made Lin Xiao suspicious. But Lingyin asserted, "Even if you are greedy for money, you must think of your status. This will make others look down on the Lin family." Her words annoyed Lin Xiao a bit. He grumpily said he earned money based on his own ability, not harming anyone. Let others think whatever they want. Although Lin Xiao said that, he didn't forget to snatch Lingyin's money bag, then walked away decisively. Glancing at her, he thought, if the Zhao family dislikes a petty bourgeois like me, then hurry up and annul the engagement. On the street, a woman holding a child was begging, saying her child was seriously ill. If not treated in time, it would be hard to survive. Seeing that scene, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate, immediately gave her a tael of silver and asked if it was enough. That amount was too large for her, so she hurriedly bowed to thank him. With people like her, Zhao Lingyin was too familiar. She was sure that 80 to 90% were scams. She asked Lin Xiao if it was worth it. Regarding this, Lin Xiao wasn't afraid at all. A tael of silver isn't enough for a meal at Moon Pavilion, but it can save a human life. He felt it was worth doing. Finished speaking, Lin Xiao told Dolly to go with him to buy some fabric for Aunt Wang, a servant in his house. He saw her clothes were old and about to tear. Lin Xiao buying things for servants shocked Lingyin quite a bit. She couldn't believe he would do such a thing. But Lin Xiao considered them family, because they stayed with the Lin family during the hardest times. That was more precious than money. After a tiring shopping session, the three of them went into a restaurant to rest. Dolly had eaten to the 5th bowl. Lin Xiao was also eating heartily, chewing while asking Lingyin why she wasn't eating. The taste of this place isn't bad at all. Hearing the 4-star review, but Lingyin still resolutely didn't eat. Then she happily commented on Lin Xiao. Although you are greedy for money and lustful, but you are kind-hearted and good, not afraid of power. Truly a good person. Lin Xiao ate and replied, "Sister-in-law, you really discovered my good person card." Another good person card? Lingyin still didn't understand what it was, but she didn't care anymore. She stood up, determined to convince her father. "Wait until my sister returns to the capital. I'll arrange for you two to get married." At the Lin estate, Dolly rushed into the room, calling Lin Xiao. When he opened the door, cold air rushed out. Perhaps he was cultivating abilities with Lingyin. Dolly hurriedly reported that someone from the palace came to find him. This made Lin Xiao quite confused. His parents were also bewildered, not knowing if it was a good or bad omen. Ling Yin was very sure that nothing big would happen to Lin Xiao, telling the two elders to wait for him to return with peace of mind. On the way to the palace, the eunuch instructed Lin Xiao. Later, when entering the harem, "You're only responsible for making ice. Don't look at what shouldn't be looked at. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Must remember carefully." Hearing this, Lin Xiao thought to himself, "Clearly my sister-in-law's ability is stronger. Yet they grab a strong young man like me. The daughter of Marquis First Class is indeed noble. Pity my business at Moon Pavilion." Thinking of this, he sighed. The eunuch heard it and glanced at him sharply, asking, "Working for the Imperial Palace. Are you unwilling?" Lin Xiao hurriedly denied. No, you misunderstood. I'm just worried my ability is a bit low. Can't create much ice." The eunuch told him not to worry. His Majesty has made arrangements. Afterward, he led Lin Xiao to greet the noble consort. The noble consort was grumpy today. Holding a cat in one hand, she asked the eunuch who this man was. "Reporting to your highness. The weather is sweltering. His Majesty specially summoned a student from the Ability Academy to make ice to reduce the heat for the ladies." Looking at the eunuch's appearance, the noble consort guessed he came from Yoning Palace. The cat let out a meow, and Lin Xiao understood its message immediately. Too cold. He couldn't help but be surprised realizing his beast language skill worked on a mutant beast. The noble consort, when realizing she guessed right, showed annoyance and said, "The Empress is truly capable. While the whole palace is hot as a steamer, she is the first to use ice, and perhaps the amount is double mine." Finished speaking, the noble consort turned and walked away, demanding the eunuch and Lin Xiao finish the work quickly. "Otherwise, you will pay a heavy price." Observing the noble consort all this time, Lin Xiao felt annoyed and realized this noble consort wasn't a good person. He decided to finish the work quickly to leave this place. At Heavenly Beast Palace, Lin Xiao's ice-making work was nearly done. However, because he couldn't make direct contact with the water surface, the efficiency of making ice decreased significantly. After a whole morning of work, he felt almost exhausted. Just then, a maid brought a plate of grapes to Lin Xiao and said, "This is a reward from Consort Shu, to thank young master for working hard to make ice." Lin Xiao immediately evaluated Consort Shu as a good person, much better than the previous noble consort. He tasted a grape and realized it was more delicious than any grape he had eaten before. He ate and praised ceaselessly. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, the eunuch laughed loudly and explained, "Of course it's delicious. This is tribute from the western regions. Only Consort Shu can bestow it on others." Knowing this, Lin Xiao invited the eunuch to enjoy it together. He said the two had worked hard following him all morning, so this was a deserving reward. After eating, Lin Xiao and the eunuch continued their journey to the next location. If you want to know in advance about the taboos at the upcoming place to avoid trouble, next we will go to Ruidong Palace, the residence of Princess Mingi. The princess is the successor after Consort Da passed away. The eunuch instructed Lin Xiao to be careful. Don't make the princess angry. When they arrived, the eunuch announced, "Princess, this servant follows His Majesty's order, bringing someone to make ice for Ruidong Palace." Princess Mingi appeared with an annoyed face, staring at Lin Xiao. Their eyes met accidentally, and the princess immediately frowned like a monkey, asking her servant, "Tai, do you find that person annoying?" The servant was too used to this attitude of the princess, so she reminded her to put away that face. The princess listened, but replaced it with a long yawn and demanded Lin Xiao finish the work quickly. After finishing the work, Lin Xiao blamed himself for meeting only ungrateful women today. On the way, he curiously asked the eunuch if the princess had awakened any ability. The eunuch confirmed the princess had awakened the fire ability. Lin Xiao anticipated this and thought he should stay away from her in the future. Thought it was over, but the eunuch led Lin Xiao to the residence of the 9 concubines. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt tired as a stale noodle. He painfully asked the eunuch, "Looking at my state, does your conscience not hurt?" The eunuch comforted him not to worry, because he had prepared a special gift. He took out a sparkling origin crystal like a diamond and explained, "This is an origin crystal taken from a native mutant beast. can support kidney tonification, liver tonification, and enhance origin power. Good for anyone who uses it. The uses mentioned sounded like a magic pill, making Lin Xiao feel this eunuch was truly exaggerating. By this time, the eunuch continued to praise the precious value of the origin crystal. This is His Majesty's grace. Young Master Lin just awakened, right? This origin crystal can rival a day of your hard training. If you have a chance to use it, rejoice. When hearing about the benefit for cultivation, Lin Xiao immediately paid attention. Thanks to that, he began to cherish the origin crystal more. At this time, it was already dark. After a day busy to the point of dizziness, Lin Xiao was finally free. He looked truly debilitated all over. The eunuch also instructed Lin Xiao to remember to enter the palace every other day. Absolutely do not forget this important matter. Counting up, today Lin Xiao earned a total of 15 origin crystals. He secretly felt lucky for not suffering a heavy loss. Just walking a few more steps, Zhao Lingyin appeared and asked Lin Xiao why he came out just now. Not waiting for him to answer, Lingyin handed over a bag of money, saying this was the remuneration from Moon Pavilion. This was money she earned. How dared Lin Xiao accept it? Although he refused, she insisted on giving it to him. Seeing that, Lin Xiao reluctantly accepted. Holding this money, Lin Xiao thought to himself, no wonder many people are willing to be kept by rich ladies. Not mentioning other things. Just regarding mooching, it's truly wonderful. When Lin Xiao asked why Ling Yin came to pick him up today, she replied coldly, the person who assassinated you hasn't been found yet. Your guard is too weak. She was right. Just a bit pitiful for Dolly. If he heard this sentence, he would probably cry all night. Walking to a wonton shop, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He invited Ling Yin to eat together. Inside, Lin Xiao ordered 5 bowls of wontons immediately. Seeing him order so much, Ling Yin curiously asked if he could eat it all. Actually, Lin Xiao was hungry enough to eat a whole cow. Busy all day in the palace. Now he finally got to eat a proper meal. Just then, Ling Yin suddenly sensed something. But when she turned to look at the roof, she saw nothing. She felt strange, because clearly she had sensed a bit of killing intent. Soon enough, Lin Xiao finished eating 5 bowls of wontons. He felt his body full of energy. Could fight 10 cows. Finished eating, Zhao Lingyin personally took Lin Xiao home. This made the 2 masked men hiding on the roof feel annoyed. They thought the shadow beating the grass to scare the snake last time made Lin Xiao vigilant. They thought Lingyin couldn't protect Lin Xiao forever. They would definitely find a chance to strike. At the Bureau of Inspection, Lin Xiao thought that after the Ability Academy opened, the time coming here would be even less. Fishing for 3 days, drying nets for 2 days like this. He feared making the people dissatisfied. After calculating for a while, he suddenly had an idea. 2 hours later, the office was filled with cold air. Turns out Lin Xiao used his ability to create a lot of ice. The soldiers felt official Lin had changed. Recently, he came to the Bureau of Inspection more diligently, not only buying breakfast, but also making ice to help them cool down. They were moved to tears. Hearing the soldiers' praises, someone muttered, just received a small favor from him and already treat him like family? These nobles are all the same. Seeing a clerk holding papers going out, Lin Xiao called him back, asking where he was going. The reason was Director Liu had a new case, and he was going to the scene immediately. Hearing that, Lin Xiao told him to sit down and eat a piece of iced watermelon, and he would go to the scene in his place. At Squire Wang's house, Lu Qingfeng and Lin Xiao were present. Everyone was actively examining the body and the scene. Lu Qingfeng observed and said, the tiles at the scene are loose. The victim's ankle has a wound. The wound on the back of the head matches the flower pot. He concluded he died by accident and told everyone to prepare the funeral for Squire Wang. Lin Xiao was still observing the bird. It seemed he had gathered some information. He told everyone to stop. Squire Wang didn't die by accident, but was murdered. Lu Qingfeng disagreed. He said, everything needs evidence. All current clues point to Squire Wang killing himself. What do you have to prove he was harmed? Lin Xiao answered frankly, I don't have evidence, but I know where to start handling the case. Then he pointed at a man. Interrogating him will do. Just hearing that, he ran away immediately. This action proved he was the culprit. Lu Qingfeng immediately ordered men to catch him. Although trying to escape, He was quickly caught. In this situation, he confessed immediately that he didn't mean to kill, and was taken to the station immediately. The case was considered solved. Lu Qingfeng curiously asked Lin Xiu how he recognized the culprit. Lin Xiu answered briefly, guessed. This answer left Lu Qingfeng speechless. Couldn't say anything. At the main hall of the Bureau of Inspection, the official asked again if Lin Xiu really guessed right by luck. Lu Qingfeng still didn't understand. That person left no trace. How did Lin Xiu know he was the culprit? He guessed Lin Xiu discovered a detail they missed. Thinking forever, he still didn't know where he missed. A detail that even Lu Qingfeng didn't detect made the official feel Lin Xiu was truly interesting. At Changchun Palace, Lin Xiu suddenly sneezed. He didn't sleep well last night, wondering if someone was mentioning him. At this moment, the noble consort shouted loudly, "Even Miss Bai couldn't cure my Nunu. Tell me what crime you deserve. Nunu was harmed by you to become like this. Drag him down and beat him 30 strokes." Lin Xiu spoke up. "Please have mercy, Your Highness. I know medicine. Please let me check the spirit pet's condition." Even by Shuang, the genius of the Imperial Hospital, had no way. The noble consort didn't believe Lin Xiu could cure it. Lin Xiu said confidently, "Whether there's a way or not, checking will tell." The noble consort warned, "If you can't cure it, watch out for your life." Lin Xiu began to check the cat's condition. After a few meows, he understood. It said, "My foot hurts so much. This princess's foot is about to be crippled. Someone come help this princess pull it out." Lin Xiu quickly took pliers to pull the sharp object out of its foot. The cat immediately jumped down happily. Healthy again. The noble consort was very happy. Ordered to reward Lin Xiu with a hairpin. Others were also rewarded. It was already afternoon. After a hard-working day, Lin Xiu finally left the palace. While walking, Bai Shuang called Lin Xiu back. She wanted to ask how he recognized Nunu's foot was injured. Lin Xiu found it hard to say. He couldn't say he understood cat language. He used an excuse. "Just need to be meticulous. I have no secret." Hearing the word meticulous, Bai Shuang was a bit dazed, not understanding. Seeing that, Lin Xiu explained further for her to understand. At that time, the spirit pet curled its front claw, looking painful. "So, I guess the foot might be injured." Hearing Lin Xiu's explanation, Bai Shuang sighed, blaming herself for not being skilled enough to recognize it. Lin Xiu continued to comfort Bai Shuang with gentle words. "Animals cannot speak or describe their illness like humans. I only recognized a few signs thanks to having raised cats. Miss Shuang shouldn't lower yourself." Through Lin Xiu's words, Bai Shuang guessed he had studied medicine. Lin Xiu admitted he self-studied a bit, but still far behind Shuang. After chatting for a while, Bai Shuang turned back, smiled, and said, "I only rely on ability. But young Master Lin is so meticulous. If you study medicine, you will definitely do better than me." Hearing about studying medicine, Lin Xiu became excited and asked if Shuang could teach him medicine. Shuang agreed immediately, saying most of her time was at the Imperial Hospital. Lin Xiu could find her anytime. Their conversation went happily, both smiling brightly. When Bai Shuang turned to leave, Lin Xiu stood, waving goodbye to her. Suddenly, he felt a chill, sweating all over. This feeling made Lin Xiu realize immediately it was Zhao Lingyin. Lingyin asked sternly, "You are here flirting again?" Lin Xiu was scared, didn't dare look straight at her, only asking to explain. Lingyin said nothing more, just glared at him once, making Lin Xiu's blood pressure drop immediately. He immediately knelt down, offering Lingyin a box. Inside was the hairpin gifted by the noble consort. Lin Xiu said, "These days you guided my cultivation and helped me go to Moon Pavilion to make ice. Consider it a thank you gift." Lingyin shook her head, refusing, saying the gift was too precious. She couldn't accept. Lin Xiu didn't force it, saying he would keep it to give to someone else. Hearing that, Lingyin annoyedly snatched the gift box. "Consider it accepting on behalf of my sister." Lin Xiu felt Lingyin was truly a sister complex. He began to be curious about Lingyin's sister, hearing mentions from the beginning of the story until now, but haven't met yet. Looking at Lingyin, Lin Xiu guessed her sister wasn't ordinary either. Beauty must be top tier, toppling cities and countries. At Moon Pavilion, Lin Xiu stood before a crowd. He secretly rejoiced because he had absorbed many origin crystals these days. Origin power increased significantly. Making ice was also faster. Suddenly, two big men appeared, grabbing Lin Xiao's shoulder. Eyes unfriendly. Young Master Lin. Our boss wants to talk to you. Lin Xiao was taken inside. In front of him was a table full of food. He looked at the person opposite. Said straight. Preparing such a big lineup. If there's something, just say it straight. The man smiled and replied, I invited Brother Lin here to ask you to supply ice for our heavenly fragrance tower. How much does Moon Pavilion pay? I pay double. Hearing pay double, Lin Xiao held out 10 fingers. Moon Pavilion pays 50 taels for a bucket of ice. If double, then it's 100 taels. The man was startled, spat out water, pointing and asking back, 100 taels? Why don't you go rob someone? After regaining composure, he began to bargain. Young Master Lin is joking. How about this? I pay you 2 taels of silver a bucket. Double the market price. Lin Xiao asked back, do we look like we don't know math? The man replied, I know you are Count Pingin's son. Reminding you one sentence. This heavenly fragrance tower is the property of the Marquis of Yongping's estate, while the master behind Moon Pavilion is just the prince consort's estate. Which side is heavy? Which side is light? You still have to think carefully. Lin Xiao looked bored at the opponent's long-winded words. He didn't care about his background. Without hesitation, he stood up and left, declaring the end of the negotiation for today's business. When Lin Xiao left, the opponent's face revealed clear malice. He squeezed the cup in his hand until it shattered, then muttered malicious words. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. I will make you come back begging me. And by then, you won't even get 2 taels of silver. Just then, a voice from the dark corner rang out, reminding him, Young master, handle this matter well. Hope you won't be like that trash Chintong. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Dolly were walking on the street, when suddenly an old man rushed over. He grabbed Lin Xiao's clothes tightly, screaming loudly, Ouch! My waist is broken by you. You can't leave. Lin Xiao tried to pull away but couldn't. The old man held too tight, making him feel like his pants were about to fall down. He couldn't believe he came to another world and still encountered this kind of scam. Just then, soldiers from the East City Yamen appeared. They approached, asking who was causing trouble on the street. Dolly hurriedly explained. Clearly he bumped into us himself. This old man is scamming people. But the old man refused to let go, insisting on blaming Lin Xiao, saying his waist was broken. The soldiers didn't listen to Lin Xiao's explanation. They ordered his arrest immediately. Observing the situation, Lin Xiao realized these soldiers didn't seem to stand on the side of justice, but clearly targeted him. He didn't expect Heavenly Fragrance Tower to act so quickly, facing the soldiers' arrogance. Dolly was angry to the point of boiling blood, ready to fight anytime. But Lin Xiao stopped him in time and sent him home, telling him if anyone asked, to say he was at the East City Yamen. Lin Xiao appeared calm, not resisting at all, just asking the 2 officers to lead the way. His easy cooperation surprised the 2 soldiers, because this was outside their calculations. Dolly also felt strange, because Lin Xiao didn't look like someone being arrested, but like going to a party. At the jail of East City Yamen, Lin Xiao was put in a cell. Sitting in the cell, he thought about having lived 2 lives, but this was the first time sitting in jail. The feeling was quite fresh. Not long after, people from Heavenly Fragrance Tower appeared. It was the one Lin Xiao refused the ice deal with earlier. He didn't come alone, but also brought the scamming old man. Looking at Lin Xiao, he smiled smugly. Young Master Lin, didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Lin Xiao replied coldly. You brought the scammer blackmailing me to confront. Should I say thank you? He sneered. Is young Master Lin joking? This old man's leg was also broken by you. How can it be a scam? Lin Xiao knew well the old man's leg wasn't broken, but he kicked the old man's leg once, then arrogantly declared, Now isn't it broken by you? The old man also acted very well, hugging his leg screaming, accusing Lin Xiao of stepping on his leg. Witnessing this absurd scene, Lin Xiao asked the old man, Does your conscience not hurt? Then he turned to ask him straight what he wanted. His purpose was still forcing Lin Xiao to make ice. But this time he lowered the price even more. 1 bucket of ice, 1 silver coin. If Lin Xiao agreed, he could leave jail immediately. If not, he looked at Lin Xiao with threatening eyes. Just then, Lin Xiao heard footsteps approaching. He smiled mysteriously. said to him, "I just discovered something interesting. Do you want to hear?" He curiously asked back, "What is it?" Lin Xiu looked at him with cold eyes, said, "I see your forehead is pitch black, about to have a bloody disaster." Hearing that, he got angry, pointing his finger threatening Lin Xiu. "You just sit in this jail waiting until you die. At that time, you won't have a single silver coin." But as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful kick landed on his face. The kick was so strong it deformed his face. Witnessing Lin Xiu being arrested, the eunuch was extremely panicked. He hurriedly comforted Lin Xiu not to worry, simultaneously ordering the door opened immediately. The East City official personally appeared, opening the door for Lin Xiu and explaining this was just a misunderstanding. "I have investigated clearly. This incident has nothing to do with you. You can leave freely right now." Before leaving, Lin Xiu didn't forget to drop a sarcastic remark. "See? I guessed right, didn't I?" The situation was clear, but that guy still refused to admit fault, continuing to scream, demanding his father not let Lin Xiu go. Just finished speaking, he received another heavy blow, this time not from a shoe, but from his own father's foot. While disciplining his son, he turned to apologize to Lin Xiu. "Young Master Lin, truly sorry for my son's rudeness. Hope you forgive." Everything was gradually resolved. The eunuch hurriedly urged Lin Xiu to set off. The noble in the palace is anxious, about to get angry. Seeing the guy being beaten by his father, Lin Xiu felt quite satisfied. He even intentionally spoke loudly. "Chief Eunuch is right. Can't let the noble get angry." Hearing that, he became even more worried, urging the eunuch and Lin Xiu to leave immediately. "If the noble gets angry, we will all be in big trouble." The guy was beaten by his father to the point of near exhaustion. He begged. This was caused by the eldest young master. Mentioning the eldest young master made him even angrier, continuing to beat him relentlessly. "Chief Eunuch Li has arrived. Surely the emperor is waiting for him. You still dare to arrest? If you dare associate with him again, I will break your legs." In the imperial palace, the weather was sweltering, making the noble consort feel extremely uncomfortable. Not fanning is hot, but fanning only brings hot wind. The maids didn't know how to soothe her irritation. The noble consort kept asking, "Has Lin Xiu arrived yet?" Right at this moment, the eunuch led Lin Xiu in. He hurriedly paid respects to the noble consort. Because he arrived later than usual, the noble consort appeared annoyed. "Arriving so late. Do you want me to die of heat?" Lin Xiu hurriedly admitted fault, explaining he was delayed by an unexpected event. To soothe the noble consort's anger, he proposed performing a magic trick for her. Lin Xiu's magic trick was a combination of ice and watermelon. In just a moment, he created a watermelon shaved ice dish, both cold and sweet. This dish satisfied the noble consort. She decided to forgive Lin Xiu this time. Afterward, she ordered him to continue making ice. Enjoying the shaved ice, the noble consort had the idea of keeping Lin Xiu at Changchun Palace so that she could enjoy cold fruits anytime. However, in the harem, only the emperor and eunuchs were allowed to stay. This thought made Lin Xiu break into a cold sweat. He hurriedly refused. This student still has an engagement with the eldest miss of the Zhao family. "Thank you for your highness's kindness." Hearing that, the noble consort appeared regretful but didn't force further. Leaving Changchun Palace, Lin Xiu still felt scared. He realized he almost turned from young Master Lin into Little Lin. On the way, a maid from Ruidong Palace was waiting. She announced the palace rarely used ice, but today it was needed. She requested the eunuch to come once every 2 days is enough. Lin Xiu thought to himself, "Princess Mingi likes hot and hates cold. Surely this ice is for the maids to use." When meeting Princess Mingi, she looked at Lin Xiu with scrutinizing eyes. Lin Xiu sweated more, because just seeing the princess, the ice ability in his body became restless. He told himself to always keep a steady mind. After observing for a while, the princess asked his name. When hearing the name Lin Xiu, she asked back, "Are you the son of Count Pinyin, the one engaged to that woman?" The princess remarked that Lin Xiu's appearance was handsome, but his talent was too poor, not worthy of that woman. Lin Xiu agreed with the princess's words, feeling it was an accurate assessment. The legitimate daughter of the Zhao clan, with unparalleled talent and beauty, truly no one in the capital can match. Besides this face, I have nothing worthy of her, Lin Xiu told himself. The princess noticed Lin Xiao's self-awareness was a good point. But what annoyed her was how he constantly praised that woman, even somewhat lowering others. However, the princess immediately got angry. Who is praising you? Finish making the ice, then get lost quickly. It was dark. Lin Xiao got on a carriage with Ling Yin to return. On the way, he curiously asked Ling Yin who was stronger between her and the princess. Ling Yin replied, "The princess and I aren't close, so we've never compared. Her ability is fire, incompatible with us. You should stay away from her a bit." Lin Xiao nodded, telling Ling Yin to rest assured because he knew how to keep a distance. Although never compared directly, Lin Xiao still believed Ling Yin was stronger than the princess. This made Ling Yin quite curious. Lin Xiao explained, "Regarding appearance, each has their own beauty, but she is dark and short. Moreover, your ages are similar, but you are much bigger than her." Lin Xiao's words made Ling Yin misunderstand that he was calling her old, even though that wasn't his meaning. On the way back, Lin Xiao heard melodious singing from somewhere. He guessed someone was singing opera. Nearby, a carriage passed by. From the window, a beautiful girl's face appeared. Delicate and gentle beauty. The next morning, Lin Xiao returned to that place to find out who sang the song last night. Entering inside, Lin Xiao watched the girls singing and dancing. The sound made him feel nostalgic. But even though the singing was good, there was still a feeling something was missing. Lin Xiao called the owner and asked about choosing songs. Choosing a song cost 20 copper coins. The owner replied. However, the song Lin Xiao wanted to choose wasn't available. He proposed the owner find a girl for him to teach singing. Then she would sing it back for him to hear. This strange request made the owner wary and refuse. Pear Garden only chooses songs the girls know how to sing. Although Lin Xiao offered more money, the owner still resolutely refused, saying this wasn't a matter of money. Finally, Lin Xiao placed a large ingot of silver on the table. The owner's eyes lit up and immediately called the girls over. Through this situation, Lin Xiao concluded that all problems could be solved with money. If not solved, it's definitely because not enough money was given. When the owner asked the girls if anyone wanted to follow Lin Xiao to learn singing, all appeared uninterested. They said, "We are all clean people. Why follow a man to learn singing privately? What if his hands and feet aren't clean?" At this moment, a girl appeared and agreed to follow Lin Xiao to learn singing. She invited him upstairs. That was the beautiful girl Lin Xiao saw last night. He still remembered those eyes, the person who looked straight at him. The girl led Lin Xiao into a private room of Pear Garden to learn singing. While other girls refused, she volunteered herself. This made Lin Xiao curious. He asked if she wasn't afraid he had bad intentions. The girl replied confidently, others would, but young master wouldn't. In the Bureau of Inspection case, Sai was also in the crowd. Young master isn't afraid of power, righteous and upright. Absolutely not a despicable person. Hearing that, Lin Xiao began teaching her to sing. He sang the lyrics first, and Sai sang along accompanied by illustrative dance. People under the stage passed by, not seeing the old beauty. People on the stage sing, heartbroken because of separation. The word love is hard to forget. Singing with blood. Opening curtain. Closing curtain. Who is the guest? After listening to the melodies just now, Lin Xiao thought to himself, finally I found that feeling again. Truly grateful for the relaxation of hearing familiar music from a distant world. Thinking of this, suddenly tears rolled down Lin Xiao's cheeks. He sent sincere thanks to Miss Tsai for her song. Lin Xiao, crying after hearing music, made Miss Tsai surprised, but she just silently wondered in her heart. She felt these lyrics bore a deep ancient mark, seeming to tell about a singer like her. But why Lin Xiao shed tears? She still couldn't understand. Afterward, Lin Xiao quickly left, promising to return to hear her sing another day. Just then, Miss Tsai suddenly felt dizzy, stood unsteadily, and fell to the ground. The incident happened suddenly, making Lin Xiao panic, hurriedly turning back to ask about the situation. She only said she was a bit dizzy. When Lin Xiao touched her to help her up, accidentally, he activated her ability. Realizing he wasn't capable of handling the situation, Lin Xiao decided to find help. He told her to rest and quickly went to the Imperial Hospital to invite his friend to check. Touching Tsai helped Lin Xiao awaken a sound-related ability. Now he understood why he felt relaxed when hearing her sing. When arriving at the Imperial Hospital, Lin Xiao heard loud scolding. What does the court feed you for? If anything happens to Nunu, I will make you compensate. Lin Xiao felt he came at the wrong time and intended to leave. But right then he was called back. Lin Xiao, you came at the right time. Come here quickly to see what's wrong with my Nunu. Being called by name directly, Lin Xiao could only sigh silently. Looks like he couldn't hide anymore. The noble consort presented Nunu's condition. Since yesterday, it hasn't eaten or drunk. Has no spirit at all. Bai Shuang checked, but found no external wounds or internal problems. Lin Xiao picked it up to check. Through a few meows, he understood what it wanted to say. Don't touch this princess. This princess is sad. It's so boring here. Someone come save me out of here. Lin Xiao found the cause of Nunu's illness. From the beginning until now, all its activities were in Changchun Palace. Accumulated boredom over a long time. This illness had a cure. Lin Xiao suggested the noble consort let Nunu out of the palace. Seeing the vast world, the illness will improve. Hearing that, the noble consort's face looked briefly sad. She ordered a servant to take Nunu out for half a day. I'm a bit tired. We'll return to the palace first. On the way, the noble consort thought to herself, in this palace, the one trapped isn't just Nunu. Afterward, Nunu was taken out to see the streets. The fresh feeling made its mood much better. Everyone noticed its change since leaving the palace. Nunu's illness was considered solved. Lin Xiao said to Shuang, I came to the Imperial Hospital today for a reason. Want to invite you to help treat someone. Shuang told Lin Xiao not to be polite. Just leave me there. At Pear Garden, many people were gathering here. Lin Xiao wondered, why is it so crowded? Turns out this guy was causing trouble. He and some other guys were shouting loudly. I don't care how sick Sai is. This young master wants to hear Sai sing. We pay double. Isn't that enough? Lin Xiao intervened immediately. He stood behind that guy, clapping and laughing. Young Master Wu, you brought such a big lineup. Could it be you came to arrest me? He probably was still scared from the last incident. Just seeing Lin Xiao made him terrified, trembling all over, asking Lin Xiao why he was here. Facing his fearful appearance, Lin Xiao still had to add a few threatening sentences. Young Master Wu got beaten that time. Healed so quickly? Or should I tell the East City official about today? Let him slowly teach you again. Witnessing that scene, he panicked and ran home, running while crying, calling for his dad. Seeing the arrogant young Master Wu so afraid of Lin Xiao, everyone around widened their eyes in surprise. Miss Shuang found that scene extremely funny. Lin Xiao secretly rejoiced because that guy knew his relationship with the palace. Otherwise, it would be hard to scare him. Afterward, people dispersed one by one with various excuses. Some remembered clothes not yet collected. Some had stomach aches needing the toilet. Ending the incident, Lin Xiao invited Shuang upstairs to examine Sai. After checking for a while, Shuang diagnosed Sai fainted due to exhaustion. Just resting a bit would be fine. Sure enough, just a light touch from Shuang made Sai slowly wake up. Although awake, Sai's head was still a bit dizzy. She curiously asked what happened. Lin Xiao explained she just fainted. He had invited by Shuang from the Imperial Hospital to treat her. Currently, her condition was stable. Nothing to worry about anymore. Sai felt her quick recovery was truly miraculous. Lin Xiao said, of course, Miss Shuang's technique isn't ordinary. Seeing Sai was fine, Shuang decided to take Nunu back to wait for further orders. To express gratitude, Sai promised Lin Xiao that next time she would tell the owner not to charge when he came to hear singing. Lin Xiao smiled, saying he considered her a soulmate. And a soulmate is priceless. But he was still willing to spend money to enjoy her voice. Lin Xiao's words made Sai blush shyly, but she was also happy about it. He asked if she knew why she suddenly fainted. Sai thought perhaps due to insufficient nutrition. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, but explained further that the main cause was because she had awakened an ability. Sai still didn't understand clearly. Lin Xiao explained, your singing voice is better than others. It's just you haven't thought of it as an ability. Today you tried a new way of singing, consuming more origin power than usual, so you fainted. So that's it. Sai nodded, but still felt this ability had no use. Lin Xiao affirmed, not true. If misconfuse the ability into sound. You will definitely become the #1 top star of the capital. By then, everyone will fight to buy tickets to Pear Garden. Sounded attractive, but Sai didn't know how to develop the ability. Lin Xiu promised to go to the Ability Academy to borrow books on sound arts for her to cultivate. Sai blushed shyly, saying she couldn't bear to trouble the young master. I greatly admire Mrs. Singing voice. Later, I still want to rely on your songs to relieve sorrow. Lin Xiu smiled and said. Sai had to accept, promising to always sing for him. When Lin Xiu left, the owner said to Sai, Miss, this young master isn't an ordinary person. I clearly see he is different from other playboys. This might be your chance to rise up like a phoenix. Sai replied sadly. Owner is teasing me again. A singer's status is lowly. Not worthy of young Master Lin. Just being able to sing a few songs for the young master. I'm already very satisfied. At this moment, Lin Xiu was in the Imperial Palace. The eunuch announced the bizarre weather finally eased. He could rest. Later, His Majesty will grant a reward. Remember to thank him, the eunuch instructed. So the long-term, stable origin crystal meal ticket was finally gone. Lin Xiu was feeling quite regretful about this. Meeting Lin Xiu, His Majesty asked if he was the son of Count Ping'an. This month has been hard on you. Whatever reward you want, you can propose to we. Standing next to His Majesty was Consort Shu. His Majesty told Lin Xiu to propose whatever reward he wanted. This made him a bit awkward, not knowing what to choose. No one has ever asked me straight what I want like this. If I ask for too much, people won't accept. But if I ask for little, I lose out. I wish to own a spacious house near the Imperial Palace. But the price of such houses isn't pleasant at all. After observing Lin Xiu for a while, Consort Shu smiled and said to His Majesty, in this concubine's opinion, why not gift him a courtyard house near the Imperial City? Like that, when His Majesty wants to enjoy ice wine. Won't have to wait long. Consort Shu's opinion made His Majesty feel very reasonable. Immediately, he ordered Zhu Jin to go to the Internal Affairs Bureau to choose a courtyard near the palace to gift Lin Xiu. This reward was truly exactly what Lin Xiu wished for. He hurriedly thanked His Majesty. In his heart, he was overjoyed. Hit the jackpot this time. Just thanks to one sentence from Consort Shu, I saved tens of thousands of taels of silver. Truly, I love Consort Shu so much. Just then, Consort Shu laughed out loud. His Majesty saw that and curiously asked the reason. Consort Shu replied, nothing special. Just thought of something funny. Actually, the reason Consort Shu laughed was because she read Lin Xiu's thoughts. Her ability was reading other people's minds. Only 2 days left until the Ability Academy opening day. Lin Xiu felt he still had time to move house. Suddenly having such a luxurious house. For him, truly a big bargain. At the Ability Academy, the atmosphere was very lively, with many games and diverse types of abilities. The diversity of abilities made Lin Xiu even more excited. He felt he was about to get rich, and these abilities would all belong to him. On the other side, people were gathering to admire Princess Mingi. Seeing that, Lin Xiu shook his head, thinking those people were too young and inexperienced, not knowing the true beauty of a mature woman, yet treating a young girl like a treasure. Hearing Lin Xiu's confusing words, the friend next to him asked about the meaning of mature woman. In Lin Xiu's thoughts, a mature woman must be beautiful, seductive, with clear and attractive features. Hearing that friend nodded in agreement. I also think the most attractive woman in the Ability Academy is Miss Qin Yuan. The friend's words made Lin Xiu feel very much in agreement. Hearing the name Lin Xiu, that friend asked back if he was the son of Count Ping'an, the fiancé of the Zhao family's daughter. After confirming, that friend introduced himself. I am Li Baizan. Heard of your fame for a long time. The Zhao family even refused the crown prince's proposal. But Brother Lin could embrace the descended fairy, now entering the Ability Academy again. Future is truly boundless. You saying that makes me embarrassed. Lin Xiu replied, although I awakened the ice ability. But my talent is just ordinary. Just muddling along in the Yellow Character Institute. Hearing this, Li Baizhang sighed. Me too. Possessing the thunder power, but also just muddling along in the Yellow Character Institute. Knowing Li Baizhang's ability was thunder, Lin Xiu felt very surprised. Heaven rank thunder ability was more powerful than ice ability. and Lin Xiao really wanted to possess it. Thinking so, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Seems Brotherly and I are fellow sufferers. If there's anything I don't understand, hope Brotherly points it out." Ha! I feel familiar with Brother Lin at first sight. That's natural. On this side, Zhao Lingyin and Princess Mingyi were staring at each other. Clearly the two didn't like each other. Seeing that situation, both Lin Xiao and Li Baizhang felt tense. Lin Xiao called Lingyin. "Just call it her name." Mingyi glanced at Lin Xiao. Her eyes were like bullets, full of killing intent. This situation made Lin Xiao very awkward. She looked like she wanted to deal with him immediately. Not stopping, the princess and Lingyin continued to glare at each other. The two said nothing, just silently confronting. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt lucky to have his sister-in-law backing him. To escape the awkward situation, Lin Xiao pulled Li Baizhang to continue talking. He asked what they were discussing just now. Li Baizhang answered honestly. "Just now we were talking about Miss Qin Yuan being the most beautiful in this hall." "So who is the second most beautiful?" Hearing the answer, Lin Xiao broke into a sweat. He whispered, "Did we discuss this topic just now?" It seemed Li Baizhang didn't really grasp Lin Xiao's meaning. Lin Xiao wanted to remind him not to mention the topic of women anymore. However, Li Baizhang still enthusiastically continued. "Brother Lin also said, here, besides Miss Qin Yuan, Xuan Ninger is the most beautiful. I share the same view as you. Besides Miss Qin Yuan, Xu Ningye possesses appearance. Physique and temperament are the most outstanding." Just then, Princess Mingyi stood right behind the two. Her face at this moment was even scarier than before, as if on fire. She asked sternly, "In your eyes, women besides appearance and physique, is there nothing else? If not appearance, then of course there are other things." Both Lin Xiao and Li Baizhang answered in unison that the other thing was the soul. Right at this moment, it seemed some beauty appeared. Li Baizhang hurriedly bid farewell to Lin Xiao and left. Seeing that, Lin Xiao assessed that Li Baizhang was truly a person who forgot friends for beauty. Whenever seeing a beauty, he immediately ran after her. Now only Lingyin and Lin Xiao remained. She reminded him that woman was very dangerous. Don't get close or trouble will arise. Hearing the advice, Lin Xiao also replied very confidently that she should rest assured and promised to keep himself safe. At the Ability Academy, today classes had started. Coincidentally, this class also had Li Baizhang's presence. Seeing Lin Xiao, he asked in slight surprise, "Brother Lin also registered for martial arts class? Can this body of yours handle it?" Deducing himself, he guessed Lin Xiao came here surely with other intentions, and his meaning was these images. Here full of beautiful girls. The more they looked, the more both blushed, faces gradually becoming dazed. Immediately after, the assembly order rang out. All students had to line up seriously in a long row. The class instructor spoke up to introduce, "My surname is Sunday. I'm the instructor teaching you martial arts. You can call me Instructor Sunday. I will train you like my soldiers. If anyone can endure hardship, you can withdraw now." Hearing that, everyone resolutely said no. Everyone was fired up, full of determination. Seeing that, Instructor Sun said, "Very good. Hope an hour later you won't change your minds." Then he asked everyone to spread out and stand in horse stance on the spot. To the horse stance part, everyone had to take off their shirts. Lin Xiao revealed rippling muscles, making the girls who saw it swoon. Li Baizhang, seeing Lin Xiao's muscles, also admired no less, and asked how he trained such a body. Lin Xiao achieved that thanks to the effect of the strength ability. But he only told Li Baizhang that thanks to frequently lifting rocks and training with trees. Hearing that, Li Baizhang happily continued, "Brother Lin is indeed outstanding among us. Being a man requires a healthy body. Otherwise, how to play in the flower bushes later, huh?" The reason Lin Xiao cultivated martial arts was to better hide his knowledge of the strength ability. Li Baizhang thought Lin Xiao was on the first level, but actually he had reached the atmospheric level. It seemed Instructor Sun noticed Lin Xiao and Li Baizhang were stronger than others, so he asked if the two had a martial arts foundation before. When he touched Lin Xiao, he tried to copy the ability from him, but no reaction, and concluded Instructor Sun was a pure martial artist. Answering the instructor's question, Li Baizhang said he learned a bit, while Lin Xiao said he never had contact, just frequently training the body. Knowing that, Instructor Sun said next time he would transfer chi to the two. Just need to keep that strand of chi in the body. Considered entered the martial arts gate. After a diligent training session, it was time to rest. The boys were all tired, rolling on the ground, while the girls were buzzing about Lin Xiao. That young master is so handsome. Body is also beautiful. Don't know if he has a match yet. If I could marry him, it would be good. Stop dreaming. That's Lin Xiao, son of Count Pingan, fiancé of Zhao Lingjun. Mentioning the name Zhao Lingjun made her quite annoyed. She said, so what if it's Zhao Lingjun? She isn't in the capital. Who wins, who loses isn't certain yet. Turns out her name is Ning, also belonging to the rank of beauties in the Ability Academy. Noticing she paid attention to Lin Xiao, several girls probed to see if she was eyeing Zhao Lingjun's fiancé. And true to prediction, for her, love affairs had no concept of first come, first served. She confidently declared everyone just wait and see. Even if Zhao Lingjun has powerful abilities, powerful family, and favored by His Majesty. But so what? When her fiancé is stolen by me, she will become the biggest laughingstock of the capital. Just need Lin Xiao to fall. Means I have won against Zhao Lingjun. The goal was clear. She started following Lin Xiao every step. This action made Lin Xiao feel a chill down his spine. He didn't understand why he always felt like someone was probing him. At this moment, class ended. Everyone changed clothes, preparing to leave. Just stepping out the door, Lin Xiao suddenly saw her appear and fall onto him. When Lin Xiao asked, she immediately acted weak, saying she was fine. However, she looked quite struggling, standing unsteadily, and said perhaps she sprained her ankle. Seeing that, several friends around enthusiastically offered help. Some wanted to support, some wanted to carry her back. But her target was Lin Xiao, so she couldn't let others take her back. She asked those friends if they were strong enough to carry her. This question left everyone stunned. Understanding her meaning, he said nothing more. Afterwards, she turned to ask Lin Xiao, as for this young master, could I trouble you to take me home? This request put Lin Xiao in a slightly awkward position, but he still agreed to take her home. Just then, Ling Yin appeared and said, your foot is injured. I'll take you home. And so, she was taken home by Ling Yin in a horse-drawn carriage. Observing the event, Li Baifeng came over to whisper to Lin Xiao, Brother Lin, your methods are truly brilliant. You've just captured the heart of one of the 4 great beauties of the Academy of Arcane Arts. Only then did Lin Xiao learn that the Academy of Arcane Arts had 4 great beauties. Miss Ling Yin, Princess Ming He, Miss Wan'er, and Xuan Ninger. However, Brother Lin, you should be careful, Li Baifeng warned. The wealthy young masters pursuing Xuan Ninger are countless. He was also curious. Why did she take the initiative to approach you? Even though her arcane art is flight, meaning she can fly, she deliberately asked you to give her a piggyback ride. Through this incident, Lin Xiao was certain she now saw him as her prey. He thought for a moment, then said, I will let her know. The best hunters always appear in the role of the prey. As if he had a plan, Lin Xiao put his arm around Li Baifeng's shoulder and asked, Brother Li, didn't you just arrive at the Academy of Arcane Arts? How do you know everything? Interesting. Brother Lin, is there a young lady you'd like to know more about? Just ask me, Li Baifeng replied with a laugh. To learn more about the young ladies at the Academy of Arcane Arts, Lin Xiao invited Li Baifeng to the Zuiyu Pavilion to talk. The two agreed not to go home until they were drunk, and the result was that Lin Xiao was drunk under the table by Li Baifeng. He couldn't believe that a young prince like himself, who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, would fall to Li Baifeng. Checking again, Lin Xiao saw that he still only had 3 types of arcane arts. He guessed that Dolly must have carried him home last night. He felt a little regretful. If Li Baifeng had taken him home, perhaps he would have gained the lightning arcane art by now. But on second thought, Lin Xiao told himself that there was still plenty of time. There would be many more opportunities to replicate arcane arts at the library of the Academy of Arcane Arts. Today, Lin Xiao came to find a few books on sound-based arcane arts for Tai. While he was focused on reading, Xuan Ninger suddenly appeared before him and called out, So it's young Master Lin. What a coincidence. Even so, Lin Xiao didn't pay her much mind. She approached Lin Xiao's seat and asked if he would mind if she sat next to him. Hearing this, Lin Xiao said, The library isn't my private property, so what right do I have to say whether I'm mined or not? Miss, please feel free. Ningya sat down, deliberately striking a seductive pose. She was confident that, in this position, Lin Xiao would surely be quickly captivated. However, an hour passed, and Lin Xiao remained engrossed in his book, not even glancing at her once, although Ninger stubbornly maintained her pose. Her smile was forced while her heart was filled with frustration. She wondered, is his heart made of iron? How can he be so cold? Seeing her just sitting there silently, Lin Xiao finally spoke up. Miss Ningya, why are you staring at me instead of reading your book? Hearing Lin Xiao call her by name, Ninger feigned surprise and asked, you know my name? Lin Xiao smiled. Miss Ninger is beautiful and talented. Your fame precedes you. In this Academy of Arts. Who wouldn't know of you? Ningya chuckled softly. Those are just rumors people spread. Young Master Lin, please don't tease me anymore. Lin Xiao then brought up his own engagement, making the situation clear. Unfortunately, I'm already engaged. If I get too close to Miss Ning, I'm afraid it might cause a misunderstanding. Ninger immediately replied, I know you have a fiancé, but I just want to be friends with you. Surely Zhao Lingjun doesn't forbid you from making other friends, does she? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiao suddenly grabbed her hand and said enthusiastically, if that's the case, then of course we can be friends. From now on, Miss Ninger and I will be good friends. After hearing this, Ningya appeared delighted, but also a little shy. At the Academy of Arcane Arts, Ling Xiu met Li Baishong, teasing, your alcohol tolerance isn't bad. Yet that day you dared to claim 1,000 cups not drunk. He even challenged Li Baizhong again. Thinking back, Lin Xiao felt truly ashamed. While chatting, Ninger suddenly appeared. Speaking up, you two arrived so early. Knowing she mainly wanted to approach Lin Xiao, Li Baizhong quietly left. Ling Xiu enthusiastically greeted Ningya, saying, studying cannot be neglected. Arriving early is natural. Li Baizhong, although left, still watched Lin Xiao and Ninger. He felt Lin Xiao was truly too super. Didn't know what he said to make Ninger smile shyly. Also saying, young Master Lin is so bad. Keep saying things like that. Assembly time arrived. The conversation between Lin Xiao and Ninger had to stop. Lin Xiao looked at her, thinking to himself, you are truly a little sheep. 1,000-year-old fox talking about romance with me. Isn't that trapping yourself? Class started. Instructor Sun asked everyone to focus. He said, martial arts only requires good physique. Anyone can cultivate. Now I will demonstrate for you to see. Saying that, he called Lin Xiao closer. Qi is the foundation of martial arts. You being able to self-cultivate Qi, like Wang Wei, is very rare. Most need assistance. He told Lin Xiao to hold out his hand, then transferred a strand of Qi into his body. Try to guide this strand of Qi to circulate in the body. How long you can keep it depends on yourself. The strand of Qi just entered the body. Lin Xiao immediately reacted. The instructor told him not to resist, but to feel and memorize its path. After a while of adjusting, the strand of Qi gradually disappeared. Lin Xiao felt his body full of strength, as if blood vessels were cleared. The instructor appeared satisfied, praising, first try and keeping it so long is already very good. Practice a few more times. You will soon enter the door of martial arts. However, the red-haired guy appeared to dislike Lin Xiao. He approached, intentionally bumped into him, then warned, stay away from Miss Ning. You aren't worthy of her. Finished speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving Lin Xiao bewildered, not understanding what happened. He didn't know who that guy was. Seeing Lin Xiao didn't know his background. Li Baizhong told Lin Xiao the detailed information. His name is Wang Wei, just the son of a third-rank marquis. Only awakened a low-grade, mystic space ability. How could Miss Ninger look at him? Regarding Wang Wei's biography, what Lin Xiao cared about most was his space ability. While Lin Xiao was thinking of a way to copy Wang Wei's ability, Ningya unexpectedly appeared. She became the bridge between him and Wang Wei. Realizing the opportunity had come, Lin Xiao decided to maximize it. He intentionally spoke loudly to Ninger so Wang Wei could hear. Oh, turns out it's Miss Shui. You came to find me for something? So bringing water for me to drink. This place is far. Weather is hot again. Miss Ninger is truly too thoughtful. Immediately, Wang Wei turned back angrily and challenged Lin Xiao, asking if he dared to accept. His attitude made Lin Xiao quite satisfied. He didn't expect just a few words to Ninger made him furious. Wang Wei's condition was if he won, Lin Xiao must leave Ninger, and if he lost, he would withdraw himself. Hearing that, Ninger worriedly advised Lin Xiao not to agree. But she didn't expect Lin Xiao to accept the challenge. Even so, she still resolutely advised him to refuse. In her heart, Ningya thought, I still want to witness Zhao Lingjun being abandoned by her fiancé, becoming the laughing stock of the capital. If you lose and are no longer close to me, my plan will fail. Hateful Wang Wei, daring to ruin my grand plan. Zai Ningya worried. Lin Xiao told her not to interfere. This is a fight between men. Hearing that, she had to stand aside, only praying for Lin Xiao to win. The fight started. Both held swords, spirits high looking at the opponent. Wang Wei used the skull-crushing strike move, putting all his strength to attack Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao not only blocked it, but also applied the strength ability. Just one move. Wang Wei's sword was broken, and he was hit hard on the head by Lin Xiao, falling unconscious. Lin Xiao didn't expect him to be so easy to deal with. He hadn't even used full strength yet. The instructor checked and announced Wang Wei only fainted, asking Lin Xiao to call the physician. But he refused, carrying Wang Wei to the Imperial Hospital himself, surprising everyone with his enthusiasm. On the way, Wang Wei woke up and asked groggily, "Where is this?" At this moment, Lin Xiao was copying his ability, reached 73%. To avoid being hindered, he hit him again on the neck, making him faint again. Arriving at the Imperial Hospital, the physician said Wang Wei had no serious problems, just needed to change dressing in the afternoon. Except the neck wound needed more people to help treat. When the physician left, Lin Xiao picked up a vase to check the newly copied ability. Result: he could make the vase disappear and reappear in a blink. Lin Xiao felt this space ability was truly amazing, helping him be more convenient when going out. He also noticed the speed was faster than before, wondering if copying efficiency was related to contact area. While happily speculating, suddenly Bai Shuang appeared. Both she and Lin Xiao were very surprised to see each other, like not expecting to see each other here. Then Lin Xiao shyly asked, "You're also at the Imperial Hospital?" Lin Xiao asked a quite silly question, because Shuang was always at the Imperial Hospital. Correctly, she should be the one asking Lin Xiao. Currently, he was secretly feeling lucky because Shuang didn't see him using the ability. Almost exposed. When asked the reason for coming to the Imperial Hospital, Lin Xiao immediately answered that he brought a classmate for treatment and wanted to take this chance to learn medicine from her. He expressed his first wish was to learn pulse reading. Seeing Lin Xiao interested in learning, Shuang began to guide him. She explained, pulse images are divided into slow pulse, deep pulse, floating pulse, and rapid pulse. Each type has different manifestations. After speaking theory, Shuang asked Lin Xiao to practice immediately by taking her pulse and describing the feeling. She promised to continue guiding him based on the result. Lin Xiao started practicing, but actually he wasn't interested in learning pulse reading. His main purpose was to copy Shuang's healing ability. However, after a while of trying, he still hadn't made any progress. This made Lin Xiao feel confused. Shuang mistook his worry for not finding the pulse. She comforted, "New learners must be patient. No need to rush." Her enthusiasm moved Lin Xiao, but his copy result was still 0%. Lin Xiao thought forever, but couldn't find the cause. Shuang saw his strange expression and asked. At this moment, Lin Xiao was confused because the system suddenly lost signal, but he still tried to appear calm and told Shuang everything was fine. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized. He thought he had a hack system to copy others' abilities, but actually copying was awakening his own ability. If it was an ability, it needed to be constantly awakened to increase the limit. Wait until I awaken the second time. Will definitely succeed. Just then, the system announced his skill bar was full and requested expansion. Lin Xiao held Shuang's hand, thanking her for helping him understand pulse images. The atmosphere suddenly became cold, and Lin Xiao realized someone was coming. He hurriedly let go of Shuang's hand and explained that I didn't do anything wrong. This time, Lingyin didn't demand to beat Lin Xiao, but only said she worried about him, so came here. But saw you flirting with someone else. Finished speaking. She turned and walked away. Lin Xiao hurriedly chased after, trying to explain. I was just learning pulse reading with Shuang Shuang. Ling Yin didn't believe and demanded he swear. Lin Xiao said, I swear to heaven. Only have pure master-disciple relationship with Shuang Shuang. If there is half a lie, I will. Ling Yin interrupted, saying she believed him. However, she still loudly asked why he didn't continue the oath. Lin Xiao worriedly asked, Is there no trust between us? This question made Ling Yin even angrier. She loudly taught, Say after me. If there is half a lie, I will be struck by lightning, not die a natural death. Facing that situation, Lin Xiao had to confess. I just wanted to touch that girl's hand. I have no shame. Lin Xiao's attitude made Ling Yin extremely angry. She scolded him relentlessly. You often promised to keep yourself clean, but now you broke your promise. Lin Xiao, I understand you less and less. Before, you mentioned the engagement with my sister to everyone. Yet now you go around flirting everywhere, even asking me if the engagement can be annulled. What exactly do you want? Hearing words like keeping clean, keeping chastity, Lin Xiao just timidly replied, Don't take it to heart. Those were just wild words of a teenager. Suddenly, Ling Yin asked straight, Do you already have someone you like? Lin Xiao didn't dare look straight at Ling Yin. He nodded, admitting, That's right. I already have someone in my heart. And in this life, I only want to marry her. Hearing that, Ling Yin began to guess who the object Lin Xiao liked was. Recently, she saw him frequently visiting Pear Garden, so suspected he liked a singer there. Lin Xiao didn't deny either, even acting shy to make Ling Yin believe more. He thought to himself, Ling Yin prepared an object for me. If I don't go along, wouldn't it be failing her kindness? However, Ling Yin, knowing his movements, clearly made Lin Xiao feel she was a bit strange. Still not completely trusting, Ling Yin asked again, Do you really like a singer? How can a singer compare to my sister? Lin Xiao replied, You don't understand love. When I truly love someone, in my eyes there's only that person, even if it's your sister or a fairy in heaven. Before her, they become dim. However, this reasoning wasn't enough to soothe Ling Yin. She questioned, If you already have someone in your heart, why did you go touch that female physician's hand? Already have someone in your heart. Why did you fight in the Ability Academy for Xuanning, even fighting? Lin Xiao was cornered. Had to miserably ask back, If I say I like all three, do you believe me? Ling Yin continued to deduce. Assuming Lin Xiao liked all beautiful girls, Lin Xiao didn't refute, even saying, I just want to provide a warm home for all beautiful girls. Is there anything wrong? Ling Yin still didn't believe. She said, How can a type like you not like my sister? Surely you just want to be loose before marriage. Lin Xiao immediately retorted, What loose before marriage? I'm not like that at all. Now, no matter what Lin Xiao said, Ling Yin didn't believe. She threatened him. If I catch you flirting again, I won't be polite. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had gradually recovered, but still had to wear a neck brace. He thought to himself, Lin Xiao strikes too viciously. Hurting is one thing. Why aim for my neck? Having to wear this brace. Uncomfortable to death. At this moment, Wang Wei went out to meet a mysterious person. That person sat in a carriage, listening to his report, had a chance to defeat him. But my luck wasn't good, the other person replied. Once is bad luck. Twice is also so, but can't blame luck every time. Seems I underestimated him. At the Lin estate, Lin Xiao was bathing and humming a song. He was quite satisfied with the new space ability just copied today. Although this ability had no combat power, but for making some pocket money, it was very convenient. He thought, when necessary, I can try opening this skill. Although can't fight, but for self-defense, it's not bad. Mentioning self-defense, Lin Xiao remembered the time son Dali almost sacrificed himself to protect him. To ensure safety, he decided to help Dali improve his strength. As for copying abilities, Lin Xiao told himself to be more careful. If sister-in-law finds out like today, surely we'll meet a great disaster. After calculating, Lin Xiao continued singing. I used to dream of roaming the horizon freely. Who knew marrying early would mean having children? I used to dream of riding a horse through the flower forest. Who knew there would be a disobedient sister-in-law? Today, Lin Xiao took Dali out, but it wasn't clear where they were going. Notably, Lin Xiao also gave Dolly a box of money to hold. Although Dolly asked questions, Lin Xiao resolutely didn't reveal anything. At this moment, he was focusing intensely, constantly observing around as if looking for something. After a while of searching, Lin Xiao finally found the place he needed. It was a place named Hero Gathering Hall. Just glancing outside, this place exuded a magnificent and majestic aura. Lin Xiao noticed the price list hung outside the hall. Earth rank martial artist. Personally guiding Qi once. 100 taels. No bargaining. Teaching martial arts. Whole month, 100 taels. Whole year, 100 taels. Massage and back scrubbing. 100 taels. After viewing, Lin Xiao thought, sure enough, no matter the era, technique and ability are still the most precious things. Most valuable. Meanwhile, Dolly felt this price list was too expensive, especially the fee of 100 taels for one Qi guidance. Stepping inside the hall, both saw warriors with bulging muscles, full of vitality. Just one kick, they could easily smash a log. Lin Xiao thought, no wonder people say the combat power of Earth-rank martial artists is not inferior to ability users awakened 5 times. Just then, a man approached, asking Lin Xiao and Dolly what their purpose was. Lin Xiao replied, we came to invite the Hall Master to guide Qi. We already know the price and rules. Silver is also brought fully. Hearing that, the man led the two deep inside. As soon as they entered, Lin Xiao and Dolly saw a king of the jungle lying majestically in the room. Just a glance. Both trembled, sweat pouring like rain. The man sitting stroking the tiger was the Hall Master, named Chen Xiong. The tiger was his pet. The guide instructed Lin Xiao that as long as he didn't provoke, the tiger wouldn't harm anyone. When the guide reported guests came for Qi guidance, the Hall Master shook his head, refusing. Don't bother me. Currently, Ahu is sick. I'm not in the mood to do anything. Hearing that, the guide turned to say, you two heard it. Come back another day. But at this moment, Lin Xiao had disappeared. Turns out he ran to the tiger, squatted down and listened to it. The tiger seemed to be trying to convey that its throat was very uncomfortable. There's a bone stuck in my throat, about to kill me. Someone help me take it out. Lin Xiao confidently said to the Hall Master, I can cure this tiger. According to my many years of veterinary experience, it has a bone stuck in its throat. Just pry its mouth open and take the bone out. Listening to Lin Xiao, the Hall Master pried the tiger's mouth open, comforting it not to panic. After a while searching, he really saw a small bone. Note that this action is extremely dangerous and should not be imitated. The Hall Master took out the bone, longer than his hand a bit. The tiger's problem was solved. The Hall Master was happy, patting Lin Xiao's shoulder and saying, thank you, little brother. I worried all morning not knowing what was wrong with Ahu. Luckily, you found the cause. You two came to guide Qi. Can start right away. Lin Xiao pointed at the money box Dolly was holding, said, this is our small sincerity. The Hall Master laughed loudly. Need with silver. When you successfully guide Qi, I won't charge you. Dolly, although very happy, still appeared shy, while Lin Xiao secretly rejoiced, thinking the beast language skill this time saved him several hundred taels. He thought, later when Miss Haitang redeems herself, I will invite her to open a veterinary clinic together. Make a fortune. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao felt extremely excited. Seems the opportunity to get rich in this world isn't difficult. From just now until now, Dolly still stood frozen like a stone statue, making Lin Xiao unable to hold back, shouting. The Hall Master made it clear. Why still standing there dumbfounded? Hurry up. Only when hearing Lin Xiao remind, did Dolly realize that today he came here to have the Hall Master guide Qi. Before that, he thought his young master was the one getting Qi guidance. Seeing Dolly still hesitating, Lin Xiao kicked his butt lightly and urged, if you don't go up, should I go up? Are you protecting me, or am I protecting you? Soon enough, Dolly was successfully guided by the Hall Master. His speed made the Hall Master surprised, because after just one try, Dolly achieved results beyond expectation. After finishing, Dolly felt his body full of vitality. The Hall Master looked at him, heart full of regret. If Dolly entered the sect 20 years earlier, perhaps his strength would have far surpassed yours. Lin Xiao greatly admired Dolly's talent. He even wished he could swap with him. When Dolly's matters were done, the Hall Master glanced at Lin Xiao and said, little brother, Your character isn't bad. Want to try guiding Chi? Free of charge. Meeting such a good opportunity. Lin Xiao agreed immediately. He even promised the Hall Master that if Ahu had any issues later, just find him. Hearing that, the Hall Master was very satisfied and determinedly said to Lin Xiao, "Today, if you can't enter the sect, don't go back." The Hall Master's words made Lin Xiao even more determined. Willpower burning. And this was the Hall Master situation after guiding Qi for Lin Xiao. When the disciple asked, he only knew to sigh. 20 times. Exactly 20 times. Do you know what this old master went through in the past hour? Almost got squeezed dry. Too traumatizing. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was still diligently cultivating. After that Qi guidance, his power increased significantly. Although not yet reaching the level of one punch creating a sonic boom like Ling Yin, but the result wasn't bad. Lin Xiao began dreaming of reaching the highest realm. Slashing mountains, breaking clouds. One finger cutting off a river. Making Ling Yin no longer an opponent. By then, sister-in-law Ling Yin would be at his mercy. While engrossed in imagination, Lin Xiao laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, Ling Yin stood right behind him. Observing Lin Xiao's appearance, Ling Yin guessed he was thinking of something bad. She spoke up. "What are you thinking? Hurry, follow me." Lin Xiao was surprised to see Ling Yin appear at this time, because normally this was her cultivation time. Ling Yin explained, "Recently you improved very fast. Cultivating once every 3 days is no longer effective. Follow me. I will lead you to another place." Ling Yin's enthusiasm made Lin Xiao a bit worried, but he still couldn't guess what was about to happen. The place Ling Yin wanted to lead him to was the Heaven Character Institute, a place only for outstanding geniuses. Lin Xiao felt himself a student of Yahello Character Institute, hardly able to step into this place. Ling Yin reassured him, "My sister is the true genius. You just rest assured. I asked the dean for permission. Now you can enter." Just stepping through the gate, Lin Xiao felt cold to the point of trembling. He asked Ling Yin, "This place is too cold. Usually you cultivate here?" Ling Yin didn't answer, just ordered, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry inside." Their cultivation room had an ice bed. Around were a few penguins. Seeing Ling Yin preparing to sit on the ice bed, Lin Xiao hurriedly protested, "Ling Yin, if you want to send me to see the King of Hell, just say it straight. Don't force me to sit on this bed." Ling Yin replied coldly, "You just sit next to the bed, cultivating with me. No one forces you to sit on the bed." Hearing that, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Even joking, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Watching Ling Yin sit comfortably on the ice bed, Lin Xiao thought, sitting directly on that really doesn't freeze the butt. Sister-in-law sitting on the bed looks so comfortable. Maybe next to the bed isn't that cold, but in reality, he only felt a piercing cold shoot straight to his brain. Lin Xiao's bone-chilling appearance made Ling Yin satisfied. In her heart, she thought, "I don't believe with this condition. You still have the energy to go flirting." At this moment, Lin Xiao really didn't expect a small ice bed could exhaust him so much. The bone-piercing cold made him almost unable to endure. Sitting for a while, he asked Ling Yin, "Can I rest a bit?" Ling Yin smiled softly, replied, "Rest what? Is strength more important or resting more important?" A few days later, at the Ability Academy, Lin Xiao looked significantly less lively. When Ning Er suggested going boating on the lake, he refused immediately, complaining that his body wasn't well today. Next, Bai Shuang asked if he wanted to discuss medicine, but Lin Xiao still shook his head, dragging heavy steps and saying, "I'm too tired." Not stopping there, another girl invited him to listen to singing, but Lin Xiao was in no mood now. He even said straight, "Benefactor need not say more. I don't have that kind of worldly desire." Now, Lin Xiao was completely exhausted, tears flowing backwards inside, only knowing to sigh silently. When will this life end? Before it was once every 3 days. Now 3 times a day. Arriving home, Lin Xiao immediately rolled onto the bed, continuing to lament. "These days I'm drained by Ling Yin every day. Don't even have time to give the sound arts cultivation manual to Tsai. Going through Ling Yin's harsh training. I'm just a little bit away from awakening again." The next morning, just woke up. Lin Xiao heard Dolly report that Ling Yin was looking for him, seeming used to her training intensity. So he immediately warmed up his limbs, preparing his spirit. In his heart he thought, "It's okay. for strength, for the freedom to ride horses roaming. Ling Yin, just go ahead and torture me. But things weren't as he thought. Today, Ling Yin came to announce she would have to leave for a while. Hearing this news, Lin Xiao immediately looked unusually cheerful, even somewhat overly happy. Contrasting with Lin Xiao's face, Ling Yin annoyedly instructed, "My mother wants to visit relatives. I have to go along. We'll leave the capital for a period of time. You also reached a bottleneck. No need to cultivate these days. Wait for me to return. Probably can help you awaken again." Seeing Lin Xiao overly happy, Ling Yin curiously asked, "Why are you so happy?" How dared Lin Xiao tell the truth that he was glad she was leaving? Hurriedly replied, "I just thought of a few happy things." Before getting on the carriage, Ling Yin instructed further, "During the time I'm not here, you're not allowed to go out flirting." To reassure her, Lin Xiao raised his hand to swear. Ling Yin, just rest assured, "I will definitely stay home obediently." But in his heart, he thought differently. Obedient at home I foot. At Pear Garden, Miss Sai was sadly thinking of Lin Xiao, because he hadn't come to hear singing for a few days. She thought the young masters of the capital were only interested momentarily. These days liking Sai. A few days later, liking Qingyi. Yet, perhaps that young master has forgotten me. Just then, Lin Xiao unexpectedly appeared. Happily said, "Miss Sai, look what gift I brought for you." Seeing Lin Xiao arrive, Miss Sai was overjoyed. Her expression at this moment was filled with happiness. Lin Xiao held out a book. Said, "In this book is a detailed introduction to sound arts. Also recorded music scores to improve cultivation. You can check it first, then copy a version." This book was like a treasure to Tsai. She hugged it to her chest. Moved to tears, she asked Lin Xiao, "How should I thank young master?" Seeing her teary, Lin Xiao gently wiped her tears. Said, "Miss Tsai's singing helped me relieve a lot of pressure and loneliness. This is the best repayment." Miss Tsai hesitantly asked, "Young master helped me a lot." "I still don't know young master's name," Lin Xiao replied. "I am Lin Xiao." Hearing his name, Miss Tsai was startled. Asked, "Is young master the Lin Xiao engaged to the eldest miss of the Zhao family?" Lin Xiao confirmed his surprise. "That's right. You also know this?" Tsai knew it well. That miss is a rare genius. Her future is tied to the destiny of great Xia. Tsai was always curious which man was worthy for her to marry. Unexpectedly, hearing this, Lin Xiao continued Tsai's words. "Now seeing me, do you feel I'm not worthy of her?" But that wasn't Tsai's meaning. She always highly valued Lin Xiao's talent. "How can you not be worthy?" Knowing this news, Tsai was a bit sad. Then she said, "You and Miss Zhao are a talented man and beautiful woman. Truly a match made in heaven." Through Tsai's expression, Lin Xiao guessed she had some affection for him. So Lin Xiao began imagining a happy scene, flirting with Tsai. But the dream didn't last long before Zhao Lingyin's image appeared in his head. That scene wasn't very nice. He just feared if Lingyin knew this, she would beat him flat. Seeing Lin Xiao frozen silent, Tsai waved to call him, bringing him back to reality. Miss Tsai, I'm fine. Just momentarily distracted." Thinking of Lingyin made Lin Xiao scared. He saw Miss Tsai was simple. Wanting not to have legs broken by Lingyin was hard. Still wait to develop further. Wait until after annulling the engagement with the Zhao family. Lin Xiao thinks he will definitely grab Tsai. At the martial arts class, the instructor was quite happy knowing Lin Xiao successfully guided Qi. He said, "Not bad. Since you successfully guided Qi, the teaching content later also must be adjusted. Usually practice more, guiding Qi to condense at which part of the body. Can also choose a handy weapon yourself. Try using Qi to cover it." Listening to the instructor, Lin Xiao chose a knife for himself. He was observing the knife when suddenly Ning stood right in front. She held out an invitation card, saying a few days later was her 18th birthday. At that time, we'll hold a party at home. Asking if Lin Xiao won't refuse this time, right? A few days ago, I was truly too busy. Reluctantly refused Mississippi. This time birthday of Miss Ninger. I definitely won't break my promise. Finished speaking, Lin Xiao muttered in his heart, "Rest assured, I will definitely give you a big gift unforgettable for a lifetime." Conveniently here, Lin Xiao asked about Wang Wei's story. These days did he come to bother anymore? Coming to this, Ninger showed a cute look. Shyly. You still say that. Made me worry about you. What are you afraid of? Didn't I win? I also don't need to get lost from your side. However, speaking of it is also strange. Before Wang Wei surrounded Qin Yuan. This time why bet with you because of me? This query of Ninger made Lin Xiu seem to understand some problem. So he started pondering deduction again. Seeing Lin Xiu holding the card, Li Baizhang appeared, asking if this was Miss Ninger's invitation card. With Li Baizhang's speed of catching gossip, Lin Xiu had to admit truly nothing escaped his eyes. Not finished. Li Baizhang praised Lin Xiu's methods as high level. He truly admired him. Lin Xiu saw nothing impressive about this. He asked Li Baizhang back. Could it be she didn't give a card to Brotherly? And that was obvious. Birthday of the precious pearl in the Duke of Shui's hand. Not just anyone can come. Martial arts class has so many people. Only you alone got the invitation. Hearing that, Lin Xiu curiously asked if Wang Wei had won. Regarding Wang Wei, Baizhang guessed he surely had won, because his father was the Marquis of Guang'an. Logically speaking, he should have a card. But last time Wang Wei lost the bet to Lin Xiu. Li Baizhang guessed even if Miss Ninger gave him an invitation, he wouldn't have the face to go. What Lin Xiu and Li Baizhang said just now, Wang Wei heard all. He muttered to himself, can the sound when discussing others be a bit smaller? I heard it all. After school, Lin Xiu and Li Baizhang invited each other to Moon Pavilion to eat. But when arriving, Lin Xiu refused to enter. Just stood dazed outside, looking forever. Seeing that, Li Baizhang had to urge him to hurry inside. What are you standing there for? At this time, Lin Xiu gently probed his opinion. Proposed. Eating at Moon Pavilion forever is boring. How about we try going to Heavenly Fragrance Tower? Hearing mention of Heavenly Fragrance Tower, Li Baizhang showed hesitation. He advised that other taverns were fine, but Heavenly Fragrance Tower should be limited, because Heavenly Fragrance Tower is the property of the Marquis of Yongping's estate. The Marquis of Yongping has personally gone to the Zhao family many times to propose to Zhao Lingjun for his son. However, every time refused by the Zhao family with the reason of having a prior engagement. The power of the Marquis of Yongping isn't small. Marquis of Guang'an, Count Zhongyong, Count Qingyi, along with the East City Magistrate and East City official, are all his subordinates. With such intricate relationships, even if the manager of Heavenly Fragrance Tower welcomes you, do you dare eat and drink comfortably? Because young Master Wu, the one who previously intentionally caused trouble for Lin Xiu, today also came to Moon Pavilion to dine. After eating, he felt the food here was quite mediocre. Cannot compare to Heavenly Fragrance Tower. He was regretting because the previous matter was messed up. Also didn't have the face to return. While muttering to himself, suddenly he saw Lin Xiu appear right in front. Every time seeing Lin Xiu, he was scared pale because of the old matter, while Lin Xiu appeared extremely friendly. He waved and smiled. Hello, brother. Meet again, but having a guilty conscience. He immediately defended. What do you want? Recently, I didn't provoke you. Oh, don't be afraid. I don't intend to do anything to you. I just want to ask you one thing. I know last time you were instigated by someone else. So can you tell me who is behind it? Hearing Lin Xiu ask, he pretended not to understand what he was saying. I really didn't expect you to be so loyal. Lin Xiu said, making him hurriedly justify. I just frequently go to Heavenly Fragrance Tower to eat. Have a good relationship with the manager. You helped Moon Pavilion make ice, stealing their customers. I saw it as an eyesore, so want to teach you a lesson. Lin Xiu heard this. Voice became stricter, full of warning. If you acted on your own, don't blame me. Just so happens His Majesty called me to enter the palace tomorrow to make ice. I will break 3 of my own ribs. Then tell the people in the palace that you knew I wanted to enter the palace and intentionally beat me severely. You should prepare for your funeral. Eat a really good meal. Good luck to you. Lin Xiu's words made young Master Wu scared to the point of screaming. He didn't know what to do except scold Lin Xiu as shameless. But no matter how he scolded, Lin Xiu didn't care. He walked away, also reminding him to remember to bid farewell to relatives. Just walking a few steps, he pulled Lin Xiu's sleeve back, confessed everything. Actually, that matter was instigated by Xianyang, the eldest young master of the Marquis of Yongping's estate. Every debt has its debtor. You go find him. This matter has nothing to do with me. At the Duke of Shui's manor, today was Ninger's birthday. Everyone attending brought precious gifts. The young master of Marquis of Yongchuan's estate gifted a pair of jade rui. Young master Chun Yun of Marquis of Julu's estate gifted a jade pipa. Miss Chun Pei of Duke of Chen's estate gifted 10,000 taels of white silver. Turn for Lin Xiao. He brought nothing. The gatekeeper, seeing that, asked, "Where is young master's gift?" "My gift is quite special. Later I will personally give it to Miss Ninger." Hearing Lin Xiao say that, the gatekeeper invited him in. "Please enter, young master Lin Xiao of Count Pingin's estate." Inside, Ninger was surrounded by men trying to curry favor with her. Seeing Lin Xiao arrive, Ninger immediately left them behind, running to greet him. Her appearance today made Lin Xiao swoon. He praised that tonight she was more beautiful than ever. Lin Xiao praising like that made Ninger blush. She said he flattered her. At this moment, a man cut in, asking Ninger, "Who is this brother? Why haven't I met him before?" Ninger introduced, "This is young Master Lin Xiao of Count Pingin's estate. He is my good friend." Knowing Lin Xiao's background, those men appeared disdainful. Just the son of a third-rank official. Nothing to worry about. After a while, everyone suddenly remembered Lin Xiao was Zhao Lingjuan's fiancé. Immediately, jealous eyes from all sides poured onto him. Ninger at this time also began introducing the present young masters to Lin Xiao. "This is the second young master of the Duke of Wei's estate, Wei Wen Yuan," she said. "And this is the eldest young master of the Duke of Qi's estate, Qi Qingxiao." Lin Xiao looked over the faces, feeling they were no different from ordinary fish in a pond, yet always acting arrogant, as if they were great figures. Not stopping there, there was another young master, looking somewhat better than the rest. That was the eldest young master of the Marquis of Yongping's estate, Yang Xian. Lin Xiao also classified him as seafood like those guys, but he guessed this fish might be slightly higher grade. Even thinking so, Lin Xiao still politely greeted, "Brother Yang, admired for a long time. All are friends of Miss Ning. Later I will look after you more." Afterward, those young masters began showing off the precious gifts they gave Ninger. "This is a bright moon pearl. I ordered people to bring it from the western regions. This is the birthday gift I give you." One said, "What bright moon pearl?" Another guy showed disdain, then took out a box, declaring it was his gift. Inside was a top-grade origin crystal, sparkling and huge. Everyone marveled at this precious gift. "Oh my god, this origin crystal can help Miss Ninger increase at least one cultivation level. This is definitely a level 5 beast origin crystal," someone exclaimed. Lin Xiao couldn't help craving that origin crystal. He thought of the low-level origin crystals he used. Could only increase cultivation level, while high-level origin crystals like this could enhance awakening rate. This is truly a treasure money can hardly buy, Lin Xiao told himself, admitting these brothers were truly big spenders, willing to spend a large amount just to please the person in their dreams. After showing off gifts, they turned attention to Lin Xiao. "What gift did young Master Lin of Count Pingin give Miss Ning? I see you entered empty-handed. Probably not prepared nothing, right? That wouldn't be very nice," one asked, fearing Lin Xiao losing face. Ninger intervened. "Young Master Lin's gift was sent days ago. I like it very much." At this moment, Lin Xiao put his hand in his pocket, took out something, saying tonight he also prepared a special gift for her. When Ninger asked what it was, Lin Xiao held a tube, shot a light beam into the sky. Initially, it was just a flickering spot of light, looking quite funny. Those guys held their bellies laughing to tears. "This is the special gift you give Miss Ning. Just a firework." But Lin Xiao's gift didn't stop there. Immediately after, from below, many light beams started shooting into the sky, creating a brilliant fireworks display. Shimmering, Ninger appeared to like this gift very much. She kept staring at the sky, unblinking, constantly praising it as beautiful. Meanwhile, those men appeared indifferent, thinking fireworks were nothing beautiful. Also not worth much money, almost costing 10 taels. Even so, the girls here all liked it very much. Everyone praised it as beautiful. The happiest person right now was Ning. She shyly thanked Lin Xiao, saying this was the best gift she received today. It wasn't random that Lin Xiao gave Ninger this gift. It was all in his strategy. If she hasn't experienced much, I will help her see the beauty of life. If she has been through many hardships, I will take her to ride a carousel. Lin Xiao believed pursuing girls required knowing how to do romantic things. Someone who only knows how to throw money around can only be a spendthrift. At this moment, perhaps Yu has truly developed feelings for Lin Xiao. She said with a hint of regret, "If only you weren't the son of Marquis Ping'an." But because the fireworks were too loud, Lin Xiao couldn't hear what she had just said. When he asked her to repeat it, Yu just smiled and said it was nothing. The banquet was now nearing its end. Only the eldest son of the Marquis Yongping's estate, Yang Xian, and Lin Xiao remained. He spoke up with praise. Brother Lin's gift was truly unique and novel. It's clear that Lady Ninger liked it very much. Lin Xiao no longer bothered to pretend. He spoke bluntly. "It's just the two of us here. You don't need to put on an act anymore. I know very well that you were the one pulling the strings behind the incident at Tianxiang Pavilion. Wang Wei challenging me was also part of your plan, wasn't it? And Marquis Zhongyong is also a subordinate of your father. So, Qin Tong coming to cause trouble for me was also arranged by you, right?" After hearing this, Yang Xian's face remained impassive as he calmly replied, "I don't understand a word of what Brother Lin is saying." Lin Xiao sneered. "If you don't understand, then so be it. Your calculations weren't bad. It's just that the people you used are too inexperienced. Ha! Try harder next time." Even though Lin Xiao had spoken so clearly, Yang Xian still feigned innocence, as if the whole thing was just a misunderstanding. Lin Xiao then raised a single finger, deliberately provoking him. "I really enjoy seeing the look on your face. The one where you can't stand me, but can't do anything about it." After speaking, he left without a backward glance. Outside, Li was already waiting. The two exchanged a few words. It seemed Lin Xiao had asked Li to prepare a few things. From the sounds of it, it wasn't cheap. Only after Lin Xiao had left did Yang Xian let his anger show. He thought, "I was originally going to let you enjoy yourself a little longer. But if you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Xiao, just you wait." Lin Xiao returned home. He focused on the origin crystal in his hand. He thought, 10 second-rank beast origin crystals cost 100 taels of silver. That's really not cheap. Today, Lin Xiao had deliberately angered Yang Xian. He knew the man wouldn't be able to keep his cool and would make another move. Lin Xiao realized that only strength could protect him, and so he decided to begin his second awakening immediately. He began to absorb the origin crystal. This process required a great deal of energy and resources. It was by no means simple. Lin Xiao was close to succeeding, but the energy from one origin crystal wasn't enough. Fortunately, he had prepared enough beforehand. The next morning, Lin Xiao's dog, De Huang, was dreaming of a chicken leg. Hearing someone call its name, it thought to itself, "Who's talking? Is there a second dog in this courtyard?" Lin Xiao heard this and gave it a smack. "Who are you calling a dog? The organization has a mission for you. Do a good job, and you'll get a chicken leg to eat." Meanwhile, on Yang Xian's side, a subordinate reported in. The spy watching Marquis Ping'an's estate reports that, after the Duke's banquet, Lin Xiao hasn't left his house for 7 straight days. Only his dog, De Huang, has gone out to look for food. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian's face paled slightly, but he still ordered the surveillance to continue. At the Lin estate, Lin Xiao was bored, listening to De Huang's report. "Master, there's someone watching from the second floor of the tea house outside the estate. The back door is relatively safe." Lin Xiao was waiting for someone from the palace to arrive. If it didn't come soon, he thought he might just die of boredom here. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. The person he was waiting for had finally appeared. It was Shuang Shuang. Shuang Shuang was surprised to see Lin Xiao waiting for her and asked, "Were you waiting for me, sir?" Lin Xiao didn't answer, instead guessing immediately. "Did Her Highness, the Imperial Consort, send you? Has that beast's illness relapsed?" Just as Lin Xiao had said, Shuang Shuang had come because of the spirit beast's illness. Lin Xiao continued, "Its illness is psychological. How could it possibly be cured after just one trip out of the palace?" Shuang Shuang was full of admiration. "You are truly perceptive and thoughtful, sir. Even though it's just the illness of a spirit beast, you still put yourself in its position to think things through." Shuang Shuang felt ashamed of her own inadequacy. Lin Xiao told Shuang Shuang to return to the palace and wait. He needed to pack his things. At the back door, Lin Xiao carefully observed his surroundings, making sure no one was following him. He trusted A Huang. because the back door was indeed as safe as it had reported. Meanwhile, the spy at the front door was still waiting, but all he saw was the dog going in and out. De Huang thought to itself, could it be that master has also turned into a dog? Otherwise, how could he understand dog language? Lin Xiao had entered the palace. He paid his respects to His Majesty and Her Highness, the Imperial Consort. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the Imperial Consort hurriedly called him over to examine the little one's condition, anxiously asking why it was so weak. His Majesty, on the other hand, appeared surprised and asked Lin Xiao if he was truly skilled in medicine. Lin Xiao humbly replied, "This servant knows nothing of medicine. It's just that I've raised cats and dogs before, so I have a basic understanding of animal behavior." Hearing this, His Majesty immediately requested that Lin Xiao treat the Imperial Consort's pet, promising a handsome reward if he succeeded. To do this, Lin Xiao suggested the Imperial Consort prepare a quiet room, and this request was immediately granted. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Xiao lightly patted the spirit pet's bottom, telling it to stop sleeping and wake up. Startled awake, the spirit pet cried out, asking who was touching its butt. Lin Xiao frankly admitted that he had just done it. When it discovered Lin Xiao could understand its language, the spirit pet asked in surprise, "You can hear and talk to me? Could it be that you're also a fox?" At this point, Lin Xiao finally realized the spirit pet was actually a tiger, not a cat, as he had previously thought. Being mistaken for a cat, the spirit pet flew into a rage, struggling and repeatedly insisting, "I am Bai Ling, of the noble Hu clan. Not a cat. It was those evil people who captured me and forced me to live like a cat." Sensing the spirit pet's grievance, Lin Xiao comforted it. "I understand your feelings. I will help you convey this." The spirit pet asked happily, "You're quite understanding. So, can you come visit me often?" Lin Xiao agreed, but on the condition that the spirit pet listen to him and act out a play together. Meanwhile, the Imperial Consort and His Majesty were still standing outside the room, waiting anxiously. When Lin Xiao came out holding the spirit pet, the Imperial Consort rushed over to ask about the little one's condition. Lin Xiao asked seriously, "What does the spirit beast normally eat?" A servant girl quickly replied, "We always prepare the freshest, most delicious pieces of fish. We dare not be careless." Lin Xiao shook his head. "The food is the problem. This spirit beast may look like a cat, but it is actually a tiger. It doesn't like to eat fish. Moreover, eating the same thing all the time would make anyone bored." The Imperial Consort asked, "Then what should I feed it?" Lin Xiao suggested, "Your Highness can feed it chicken or beef, along with some green vegetables. The meal should be varied to stimulate its appetite." The Imperial Consort immediately ordered someone to prepare food according to Lin Xiao's instructions. When it was fed the new dishes, the spirit pet appeared very satisfied and ate with great gusto. Seeing the situation stabilize, the Imperial Consort asked Lin Xiao, "Would you like to stay by my side?" His Majesty laughed and interrupted, "My dear consort, you can have anyone you want, but not Lin Xiao. I will grant him a token. He is to enter the palace every other day to care for the spirit beast." Thanks to His Majesty's intervention, Lin Xiao avoided becoming a little eunuch. However, the Imperial Consort was still not completely at ease. She asked Lin Xiao if the spirit pet would get sick again. Lin Xiao replied, "Your Highness, food is only part of the cause. I've told Your Highness about the root of its illness before." The Imperial Consort was worried. "I've had Ling Long take it out often, but it hasn't had any effect." Lin Xiao suggested, "If Your Highness were to personally take it out of the palace, things might be different." Hearing this, a guard angrily scolded Lin Xiao. "Insolence! Her Highness, the Imperial Consort, is of noble birth. If something were to happen, who would take responsibility?" Lin Xiao quickly knelt to accept his fault. This servant was not thinking clearly. "I ask Your Majesty and Your Highness to punish me." Her Highness, the Imperial Consort, was very excited about leaving the palace. She had only to open her mouth, and His Majesty would immediately agree. Afterwards, he ordered the Imperial Guards to escort the consort. At the same time, he gave careful instructions. Act with the utmost discretion. Do not let the conservative ministers know that the Imperial Consort has left the palace. Avoid giving them a reason to come and complain. His Majesty's gesture left Lin Xiao utterly astonished. He never expected such a majestic ruler to be so afraid of his wife. After everything was arranged, Lin Xiao requested permission to return to his estate to prepare. He arranged to meet the imperial consort in half an hour at the entrance of Jiayue Tower, in front of the Lin estate. The scene was as bustling as usual, with people coming and going. Lin Xiao's dog, Da Huang, still sat faithfully guarding the gate. When he got home, Lin Xiao secretly called Da Huang inside, asking if the spies were still outside. Just as expected, they were still standing there stubbornly, refusing to leave. This made Lin Xiao quite pleased. A cunning smile appeared on his face, as if he was ready to spring a trap. After careful calculation, Lin Xiao calmly walked out of the estate through the main gate, no longer sneaking around like before. Seeing him appear, the two spies hurriedly sent word to their master. According to plan, Lin Xiao and the imperial consort met in front of Jiayue Tower. The consort told him to just call her Madam to avoid attention. At this moment, she seemed very happy. Lin Xiao had been right. After bringing the little one out of the palace, it had become much more lively. The imperial consort's spirit pet also winked at Lin Xiao, as if asking for his opinion on its performance. Lin Xiao responded with an appreciative wink. Although she was eager to leave the palace, the imperial consort didn't really know what to do. Lin Xiao then suggested she carry the spirit pet for a stroll around the city for an hour, treating it as a normal recreational activity to ease her worries. The imperial consort asked in surprise, "A stroll? I've never tried that before." Lin Xiao explained, "Strolling just means walking freely through the streets of the capital. Look at whatever you want to see. Buy whatever you want to buy." Before long, the imperial consort found something she liked. "A hairpin," she exclaimed. "I've never seen jewelry like this before." The vendor enthusiastically introduced them as the latest designs and invited the consort to try one on. After just 3 seconds, she was pleased and decided to buy it immediately. It's been a long time since Her Highness has been this happy. The old guard thought to himself. He re-evaluated Lin Xiao, thinking that although the boy was a bit reckless, he had unintentionally done a good deed. She didn't just stop at the hairpin. The imperial consort also bought many other items, so much so that the old guard ran out of hands to carry everything. When it was noon, the old guard suggested the consort dine at Jiayue Tower. As he had heard the food, there was delicious. The imperial consort agreed immediately. However, Lin Xiao had another suggestion. There's a small restaurant nearby that makes some delicious jiangnan dishes. Would you like to try it, madam? Hearing jiangnan food, the imperial consort thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. The guard was a little worried. A small place like this, with all sorts of people coming and going, I'm afraid it's not safe. But the imperial consort was insistent. No one knows my identity. We're just ordinary people having a meal. At the jiangnan restaurant, many dishes were served. Salted duck, crystal shrimp, water chestnut cakes, and more. With just one bite, the imperial consort felt incredibly satisfied, as if the taste of her hometown was flooding back. She was about to compare it to the food in the imperial palace, but quickly corrected herself. We have jiangnan chefs at home too, but by the time the dishes are served, they're already cold. It's been so long since I've tasted this flavor. Lin Xiao smiled. The imperial consort ate her fill, and she was very pleased with the meal, praising Lin Xiao for knowing how to make others happy. Perhaps this was a day the imperial consort would remember forever. The entire event was carefully recorded by an observer. In a flash, every detail was reported to Yang Xian. Lin Xiao was using sweet words to charm a noble lady on the street. The lady was not only beautiful, but also exuded a noble aura. After their meal, the two even discussed going to the Lihua Pavilion to enjoy the music. Hearing this news, Yang Xian was furious and resentful. He believed that Lin Xiao, despite being engaged to Ling Jun, still dared to flirt with other women. Therefore, he immediately ordered his subordinate to take action. At the Lihua Pavilion, in a luxurious room on the second floor, Miss Tai was engrossed in playing her instrument and singing. I have a love song that I would like to sing for you all. I hope everyone can relax their minds and listen to this gentle melody. Let me convey my feelings through every verse. The melodies Tai sang made the noble consort realize it was a familiar folk song from Jiangnan. It had been over 10 years since the noble consort had returned to that place. Everything Lin Xiao had prepared today was related to Jiangnan. The noble consort couldn't help but ask, "Could it be that you already knew I was from Jiangnan?" Lin Xiao nodded, admitting that when he heard the lady speak, he recognized the distinctive accent of someone from Jiangnan. He boldly guessed that she was born and raised in that region. "Oh, really? But you grew up in the capital. How could you recognize the accent of someone from Jiangnan?" This question made Lin Xiao a bit flustered. Initially, he was going to say he had a girlfriend from there, but he quickly changed his mind, explaining that he had a friend who was also from Jiangnan, which is how he recognized it. Today, the noble consort felt that Lin Xiao was very thoughtful and didn't hesitate to praise him. This time, Lin Xiao considered himself indebted to the noble consort. "Everything I've done today is merely to repay your kindness." After Tai finished her song, the noble consort praised it as beautiful and said her spirits had lifted considerably. Lin Xiao didn't forget to add, "Miss Tai's voice is truly moving to the soul. Whenever I'm tired or troubled, I often come here to enjoy her singing. It helps to soothe my mind." The noble consort looked outside, remarking that she had been out for quite a while and reminding Lin Xiao to visit the young girl more often in the future. After that, the noble consort stood up, preparing to leave. Watching the noble consort's departing figure, Lin Xiao couldn't help but worry, as his plan was not yet complete. He wondered why Yang Xian hadn't made a move yet. The noble consort had been strolling the streets for over an hour. How could he possibly miss such a good opportunity? The noble consort was about to leave the Lihua pavilion, and still, there was no sign of Yang Xian. Lin Xiao recalled the last time, during Xue Ninger's birthday party. He had deliberately provoked Yang Xian to incite him to act. If his plan failed, he didn't know when another opportunity would arise. Just then, a man suddenly blocked the noble consort's path, uttering vulgar words. "Hey, little beauty, a gorgeous woman like you, why not come with me? I'm much stronger than that pretty boy behind you." Seeing this man, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. He knew that the person he had been waiting for had finally appeared. But it didn't stop there. The man was about to get handsy, mocking Lin Xiao's slender frame, claiming he couldn't bring a woman pleasure. Instantly, Lin Xiao appeared, grabbing his hand and saying, "Wait a moment," being stopped. The man flew into a rage, shouting, "You rotten brat! How dare you steal my woman?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he was slapped hard by Lin Xiao. The slap was powerful enough to send his teeth flying. As a result, he was beaten by Lin Xiao until his face was disfigured. His two accomplices behind him rushed to help him up, but his eyes rolled back and he collapsed on the spot. His two accomplices immediately concluded, "He's not breathing anymore. Big brother is dead. He killed someone." Right after, the constables appeared, asking who the murderer was. This situation made the old guard understand the problem clearly. Meanwhile, the noble consort was utterly shocked by the event. Only Lin Xiao was silently celebrating, as everything was going exactly according to his plan. When the constables arrived, the two accomplices pointed directly at Lin Xiao as the murderer. The constable didn't bother asking any questions, immediately ordering his men to take Lin Xiao to the station. Faced with this situation, Lin Xiao remained calm. He advised the noble consort to return first, as it was no longer safe outside. What happened to Lin Xiao infuriated the noble consort. She immediately ordered her guard, Zhu Jin, to return to the palace and report to His Majesty, requesting him to clear Lin Xiao's name. In the imperial palace, Zhu Jin respectfully reported everything to His Majesty. The person with that scoundrel used true energy to rupture his blood vessels. Moreover, the bailiffs appeared immediately afterward. This indicates that the East City Yamen may have been involved in framing Lin Xiao. Her Highness, the imperial consort, was unharmed but extremely angry. She sent this old servant back to report to Your Majesty. No matter what, Lin Xiao's name must be cleared. At this point, His Majesty began to suspect Lin Xiao. He believed that Lin Xiao might not be as innocent as he seemed. Think about it. Why would they choose to frame him at the exact moment the imperial consort was out of the palace, and not some other time? Despite what His Majesty said, Zhu Jin noted that the spirit beast condition had improved significantly. This forced His Majesty to acknowledge Lin Xiao's cleverness. He brought up an old matter. "Do you remember that time I summoned him to the palace? He was more than half an hour late." Zhu Jin, of course, remembered clearly. That time, Lin Xiao had also been arrested and taken to the East City Yaman's prison. And it was Xiao Lizi who had gone to arrest him. He only needed to mention that I had summoned him to the palace. Would any Yaman dare to touch him? Hearing this, Zhu Jin seemed to understand His Majesty's meaning. He believed that Lin Xiao had calculated everything in advance. Through this incident, His Majesty assessed that Lin Xiao, though appearing honest on the surface, was actually deeply cunning. He had even factored the consort into his calculations. Hearing this, Zhu Jin became furious, requesting that His Majesty punish Lin Xiao severely. We absolutely cannot be lenient. However, the imperial consort immediately scolded Zhu Jin. You old slave. I want His Majesty to help clear his name. What are you talking about? All you people do all day is plot against others. Do you really think everyone is like you? The imperial consort's words made His Majesty feel embarrassed, as if he himself was being scolded. Afterwards, the imperial consort turned to His Majesty and said, I like him very much. You must not let him be wronged. Just one sentence from the imperial consort sent His Majesty into a flurry. He immediately ordered Zhu Jin to send someone to the East City Yaman to rescue Lin Xiao. After the imperial consort left, Zhu Jin asked His Majesty again if he was really not going to punish Lin Xiao. And indeed, after the imperial consort's words, His Majesty's attitude toward Lin Xiao had changed. He remarked, this boy, though young, is quick-witted. He doesn't have the air of someone who relies on power and influence. Most importantly, he has married the precious daughter of the Zhao family. So I can rest assured, at the East City Yaman, Lin Xiao had been brought in. The head of the Yaman was none other than the father of young Master Wu, the one who had caused trouble for Lin Xiao before. He said awkwardly, young Master Lin, this case is being personally overseen by Lord Chengling. There's nothing I can do. Lin Xiao then gave him a meaningful look, as if reminding him not to get involved. Understanding the hint, he immediately clutched his stomach, complaining of pain, saying he had to go to the latrine urgently, and suggested Lord Chengling interrogate the case himself. After that, he ran off, clutching his stomach. Lord Chengling personally interrogated Lin Xiao. You murdered someone in broad daylight. Do you confess? Lin Xiao didn't answer, instead asking a question of his own. If this is a murder case, the East City Yaman doesn't have the jurisdiction to interrogate, correct? Lord Chengling snorted coldly. Lin Xiao, you're just a clerk at the Ministry of Rights. If I hand you over there, who knows how they'll defend you? It's better for me to question you first, and then hand the documents over to the Ministry of Justice. That'll be fair. Lin Xiao smiled. Fair? No bias, whether I killed someone or not. Aren't you the one who knows best, my lord? Lin Xiao's words sent his opponent into a furious rage. He roared, insolence. The matter is as clear as day. Good and evil are distinct. So many people witnessed you commit murder, yet you still dare to feign innocence. I will use the harshest punishments. First, the rod. Next, the finger press. Finally, the branding iron. I'll torture you until you confess your crime. After speaking, Lord Chengling threw down his command token to signal the start of the punishment. But before the token could hit the ground, a throwing dart suddenly appeared, slicing the token in two. Seeing this, Lord Chengling was terrified, stammering, The secret investigation division. You're from a secret investigation division? The situation was now completely reversed. Lin Xiao began to threaten him. So, Lord of the East City, you know fear now, do you? When you bully the common people, you should know that a day of reckoning will come. The matter is clear. Good and evil are distinct. What crime does a man like you, who scorns the law, deserve? Lin Xiao's words made Lord Chengling tremble uncontrollably. He was so terrified he fainted on the spot. But even if he passed out, he couldn't escape the truth. Zhu Jin ordered men to wake him up and continue executing the punishment. Thinking everything was resolved satisfactorily, Lin Xiao happily thanked Chief Steward Zhu for appearing in time to save him. It was Her Highness who protected you this time. Next time, if you dare scheme against His Majesty, I'm afraid you won't be this lucky. As soon as Chief Steward Zhu finished speaking, Lin Xiao understood that his plan had been exposed. If not for Her Highness's help, he would surely be facing a long prison sentence. Through this incident, Lin Xiao learned a lesson. You can't just keep plucking wool from the same sheep. Plotting twice in a row caused a backlash. At this moment, Lord Chengling had woken up and was being beaten to a pulp. Unable to bear the pain, he agreed to confess everything. Once Lord Chengling confessed, Lin Xiao didn't stay any longer. He asked for permission to leave. But just as he was about to head back, he smelled a pungent stench. Lin Xiao covered his nose and asked, "Whose cesspit is that?" It turned out the stench was coming from Lord Chengling himself. He lamented that he had sat in the latrine for half an hour, but still couldn't escape. Seeing that scene, Lin Xiao spoke up to help Chief Steward Zhu. This case has nothing to do with the East City commander. He even reminded me earlier. Hearing that, Chief Steward Zhu didn't arrest the East City commander. He ordered his men to release him immediately. Over at Yang Xian's side, a subordinate was reporting the situation. Rest assured, young master, the East City Yamen and the Ministry of Justice will pay special attention to this case. Lin Xiao won't be able to escape this charge. Yang Xian looked satisfied upon hearing this. Thinking everything was going according to his will, he thought that as long as it was confirmed Lin Xiao committed a crime and harmed someone, the Zhao family would absolutely not marry Ling Jun to a criminal. At the Marquis of Yongping's manor, Yang Xian's father heard the news that his son was opposing the son of Count Ping'an. He immediately asked Yang Xian if it was true. "It is true," Yang Xuan answered frankly. Lin Xiao is not worthy of Zhao Lingjun. When asked if Yang Xian himself was worthy of Zhao Lingjun, he honestly replied that he wasn't worthy either. He didn't even have an ability. If she were married to the crown prince or Prince Zhao, I wouldn't have any objections. But marrying a piece of trash like Lin Xiao is unacceptable. If Yang Xian thought that way, he was in for a disappointment, because his father guaranteed that His Majesty would not annul the engagement between the Zhao and Lin families. Yang Xian was puzzled hearing this, asking his father why that was. But before he could get an answer, Chief Steward Zhu appeared. Yang Xian's father asked what business brought him there. This time, Chief Steward Zhu didn't come alone. He brought several others with him. "Greetings, Marquis of Yongping. It's not that we want to say the Marquis isn't wise, but regarding eldest young Master Yang, he truly lacks discipline. He has committed a grave crime this time." Having said that, he ordered Yang Xian's arrest immediately. At the royal palace, when Lin Xiao appeared, the spirit beast was overjoyed. It asked him why he came so quickly. Seeing Lin Xiao, not only was the spirit beast happy, but the noble consort was also very pleased. She asked if anyone had done anything to him. Lin Xiao replied that everything was fine, thanks to Chief Steward Zhu arriving in time. Hearing that, the noble consort looked proud. "I dare him not to listen to me. Otherwise, I'll skin him alive." This time, Lin Xiao realized the emperor knew his plan clearly. He decided to frankly admit it to seek leniency. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke to the noble consort. "This student came here this time to apologize to your highness." His sudden words surprised the noble consort. Seeing this, Lin Xiao recounted the entire story from beginning to end. His story seemed very captivating, so much so that the spirit beast fell into a deep sleep. After listening, the noble consort didn't blame Lin Xiao at all. On the contrary, she constantly criticized Yang Xian. "That guy surnamed Yang always hides in the back to play tricks. I hate that kind of sinister person the most. Cunning like him." After scolding Yang Xian, the noble consort turned to praise Lin Xiao. "I didn't expect that although you look silly usually, you could come up with a way to deal with a marquis's manner. Truly intelligent, quick-witted." Hearing the noble consort say that, Lin Xiao commented, "Your highness has double standards too." The imperial consort looked confused after hearing that. Lin Xiao then explained, "Double standards means that Yang Xian and I did the same thing, but your highness calls him insidious, while praising me as clever." To the imperial consort, this was perfectly reasonable. She believed that because Lin Xiao treated the spirit beast and everyone well, he was held in high regard by her. Afterwards, the imperial consort decided to officially recognize Lin Xiao as a member of Changchun Palace. She declared that she would protect him and not let anyone bully him. After hearing this, Lin Xiao whispered something to the spirit beast. Immediately, it ran to the imperial consort and gently kissed her on the cheek. The imperial consort was extremely excited and asked Lin Xiao, "Did you tell it to do that?" Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "How could this student have such an ability? It must be because of your highness's heavenly beauty, an unparalleled elegance, that even a spirit beast cannot resist. Lin Xiao's praise made the imperial consort blush. She said, I'm old now. You don't need to say such things to make me happy. Even though the imperial consort said that, Lin Xiao continued, Where is your highness old? If you and Princess Mingi stood together, anyone who didn't know would think you were sisters. These words happened to be overheard by Mingi. She sat in a corner, muttering and scolding Lin Xiao for being a shameless flatterer. Meanwhile, the imperial consort was extremely pleased with Lin Xiao's compliments. She laughed and said, Oh, stop it. If this continues, I'll get more wrinkles. After that, the imperial consort announced, That's enough for today. I will go ask His Majesty to promote you, so that no one will dare bully my people anymore. The imperial consort told Lin Xiao to go home and to come visit the spirit beast when he had time. Just as he left the gate, Lin Xiao ran into Princess Mingi. She loudly scolded him for being shameless, saying he only knew how to flatter. Lin Xiao feigned innocence and asked, Why does the princess call this student a flatterer? Mingi, furious, retorted, You said Her Highness the imperial consort, and I look like sisters when we stand together. What did you mean by that? Lin Xiao replied with a sincere expression. The princess and Her Highness the imperial consort do indeed bear a slight resemblance. Lin Xiao's words made Mingi think. Since the imperial consort and her royal father were cousins, it wasn't wrong to say they had similar features. While Mingi was still pondering, Lin Xiao was already planning to tease her. A mischievous smile spread across his face. Then he said loudly, Younger sister, when Her Highness the imperial consort and the princess stand together, they truly look like the princess. This was no different from implying Mingi was old, which made her furious. Even so, Lin Xiao didn't stop teasing, sticking his tongue out, which made Mingi even angrier. After teasing the princess, Lin Xiao went to the Ministry of Rights prison to taunt Yang Xian. As soon as he entered, he waved his hand and said, The smell in here is even worse than the East City Yamen. He didn't stop there. Lin Xiao also brought a hot steam bun and asked Yang Xian, Tomorrow, you'll be exiled 3,000 miles away. If you don't eat now, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to eat one for the rest of your life. Yang Xian ignored Lin Xiao's words, only wanted to know if everything was orchestrated by him. Lin Xiao gave a faint smile and asked back, Does that matter? Yang Xian didn't answer, instead beginning to recount his suspicions. On gue ning de respectai. You deliberately provoked me. Then you shut yourself in and didn't come out. On one hand, it was to give me time to prepare. On the other, it was to make me anxious. That way, when you appeared, I wouldn't be able to resist making a move. Furthermore, you even convinced Her Highness the imperial consort to leave the palace, just waiting for me to walk into your trap. Yang Xian had guessed every step of Lin Xiao's plan perfectly. At this point, Yang Xian had to admit that Lin Xiao was indeed an insidious person. Hearing this, Lin Xiao just chuckled softly and said, It's not that different, really. After that, Lin Xiao tossed a steam bun towards Yang Xian and asked last time, When Qin Tong came to the Academy of Special Arts to cause trouble for me, was it you who instigated it? Yes, it was me, Yang Xian admitted without hesitation. You two already had a grudge against Qin Tong. I simply used him to take you down. Lin Xiao nodded, but there was still one thing bothering him. There's one thing I still don't understand. Before, you were as cowardly as a rabbit. Yet that day, you dared to stand up in the Department of Inspection for a woman, not afraid to offend a divine ability user. That isn't the Lin Xiao I knew. Lin Xiao was surprised that his enemy was the first to ask about this. Seeing him remain silent, Yang Xian said, If you don't want to say, that's fine. There's one more thing I don't get. Lin Xiao continued, People in the noble circle are rated highly for their character. So why were you determined to make things difficult for me? Hearing this question, Yang Xian flew into a rage. Like a wild cat, he screamed, Because you are not worthy of Ling Jun. She will never be happy with you. This reason surprised Lin Xiao so much he was speechless. He didn't expect to be dragged into a feud related to marriage, and to be framed by someone who had a crush on his fiancée. Not stopping there, Lin Xiao had one more issue to confirm. Were you the one who sent assassins to kill me? Yang Xian immediately denied it. I only wanted to cripple you. I never intended to assassinate you. Saying that, He laughed loudly, looking at Lin Xiao mockingly. I'm laughing at you. Countless people want to harm you. How could you guess who made the move? At Manhwa Garden, Lin Xiao was copying Miss Sai's ability. Currently, the progress had reached 2%. She shyly announced that she practiced every day. With the music score Lin Xiao gave her, and her body had started to feel a strange kind of power. Lin Xiao, holding Sai's hand, made her blush. He thought to himself, the second awakening indeed helped him continue copying abilities. Just then, the system popped up a notification. Progress had reached 2.12%. This number surprised Lin Xiao so much he mentally exclaimed, is this math class? Why are there decimals here? Lin Xiao continued holding Sai's hand, making her blush with embarrassment. Finally, she gently reminded him, young master, I saw written in books that abilities cannot be detected through the pulse. This remark made Lin Xiao a bit awkward. He immediately let go of her hand, pretending to be serious. In his heart, he thought, indeed, girls shouldn't read too many books. To change the subject, Lin Xiao asked why Manhwa Garden wasn't open for guests today. It turned out, due to the murder case that happened last time, the authorities had sealed this place, and it was unknown when it could reopen. Lin Xiao realized that every day Manhwa Garden was closed was a day of lost revenue. He decided he had to act immediately. He stood up, declaring that the case was over, and he would go urge the authorities. Seeing Lin Xiao leave as soon as he arrived, Sai was a bit sad. Looking at her demeanor, Lin Xiao guessed she had feelings for him. He thought, if not for the engagement with the Zhao family, it would only take 3 days for him to conquer this Tsai. At the Lin Manor, the whole family was gathered for a meal. Worried about their son cultivating hard, Lin Xiao's parents kept picking food for him until it piled up like a mountain. Although he didn't know where to start eating, Lin Xiao still felt his heart warm. He realized that, even though he had lived 2 lives, only here did he truly feel the warmth of family. Therefore, no matter what, he was determined to protect this family. The nobility held immense power, from the military to land and population. In recent years, the Xia Emperor had always tightened the distribution of land and titles to consolidate royal power. Even so, the Zhao family still managed to rise from a 3rd-rank earl to a 1st-rank marquis, thanks to 2 daughters with boundless potential. Lin Xiao understood that, to deal with this situation, he had to constantly improve his own strength. High-level ability users can cultivate on their own, but for a low-level ability user like me, using money to change fate is the fastest way. 1 essence crystal of the same rank is equivalent to 1 day of cultivation. But to break through, one needs at least 10 essence crystals of the highest quality. Calculating carefully, up to the 3rd awakening, nearly 800 rank 2 essence crystals and 10 rank 3 essence crystals are needed, with a market price reaching 100,000 taels. By the 4th time, this number increases to 200 rank 3 essence crystals and 10,000 rank 4 essence crystals, with a price of 2 million taels. Looking at it again and again, the result is still no money. The more Lin Xiao calculated, the more dizzy he felt. He realized that rank 3 essence crystals were truly extremely rare items. So much so that even the royal capital would struggle to collect 10,000 of them. If he awakened one more time, the path of changing fate with money would be completely blocked. Just then, Chief Stewardly appeared. He asked about the family enjoying their meal. Then, without hesitation, he took out an imperial edict and declared, young Master Lin, Count Pinyin, receive the edict. The sudden appearance of the imperial edict shocked Lin Xiao's parents. Their faces clearly showed anxiety. Lin Xiao was equally confused. He couldn't guess what the content of this edict was. Lin Xiao, son of Count Pinyin, has repeatedly healed the noble consort's spirit beast, helping the noble consort relieve her worries. Worthy of praise. From now on, Count Pinyin is promoted to 2nd rank count, rewarded with 100 hectares of land, 100 bolts of fabric, and 10 servants. After hearing the edict, Lin Xiao's whole family stared in wide-eyed amazement. Lin Xiao was still wondering why the noble titles were so tightly controlled. Yet just because the noble consort said a word, he was promoted. This was truly good news for the Lin Manor. Lin Xiao's mother immediately rewarded Chief Steward Li with a gold ingot, as a token of thanks for bringing the good news. After delivering the edict, Chief Steward Li immediately returned to the palace. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed two figures peeking and observing him. It turned out to be Lord Wu and his son. He made his son kneel and said, "We came here this time to thank young Master Lin. If not for the young master defending this lowly official, I would have certainly met with many disasters, let alone being promoted to East City Magistrate. Today, I brought this unfilial son to bow in thanks for the young master's life-saving grace." Seeing this, Lin Xiao gently reminded him, "Lord Wu is now a parental official to the people. In the future, you must bring happiness to the commoners. Don't always rely on powerful forces. You've seen the end of your predecessor." Hearing these words, Lord Wu immediately promised to remember Lin Xiao's teachings and absolutely never go against them. Not stopping there, Lin Xiao also requested him to unseal Lihua Garden. Small businesses cannot withstand such torment. Lin Xiao also asked Lord Wu to look after that place, because he had a friend there. This request was naturally agreed to by Lord Wu immediately. At this moment, Lin Xiao was attracted by the jars of wine Lord Wu brought. "This is a small gift of gratitude. Please accept it, young master." Looking at these wine jars, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered his brotherly Baizhang, the man who doesn't get drunk after 1,000 cups. Thinking of this, he smiled with a hidden intent. The next day, at the Ability Institute, Lin Xiao brought a jar of wine. He muttered as he walked, "I must let everyone in this other world witness something called food processing technology." Just then, Ninger called out to Lin Xiao. Her face. She looked annoyed and asked why he hadn't come to class for so long. Lin Xiao had to use family matters as an excuse for his absence. After that, Ling Xiu started teasing Ningya. "Haven't seen you for a few days. Why do you look even more beautiful?" Just a few simple words made Ninger blush, not daring to look straight at Lin Xiao. Just then, a young man came looking for Ninger. He stammered for a while before daring to speak directly. "Miss Ninger, this is my family's heirloom jade. I want to give it to you. I like you." This confession surprised Ninger, while Lin Xiao smiled as if he had seen through the mortal world. Ninger immediately refused. "I have always seen you as a friend." That young man had to accept failure. His whole body turned to stone. Lin Xiao laughed inwardly. "Mamai, I seem to hear the sound of a young boy's heart shattering." After the young man left, Ninger wondered, "Why do they say such things to me when I only see them as friends?" Lin Xiao explained, "Naturally, it's because Miss Ninger is too attractive. Everyone who meets you loves you. Any man would want to marry you and take you home." Hearing that, Ninger shyly asked, "Those men who want to marry me, does that include you?" At this point, Lin Xiao expressed his regret, announcing that he was already engaged. Hearing this, Yuer blushed even more, hastily saying that she was just joking. In response to Yuer's reaction, Lin Xiao gave a sly smile. He thought to himself, "A like boy and a green tea girl. Let's compete. Let's see who's more skilled. The loser better not cry, okay?" At the lake of the Academy of Special Arts, Lin Xiao and Li Baizhang were intently watching a couple being affectionate. Seeing this, Lin Xiao jokingly asked Li Baizhang, "Are you jealous, brother?" Li Baizhang shook his head, replying that his dream was not a single small tree, but an entire forest. Understanding his brother's thoughts, Lin Xiao smiled. "You can fool yourself, brother, but don't try to fool me. After all, we're the same." Lin Xiao continued, "Brother Lin preparing fireworks for Lady Yua. It was truly spectacular. Yuer thought you were the prey, but little did she know she was your prey. As a friend, let me give you a word of advice. She is the precious jewel in the hands of the Duke's estate. Don't play with fire, or you might get burned." After hearing this, Lin Xiao calmly replied, "Don't worry, Brother Li. I have my own plans. I came here for her special ability, not for her affection." Not wanting to talk more about himself, Lin Xiao changed the subject to Li Baizhang. He asked, "We're about the same age. Do you have any marriage arrangements, Brother Li?" Hearing this, Li Baizhang broke into a slight sweat. For people like us, being tied down by an engagement is truly pitiful. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. He then pulled out a jug of wine and said, "Brother Li has stories. I have wine. That's all we need to set up a drinking session." Lin Xiao's goal today was to get Li Baizhang drunk so he could copy his lightning ability. As soon as the wine reached Li Baizhang's hand, just by smelling it, he could feel its strength. He was already feeling tipsy before even drinking. Soon after, from within the forest, the sound of thunder rumbled. The people around found it strange. The sky is clear. Why is there thunder? They guessed that some kind of duel was taking place. The lightning continued, and the person inside was almost turned into a dry skeleton. No. Those were Lin Xiao's bulging muscles. He had successfully mastered the lightning ability. On the way home from the Academy of Special Arts, the sky was dark and it was raining heavily. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage appeared. The person in the carriage asked Lin Xiao, "It's raining so hard. Don't you have an umbrella? Get in. I'll give you a ride." Lin Xiao shook his head. "No need. I'm almost home." Immediately, the person lunged at Lin Xiao with a sword. Attacked so suddenly, Lin Xiao couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed straight in the chest. Fortunately, his ice ability had lessened the damage. The attacker didn't expect Lin Xiao to have this trick up his sleeve and pushed forward with all his might. This time, the sword strike hit its mark. Lin Xiao knew that his ice layer was not enough to withstand the vital energy of the sword. He immediately used his lightning ability, paralyzing his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao delivered a lightning punch, severely injuring the man. The carriage was also destroyed. However, Lin Xiao was also heavily injured, collapsing on the spot. After being seriously injured, Lin Xiao was taken home, still unconscious. His parents were extremely worried, not understanding who could hold such a deep grudge against their son, to want to harm him multiple times. When Lin Xiao woke up, his mother immediately asked about his injuries. Lin Xiao forced a smile to comfort his mother. "It's just a flesh wound." Just then, Shuang, an imperial physician from the Imperial Medical Academy, rushed in. She asked everyone to move aside so she could treat Lin Xiao. Although she was an imperial physician, when she saw Lin Xiao's muscular 8-pack body, Shuang couldn't help but freeze, her face flushing with embarrassment. Shuang's blushing face made Lin Xiao feel awkward as well. He had to cough a few times to help her snap out of it. Noticing this signal from her patient, Shuang began to use her special ability to treat Lin Xiao. However, neither of them could hide their awkwardness. Their faces both flushed red. Coincidentally, while Shuang was treating him, Lin Xiao's body had already begun to copy her special ability. Before long, Shuang seemed to be exhausted. She leaned against Lin Xiao, panting that she couldn't continue. Seeing her exhausted state, Lin Xiao understood that the treatment had consumed much of Shuang's spiritual energy. He suggested taking her to the study to rest. In the end, Lin Xiao successfully copied Shuang's healing ability. He thought of his past failures and felt lucky to have succeeded this time. Flowers planted with intention may not bloom, while a willow planted by chance may grow into a tree, he thought to himself. Just then, Lord Qing appeared to investigate the assassination from the previous night. He was suspicious and wanted to find more evidence from Lin Xiao. "The assassin who attacked you, Lord Lin, has a cultivation at the upper stage of the Daoxian realm. Meanwhile, your special ability only awakened 2 months ago. May I ask how you managed to counterattack?" Lord Qing asked. Lin Xiao answered in detail. "Recently, my ice ability has awakened twice. When the assassin attacked, I condensed a layer of ice armor on my chest, which blocked 2 sword strikes. After that, I condensed my vital energy into my fist and counterattacked with all my might." However, Lord Qing was still not satisfied. He suspected that with a cultivation level of just Qi guiding, Lin Xiao couldn't possibly have broken through the defense of an upper stage Xian realm assassin. Lin Xiao explained, perhaps all his vital energy was focused on his weapon. His body was weakened, so he couldn't use vital energy for protection. Lord Qing continued to question him. "Why didn't you bring a guard, Lord Lin? Going out alone and wearing servant's clothes?" Lin Xiao answered confidently, "I'm sure you know, my lord. I've encountered assassins before. To avoid being noticed, I occasionally disguise myself as a servant." Lord Qing deduced that the assassin had targeted Lin Xiao specifically. He asked if he suspected anyone, but Lin Xiao insisted he had no leads. Lord Qing then suggested, "You were so well disguised. How did your enemy know you were going out?" Lin Xiao suddenly remembered the young stable boy sweeping when he left through the back door. Just at this moment, Billy ran in with bad news. Lin Yu is dead. After examining the body, Lord Qing concluded. He committed suicide by poison. He was likely a death warrior raised by someone else. This person was one of the servants granted to Lin Xiao by His Majesty. This made it very difficult to trace the origin. Lin Xiao sighed, realizing this case was beyond the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights. Lord Qing then asked about the previous case. How did you realize Wang Er was the culprit, Lord Lin? Lin Xiao didn't answer in detail, only saying that Lord Qing had worked hard. After Lord Qing left, Lin Xiao began to reason. Who hates me enough to assassinate me? Could it be the Marquis of Yongping? But Yang Xian was just exiled. If it were the Marquis of Yongping, he would have waited for things to calm down before acting. Lin Xiao was focusing all his mental energy on thinking when he was suddenly startled by Li shouting from behind him. It startled him so much he thought his heart would leap out of his chest. It turned out, Li had only come to inform him that the master and madam were calling for him. After the assassination attempt, Lin Xiao's parents were extremely worried about their son's life. They demanded he tell them the truth. Who is it that keeps trying to take your life? Lin Xiao still couldn't figure out who the enemy was. He could only exclaim, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. A commoner is guilty for possessing a jade. Or perhaps I've just unintentionally made someone hate me. Hearing him say this, Lin Xiao's mother became even more heartbroken and worried. She suspected the reason lay with the marriage engagement. Ling Jun is so outstanding. Everyone wants to have her. Our Lin family cannot win her. If that's the case, I don't need you to be exceptional, son. I just want you to be safe. At this moment, a light flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. He thought his parents had decided to break off the engagement. He was secretly overjoyed, imagining that his spring had finally arrived. He could be free to have fun, no longer controlled by anyone. Go watch song and dance performances, drink wine, and enjoy life. But just then, the image of Ling Yin suddenly appeared in his mind, sending a shiver down Lin Xiao's spine. He broke out in a cold sweat. When it came to breaking the engagement, Lin Xiao's father felt it was a complicated issue, as the engagement had been decided by their ancestors. Meanwhile, his mother argued that the engagement only stated that the Zhao and Lin families would unite in marriage. It didn't specify who had to marry whom. She wanted him to marry Ling Yin instead of Ling Jun. Mentioning Ling Yin, Lin Xiao began to think about his future life. Although Ling Yin was a bit fierce, she was the only one who was genuinely sincere with him, never asking for anything in return. Moreover, she and Lin Xiao had similar attributes. If they married, they could cultivate together every day. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be surprised that he was imagining a married life with Ling Yin. He even remembered every one of her expressions clearly, wondering if he had already fallen for Ling Yin. In the end, Lin Xiao decided to speak plainly with his parents. Ling Yin is currently visiting relatives. Why don't we wait for her to return and then go to their house to discuss changing the person? It would be great if we could switch to Ling Yin. But immediately, his father vehemently objected. This engagement was decided when Ling Jun and Xiao were born. Furthermore, it was intended for the two of them. Now you want to change the person? Where would that leave the Zhao family's dignity? Hearing this, Lin Xiao's mother also saw his point, but she was even more worried about her son's happiness. She looked at Lin Xiao with tears in her eyes, making him realize his hopes had been dashed. Lin Xiao decided not to worry about this matter anymore. He told his parents there were more important things to attend to. That is, a few servants in the estate had recently resigned. His father also felt he had been stabbed in the back. The people granted by His Majesty are not trustworthy. Lin Xiao offered to take care of the matter. He decided to go ask Annie Wang to make chicken soup for Shuang Shuang, as she had exhausted her elemental energy, saving him. Mentioning Shuang Shuang, Lin Xiao's mother asked what his relationship with her was. Lin Xiao was embarrassed, saying it was just a friendship. But his mother didn't care, speaking frankly. I think she's an honest girl, and she cares a lot about you. We can't count on the young lady from the Zhao family. Your father and I want to hold our grandchildren soon. Hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly said goodbye to his mother and ran for his life. The next day, at Lihua Garden, Li saw that Lin Xiao had just recovered from his injuries and was already rushing out. He asked why he didn't rest for a few more days. Lin Xiao replied, I have to seize the time now. Once Ling Yin returns, I'll be squeezed dry again. When he arrived in front of Tsai's room, Lin Xiao heard a strange voice. It turned out, She was teaching a younger girl how to sing. Sai instructed her to keep practicing. Once you get used to singing it, you won't make mistakes anymore. When Lin Xiao appeared, Sai's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly turned and called out to him, "Lin Xiao." With a slightly mischievous tone, he remarked that he never expected Lady Tsai to be so strict as a teacher. Hearing this, Tsai blushed and replied shyly, "Young master, please don't tease me anymore." Lin Xiao then changed the subject to ask about the recent situation at Lihua Garden, to see if anyone had been causing trouble. Tsai replied, "Last time, the East City Commandant personally came here and arrested all the troublemakers. Now, no one dares to come and cause a disturbance anymore. This is also thanks to you, young master. I only mentioned it a few times. I didn't expect you to act so quickly. If Lihua Garden were to close, where would I go to listen to singing?" Hearing this, Tsai seemed a bit annoyed, implying there were many other places to hear singing. Lin Xiao quickly responded, saying that even if there were many singing stalls, that place wouldn't have you. The reply made Tsai blush like she had high fever. She mumbled that her singing voice wasn't as good as others. Seeing Tsai's reaction, Lin Xiao found it even more amusing. He thought this was a beautiful moment. Lin Xiao continued, saying that even if others' voices were better, he still only liked listening to Tsai sing. Lady Tsai didn't know how to respond, only wondering what Lin Xiao was thinking. Every word he said carried a hidden meaning that made her think deeply. After some teasing, Lin Xiao moved on to the main topic. He asked, "Just now on the upper floor, I saw the troop owner looking very downcast. He must have run into some trouble." Tsai sighed, explaining that the problem was still money. The troop owner is a kind man. He takes in many homeless girls. But business isn't good. The income isn't enough to live on. After hearing this, Lin Xiao made an immediate decision. Ask them to come to the Lin estate. My family is looking to hire more people. The requirements aren't high, as long as they're willing to work hard. Tsai hesitated slightly and asked, "Are they qualified enough?" Lin Xiao reassured her. "The people the troop owner takes in all have clear backgrounds. I can employ them with peace of mind. They don't need to be registered as slaves to enter the Lin estate. The money will be enough for them to live comfortably. This is a win-win situation." Tsai happily thanked Lin Xiao. The girls who were hired to work at the Lin estate were all excited. Lin Xiao told the troop owner that if she was worried, she could come and visit, but she was already very much at ease. After everything was settled, Lin Xiao brought the people back to his estate. After he left, the troop owner turned to Tsai and said, "I've noticed it too. Young Master Lin treats you differently from everyone else. From young Master Wu, the East City Commandant, to this time, he has helped Lihua Garden so much. If not for you, then for whom? But think carefully. His fiancée is Zhao Lingjun, a talented person like her. Would she accept him taking a concubine?" Tsai understood this clearly. She only hoped to be able to serve Lin Xiao, even if it was just pouring tea, in front of the Lin estate. Lin Xiao wondered why it was so bustling today, with people constantly coming and going. Steward Zhu appeared and explained, "Her Highness the Imperial Consort heard that you were assassinated, young master. She went to speak with His Majesty. His Majesty has ordered increased security around the Marquis Pingin's estate. Specifically, he has dispatched members of the Secret Investigation Division to protect you in secret." Steward Zhu reassured Lin Xiao. The people from the Secret Investigation Division are very good at disguise. They absolutely will not reveal any clues. These people were indeed members of the Secret Investigation Division in disguise. One had the codename Crouching Dragon. The other was Phoenix. Observing their method of disguise, Lin Xiao felt that Steward Zhu might have misunderstood the concept of good at disguise. He's a cook, but refuses to sell anything, only focusing on standing guard. It's hard not to be conspicuous. In any case, this was a kind gesture from His Majesty and the Imperial Consort. He asked Steward Zhu to express his gratitude on his behalf. Having protection was good, but from now on, Lin Xiao would always be watched by the Secret Investigation Division. He worried that he wouldn't be able to hide the fact that he knew many types of special abilities. Lin Xiao wished that a disguise ability existed in this world. After thinking it over, Lin Xiao realized it wasn't that necessary. Even with strange abilities like animal language or sound, as long as the user didn't reveal them, others wouldn't be able to find out. The next day, at the Ministry of Rights, it was time for work, but the place was deserted. While walking, Lin Xiao happened to meet a friend who was rushing off somewhere. After asking, Lin Xiao learned that landlord Chen's son had gone missing the previous night, with a reward of 100 taels for finding him. Now, everyone was rushing off to search. Hearing 100 taels, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He thought that amount of money was enough to buy many origin crystals. Meanwhile, the gold slot for his third awakening was still empty. So, Lin Xiao and his friend immediately went to landlord Chen's estate. Upon arriving, Lin Xiao saw the landlord crying pitifully in front of Lord Qing. "My lord, I am over 50 years old, and I only have this one son. Please, you must help me find him." Seeing Lin Xiao appear, Lord Qing was surprised and didn't understand why he was there. After a moment of thought, Lord Qing asked the landlord to gather everyone in the estate to ask for more clues. Lin Xiao noticed the diaper a servant was holding. After confirming it belonged to the young master, he borrowed it. This action confused the servant. She stared at Lin Xiao with wide, questioning eyes. Lord Qing also wondered what Lin Xiao was doing with the child's clothes. Outside the estate gate, Lin Xiao let De Huang sniff the diaper, announcing that this important mission had been entrusted to it. It was unclear what Lin Xiao had instructed, but De Huang appeared incredibly determined. Before long, De Huang had spread the word to its community of brothers. Whoever found the owner of the diaper would be rewarded with plenty of bones and meat. This tempting reward made them all respond enthusiastically, setting out together on the search. In the poor district, the wailing cries of a baby echoed throughout the neighborhood. De Huang had noticed a house in this area. The sound of a baby crying. Inside the house, a baby was crying, but the couple couldn't seem to soothe it, as if they weren't the baby's parents. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Before they could react, the entire door was blown open. "I am Lin Xiao." Then he immediately took the child and returned. Seeing the baby, the landlord burst into tears of joy. He quickly snatched the baby from Lin Xiao's arms and held it tightly, sobbing. Lin Xiao found the baby so quickly that it made Lord Qing incredibly curious. He asked, "When I interrogated the wet nurse, I noticed her mental state was a bit unstable. A slight threat was enough to make her confess everything. She said she wanted to kidnap the young master for ransom. I didn't expect you, Lord Lin, to solve the case a step ahead. I wonder how you found the young master." Lin Xiao shared honestly. "I relied on animals. Their senses are much sharper than humans. Through training, animals are very suitable for finding people and things. You all could try training them. However, this is just a minor trick. It can't compare to Lord Qing, who solves cases like a god." After listening, Lord Qing felt he had learned something new. Before this, he had always thought he was the best in this field, but Lin Xiao truly made him submit in admiration. After this incident, Lin Xiao also had to admit that Lord Qing was no ordinary person to be able to solve a case in such a short time. However, Lin Xiao still thought he was faster, thanks to his animal language ability and some other special arts. As promised, whoever found a landlord's son would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. And Lin Xiao was the one who found him. He received the reward immediately. Afterwards, Lin Xiao shared a portion of the reward with Lord Qing, saying, "The brothers of the Ministry of Rights have been busy all morning. This little bit of silver is for everyone to go have some tea." Through the case of Landlord Chen, Lin Xiao realized that his animal language ability had unexpected uses in solving cases. Currently, his need for money was great, so the more ways to earn money, the better. He planned to ask the troop owner to help him hang a private investigator sign at Lihua Garden. When he went to Lihua Garden, Lin Xiao didn't go empty-handed. He brought a bird with him. Hearing Cai praise the bird's beauty, Lin Xiao felt a bit shy and said, "Cai, don't speak so abstractly, and I don't even know what abstract means." Here, Lin Xiao could hear the words of the surrounding animals, from fish, turtles, and frogs to rabbits. All they could say was, "So hungry. Let's play, let's play." The more he listened, the more of a headache he got. He had originally intended to use his animal language ability to gather information, but it turned out that most animals lacked sufficient intelligence. They only had survival instincts. After consideration, Lin Xiao realized that only birds like mynahs and orioles were intelligent enough to understand and carry out reconnaissance commands. The cases here were all minor ones. Lost items, with insignificant rewards. All of them combined weren't even worth the cost of this bird. Just then, Sai found a case with a reward of up to 500 taels. That was exactly what Lin Xiao needed. He immediately set off to meet the client. "You're the detective the troop owner so highly recommended?" The woman looked at Lin Xiao with suspicion. "You look so young. Do you really have the skills?" Lin Xiao immediately showed his professionalism. "Rest assured, madam, if I can't solve the case, I won't take any money," the woman said shyly. "What's this madam business? I'm still single. Don't call me that. I am Chen Yuan Yuan. You can call me Yuan Yuan or Miss Chen." Lin Xiao immediately adjusted, saying, "My apologies, Miss Chen. Then let's get down to business." When a matter that angered her was brought up, she slammed the table and shouted, "I want you to help me find a man named Lu Tong. Find proof that he's cheating on me. I give him 500 taels of silver every month. I got him out of the slums, provided him with food and drink, and even bought him a small house. But recently, he's been delivering his grain tribute less and less. His attitude is no longer as gentle as before. I'm sure he's having an affair. He's toying with my feelings. He really has a death wish." After listening, Lin Xiao could only judge silently. Keeping a pretty boy is one thing, but demanding pure love? He takes the money, does the job, and then moves on. That's natural. If you don't understand that, don't keep a pretty boy. Before finding Lin Xiao, she had hired 4 spies, but they all failed to catch Lu Tong. Therefore, she decided to spend 500 taels to hire Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said frankly, "You and that person have no marital relationship. So, catching a cheater is baseless. This is very difficult. Difficult can be solved with money." She raised the price to 1,000 taels, as long as Lin Xiao could find proof of betrayal. For this amount of money, Lin Xiao agreed immediately. She even gave him a deposit up front, telling him to come find her if he needed more. She even suggested, "The life of a spy is feast or famine. If you're short on money, I can introduce you to a more stable job." Lin Xiao was quite happy, thinking he had met a benefactor. The job Miss Chen mentioned was light work with high pay. Each month, Lin Xiao would only need to accompany her, and he would receive 500 taels for living expenses. As she was saying this, Sai walked in and looked surprised. Lin Xiao was startled and quickly said, "Madam, please have some self-respect. I am a man of integrity." Seeing Lin Xiao refuse, she raised the price to 1,000 taels. The condition was that Lin Xiao only needed to be with her for 10 days a month. The rest of the time was his own. Even so, Lin Xiao firmly refused, saying he wouldn't sell his soul for money. He only reminded Miss Chen not to default on the payment. Lin Xiao felt he was worth much more than Lu Tong. He got 500, while I get 1,000. He wasn't free, but I am. Lin Xiao asked Miss Chen to provide the address, a portrait, and Lu Tong's clothes. She agreed immediately, even asking if he needed her clothes. Lin Xiao was so scared. He quickly asked Sai to see the guest out. Before leaving, she told him that if he had any regrets, he could come find her at her estate anytime. The price was negotiable. After she left, Sai smiled, saying she didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so principled. Lin Xiao moved closer to Sai, looking at her affectionately, and said, "You little girl, you've learned to tease me now. You're still young. You don't understand the games of those older ladies. They play until it becomes perverse." Sai blushed and asked, 1,000 a month. "Were you really not tempted at all, young master?" Lin Xiao liked money, but he wasn't interested in that lady. But if it were Sai, never mind 1,000 taels, I'd be willing for 100. Sai gathered all her courage and said, "Then I will definitely work hard to earn money. Young master, don't forget what you said today." Lin Xiao agreed immediately, saying cheerfully, "A word once spoken cannot be taken back by a team of 4 horses. A true man keeps his word." A few days later, Lin Xiao was at Lihua Garden teaching Sai a new song. 10 years ago, I didn't know you. You didn't belong to me. We were the same, both with a stranger by our side." While singing, Sai felt that the lyrics Lin Xiao was teaching her, the more she sang, the stranger they felt. She couldn't fully understand their meaning. Just then, a small bird flew over and landed on Lin Xiao's shoulder. Then it chirped, its meaning being went into the brothel. Observing the bird, Sai couldn't help but be amazed by its intelligence. She turned to ask Lin Xiao, How can you understand what they're saying? Hearing the question, Lin Xiao explained that it was the result of a painstaking training process that he had spent a lot of time and effort on. He emphasized that the selection of these birds was also carefully considered to ensure they met the requirements. Lin Xiao believed that these small birds were the ideal tools to achieve his goals. They were not easily detected and possessed superior intelligence. Sometimes they were more effective than other expensive tools. Upon receiving the news from the bird, Lin Xiao immediately set off for the location it had just reported. At the brothel, 3 men were being held captive for unknown reasons. The surrounding crowd was buzzing, gathering to watch and whispering that this was a raid. It's these 3 men, Lin Xiao said. There's no one else in the room. But they are not Lu Tong, nor are they the person Miss Chan is looking for. Although Lin Xiao had confirmed Lu Tong was in the room, now 3 strangers had appeared, which annoyed Miss Chan. She suspected that Lin Xiao might have caught the wrong people. However, Lin Xiao remained adamant that he had caught the right ones. He even said that for the past few days, he hadn't taken his eyes off this place, always watching closely, and there was no way he could be mistaken. It was De Huang's turn. The dog ran up to the 3 men, sniffing one after another. After a moment, it singled out one person, its gaze full of conviction. It barked a few times, as if to tell Lin Xiao that this was the man they were looking for. At the same time, it reminded him to remember its chicken leg reward tonight. Miss Chen watched this scene and said to Lin Xiao, I don't have time to play games with you. If you can't produce evidence of Lu Tong's cheating today, then you'll have to pay the debt with your own body. Seeing that De Huang had made a positive identification, Lin Xiao approached, patted the man on the shoulder, and began to copy his special ability. After a while, Lin Xiao seemed to understand why he had been able to hide so skillfully. He turned to Miss Chun and said, Don't be hasty. I'm about to show you an extremely fascinating magic trick. After speaking, Lin Xiao slapped the man hard across the face. His face immediately shattered, revealing his true face. This guy still hadn't realized he'd been exposed, even pretending to be angry and scolding Lin Xiao. What are you doing? It wasn't until Lin Xiao turned to ask Miss Chun, Is this the person you're looking for? That he realized the harsh truth. It seemed he had a premonition of the impending disaster. He cried out, Yuan, Yuan. Let me explain. But with the anger that had been building up for days, Miss Chen was in no mood to listen to his excuses. She pointed at him and scolded. I gave you food and warm clothes, and you sneak around with another woman behind my back? You all beat him for me. No matter how much he tried to apologize, it was useless. He was still beaten to a pulp. Watching this scene, Lin Xiao smiled. It seemed the young man's fate had been sealed long ago. When Lu Tong was beaten to the point of being unrecognizable, Lin Xiao stepped in and said, If you beat him to death, it will be troublesome. But in reality, the main reason was his disguise ability. Lin Xiao didn't want this unique ability to be lost. Miss Chen still hadn't given up on Lin Xiao. She reminded him of her previous promise. If you agree, you can save yourself 25 years of effort. If you've thought it through, you can come find me at the Marquis Bao Ding's estate anytime. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was sufficiently scared. He quickly made an excuse to take Lu Tong to the clinic to get away. Before leaving, he even reminded her to remember to add the medical fees to the bill. In front of the Lin estate, the Secret Investigation Division team was still standing guard day and night. The cook proudly held out a pancake and asked the beggar, My pancake-making technique has improved a lot, hasn't it? The beggar answered sincerely, You'd better not put those pancakes of yours out on a stall. Lu Tong was brought to the Secret Investigation Division yesterday. His special ability is to change his appearance. He is exactly the kind of talent we need. As the two were talking, they suddenly saw De Li wearing Lin Xiao's clothes. This scene left the 2 secret investigators stunned, not understanding what kind of strange hobby this was between master and servant. In fact, De Li was actually Lin Xiao, transformed using the disguise art. From the 2 men's reactions, Lin Xiao knew he had succeeded. He was confident that with the art of disguise, whether it was assassins or spies, no one would be able to catch him. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Xiao saw no flaws. He was a perfect copy. In the book about special abilities, it was recorded that some types of disguise could not withstand external impact. Just a touch to the face, and they would immediately revert to their original form. However, I am different. I can freely switch between faces seamlessly. It seems that with each awakening, this low-level ability becomes even stronger. There are some low-level special abilities that are underestimated. But who knows, I might be able to cultivate them to a high level. Today, Lin Xiao went out for noodles and happened to run into Lu Qingfeng. You're out so early? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Lu Qingfeng explained that his mother was seriously ill, so every day he had to get medicine for her before going to work at the Ministry of Rights. Is that so? I wonder what illness Lord Lu's mother has. What medicine does she need? I know an imperial physician in the palace. How about you bring your esteemed mother to the Lin estate? I will invite that imperial physician to examine her. Lin Xiao's offer made Lu Qingfeng extremely grateful. To Lin Xiao, this was also the right thing to do, as they were colleagues. After that, Lu Qingfeng changed the subject to ask Lin Xiao about using animals to assist in solving cases. Are we talking about solving cases again? Lin Xiao felt a bit apprehensive. He wondered if Lord Lu had become so obsessed with handling cases that he couldn't forget about it. We're not done yet. Lu Qingfeng continued. To be honest with you, my lord, not long ago I also raised a small black dog. Although it could perform some simple commands after a few days of training, it wasn't capable enough to assist in an investigation. Lin Xiao explained while eating his noodles. Everyone's constitution and abilities are different. My specialty is communicating with animals, which is something others would find difficult to learn. Lord Lu doesn't need to be envious, even without the help of animals. Can't you still find the culprit? To be honest, when I solve cases, I often rely on my special ability. Knowing that Lu Qingfeng also possessed a special ability, Lin Xiao became excited and asked him about it. It's the eye technique. It allows me to see details at the crime scene, especially during interrogations. Even if a suspect shows just a fleeting moment of unease, they cannot escape my sight. The utility of this special ability greatly impressed Lin Xiao. He came up with the idea of inviting Lu Qingfeng for a drink to learn more. That sounds pretty good. Lin Xiao smiled. I'll invite Lu Qingfeng for a drink another day. In the Imperial Palace, Lin Xiao noticed that the Imperial consort was being confined to the point of near depression. He used a trained mynah bird to tease her, making her happier. As a result, the Imperial consort gifted him a treasure. Lin Xiao found this item not very useful, as items from the palace couldn't be exchanged for money. He decided to use his special ability to store it in his personal space. While walking, Lin Xiao unexpectedly met Li Baizhang. He called out loudly, "Brotherly!" Li Baizhang appeared a bit flustered, as if he had just been caught doing something wrong. Before he could say anything, the guard spoke up, greeting, "Your Highness, Prince Qin." At this moment, Lin Xiao finally realized that Li Baizhang was actually a prince. This was a huge shock to him, but he quickly regained his composure and bowed according to proper etiquette. "Your Highness, Prince Qin, I was previously unaware of your identity. I have spoken disrespectfully many times. I beg your forgiveness." Prince Qin quickly replied, "Oh, Brother Lin, don't be like that. It was so hard for me to make a like-minded friend. We can't let our identities make us distant." Lin Xiao could only give a wry smile, blaming Li Baizhang for keeping it such a secret. Through this, Lin Xiao also learned that Li Baizhang was the son of Consort Shu and the brother of Princess Mingi. Previously, he had suspected Li Baizhang's identity, but he never expected him to be a prince. "Brother Lin, please keep my identity a secret. As thanks, I will treat you to a drink." Lin Xiao politely declined, saying he had business at the Imperial Medical Academy today. Currently, at the Academy of Special Arts, Lin Xiao and Li Baizhang were admiring the beautiful girls. Lin Xiao even used his eye technique to get a better look. He noticed that Li Baizhang had successfully guided his qi, so this martial arts class was no longer meaningful for him. Therefore, he suggested going to Li Baizhang's house for a drink to relax. When they arrived at Prince Qin's residence, Li Baizhang seemed a bit hesitant. It appeared he wasn't very enthusiastic about returning home. After all, we are somewhat famous figures in the capital. Are we really going to take our wine to a restaurant to drink? Only when Lin Xiao spoke like this did Li Baizhang agree to take him back to Prince Qin's residence to enjoy some wine together. After that, Lin Xiao took out a box, saying that he had recently acquired a pair of earrings, but didn't know who to give them to, so he wanted to ask for Li Baizhang's opinion. As soon as he saw them, Li Baizhang recognized them as a precious item from the palace. and curiously asked Lin Xiao how he got them. Lin Xiao answered honestly that they were a gift from someone else. At this moment, Lin Xiao was wondering whether he should wait for Ling Yin to return to give them to her. But on second thought, he felt it wasn't appropriate, because if he gave them to Ling Yin, she would surely accept them on behalf of her older sister. Just then, Yuer appeared. She exclaimed that the earrings were beautiful and claimed them as a gift from Lin Xiao for her. Lin Xiao could only silently curse Yuer for being so shameless. Where did this green tea girl come from? If I don't give them to her, she'll call me stingy. But giving them away really hurts. Even so, he still steeled his heart, saying that they were a gift for her, and asked if she liked them. Yuer showed great interest, saying that one look at this item, and you could tell it was very precious, and that Lin Xiao's fiancé would surely not be happy if she found out. Lin Xiao replied, "If that were the case, I'd be overjoyed." She quickly took the gift, saying that's right. But in reality, she was already holding the box tightly. Lin Xiao tried to pull it back, but failed. In this situation, Lin Xiao forced a smile, thinking to himself, "You annoying girl. Let go. Why are you holding on so tight?" And Yuer also smiled, thinking to herself, "Once you've given it to me, don't even think about taking it back. I have to hold on tight." Soon after, Yuer snatched the gift box, much to Lin Xiao's surprise. She even said, "I don't mind. You shouldn't overthink it either." Lin Xiao couldn't listen anymore. He was wondering, why isn't my special ability reacting at all? From this, he deduced that each awakening only had 4 empty slots. After winning the gift, Yuer shyly turned away, saying she liked it very much. Lin Xiao had to accept it. It was all for her special ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to curry favor with her. At the Academy of Special Arts, Lin Xiao prepared to go back to his estate to get the wine, while Li Baizhong went home, first to prepare the snacks. Today, the two were determined not to go home until they were drunk. After taking just a few steps, Lin Xiao was attacked by Princess Mingi with fire. He clutched his head and asked, "Princess, what are you doing?" Because the rules of the academy forbade fighting. Princess Mingi didn't care about any rules. She even told Lin Xiao to hurry up and call someone to punish her. Before Lin Xiao could figure out the situation, she continued to shoot fire, saying angrily, "The last time I saw you in the palace, weren't you very arrogant? Let's see if you can still be like that this time." Faced with this situation, Lin Xiao knew he couldn't defeat the princess, as she had awakened 2 more times than he had. The situation was very critical. Lin Xiao thought he was done for. Suddenly, an ice arrow flew towards them, shattering her technique. The owner of that arrow was none other than Zhao Lingyin. She had returned. Looking at Princess Mingi, Lingyin asked, "What kind of skill is it to bully the weak? My older sister is about to return to the capital. How about you practice with my sister?" Hearing Zhao Lingjun mentioned, Princess Mingi said nothing more and left in a huff. It seemed she also had to fear Zhao Lingjun. Lin Xiao was also quite stunned to hear that Zhao Lingjun was about to return. It seemed he wasn't looking forward to it at all. Thanks to Lingyin returning to the capital this morning, she had saved Lin Xiao's life. After observing for a moment, Lingyin discovered that Lin Xiao had awakened for the 3rd time. She asked him how many origin crystals he had used. Lin Xiao replied that he had used up 10. Hearing this, Lingyin scolded Lin Xiao, "Spendthrift, wait for me to come back, and I'll help you. You could have broken through in less than 10 days. Lin Xiao said in a low voice that a lot had happened in the month she was gone. Lin Xiao thought to himself, "If I hadn't forced my 2nd awakening, how could I have avoided the assassination attempt at the city gate? How would you even have had the chance to see me again?" Lin Xiao was thinking about the recent events. And of course, Lingyin had no idea. She agreed with Lin Xiao that in the past month, many incidents had indeed occurred. Just now, I heard people talking about you giving Shui Yuer a pair of incredibly magnificent earrings, Lingyin said, which made Lin Xiao suddenly fall silent, unable to utter a word. Not stopping there, Lingyin also gave him a cold look, asking just how beautiful those earrings were. Her intimidating presence forced Lin Xiao to confess that he had originally intended to give them to Lingyin. Hearing this, Lingyin became even more frightening. She asked Lin Xiao why he would give the earrings to Shui Yuer if he had originally intended them for her. "If I gave them to you, you would definitely keep them and say they were for your older sister." Lin Xiao explained, "My older sister is your future wife. What's wrong with you giving her a gift? If I want to give her a gift, I'll give it to her myself. It's not for you to take something I gave you and give it to someone else. Ling Yin replied. Even though Lin Xiao had made it so clear, Ling Yin still acted as if she didn't understand. He wondered if she truly didn't understand or was just deliberately making things difficult for him. It seemed Ling Yin really didn't understand. She still insisted that her older sister was not an outsider. Hearing this, Lin Xiao became annoyed, saying, "That's right. I won't be constantly assassinated for someone else's sake." Knowing that Lin Xiao had been assassinated, Ling Yin immediately checked to see if he was injured, and Lin Xiao eagerly recounted what had happened while she was away. "Half a month after you left. If it weren't for my second awakening, you might not have seen me again. I'm just a small, unimportant character. I haven't offended anyone either. Do you know why there are always people trying to kill me?" Hearing this, Ling Yin held out her hand, signaling for Lin Xiao to stop. "About canceling the engagement between you and my sister. I've already asked my father." This action moved Lin Xiao. He blamed himself for telling her about this, even though it wasn't her fault. But canceling Lin Xiao's engagement was probably impossible, because this engagement was supported by the emperor. Have you noticed that the rate of noble children awakening special abilities is higher than that of commoners? From Ling Yin's question, Lin Xiao guessed that awakening a special ability was related to bloodline. When two ability users combine, their children have a high chance of also awakening a special ability. Moreover, the stronger the parent's talents, the more likely the child born will possess a powerful special ability. That's why the nobility constantly intermarries, not just to consolidate the family's power, but also to ensure the next generation is stronger. Even commoners, as long as they awaken a special ability, will quickly be sought after for marriage by noble families. An outstanding genius like Zhao Lingjun, if married into any family, could make that power stronger, only by marrying her to a useless person like me, who has no talent for cultivation. Can the reason for his firm hold on the throne be maintained? Now, Lin Xiao understood why the emperor supported this marriage. Because he was a good-for-nothing with no power. He felt that emperor was truly detestable, and his marriage was already decided. It couldn't be changed. Ling Yin believed her sister was both strong and beautiful. She assured Lin Xiao that he would like her. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was saddened. He patted Ling Yin's shoulder and said, "That's right. For someone like me to be with your sister, I can't imagine how happy I'll be. I don't want to marry a woman I've never met." The conversation between the two ended there. They each went their separate ways. Lin Xiao told himself, "You're not the only one who has to endure things in this world. There are things you have to accept, even if you don't want to." At Prince Qin's residence, Lin Xiao and Li Baizhang were each holding a jar of wine. This is the taste that Prince Qin always misses. As they were walking, they suddenly heard the scolding and crying of a woman. This surprised Lin Xiao, but Prince Qin seemed to know what was happening. The shouting was coming from this side. One person was forced to kneel, held down by two people on either side, while another stood and shouted, "You dare to seduce His Highness? Today, I will send you to reunite with your ancestors." And that person was the princess consort Qin, Li Baizhang's wife. Looking at her appearance, anyone could tell she was no ordinary person. Seeing his wife like this, Prince Qin's expression was quite unpleasant. Perhaps this happened often. Annoyed, Prince Qin spoke up, "That's enough." As soon as the princess consort saw the prince, her attitude changed. She acted weak and threw herself into her husband's arms, making up a story that this bitch had broken her favorite jade cup. "That's why I hit her." Even though he knew the whole story, Prince Qin remained indifferent. He only gave a cold command. "I have an honored guest visiting. All of you leave. Don't make a scene in the residence." Witnessing this scene, Prince Qin was a bit embarrassed. He said to Lin Xiao, "I made a fool of myself in front of you, Brother Lin. Let's go to the study." Although Lin Xiao was silent on the outside, a wave of fear washed over him inside. He wondered, what kind of marriage crisis propaganda film is this? When they sat down at the drinking table, Lin Xiao joked with Prince Qin, "Today, I finally understand. You are a dignified prince. But why do you always have such a sorrowful look on your face?" Hearing this, Prince Qin quickly stopped Lin Xiao from mentioning it further. Then he expressed his view. When it comes to women, if their soul is tainted, no matter how beautiful their face is, they're just a female ghost wearing a mask. If you're not happy with the princess consort, why don't you move out? Lin Xiu asked. Prince Qin sighed. I've thought about it, but the problem is I have no money. In the capital, just picking a random place to live costs over 100,000 taels. A dignified prince complaining about being poor. Lin Xiu found it hard to believe. Prince Qin sighed again, saying that his wife was afraid he would move out, so she held onto the money tightly. Hearing Prince Qin's sad story, Lin Xiu thought it was a good opportunity. He said excitedly, I have an idea. If we were to sell the wine we're drinking today on the market, would it be worth 100 taels? I think the person who would pay 100 taels must be incredibly wealthy. Besides the quality of the wine, they also care about the feeling of nobility. The rarer the item, the more precious it is. We only need to sell 100 jars a month. Depending on availability, Prince Qin wasn't very convinced and asked, Are you really serious? Lin Xiu affirmed, Of course. We are good brothers. If there's a way to get rich, I'll think of you first. Lin Xiu had calculated everything carefully. With the quality of the wine, it could be divided into several price points. Each price point would have a precise product positioning. For personal use, for gifting, for collecting. 100 taels for 5 times distilled. Limited quantity. Packaged in a porcelain bottle with a red cap. Once distilled for 10 taels. Packaged in simple local wine jars. Prince Qin had to admit that Lin Xiu was a genius. According to the plan, Lin Xiu would provide the technique, while Prince Qin would provide the manpower and materials. They would split the profits 60-40. The brand name was also decided, Hong Li Ju. Prince Qin also knew that Zhao Lingjun was about to return to the capital. He advised Lin Xiu to set aside some money to buy a house for himself after getting married. Mentioning this, Lin Xiu felt a bit guilty. He said, I'm probably not that bad off. I asked Ling Yin. Her sister's personality is still quite compatible. But with his past experience, Prince Qin advised Lin Xiu to still be cautious. Don't end up as miserable as I am now, living in sorrow every day. Half a month later, Lin Xiu was cultivating with Ling Yin in the ice room. Lin Xiu's cultivation session today was quite long, making Ling Yin suspect that he was secretly practicing behind her back. Being suspected, Lin Xiu immediately retorted, I practice with you every day until I'm completely exhausted. Where would I get the energy to cultivate more? This is all from consuming origin crystals. Seeing Lin Xiu suddenly have so much money, Ling Yin immediately questioned him. Where did you get so much money? Let me tell you, even if you're in a hurry to cultivate, you can't sell your soul. Lin Xiu laughed. Where's your mind going? It's from a business I started with a friend. What kind of business earns so much money in just half a month? This made Ling Yin extremely curious. Suspecting he was involved in a legal business, Lin Xiu then asked, Do you know of Hong Li Ju? Ling Yin nodded. I think I've heard my father mention it. He said there's a type of wine called a mortal's drunkenness. The daily supply is limited. He went to buy it several times, but couldn't get any. He was very frustrated. Lin Xiu didn't expect his future father-in-law to like this wine so much. He immediately pulled Ling Yin's hand to go get some wine. According to what Ling Yin knew, Hong Li Ju was the property of Prince Qin's residence. She then asked directly, The friend you just mentioned is Prince Qin, isn't he? Lin Xiu nodded in confirmation. At the same time, he asked Ling Yin if she remembered the person standing next to him during the opening ceremony. It turned out, that was Prince Qin. After hearing this, Ling Yin couldn't help but be stunned. She thought to herself, in this world, anything can truly happen. Outside, it was raining cats and dogs, with thunder and lightning. Sai was worried about Lin Xiu, afraid that something bad might have happened to him. She remembered half an hour ago, Lin Xiu had said he needed to go out for a bit, telling Sai not to let anyone know he had left. Even though thunder was already rolling and it was about to pour, Lin Xiu was still determined to go. Sai sighed, guessing that Lin Xiu was in such a hurry to secretly meet the person in his heart. Just then, Lin Xiu returned, his clothes covered in mud, his body drenched. Afraid he would catch a cold, Sai told him to go behind the screen to dry off and change into another set of clothes. After the trip, Lin Xiu realized that the power of lightning was truly a natural disaster-level special ability, even more useful than him sitting cooped up in Ling Yin's room all day. While changing his clothes, he noticed the new set had a strange scent and asked Sai about it. She told him it was the outfit she wore to cross-dress when she went to sing. It must still have the smell of cosmetics on it. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's face turned beet red, a heat rising within him. He couldn't believe he was wearing Tsai's clothes. It seemed he couldn't take it anymore. So he hurriedly left, asking Tsai to wash his clothes and send them back later. It was still raining. On the way back, Lin Xiao and Ali met Wanner, one of the 4 great beauties of the Academy of Special Arts, taking shelter from the rain under the eaves. With such beauty, it was no wonder she was among the 4 great beauties. Any man who met her would surely be captivated. Lin Xiao was no exception. Seeing she had no umbrella, he approached and asked, "Did you forget to bring an umbrella, Lady Wanner? How about you take my umbrella? My house is nearby anyway." "If that's all right," Wanner replied. "Thank you, Lin Xiao." He was a bit surprised that she knew his name, as they had only met once during the school's opening ceremony. Wanner explained, "I know you because you are Zhao Lingjuan's fiancé, and in this capital, who doesn't know your reputation? I'm afraid it's you, young Master Lin, who doesn't know. Your reputation at the Academy of Special Arts is very great, especially in the hearts of the female students." Mentioning the engagement, Lin Xiao felt annoyed. He said it was cold outside, and Wanner should go home soon. Then he also turned to go back to his estate. But before he could leave, she grabbed his sleeve and asked to borrow money. Lin Xiao was bewildered, thinking to himself, pretending to borrow something. I've seen this trick to pick up men many times. But borrowing money right after meeting is a first. Seeing him standing there stunned, Wanner promised to return it at the academy tomorrow. Unable to refuse, Lin Xiao took out a banknote. But this note was of a rather large value. Wanner said she only needed a little loose silver. Lin Xiao glanced at the Li and said, "I'm not trying to show off, but this is my smallest banknote." In the end, Lin Xiao took money from Da Li to lend to Wanner. It was all of his savings. Da Li was heartbroken, but Lin Xiao comforted him. "I assure you, the little fairy won't owe you any debt." After the encounter, Lin Xiao silently re-evaluated Wanner. A person's eyes and subconscious actions will reveal their inner thoughts. But with Qin Wan, I can't see through her at all. Ling Yin was right. That woman is very dangerous. At the noodle shop, Lin Xiao and Ali were eating when they saw Wanner arrive. She seemed to be a regular customer. The owner remembered her order clearly. Thin noodles, less scallions, more broth. After ordering, she was surprised to realize Lin Xiao was also dining here. Seeing her, Lin Xiao smiled warmly and waved. What a coincidence! This was the first time Qin Wan had seen a noble like Lin Xiao in a humble eatery like this. She couldn't help but think that perhaps Lin Xiao didn't really understand this place. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was also thinking to himself, she came here to eat noodles, and she's even a regular. Even if her family background isn't prominent, it's surely not to the point where she has to borrow money for a cheap bowl of noodles. And she frequents a small shop like this. Thinking this, she also greeted Lin Xiao back. What a coincidence. This shop's flavor isn't bad. I come here often. Although she said this, Qin Wan was still wary of Lin Xiao in her heart. She believed he was not simple at all. Definitely not an ordinary person. The next day at the training ground, Instructor Sun announced that Lin Xiao and Li Baizhang had successfully guided their qi. However, this martial arts class was nothing special, so it was better for them to practice more on their own at home. Just then, Qin Wan appeared, looking for Lin Xiao to thank him for yesterday. She also returned the umbrella she had borrowed. Seeing this, Li Baizhang whispered to Lin Xiao, "What did you do with Qin Wan? Why is she looking for you like this?" Lin Xiao explained that he had just met her by chance on the road and helped her out. It didn't stop there. Qin Wan also returned the money she had borrowed from yesterday. Holding the money in his hand, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think that Shui Yuer should really learn from Qin Wan. "See, this is what you call a high-class green tea." Just as Qin Wan was leaving, Shui Yuer appeared and asked Lin Xiao, "Why was she looking for you? Do you like her?" Lin Xiao quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. It was raining hard yesterday. I happened to see her without an umbrella, so I lent her mine. It was as simple as that." Shui Yuer was still not at ease, reminding Lin Xiao, "Qin Wan is a very dangerous girl. I think her approaching you is definitely not with good intentions. You should be careful." Lin Xiao just smiled, telling her not to overthink it. "Qin Wan and I are just ordinary friends. If you're just friends, then don't keep saying Wanner, Wanner." It's really annoying to hear. But I also call you Lady Ninga. This remark from Lin Xiao angered Shui Yuer. She scolded him for being a blockhead and stormed off. After a few steps, she glanced back, wondering why Lin Xiao wasn't chasing after her. It turned out Lin Xiao was busy practicing his punches and kicks, not caring at all about her tantrum. Soon after, Shui Yuer began to think. A dashing man like Lin Xiao certainly couldn't ignore a girl getting wet in the rain. Moreover, we are classmates. Helping each other is a matter of course. Perhaps he thinks I'm deliberately causing trouble. Phoenix, I'll be the one to back down this time. Thinking this, she suddenly fell to the ground, pretending her leg was hurt, and said, I think I twisted my ankle. My carriage is waiting at the academy gate. It would be great if someone could help me get there. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh, finding her acting skills too clumsy. Shui Yuer didn't know she had been found out, and continued to whine. In the end, Lin Xiao had to approach her and ask, Your special ability isn't a flight? Why don't you just fly out? Having already started the act, Shui Yuer had to continue. I've been cultivating so hard. My elemental energy is depleted. If you don't want to help, I'll just limp out myself. At this moment, Lin Xiao regretted copying Lu Qingfeng's ability. If he hadn't, he could have copied Shui Yuer's flight ability. Something he had always wanted. So be it. He had to carry her out. He couldn't just let her limp away. This situation made Lin Xiao think he had no choice but to maintain a good relationship with Shui Yuer. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, Shui Yuer thought that Lin Xiao was very fond of her, and she could easily break his heart if she wanted to. But she couldn't help but worry that it would deeply hurt Lin Xiao. Realizing she had gradually developed feelings for Lin Xiao, the girl quickly told herself to snap out of it, not to let her emotions take over. After some thought, she decided to use her special ability to fly up, explaining that her elemental energy had recovered somewhat, and she needed to go ahead. After saying that, she quickly left, leaving Lin Xiao alone. Lin Xiao silently planned in his head. Shui Ninger is much stronger now. Dragging her down would be useless. It would only embarrass me further. I must awaken quickly. Only by grasping the flight ability can I escape from her. As soon as Ninger left, Li Baizhang came to find Lin Xiao. The moment he saw his brother, Lin Xiao immediately asked to borrow money. Li Baizhang didn't think this was a big deal, as Hong Li Ju had been making quite a bit of money recently. However, when he heard Lin Xiao wanted to borrow 50,000, Li Baizhang couldn't help but be startled. He even accused him as if he were robbing him. After borrowing the money, Lin Xiao awakened for the third time. But because of this, he also had to shoulder a considerable debt. Hearing this, even the birds in the sky had to scold him for being a fool. However, Lin Xiao was extremely excited about his upcoming plan. He would find Shui Ninger to copy her special ability. Meanwhile, Shui Yuer was being held captive by Song Yuji. The reason was a man named Zheng Wei. Song Yuji declared, Zheng Wei is my man. You dare to seduce him? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Shui Yuer insisted she had never known Zheng Wei, but Song Yuji didn't believe her, thinking she was pretending. If you weren't seducing him, why would he suddenly start fawning over you? Song Yuji suspected. Unable to convince Song Yuji, Yuer brought out her family background to threaten her. Others may fear you, but I do not. Your family is only a third-rank duke. My grandfather is a second rank. Today, I will show everyone the consequences of stealing someone else's lover. Just as Song Yuji was about to strike, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared, stopping her arm in time. Song Yuji asked who Lin Xiao was, daring to interfere in her business. Aren't you afraid of sharing the same fate as Shui Ning? Lin Xiao calmly replied, just a nobody, but I saw an injustice and stepped in to help. At this moment, someone used a type of hypnotic special ability, making the other two seem dazed. This allowed her to easily escape their grasp. After escaping, Yuer ran to hug Lin Xiao and used her flight ability to take him with her. Seeing Shui Yuer escape so easily, Song Yuji angrily slapped her two servants. Didn't I tell you to catch that bitch? She can fly. The two servants felt strange, not understanding why they had felt so dazed just now. Their limbs powerless. The confrontation ended. The crowd of onlookers also gradually dispersed. Qin Wan, who was also in the crowd, watched everything with a meaningful gaze. It seems you are still the one who benefits. In the sky, Lin Xiao and Ning'er were floating. Both were screaming in panic. Lady Yue, you must hold on to me tightly. Lin Xiao cried out. Young Master Lin, don't hold on so tight. I can't breathe, Yue replied. After flying around for a while, they lost their balance and fell into the lake. Sitting by the lakeside, Shui Yuer sulked and blamed the onlookers from before. They talk a good game, willing to go through fire and water for me. But when they saw me being bullied, they just stood there and watched. Lin Xiao burst out laughing. You can't blame them. They wouldn't dare offend the Song family. A second-rank Duke's estate. Then you dare to offend Song Yuji? Aren't you afraid? Yuer asked. We are good friends. I couldn't just stand by and watch you get bullied, Lin Xiao replied. In fact, Lin Xiao knew that 2 members of the Secret Investigation Division were hidden in the crowd. If Song Yuji had really made a move, they would not have stood by. Moreover, even if it was a second-rank duke, Lin Xiao wasn't afraid, because his backing was the emperor, the one who stood above all others. If something happened to him, who would marry Zhao Lingjun? After hearing this, Shui Yuer felt a little guilty, reminding Lin Xiao, you are so honest and naive. You'll be deceived by others. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be surprised that Ning'er used the word naive to describe him. In his heart, he thought, the truly naive one is you. So much so that you don't even realize your place in the food chain. Just then, Shui Yuer suddenly stood up, her tone full of determination. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she knows how to deceive others. Don't be foolish enough to trust just anyone, not just the beautiful ones. But don't trust the unattractive ones either. In short, stay away from all women, especially those with powerful family backgrounds. Hearing her speak so carefully, Lin Xiao could only nod repeatedly, indicating he would remember her advice. In another corner, Song Yuji suddenly sneezed, still annoyed about what had just happened. She muttered, this matter definitely won't end so easily. When the conversation ended, Yuer held out her hand, inviting Lin Xiao to go back with her. Seeing this, Lin Xiao looked embarrassed and said with a smile, Miss, when we fly back, please go a little slower. I'm afraid of heights. Hearing this, Shui Yuer couldn't help but laugh. She never expected Lin Xiao to have a moment of fear. In fact, Lin Xiao wasn't afraid of heights, but she was flying too fast, preventing him from copying her special ability in time. When their hands touched, the copying process began. Lin Xiao had achieved his goal when they arrived at Ning'er's home. She thanked Lin Xiao for his help today. Lin Xiao prepared to leave, but suddenly Yuer called him back, her face flushed, stammering. I have something important to tell you. Before Lin Xiao could ask, she leaned in and gave him a kiss. Attacked so suddenly, Lin Xiao wiped the lipstick from his cheek, thinking irritably, I never thought I'd be taken advantage of by a girl. In any case, the special ability was now in his hands, so Lin Xiao endured it. Just at this moment, Lingyin appeared before him, frowning and asking, Why are you coming out of the Duke's estate? Seeing Lingyin, Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat, his hand continuously rubbing his cheek. But Yuer's lipstick mark couldn't be erased. Lingyin had seen the lipstick mark. She angrily raised her hand to strike Lin Xiao and asked loudly, Did Shui Yuer just kiss you? Faced with Lingyin's anger, Lin Xiao quickly explained, Shui Yuer was being harassed by Song Yuji. I saved her. She kissed me as a thank you. That's all. Many people at the Academy of Special Arts witnessed it. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. Lingyin replied coldly. Not everyone will seek out the truth. They will only see Shui Yuer getting close to you and will think. Lin Xiao quickly interjected. They will think your sister can't hold onto her fiancé's heart. Lingyin was surprised by Lin Xiao's understanding and asked again to confirm. Lin Xiao answered confidently. From the first day, Shui Yuer approached me. I knew everything. I only acted friendly with her to play along with her scheme. Lingyin disagreed. You just need to stay away from her. Why do you need to play along with her scheme? I think you're just satisfying your own desires. Lingyin's words hit Lin Xiao like an arrow to the heart. However, he still tried to justify himself. She wanted me to bow at her feet, to humiliate your sister. I retaliated by making her like me and then rejecting her, to vent some anger for your sister. What's wrong with that? Lingyin shook her head. My sister wouldn't care about such things. The Shui family is, after all, a third-rank duke. There's no benefit in offending them. This matter should end here. Lin Xiao agreed, immediately, promising to end things with Shui Yuer. But Ling Yin wasn't finished. She continued to look at him with a judgmental gaze. I told you not to flirt around. But you didn't listen at all. When I went to visit relatives, you even want to listen to singing at Lihua Garden. And then you flirted with the female imperial physician at the Imperial Medical Academy. Did you think I wouldn't know? Lin Xiao was terrified, suspecting that Ling Yin had someone following him, or that Dali had been bribed. Ling Yin said angrily, I was just probing a little, and you confessed everything. Lin Xiao quickly changed the subject. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. I have some good news to tell you. I've had my third awakening. The cost for the third awakening was up to 100,000 taels of silver. No wonder Ling Yin had recently heard rumors that all the second-rank origin crystals in the major shops were sold out. It turned out Lin Xiao had bought them all. Lin Xiao thought that carrying a few weapons in his personal space was no big deal. But he understood that this was not the right time to reveal his second special ability. Therefore, he asked Ling Yin to teach him the move she had used to deal with Princess Mingi. Immediately, Ling Yin began to instruct Lin Xiao. First, you need to focus your mind. Visualize the weapon clearly in your head. Then, use your elemental energy to make it a reality. Lin Xiao followed her instructions, gradually creating an ice arrow. However, the result was a limp object, looking no different from a piece of rope. Seeing this, Ling Yin couldn't help but laugh. Speed isn't always the deciding factor. Your ability to use special arts is far inferior to those who have cultivated step by step. Holding the weapon he had just created, Lin Xiao pulled it straight and said, others may think that one should only cultivate one type of special ability to have a solid foundation. But for me, the number of awakenings determines the number of abilities I can copy. The foundation is secondary. Ling Yin was happy to see Lin Xiao working hard at his cultivation. She knew there was no shortcut to the fourth awakening, so she decided to teach him thoroughly. A few days later, by the lake of the Academy of Special Arts, after being drained of his energy by Ling Yin for several days, Lin Xiao finally created a stable weapon, looking like a meat cleaver. At this moment, Yue appeared. Today, she was specifically wearing the earrings Lin Xiao had given her before. She shyly said she had something she wanted to express. The girl tried to summon all her courage and said, Lin Xiao, I like you. I want to be with you. Hearing the confession, Lin Xiao didn't have any particular reaction. He only replied that he already had a fiancée. Yue quickly responded, Zhao Lingjun rarely returns to the capital. It's because she doesn't want to fulfill the engagement. Being with a girl who doesn't love you, you won't be happy. When Lin Xiao said he only saw her as a friend, Yuner's eyes filled with tears. She thought he was lying to her. If we're just friends, why did you give me the earrings? Why did you offend Song Yuji for me? You're only saying that because of the engagement, right? If you're not married yet, you can just cancel it. At this point, Lin Xiao spoke frankly. From the very beginning, you approached me only because you wanted me to fall for you, and then abandoned me to humiliate Zhao Lingjun. Do you find it amusing to play with my emotions, Shui Yue? From now on, we are no longer friends. Yue tried to explain that it wasn't like that, but it seemed her words no longer had any meaning. She was heartbroken because she had truly fallen in love with Lin Xiao. A few days later, at the Academy of Special Arts, Lin Xiao heard from Li Baizhang that Yue had graduated early and left. From 4 beauties, now there are only 3. This martial arts class is truly meaningless. Lin Xiao wondered, why did she leave so early? But Li Baizhang didn't know either. He asked Lin Xiao why Yue had stopped pursuing him. Lin Xiao recounted the incident, and Li Baizhang felt he was very cruel. If we're talking about cruel, it should be Ning. She used me first. Li Baizhang asked if Lin Xiao really didn't realize that Yue had been sincere with him. This question made Lin Xiao freeze, feeling as if he had made a huge mistake. In a few days, it will be the Empress Dowager's birthday. All the officials in the capital will enter the palace. If you want to find her, just wait until then. During the grand birthday banquet for the Empress Dowager, most of the officials in the palace were present. Li Baizhang told Lin Xiao that he had just visited his mother consort, and on the way he saw Yue, who had become noticeably thinner in just a few days. Lin Xiao immediately reassured Li Baizhang, taking responsibility for the incident, as he believed he was the cause. Just then, the Marquis of Yongping walked by. glancing at Lin Xiao with a strange expression. Li Baizhang quietly asked if Lin Xiao had ever met this marquis before. Lin Xiao replied, "Of course I know him. Yang Xian's exile was also because of me." Li Baizhang was utterly astonished, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. He wondered why Lin Xiao was only telling him about such a major event now. But to Lin Xiao, it was just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Seeing Li Baizhang's eagerness to know, Lin Xiao recounted the whole story. That time, the Marquis of Yongping came to find me. He said that the conflict between us had nothing to do with the Yang and Lin families. Although the Marquis of Yongping is not yet 40, his martial arts cultivation is already close to the upper stage of the Earth Realm. He will surely go even further in the future. It's best that you don't make an enemy of him. During the banquet, like Li Baizhang, Lin Xiao got to know many people. He enthusiastically introduced them. The one walking in front is Prince Qi, and behind him is Prince Zhao. After 3 awakenings of his special ability, Lin Xiao had reached a level where he could remember things at a glance. Coupled with Li Baizhang's reminders, Lin Xiao felt that the evening was truly not wasted. Suddenly, it was announced that His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived. Everyone bowed in respect. The Crown Prince appeared with a dashing look, but a cold expression. I guess that his personality wasn't very pleasant either. As he passed by Lin Xiao, the Crown Prince gave him a particularly judgmental look. Lin Xiao could only bow his head, feeling a little anxious. After observing the Crown Prince, Lin Xiao asked Li Baizhang, "Is the Crown Prince's special ability water control?" The Crown Prince's special ability was a secret, not to be disclosed. The fact that Lin Xiao knew about it greatly surprised Li Baizhang. Just then, the Crown Prince showed a strange expression, but he quickly denied it and urged everyone to continue the banquet. Lin Xiao noticed that when facing Princess Mingi, he only felt annoyance because fire and water don't mix. But when facing the Crown Prince, he felt a strange joy. It was the feeling of suppressing his opponent. This feeling didn't appear for no reason. Perhaps it was just because of their special abilities. Lin Xiao thought that the Crown Prince had failed to marry Zhao Lingjun and was suppressed by her ice ability. So when he saw him, a flash of hatred crossed his eyes. If it weren't for my eye technique, I might have missed that look. The look in your eyes then was even more hateful than Yang Xian's when he looked at me. In the rear court, it was time to present gifts to the Empress Dowager. Song Yuji presented a treasure called the 10,000 Longevity Pagoda. Next was Shui Yuer, but she was still sitting in a daze, thinking about her situation with Lin Xiao, blaming herself. I'm such a bad girl. Why did I do that? It's right for Lin Xiao to hate me. I'm not worthy of him. It took several calls from a maid for Yuer to snap out of it and hurriedly stand up to present her gift. This is the Buddhist prayer bead necklace that Zen Master Hui Kong held in his hand when he passed away. I respectfully present it to the Empress Dowager. May you have eternal spring and boundless fortune and longevity. Hearing the name Zen Master Hui Kong, the Empress Dowager was very pleased and wanted to see it immediately. But when the box was opened, it was empty inside. The person next to the Empress Dowager immediately shouted, "Miss Shui, what is the meaning of this? Do you dare to bring an empty box to mock the Empress Dowager?" Ninger was frantic and quickly knelt down, insisting that before entering the hall, she had checked very carefully. The prayer beads were still inside. Now they had suddenly disappeared. She truly couldn't understand. The young ladies around her looked pleased, making critical remarks. How could the granddaughter of the Duke's estate be so careless? She looks beautiful, but inside she's useless. The Empress Dowager greatly admires Zen Master Hui Kong. What a disappointment. Just then, the Imperial Consort noticed Yuer's earrings. They were the ones she had previously given to Lin Xiao. After hearing this, the Imperial Consort turned to the noble Consort Wang, sitting next to her, and said, "Give me the jade necklace you were planning to offer to the Empress Dowager. From now on, I will protect you." After receiving the jade necklace, the Imperial Consort quickly stood up to rescue Ninger. Imperial Grandmother, it was my carelessness. Just now, outside the hall, I borrowed the prayer beads from Miss Shui to take a look, but I forgot to return them. After speaking, the Imperial Consort handed the jade necklace back to Yuer and asked, "Why didn't you remind me? Surely you didn't think I was greedy for your prayer beads, did you?" Seeing the Imperial Consort act this way, Yuer also played along, but in her heart, she still wondered, why is the Imperial Consort helping me? The imperial consort looked at Shui Yuer's earrings again and was certain they were the ones she had given to Lin Xiao. From this, the imperial consort guessed that Ninger was the person Lin Xiao loved. At this moment, Virtuous Consort Song spoke up and asked the imperial consort, "Why must your highness deceive the Empress Dowager and try to protect Miss Shui like this?" The imperial consort replied, "I don't want to trouble imperial grandmother. I'm afraid this matter will affect her joy. If the virtuous consort wants to investigate further, we can close the hall doors and conduct a search. But everyone here is a noble lady. Does the virtuous consort think that would be appropriate?" Despite what the virtuous consort said, the Empress Dowager didn't care. She said to do as the imperial consort suggested, close the hall doors to investigate. The sudden demand for investigation made the noble ladies feel that the virtuous consort was truly causing trouble. After the late emperor and the eldest princess passed away, the imperial consort and his majesty were the closest people to the Empress Dowager. So everyone naturally had to follow the imperial consort's wishes. Observing the situation, Consort Shu offered her opinion to the Empress Dowager. "I see that everyone here is a person of high status. They surely wouldn't do something like stealing. Why not investigate the palace maids first? If nothing is found, then we can investigate further." The Empress Dowager immediately agreed and sent Matron Gui to carry it out. A moment later, the person who stole Yuner's prayer beads was found. It was a palace maid. When questioned, she claimed that no one had ordered her to do it, and that she had used her own special ability to steal Miss Shui's gift to exchange for money. But no one believed this testimony. The person next to the Empress Dowager asked her which palace she belonged to, and it was none other than the palace of Virtuous Consort Song, the one who had insisted on investigating the prayer beads. Virtuous Consort Song also acknowledged her as one of her own and asked who had ordered her to do this. She didn't hide anything, immediately revealing that the person behind it was Song Yuji. "It was she who ordered me to steal Shui Yuner's gift. Wanted to make Yuer lose face in front of everyone." Now, Song Yuji had no words to deny it. She could only force a bright smile, waiting for the Empress Dowager's mercy. Virtuous Consort Song, who had been so outspoken just a moment ago, was now silent, unable to say a word. The imperial consort looked at her and said, "See, I told you not to investigate. Now it turns out to be a girl from your side. How awkward." After this, the Empress Dowager was no longer in a happy mood. She told the virtuous consort to quickly take the person back to her palace and discipline her properly. After leaving the hall, Virtuous Consort Song angrily slapped Song Yuji, scolding her for being a fool. "Even if you want to frame the Shui family, don't arrange for someone from my palace to do it. Go back home and don't come out for 3 months." The next day, Lin Xiao brought the imperial consort's favorite dish into the palace. The imperial consort praised Lin Xiao for still being the one who understood her best. Lin Xiao had come to thank the imperial consort for rescuing Shui Yuer yesterday. The imperial consort asked excitedly, "Is she the one in your heart? Isn't the daughter of the Zhao family your fiancé?" Lin Xiao was a bit shy and quickly said, "Shui Yuer and I are just good friends." "Just good friends?" The imperial consort didn't believe it, and even teased Lin Xiao with a smile. Just then, Shui Yuer arrived. She was very surprised to see Lin Xiao here. She stood frozen for a moment before bowing to the imperial consort. Lin Xiao glanced at Nina, seeing that she had lost a lot of weight. The interaction between the two did not escape the imperial consort's eyes. She then said to both of them, "Are you two really just good friends? If you've come just to express your gratitude, then it's really not necessary. Those earrings were a gift from me to Lin Xiao. If he has decided to give them to you, then from now on, I will also consider you as one of my own. You just need to give the item to Ling Long. Don't disturb me while I'm eating." Hearing Her Highness's decisive words, Yuer and Lin Xiao immediately took their leave. After leaving the imperial consort's palace, Xue Yuer walked quickly, forcing Lin Xiao to run to keep up. Just then, Yuer took off the earrings and returned them to Lin Xiao, admitting that she didn't know how precious this item was before, so she had tricked him to get it. Now, she felt she was unworthy to receive it, so she decided to return it today. Hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly thought this was truly a fateful, tragic connection. He never expected things to go this far. He immediately apologized to Yuer for his inappropriate words from before. Yuer also replied sincerely, "Actually, Yuer is the one who should apologize. When I first approached you, It was only because I wanted to humiliate Zhao Lingjun. She admitted she was a bad girl, unworthy of Lin Xiao's kindness. After hearing this, Lin Xiao took the earrings and put them back on for Ning, saying that the past was in the past, and there was no need to bring it up again. There's one more. He reminded her to put it on as well. This action moved Ninger, her eyes welling up with tears. She asked Lin Xiao if he had forgiven her. Lin Xiao smiled brightly, nodding in confirmation. Of course. I've already forgiven you. Hearing these words, Ninger blushed with embarrassment, hastily bidding farewell and promising to see Lin Xiao again next time. After they parted, Lin Xiao blamed himself for his carelessness. Because of the flight ability, he had unintentionally gotten himself into unnecessary trouble. Upon returning to the Lin estate, Lin Xiao greeted the two people from the Secret Investigation Division, thanking them for secretly protecting him all this time. You two have worked hard. Seeing that Lin Xiao knew their identities, the cook couldn't help but doubt his own disguise skills. When asked for the reason, Lin Xiao pointed to the plate of food and said, "If you were really in business, you probably wouldn't have the pants on your legs by now." Regarding special abilities, Lin Xiao inquired and learned that the cook had not awakened any special ability, only cultivating martial arts. The beggar, on the other hand, possessed the golden light ability. After receiving this information, Lin Xiao continued to think about his 3 empty ability slots. Should he copy the golden light ability or not? As he recalled, golden light was a defensive ability, capable of instantly turning into a turtle shell. However, Lin Xiao still didn't fully understand its uses, so he decided to go to the Academy of Special Arts to research it further. The number of empty slots was limited. He shouldn't copy abilities recklessly. Just then, a small bird flew over and brought Lin Xiao news about the developments in the Eastern Palace. Through the fragmented information, Lin Xiao realized that the Crown Prince was trying to assassinate him, perhaps because of the matter with Zhao Lingjun or related to their special abilities. If it's not because of Zhao Lingjun, then it can only be because of our special abilities. No wonder. Back then in the capital, it was all ice wastelands. I thought it was just my own bad luck. Deciding not to hesitate, Lin Xiao set off for the Ministry of Rites to investigate further. On the way, he met Ling Yin, who asked about his cultivation. Lin Xiao quickly replied that he had urgent business at the Ministry of Rites, and then hurried away. In the document room, Lin Xiao found a record book about 3 people who had awakened the ice ability in the capital 5 years ago, but all of them had died within half a year. Just because his ability is countered, he wants to assassinate everyone with an ice ability? Lin Xiao wondered to himself, feeling uneasy at the ruthlessness of the people behind this conspiracy. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly heard someone sighing. This old Wang's fate is truly pitiful. No wonder he's so miserable. Upon asking, he learned that old Wang's death was caused by Qin Rui, the second son of Marquis Zhongyong. The reason was that Qin Tong's death still haunted Marquis Zhongyong, making him always resent the Wang father and son, believing they were the culprits behind his son's death. Therefore, Marquis Zhongyong had sent someone driving Qin Rui's carriage to assassinate old Wang. Qin Rui later agreed to pay compensation, but the Wang father and son firmly refused, as they only wanted justice to be served. Lu Qingfeng sighed, saying the only thing left to do was to ask the brothers in the Yamen to handle the burial, to bury the father and son together. I only hope that heaven has eyes and will punish those inhuman people. Lu Qingfeng concluded. After hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly had an idea. A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes as he thought about his upcoming plan. On the street, Lin Xiao began to spread a rumor. I heard the second son of Marquis Zhongyong has awakened the ice ability. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone who heard this showed concern. They thought that rich young masters like Qin Rui were already good for nothing. And now that he had awakened a special ability, he would surely cause even more trouble. In just a moment, the rumor had spread everywhere. From one person to another, everyone they met would ask, "Have you heard? Qin Rui has awakened the ice ability." A few days later, Qin Rui suddenly passed away. It was that very rumor that had brought him disaster. Qin Rui's death serves him right, Lu Qingfeng remarked. According to the story, Qin Rui got drunk, slipped, and fell into his own well and died. Truly, heaven has eyes. People gossiped. Lin Xiao knew very well that Qin Rui's death was orchestrated by the crown prince. He thought, for someone like the crown prince to inherit the throne, it's truly a worrying matter for the great Xia. Today, Lin Xiao went to the library to learn more about the golden light ability. He thought, Qin Rui's death is a good thing for the people. I will flick my sleeves and depart, hiding my name in the martial world. More and more, I find the saying, when roaming the martial world, having many skills is no burden, to be very true. I must find a way to get that old beggar drunk, and then seize his ability. When I have collected water, fire, and invisibility, everything will be perfect. Lin Xiao told himself, his heart filled with joy. Life for him at this moment was truly beautiful. Just then, Princess Mingi appeared, her face annoyed, asking Lin Xiao, why are you here? This is the library. Why can't I be here? Lin Xiao replied. The princess strode past him, looking irritated. I came here to read, and the first thing I see when I walk in is you. What bad luck. Move aside. You're blocking my way. Lin Xiao called the princess back, bowing his head in apology. Princess, you've misunderstood. I said some excessive things before. It was my fault. I hope the princess can be magnanimous and forgive me. Lin Xiao's attitude was completely different from before, making the princess suspect he was up to something. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately affirmed, I sincerely want to apologize. There is no scheme. The princess thought for a moment and then said, fine. I won't hold it against you anymore, but on the condition that you fight me in a public duel. If you win, the grudge between us will be wiped clean. Lin Xiao agreed immediately, praising the princess for her noble martial virtue. He wanted to reconcile with the princess because he knew that he and the crown prince were already sworn enemies. There's no reason for me to make enemies everywhere. If I can resolve this grudge with a single duel, that's what I want, Lin Xiao thought. The two quickly went to the martial arts arena, ready to fight. As soon as they entered, the princess had already activated her special ability. She asked Lin Xiao if he was ready. Lin Xiao's expression was now quite calm, without a trace of fear. He said he was ready, and the princess could strike whenever she pleased. All this time, the princess had been waiting for these words from Lin Xiao. She reminded him not to cry and then fiercely unleashed a powerful stream of fire. Faced with the princess's flames, Lin Xiao remained calm, even hoping it would come closer faster. With just a stomp of his foot, he created a path of freezing ice, directly confronting the princess's flames. Faced with this ability of Lin Xiao's, Princess Mingi couldn't help but be surprised. Before, she had always thought he was only at the Huang rank, but today she learned that Lin Xiao had reached the Xian rank. If that's the case, I will also use Xian rank power to face you. The princess immediately summoned her flames, this time even more intense than before. But Lin Xiao remained unfazed, even inviting the princess to strike faster. Right after the challenge, the princess created a giant fire dragon, roaring as it charged towards Lin Xiao. To counter it, he used the ice arrow that Ling Yin had taught him. With just one shot, Lin Xiao shattered the princess's technique, causing her flames to gradually die out. After a round of fighting, Lin Xiao was secretly glad that he was still safe. It seemed his recent cultivation had not been in vain. While Lin Xiao was thinking, Princess Mingi suddenly launched a kick towards him. Fortunately, Lin Xiao quickly dodged in time. This made the princess even more surprised. She wondered why Lin Xiao's martial arts had improved so much. It seems I underestimated you. Now I'll be more serious. The princess was getting more and more fired up. Therefore, faced with the princess's powerful techniques, Lin Xiao was forced to use his eye technique to deal with them. This skill helped him predict his opponent's next attacks. Thus, Lin Xiao easily dodged the princess's chain kicks, completely unharmed. However, Lin Xiao realized that dragging this out was not a good idea. He decided to find an opportunity to take a hit and then pretend to lose. After taking a few more hits, Lin Xiao clutched his chest, panting heavily, raising his hand in surrender and asking the princess to withdraw her divine power. Even so, the princess had seen through his act. She thought to herself, this guy's gotten much smarter now. After Lin Xiao surrendered, the princess didn't pursue the matter further. She declared that all grudges between them were now settled. Seeing Lin Xiao so tired he looked like he was about to faint, the princess reached out to help him up. When they touched, a spark of electricity suddenly appeared, causing both of them to feel an increase in their elemental energy. Lin Xiao wondered, why could just a little contact with the princess help him level up, while Ling Yi before couldn't do that? The duel between Lin Xiao and the princess was observed by two mysterious people from above. They discussed, he is a good seed, such speed and power appearing in someone with a weak cultivation base. What a terrifying genius. If we hadn't happened to see him today, he might have been buried in the Academy of Special Arts. The next day, Lin Xiao couldn't stop thinking about yesterday's event. The ice and fire attributes were supposed to be incompatible, but they could increase each other's elemental energy. He guessed that perhaps ice and fire could be cultivated together. However, Lin Xiao was also worried that if he tried, his body might explode. Meanwhile, De Li, sitting beside him, was also gloomy. He sighed and thought, I never thought I'd be troubled by my third awakening one day. I want to practice, but I'm afraid of disturbing the madam. And I don't have enough money to buy props. What should I do? Lin Xiao was no less worried. The weather was getting colder. The new year was approaching, which meant Zhao Lingjun was about to return. He was afraid that by then, secretly going to Yinshan with Cai to practice would become difficult. He also felt annoyed at having to hide his special abilities. Sometimes, too much power becomes a burden. De Li's main problem right now was a lack of finances, which made him feel stuck, unable to advance. Just then, two strangers appeared, looking for Lin Xiao. They were the ones who had observed the duel between him and Princess Mingi yesterday. With the two of them was a friend. He called them Headmaster. When he heard they had come to find Lin Xiao, he couldn't help but be astonished and had to confirm again. Are you sure you're looking for the martial arts genius? The son of Marquis Pingan, Lin Xiao? His martial arts cultivation is very clear. He's only at the Qi guiding level. Seeing the two strangers coming to find him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder, and asked for their identities. However, one of the two didn't answer, only looking towards the other friend and saying seriously, what we see is his future potential. It has nothing to do with his current strength. If you don't believe me, watch this. After speaking, he immediately made a move, launching a surprise attack towards Lin Xiao. That attack of his was easily dodged by Lin Xiao. He even managed to counterattack. At this point, the man was completely sure that he was not mistaken. To be able to counterattack in that situation, he had to admit that Lin Xiao was no simple man. Seeing Lin Xiao being attacked, De Li immediately stood up to protect his young master. What are you trying to do? At this moment, De Li's entire body emitted a strange golden light, attracting the man's attention even more. Realizing that the two of them had no intention of causing harm, Lin Xiao told De Li not to be on guard. When Lin Xiao asked why they had come, the two men answered frankly, I am the vice headmaster of the Martial Arts Academy. Young man, are you interested in joining our Martial Arts Academy? Not just you. De Li can come along too. Coming here today, the vice headmaster felt extremely lucky. Initially, he had only hoped to find one treasure, which was Lin Xiao, but the result brought another surprise. It was like a buy one get one free deal. Surprised and curious about the Martial Arts Academy, Lin Xiao asked the vice headmaster, I've already joined the Ability Academy. Can I still join the Martial Arts Academy? Absolutely. He replied, I just need to say the word. The Ability Academy doesn't value you anyway. Just withdraw from there and focus on martial arts cultivation. Immediately after, Lin Xiao and De Li followed him to the Martial Arts Academy. Once there, he claimed Lin Xiao would receive the best resources and guaranteed he would become a martial arts grandmaster in the future. However, Lin Xiao didn't want to withdraw from the Ability Academy just yet. He thought joining both academies at the same time would be wonderful. Why choose one or the other? Wouldn't that be a waste? Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't want to withdraw, the vice headmaster didn't force him. He handed over 2 tokens, a gold token, the heaven card, for Lin Xiao, and a gray token, the black card for De Li. Holding the gold token in his hand, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think. At the Ability Academy, he was just a common soldier in the Yellow Division. But here at the Martial Arts Academy, he had become a student of the Heaven Division. Fate is truly baffling. After entering, the vice headmaster introduced Instructor Wang to Lin Xiao and De Li. Once the procedures were complete, Instructor Wang led the two on a tour. At the Martial Arts Arena, the main training ground of the Martial Arts Academy, Instructor Wang told Lin Xiao and Li to ask if there was anything they didn't understand. Looking around, Lin Xiao realized that this was a true professional martial arts class, whereas the class at the Ability Academy felt like a regular gym class. Lin Xiao thought about bringing Li along to listen to the lectures in the future. While walking, he spotted some stones by the road and curiously asked Instructor Wang about them. These are extraterrestrial meteorites, a type of meteorite that weighs 100 times more than iron. They are perfect for honing strength, Instructor Wang explained. Hearing this, Lin Xiao became even more excited. He didn't expect these small stones to have such a great effect. Instructor Wang added that with Lin Xiao's talent, once he advanced to the Grandmaster level, he could easily use this type of stone. Lin Xiao realized the stones here were treasures. With them, he could cultivate his ability in his room. After touring the martial arts arena, Instructor Wang led Lin Xiao to the next location. Today is just for familiarization. Classes officially start tomorrow. Throughout the tour, Lin Xiao couldn't stop thinking about the stones. He had his eye on 2 of them, figuring that if 2 went missing, probably no one would notice. Ending the first day at the Martial Arts Academy, Lin Xiao told Li that when he attended class later, he must listen to the instructor. He also promised to secretly teach Li what he learned. Entering the Martial Arts Academy with a young master is already a blessing of 8 lifetimes for me. Now to be taught by the young master as well. Isn't that too much? As they were chatting, Li suddenly rushed off, saying he had urgent business and needed to go back first. Lin Xiao was wondering where he was going in such a hurry, when Ning'er suddenly appeared. At this moment, Lin Xiao understood why Li had fled so fast. He silently cursed him as a coward, running away at the first sign of trouble. Don't expect any chicken drumsticks tonight. Today, Ning'er had gone to the Ability Academy to find Lin Xiao, but couldn't find him. She guessed he would be here, so she came to check. She had been waiting for him for a while. Saying that, Ning'er took out a scarf. She reminded Lin Xiao that it was getting cold. I knitted this scarf myself. It's not very pretty, she said shyly, asking Lin Xiao not to laugh at it. Her action made Lin Xiao feel a bit awkward. He said he wasn't worthy of her doing this. Lin Xiao felt that receiving kindness from a beauty was truly the hardest burden. If he had known this would happen, he would rather have lost the ability to fly than hurt a girl willing to knit for him. Of course, Ning'er knew very well that Lin Xiao had a fiancée, but she was stubborn. Just being friends with you is enough. She reasoned that if Lin Xiao could give her a gift, then she could give one back. That's called reciprocity. She emphasized that she had no other intentions, so he shouldn't refuse. Hearing this, Lin Xiao gently wrapped the scarf around Ning'er's neck, saying, Have you forgotten what my ability is? The colder it gets, the more comfortable I am. On the contrary, your pretty face is about to get red from the cold. You wear it. I'll walk you back. Watching this romantic scene, Li was sweating with anxiety. He only hoped his young master's ability was ice, not getting beaten up, because he knew the second miss was not someone to be trifled with. A few days later, at the Martial Arts Academy, glares as sharp as bullets were directed at Lin Xiao. They gritted their teeth and whispered to each other. The Martial Arts Academy finally got such a beauty, yet she spends all day clinging to this kid. Is he from the Heaven Division? Does he have the upper black rank? And the beauty they were referring to was Ning'er. She had joined the Martial Arts Academy to study. Ever since the day she gave the scarf, Ning'er hung around Lin Xiao all day, causing the number of people who hated him to increase. Noticing the fiery gazes of the men in the Martial Arts Academy, Lin Xiao thought he had to find a way to send Ning'er away. He asked her, Don't you have your own business to attend to? If you keep coming to the training ground, I probably won't survive in the Martial Arts Academy. However, Ning'er didn't want to leave yet. She said Zhao Lingjun would return soon, so she had to take advantage of this time to look at him a bit more, so she wouldn't miss the chance later. Her words made Lin Xiao hold his head and sigh. He begged her to go rest, since there was training in the afternoon. Thinking back, he used to like this little green tea girl a bit, but now he just felt fear. At this moment, the vice headmaster found Lin Xiao and felt lucky he hadn't left yet. Otherwise, he would have had to send someone to find him. His purpose in meeting Lin Xiao was to announce the upcoming challenge, a rule established by the Academy many years ago. Those present were all members qualified to participate in the challenge, and they were ready. Notably, They all seemed to dislike Lin Xiao. Their eyes were full of killing intent, and they seemed to be waiting to see him fail. Facing this situation, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel the pressure. He wondered why there was this competition. Originally, he was only hated by his class, but after this match, he would probably become the enemy of the entire academy. Meanwhile, His Majesty was also present to watch the match. He suddenly asked the vice headmaster about Lin Xiao, since normally, he should be at the Ability Academy, not here. The vice headmaster replied with pride, boasting that he had discovered Lin Xiao's outstanding martial arts talent and decided to let him join the Martial Arts Academy. The noble consort, who was very worried about Lin Xiao, since she had only heard that his strength wasn't very good, feared that once the match started, everyone would want to challenge him. However, the vice headmaster remained calm and asserted that even if Lin Xiao lost, he would not give up on a talent like him. Hearing the vice headmaster praise Lin Xiao's martial arts talent, His Majesty couldn't help but wonder. He fell deep into thought. Should I reconsider the marriage between Lin Xiao and the Zhao family? Lin Xiao also didn't expect His Majesty to personally come to watch the match. He thought this was a good opportunity to push the marriage contract between him and Zhao Lingjun, hoping to end this matter soon. Meanwhile, the seniors who were qualified all wanted to challenge Lin Xiao. They thought he had offended them too much, even making the only goddess of the academy act like a servant in front of them. Facing this situation, Lin Xiao asked everyone to calm down and said that before starting, he had something to say. I know everyone wants to challenge me, but fighting one by one would be a waste of time. How about you all come at once? I need to hurry home for dinner. This statement made them extremely angry. They screamed, thinking he was too arrogant to dare challenge 8 people at the same time. They couldn't believe he dared to look down on them so much. His Majesty heard Lin Xiao's proposal and seemed quite amused. He agreed to let things proceed as Lin Xiao wished, as he also wanted to see if Lin Xiao could back up his big talk. After being approved by His Majesty, all 8 immediately drew their swords and surrounded Lin Xiao. They attacked simultaneously with the determination to defeat him at all costs. The match began. Lin Xiao used his visual ability to predict the opponent's moves. Next, he utilized his strength ability. Every strike was unleashed with maximum power. His speed also reached its limit. In just a split second, all 8 were defeated by Lin Xiao. This result left everyone astonished. They couldn't believe what had just happened before their eyes. Li Baizhang, who had previously worried for Lin Xiao's safety, was now amazed, seeing him easily defeat 8 opponents. This exceeded all his imagination. After the victory, the vice headmaster continued to praise Lin Xiao in front of His Majesty. Lin Xiao is a rare martial arts genius, perhaps a genius that only appears once every few hundred years. If not for being discovered too late, he would surely have reached the Grandmaster realm by the age of 18. Hearing this, His Majesty continued to ponder the marriage between the Lin and Zhao families. This time, it seemed he had reached a clear decision. Lin Xiao's victory made Ninger admire him even more. She told herself to train hard so she wouldn't be left behind by him. What concerned Lin Xiao most right now was His Majesty's attitude, and he boldly predicted that the Emperor would annul the engagement. However, Lin Xiao's joy didn't last long before Li Baizhang appeared, bringing some unhappy news. Brother Lin, your intention to use your martial arts talent to make the Emperor change his mind has been discovered. The Emperor said that when Miss Zhao returns, he will grant the marriage, and all wedding expenses will be covered by the imperial court. Hearing the news, Lin Xiao almost wanted to scream. He thought Li Baizhang had betrayed him. The one who let His Majesty know your intentions was Zhu Jin. You underestimated the Secret Intelligence Department. Zhu Jin guessed your thoughts and reported to the Emperor. The Emperor was very pleased, thinking that your marriage to Zhao Lingjun is a wonderful thing. After offering his condolences, Li Baizhang quickly left, knowing that Zhu Jin was the one behind it. Lin Xiao silently cursed him as an old fool. He thought, a talented couple who don't get along won't affect his throne anyway. Contrary to Lin Xiao's mood, Ninger was overjoyed to hear the news from Li Baizhang. She was happy because Lin Xiao didn't like Zhao Lingjun, and even happier knowing he had tried to annul the engagement. Then don't I have a chance? No way. His Majesty has spoken. Even if he doesn't want to marry, he must. No one can change it. Although Lin Xiao made his intentions clear, Ninger still stubbornly refused to give up, even imagining future scenarios. Marrying someone you don't love is truly pitiful. Why don't you marry me? I could be a concubine, even if my family doesn't agree. I don't need to get married. As long as Zhao Lingjun isn't home, I'll secretly come find you, or you could buy a small house outside to keep me. If you don't have money, I can buy it myself. These words made Lin Xiao feel anxious, thinking that bringing her home would only add trouble. At the Imperial Palace, Lin Xiao noticed the wind and rain were heavy lately. He didn't even dare step out the door. However, he took this time to prepare a gift for the noble consort, who had stepped in to help Xuan Ninger. Even so, he hadn't been able to thank her properly yet. On the way, Ling Xiu coincidentally met Xu Jin. He asked if Lin Xiao was going to visit the noble consort. Hearing the question, Lin Xiao didn't reply, just looking at Zhu Jin with eyes full of resentment. That look gave Zhu Jin chills, making him break out in a cold sweat and ask, "Why is young Master Lin looking at me like that?" This was already the second question, but Lin Xiao still didn't bother to answer, just glancing at him and scoffing to show his disdain. Upon arriving at Changchun Palace, the noble consort jokingly asked, "Are you so free lately that you have time to come here? I heard that, because of you, the students at the Martial Arts Academy have been striving much harder." Knowing the consort was teasing him, Lin Xiao smiled and said his main purpose today was to give her a gift. The consort guessed it must be something precious. Lin Xiao opened the gift box. Inside was a glass bottle, clear as crystal. The consort curiously asked, "Why is this bottle so transparent? Where did you find it?" Lin Xiao smiled, asking the consort to wait a moment. Then, he slowly opened the bottle cap, and a gentle fragrance wafted out. The consort smelled it and praised. "This scent is so fragrant, even more fragrant than a scent pouch." Lin Xiao explained that it was perfume, made from essence and petals. It can replace a scent pouch. Just one drop on a handkerchief is enough. The more the consort smelled it, the more she felt the fragrance was sweet but not overpowering. And she praised Lin Xiao for putting so much heart into bringing this wonderful gift. The consort was extremely pleased with the perfume Lin Xiao presented. She asked if he had another bottle, as she wanted to give one to the Empress Dowager. Hearing this, Lin Xiao explained that this perfume was very difficult to make. He'd spent half a month making only 2 bottles, one for my mother and one for your highness. If your highness wants to gift the Empress Dowager, I asked for permission to go back and make more. The consort was surprised to learn the perfume-making process was so complex, so she told Lin Xiao not to bother. "Consider it as if I never mentioned it. The Empress Dowager is old. She doesn't need such things." However, the consort's cat insisted Lin Xiao give it a bottle of the fragrant perfume. Of course, Lin Xiao refused flatly. "Others can't even get it, let alone you. You stay by her highness's side a lot. You'll naturally smell good. Be content with that." After leaving the consort's palace, Lin Xiao realized that women in his past life also loved fragrant scents, and cats were no exception. Initially, he only intended to give a gift, not to make money. But after this trip, he began to reconsider. Maybe I should take Ninger to fleece the royals and nobles. Finally, buying a house outside costs a lot too. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao was startled, surprised he was calculating so meticulously. Just then, the princess suddenly appeared from behind, grabbed Lin Xiao's shoulder, and shouted, "I caught you." Before he could react, Lin Xiao was dragged away by the princess, causing him to cry out in panic. "Haven't our grievances been resolved?" The princess reassured him. "Relax. I didn't come to cause trouble today. Just follow me silently." The place the princess led Lin Xiao to was her private palace, Ruidong Palace. Upon entering, the princess pinned Lin Xiao to the wall and asked about yesterday. "Don't you realize that when we have physical contact, our internal energy breaks through?" Lin Xiao nodded, admitting he knew that too. The princess scolded him. "How stupid. That means every day we can use this method to cultivate and improve faster." Lin Xiao didn't expect the princess to make such a proposal. Originally, he was always worried about the clash between ice and fire, but now he realized he had overthought it. The two began cultivating immediately. But while the princess was excited, Lin Xiao looked uncomfortable, as if he wanted to cry. He told himself to be patient, since abilities required patience. A moment later, Lin Xiao successfully copied the ability. But the princess still wouldn't let go. She was dazed, thinking, how can he last so long? Ice and fire contact usually only lasts a moment. It's just cultivation. Then she had an idea, making both of them blush. When mentioned, Lin Xiao pondered the princess's proposal. Currently, he possessed 2 types of abilities, ice and fire, and he thought one person could do the work of 2. However, he wasn't sure yet. Needing time to verify, Lin Xiao spoke up, asking the princess to give him 2 days to think. The princess looked annoyed, thinking this was mutually beneficial, so there was nothing to hesitate about. Lin Xiao used the excuse that men and women shouldn't touch, and said he was a traditional person, needing time to accept it. This reason made the princess angry, but she still grudgingly accepted, agreeing to meet him 3 days later at the Heaven Division's courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhu Jin was reporting Lin Xiao's whereabouts to His Majesty. Your Majesty, Lin Xiao just left Changchun Palace and was taken to Ruidong Palace by Her Highness Princess Min. When His Majesty asked about Lin Xiao entering Ruidong Palace, Zhu Jin quickly explained. He didn't enter voluntarily, but was forced in by Her Highness. Hearing this, His Majesty immediately guessed that the princess had feelings for Lin Xiao, and immediately summoned the princess. As soon as he saw the princess, His Majesty brought up marriage. You have reached the age of marriage. Father wants to find a husband for you. Hearing this, the princess objected vehemently, asserting she didn't want to marry yet. His Majesty said gently, don't rush. Listen to me first. I have chosen a husband for you who is only 2 years older than you, with top-tier martial arts skills. If you want Lin Xiao, I can annul his engagement with Zhao Lingjun, so he can become your husband. As soon as His Majesty finished speaking, Lin Xiao suddenly sneezed. He checked his fire and ice abilities again, discovering that the 2 opposing abilities could coexist. This made him feel it was truly miraculous. However, despite many attempts, he still couldn't fuse the 2 abilities. Could it be that to increase cultivation speed, I can only cooperate with Princess Min? At the Heaven Division, the princess sat thinking about what His Majesty had said earlier. She didn't expect that when His Majesty mentioned Lin Xiao, her heart would flutter a bit, but she didn't know Lin Xiao well, nor did she want to steal someone else's fiancé, so she decided to give up on the idea. Just then, Lin Xiao appeared. He waved at the princess with a friendly smile and asked what she was thinking. I've thought it through. Cultivation is still the top priority. Hearing this, the princess dragged Lin Xiao into the room and began cultivating immediately. With the environment surrounded by fire, the princess had an absolute advantage. She looked very satisfied, thinking, come on, the power that was dormant in my body is gradually awakening. Keep going. Seeing the princess so comfortable, Lin Xiao felt like her cultivation tool. Thinking this, he let go, refusing to continue cultivating. Stopped abruptly, the princess angrily asked what Lin Xiao was doing. Your Highness is too selfish. You only care about your own cultivation. What about me? How about I cultivate today, and you cultivate tomorrow? Does that work? Although Lin Xiao said that, he didn't have a black ice bed, so even tomorrow he couldn't cultivate. He had a solution, but feared the princess wouldn't agree. By now, the princess had had enough. She angrily scolded Lin Xiao. Today won't work. That won't work either. What do you want me to do? The princess's attitude truly scared Lin Xiao. He hurriedly asked her to wait a moment. I have a way. And the way Lin Xiao mentioned was Zhao Lingyin. When Lingyin appeared, she looked quite awkward, not knowing why she was there. The princess now realized Lin Xiao's plan. She asked again to confirm, annoyed. Although the princess and Lingyin didn't like each other, they didn't have any serious conflict. So Lingyin coming to help wasn't a big concern. Lingyin was just like the princess. She just found out she was there to help the 2 cultivate. With a cold face, she asked why she had to do this. After a tiring explanation, Lingyin finally agreed to help. Water and fire dual cultivation can increase cultivation speed. Lingyin looked skeptical and asked how they discovered this. Lin Xiao honestly replied that they had fought in a grudge match together. Hearing about a grudge, Lingyin wondered what enmity they had, even guessing they had a debt of love. At this moment, the 2 girls began to look at each other with challenging eyes. The princess spoke first. Zhao Lingyin, why are you looking at me like that? Want to compete? What does your Highness want to compete in? I am always ready. seeing the princess acting so childishly. Ling Yin guessed she wasn't Lin Xiu's type, and he wouldn't be interested in her. The two girls kept staring daggers at each other, making Lin Xiu feel a chill. He timidly advised them to calm down and focus on cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiu was shouted at by both of them, telling him to shut up. After scolding him, both the princess and Ling Yin quickly returned to the fire pit to continue cultivating. Lin Xiu initially thought Ling Yin would use the black ice bed, but he didn't expect her to act personally. Ling Yin realized the ice bed didn't bring the expected effect, so she decided to appear in person. In just a short moment, the princess felt her cultivation speed double. Meanwhile, Ling Yin was a bit confused, wondering if the feeling just now was accurate, because she felt her bottleneck waver slightly. However, clearly Lin Xiu only possessed the ice ability. After everything ended, the princess declared, "I will go see the dean right after this. Zhao Ling Yin, come with me. I will share this credit with you." Ling Yin was mentioned, but Lin Xiu didn't hear her mention him at all, making him feel a bit left out. Even so, he didn't dare speak up to demand anything from the princess. So he silently endured the grievance in his heart. At the Lin Manor, Lin Xiu was daydreaming about being surrounded by two girls, his heart filled with joy. Is it possible that extreme yang and extreme yin can be cultivated at the same time? Between Ling Yin and Princess Min, wouldn't everything become twice as smooth and joyful? Isn't this another form of ice and fire heaven? It's a pity that my possession of two abilities can no longer be hidden. Currently, I have 4 high-tier abilities, plus the speed. My cultivation speed is already 5 times faster than basic talent. It's not worth risking to increase it one more time. The best way is to silently copy skills. Next time, I must restrain myself from using the fire ability. While deep in thought, Ling Yin suddenly appeared, startling him. He hurriedly told her to calm down. "I didn't call you here to help just to be silenced, right?" However, things weren't as Lin Xiu thought. She came today just to give him a gift. Ling Yin held out a spear in front of Lin Xiu and said, "You have outstanding martial talent. Your spear skills are even superior to mine. This spear is made of meteorite iron. I can't use it, so I want to give it to you." Holding the spear in his hand, Lin Xiu felt extremely delighted, thinking this item was too precious. Seeing this, Ling Yin told him not to overthink it. She had another reason for gifting this spear. "My sister sent a message saying she wants to take a trip to the Great Su Dynasty before the Lunar New Year this year. She might not make it back, but she will definitely return before the Lantern Festival. Your talent and strength are both genius level. The Martial Arts Academy will surely send you out for training. Having a suitable weapon will help you survive better. I don't want to see my sister become a widow." Hearing this, Lin Xiu was a bit moved. He was about to say something, but Ling Yin stopped him immediately, saying she had to go back to cultivate, so she wouldn't fall too far behind him. Receiving the gift from Ling Yin, Lin Xiu decided to find a more suitable weapon to gift back to her. A few days later, at the Martial Arts Academy, Lin Xiu had become proficient with the spear Ling Yin gave him. The instructor announced that he had completed the training. "You have passed. Maintain good physical condition. Tomorrow, come to the school grounds on time. Several instructors will take you out for field training. Remember not to be late." This was what Lin Xiu had been waiting for a long time. The moment he could engage in actual combat and accumulate more experience. Early the next morning, everyone was present. The instructor began to disseminate information about the trip. A few days ago, a group of extremely vicious bandits appeared in the Yinshan area. They intercepted and robbed a caravan passing through the foot of Yinshan Mountain, assassinated all the merchants and the escort team, then hid in Yinshan, leaving no trace. Your mission is to find and destroy these bandits. This group of bandits has about 10 people. Among them, 2 have strength at the upper black rank. The rest are lower black rank or yellow rank. None possess ability powers. Lin Xiu realized this trip was a bit dangerous, as he had never faced an earth rank powerhouse. If the crown prince wanted to harm him, this was the best opportunity. However, the reward for this mission was just right to gift his little disciple a good spear. The goal of the trip is to destroy the bandit den. The reward is a piece of meteorite iron for weapon crafting. The instructor continued to remind them, field training is not like hitting dummies in the academy. You must always maintain high vigilance. Although we will ensure your safety, we cannot rule out unexpected situations. In the past 10 years, 2 students have died in similar missions. Therefore, you must be responsible for your own safety. By now, they had advanced deep into the forest, where, according to intelligence reports, the bandits had disappeared. The team decided to split up to find traces, and once discovered, they would deal with them together. Observing everyone, Lin Xiao noticed they were all very serious, but he wanted to find a shortcut. While thinking, he suddenly saw a bird perched nearby. Lin Xiao caught the bird to ask for its help. "Stop right there," the bird said. "They are right in front. No need to lead the way anymore." Sure enough, from a hidden corner, Lin Xiao heard the bandits talking. "No salt or spices. The food is terrible. When can we go out? Just hold on a little longer. Once this is done, we'll have whatever we want for the rest of our lives." Just then, Lin Xiao appeared in front of them, saying, "I'm afraid you won't have that chance." Seeing Lin Xiao, the bandits looked down on him, thinking he was just a rookie. They aggressively prepared their weapons, threatening Lin Xiao. "I've been sitting here. My butt is freezing. I'll use your head as a stool." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao's spear flew straight, piercing right into his neck, killing him instantly. Lin Xiao remained calm, not flinching at all, seeing their comrade die miserably. The others were shocked, and before they could react, Lin Xiao rushed forward, taking them down one by one, helping them reunite in the underworld. Immediately after, a man holding a sword appeared, blocking Lin Xiao's path. His appearance showed he was the leader, and also the strongest in the gang, with eyes full of killing intent. He looked at Lin Xiao and said, "You dare harm my men with just this level of skill? Do you think I'm like them?" Saying that, he swung his blade, putting all his strength into attacking Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao blocked it, it was clear he was under great pressure. The man's strength had reached the earth rank. Lin Xiao knew he wasn't strong enough to cope. The man attacked more and more frantically, determined to avenge his comrades. Just then, a person appeared, his whole body emitting a blinding golden light, delivering a kick straight at the bandit. After the kick, the bandit's face was deformed. Realizing the newcomer's strength also reached the earth rank, and knowing he couldn't win, the bandit grabbed Lin Xiao, wanting him to die with him, and both plunged off the cliff. The result, the bandit died at the bottom of the cliff, while Lin Xiao clung to a tree branch, hanging in midair. On his face, he looked cheerful, saying to himself, "Didn't expect that, did you? I knew that trick." A moment later, someone called Lin Xiao from above. It was Dali. He panic-strickenly asked about his condition. "Not dead yet, but I broke a bone. Please carry me back." Lin Xiao's words made Dali burst into tears. He agreed to carry him back, relieved that he was okay. To hide his flying ability, Lin Xiao claimed he survived by clinging to a branch. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Xiao felt he was too lucky on this trip. He didn't expect to accidentally learn a new ability, Indestructible Vajra. At the Lin Manor, Lin Xiao was testing the new ability. Just one touch from him was enough to turn an object into a blade. That was the power of the metal body ability. Its effectiveness far exceeded abilities like stone skin or ice armor. But can this golden light be hidden? Yesterday, watching that old man fight while glowing, Lin Xiao wondered to himself, feeling his tastes were also quite strange. At the Zhao family, Lin Xiao came to find Zhao Lingyin today. He said New Year was coming, so he had a gift for her. Holding the gift in her hand, Lingyin silently observed it meticulously. Seeing this, Lin Xiao introduced, "Last time I went training, I received a reward from the academy. It was a block of meteorite iron. I thought I'd craft a spear suitable for you." After hearing Lin Xiao out, Lingyin pondered for a while before speaking. "You are thoughtful. Since the new year is approaching, there are many people from all over flocking to the capital to trade and perform arts." Lingyin asked Lin Xiao if he wanted to go out for a walk together. Hearing this, Lin Xiao agreed immediately, saying he also wanted to go for a stroll. After walking for a while, the two stopped in front of a brothel. Lingyin looked displeased, annoyedly asking Lin Xiao why they came to this place. Brothels in the city aren't rare. Walking here is normal, Lin Xiao explained. As soon as he finished speaking, an acquaintance called out to Lin Xiao. It was Miss Haitang, the one from whom Lin Xiao had learned the beast language, so he always paid her special attention. The master was still at the brothel. Lin Xiu asked if she had bought her freedom yet. I'm still short 200 taels of silver, but I'm almost there. Haidang replied immediately. Lin Xiu gave her 200 taels of silver, saying that now she had enough. She didn't have to wait any longer. Despite Haitang's repeated refusals, Lin Xiu insisted that she take it and buy her freedom soon. He was still waiting for her tofu shop to open. Speaking of which, Lin Xiu suddenly remembered that his current abilities were largely thanks to Miss Haitang. When he thought about it, she could be considered his benefactor, because Ling Yin was also there. Lin Xiu had to leave immediately, but before he left, he managed to say, I currently hold a position at the Ministry of Justice. If you need anything, just come find me there. If I'm not there, you can look for Supervisor Lu Qingfeng. You can pay me back after your tofu shop is successful. It won't be too late. Miss Haidang still managed to reply. Thanks to your kind words. I will definitely work hard to earn the money to pay you back. And also, my name isn't Haidang. My name is Chunyu. Haidang is the name they gave me. I don't like this name. Chunyu, Lin Xiu said. I will definitely remember that name. After leaving, Ling Yin expressed her disapproval of Lin Xiu's generosity, giving away 200 taels of silver to a brothel girl in one go. She reminded him that just half a year ago, the entire Lin family couldn't have produced that much money. Hearing Lin Xiu say that Miss Chunyu is a pitiful person, Ling Yin retorted, what's so pitiful about a woman who sells her body to entertain men? She could have supported herself with her own 2 hands, not by relying on her body. As for what Ling Yin said, Lin Xiu understood. He knew she had grown up in a different environment, so naturally, she wouldn't understand Chunyu's hardships. They don't have a choice. Lin Xiu thought to himself. A while later, Chunyu brought the money to the brothel's madam to buy her freedom. The madam knew she was still short over 100 taels. Yet today, she had gathered enough. This made the madam curious, and she asked about it. Even so, Chunyu only said, Here is your silver. Give me my deed of sale. Go on, go. It's for the best. While you still have some of your looks, go out and find a good man to marry. If you wait until your flower has withered, and the clients grow tired of you and leave, then it will be too late. The madam told Chunyu to just take 100 taels of it. Open a small shop. Earn a little money to live on. You won't starve. It seemed this madam still had a heart. She was even thinking about Chunyu's future. With that, she told her to hurry and go, before she changed her mind. Chunyu was finally free. She also set free the bird she had been raising. From this moment on, she was no longer a woman of the brothel, and the name Haidang no longer belonged to her. But as soon as she stepped out onto the street, Chunyu ran into a few ruffians. They recognized her and grabbed her arm, forcing her to go with them. Today, this young master wants to introduce you to a distinguished guest. As long as you entertain him well, you'll be well rewarded. Chunyu explained that she no longer worked at the brothel. What do you mean you don't work there anymore? A mere courtesan dares to defy me? Serve this distinguished guest well, or else I'll make you regret it. Although Chun, you kept trying to explain, these men acted as if they were deaf and refused to understand. Then, they started to verbally humiliate her. This is getting interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Hurry up, or you'll suffer for the rest of your life. A courtesan is a courtesan. Even if you buy your freedom, it's to serve us. What are you pretending for? Just as that filthy hand was about to touch Chunyu, she violently shoved it away. She was now in a state of panic, unable to remain calm. She ran headfirst into a tree behind her. The powerful impact knocked her unconscious, and she fell to the ground. Those ruffians acted as if they saw nothing. They simply turned and walked away, even saying to each other, how annoying. I don't know what this girl went crazy about. Let's go. Tonight, let's go to another brothel to cleanse our eyes. After a while, people around noticed Chunyu. They asked each other if she was dead. At the Department of Inspection, Lin Xiu was furious, slamming the table and asking Zheng Gongzi why Chunyu died. I told you. She slammed her head and died herself. No one forced her. As for afterwards, I don't know. Maybe she was eaten by dogs. Anything else to ask? I have to have dinner with young Master Huang in a bit. I can't be late. Zheng Gongzi's testimony made Lin Xiu even angrier. He hinted, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to eat that meal. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiu used a water blade to slit Zheng Gongzi's throat in one stroke. Lin Xiu had eliminated him. This is called killing without lifting a finger. Afterwards, he pretended he knew nothing, shouting loudly, to inform everyone that Zheng Gongzi had been murdered. A few days later, at the Imperial Palace, Lin Xiao was walking while deep in thought. Indeed, just as I predicted, Zheng Jian's end had no controversy. I wonder if the roof of my house believes I caused trouble. Probably not. This heroine hates evil like an enemy. Even if she comes, she'll just talk about life philosophy with me. Now only Huang Tao of the Duke of Huang family remains. This guy caused Miss Chen's death, and even her body disappeared without a trace. If he doesn't die, this vengeance isn't over. At Changchun Palace, seeing Lin Xiao, the consort reminded him he hadn't visited for a few days. Forgive me, Your Highness. Students have been truly busy these days. I hope Your Highness forgives me. There's nothing to blame. If you have business, just attend to your own affairs. The little one has been very good lately. You don't need to come visit it every day. At most 5 days. No, 3 days. Make it 2 days. I worry the little one won't get used to it. You can see it too. The little one likes you very much. Since the consort said so, he had to listen. Lin Xiao could only force a smile and agree to come every 2 days. After all, Her Highness's spirit pet was important. The cat nodded in agreement immediately, seemingly saying, "Whatever you say goes." Coming here, Lin Xiao brought out several types of perfume for the consort. During the days at home, your student felt extremely guilty. So I made these perfumes as a gift for Your Highness. Apart from these, there isn't a lady in the imperial city who doesn't admire Your Highness. The reputation of perfume is growing. Your Highness can also share some roses. Seeing the perfume, the consort immediately switched to a new mood. Her heart as happy as a festival. Because this time Lin Xiao brought quite a few scents, which the consort really liked. Realizing she was a bit too excited, the consort regained her dignified demeanor. The little one also likes this scent. It's rare that you think of me. I will help you promote Ningxiangzhai. It was getting dark. Lin Xiao had just returned to his manor, feeling that today was truly exhausting. Right at this moment, someone pointed a knife at him from behind. It was a strange girl. She spoke gloomily to Lin Xiao. "You have quite the nerve. You killed someone yourself, yet you blame me." Without needing to see her face, Lin Xiao guessed correctly that she was the heroine who specialized in sending villains to meet the king of hell early, hating evil like an enemy. Seeing that Lin Xiao knew her, she asked if Lin Xiao wasn't afraid she would send him on his way too. Regarding this, Lin Xiao was certain she wouldn't do anything to him, adding that they were both good people. Lin Xiao knew her ability was stealth. Of course, he wouldn't pass up this type of ability. The girl lowered the knife, sat on a chair, and continued, "Actually, I've been watching you for a long time. You are a good person. The first time, you stood up to protect that woman. The next time, you made that beast Zheng Jian lose his life. Although you blamed me, even if you hadn't acted, sooner or later I would have finished him off. Only one thing I wonder about. Clearly you were the one who struck. So why didn't they suspect anything?" She smiled. "I used a water blade. They couldn't find the weapon, so they couldn't suspect me. You're lying to me. Even using a water blade would leave traces. But anyway, everyone has secrets. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. I've been watching you for a long time. Everything you've done proves you're a good person, hating evil like an enemy. Do you want to join our Heaven's Tao Alliance?" Hearing the name Heaven's Tao Alliance, Lin Xiao was slightly startled, but immediately refused the invitation. He said he would continue to use his own way to help the common people. Lin Xiao knew the Heaven's Tao Alliance was a good organization, acting on behalf of heaven to enforce justice. But he also understood that this organization was no different from a rebel faction. Like the White Lotus sect, joining a rebel faction meant treason, and the consequence would be confiscation of property and extermination of the clan. He didn't want to put his family in danger. Seeing Lin Xiao refuse, the girl asked back, "You don't want to join? Then do you intend to capture me for the bounty? It's probably about 10,000 taels." Lin Xiao calmly replied, "A gentleman loves money, but money must be earned the right way. Besides, I don't lack money. Do you know Honli Ju? That's the place I opened. It earns 10,000 taels of snowflake silver every month. Money is not what I care about." The girl chuckled upon hearing this. "I know Honli Ju. If so, you must have a lot of good wine, right?" Lin Xiao nodded. "How much do you want? I have enough here." But in his heart, he thought, this heroine must love wine. This ability is easy. At the Department of Inspection, a criminal was being dragged away. He shouted, "Release me. I'm the son of Count Jianin. I tell you, we have people in the Department of Inspection. We will accuse you of beating a noble without cause." His crime was assaulting a woman on the street. Lin Xiu ordered, "Take him inside and prepare for trial." Once inside, he became even more aggressive, pointing at Lin Xiu and shouting loudly, "Call Director Wang here. I want to accuse this person." The two officers heard this and were confused, asking back, "You want to accuse Lord Lin?" The two criminals finally realized the situation, looking at each other with faces full of panic. Lin Xiu sat in the judge's chair, slammed the table, and shouted, "Who down there wants to accuse the official?" At this moment, the two criminals were truly scared. Minutes ago, they were screaming. Now they were silent as clams, only daring to think, "I'm done for. Why is this guy an official of the Department of Inspection?" The evidence is clear. Today, you two assaulted a girl from a good family on the street and insulted the great Xia. Penalty, 30 strokes as a warning. Hearing the punishment, the two criminals became aggressive again, asking Lin Xiu, "Do you really dare to beat the two of us?" Just then, Qin Wan appeared, stopping him. She looked straight into Lin Xiu's eyes, as if using some kind of ability, causing Lin Xiu's pupils to become like hers. Then she said, "Lord Lin, can you spare my two brothers for my sake?" Lin Xiu heard this and blurted out, "Okay," without hesitation. But immediately after, he suddenly snapped out of it. He stood up abruptly, furiously slamming the table. "Spare what? Miss Qin, if everyone pleaded for mercy, then what do we need laws for? Men, beat them." This reaction from Lin Xiu frightened even Qin Wan. She didn't expect his will to be so strong. The next day, Lin Xiu thought back and found Qin Wan's ability very strange. He planned to ask Ninger about it later. She probably knew a lot. Passing by the notice board, someone greeted Lin Xiu, and only then did he notice the new wanted poster. On the board was the image of the female knight who visited him last night. At the office, Lin Xiu had just arrived and saw a corpse. Lord Lanzhong and Lu Qingfeng were deep in thought. When Lin Xiu appeared, Lord Lanzhong remarked that he arrived just in time and asked him to examine if the corpse was fake or not. From Lanzhang's words, Lin Xiu guessed that the corpse wasn't real. Lin Xiu thought, "Since I rarely come to the Department of Inspection, it's understandable I don't know about this." Yesterday, that female assassin attempted to assassinate Huang Tao, the son of the Duke of Huang, but failed and was heavily injured. While the court is furious, I took this opportunity to spread rumors and stage a play. First, it is rumored that the second young master, son of Count Xingyang, beat a commoner to death on the street. Count Xingyang used connections to get his son out of the Department of Inspection. Then, we set traps all over Count Xingyang's manor, knowing that with that female assassin's personality, she would definitely come to assassinate Huang Tao. Hearing this plan, Lin Xiu silently criticized who came up with such a stupid strategy. Last time, that female assassin killed Zheng Jian and still hasn't been caught. Was she walking into a trap this time? Outside Count Xingyang's manor, it was dark and snow began to fall. Just as predicted, the female assassin appeared. As soon as she stepped through the manor gate, she triggered the trap. A loud explosion rang out, sending her tumbling several times. Severe injuries left her with no strength to resist. Just then, a man approached, laughing loudly and saying, "Run. You can't run anymore, can you? You dare assassinate me amidst the snow-covered ground. Thinking stealth makes you invincible." Saying that, he raised his blade to finish her off. It seemed she was at a dead end, but at the critical moment, Lin Xiu appeared, blocked the blade, and quickly carried her out of sight. Lin Xiu was using an ability to disguise himself. She is worth 20,000 taels of silver. Therefore, he was determined to chase Lin Xiu to reclaim the female assassin. Reaching a dead end, Lin Xiu was forced to stop. Seeing this, Huang Tao gloated, believing the 20,000 taels were already in his hands. He pointed his sword at Lin Xiu, laughing loudly. "Out of road, right? Let's see where you run." Lin Xiu replied gently, "You are young. You should learn to forgive. Those she harmed deserve to die. Let it go today. Old man, you are truly senile. Fine, if you want it that way. I'll send you to the underworld first. Then take this assassin's head to claim the reward. Huang Tao attacked, but his face suddenly changed color when he saw Lin Xiu block the blade with his bare hand. Lin Xiu remained calm, as if the blade strike didn't affect him at all. I told you, you are young. Learn to forgive. I won't do anything to you today. Go. Huang Tao sheathed his sword, bowed in thanks, and hurriedly ran away. That blade strike had injured Lin Xiu's hand. He didn't expect blocking a blow from an Earth-Rang powerhouse to be so dangerous. Even the Vajra ability couldn't completely withstand it. Leaving there, Lin Xiu took the female assassin to a cave. After checking, he realized she was heavily injured and decided to use essence crystals to treat her. Her appearance made Lin Xiu blush a bit. He felt like he was taking advantage of the situation, but thinking again, he believed saving a life was what mattered. Her body was full of scars, making Lin Xiu sigh, sympathizing with her and wondering how much pain she had endured. Lin Xiu activated his healing ability, massaging to help her recover. The next morning, Lin Xiu went to see Tai in an exhausted state. Solving cases last night was too tiring. I came here to rest, listening to you sing to relax a bit. Last night, treating the female assassin, Chun Ku, had exhausted Lin Xiu, but luckily he had saved her. Lin Xiu guessed that when she woke up, Chun Ku would leave on her own. Lulled by Miss Tai's soothing voice, Lin Xiu gradually regained comfort and fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. Taking this chance, Miss Tai had the opportunity to carefully observe Lin Xiu's handsome face, loved by thousands. Not missing the chance, she secretly kissed him gently on the cheek. When Lin Xiu returned to the Lin Manor, he suddenly felt his mouth was dry. He wondered about the cause, then suddenly remembered the dream that was both soft and fragrant, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste, just as he opened the room door. Here a question, what did you buy that has such an endless aftertaste? It turned out to be the female assassin, Chun Ku. Seeing her appear, Lin Xiu was a bit panicked because the streets were full of her wanted posters. He reminded her not to reveal herself casually. Chun Ku didn't beat around the bush. She said frankly, all right, stop pretending. I know the one who saved me last night was you. Lin Xiu was surprised because last night he had used an ability to disguise himself as an old man. And she had fainted. How did you know? He asked. Chun Ku smiled. It's the smell. People of our Heaven's Tao Alliance are very sensitive to smells. No matter how you change your appearance, you can't hide your scent. Lin Xiu thought to himself, do people of the Heaven's Tao Alliance all have noses as sharp as dogs? Even so, he politely praised her keenness. From this incident, Lin Xiu learned a lesson. Next time, if he disguised himself, he would have to spray more perfume to mask the smell. When he asked the reason Chun Ku came here, she answered frankly, because your ability can remove scars. So, I want to ask you to remove all the scars on my body. Lin Xiu panicked and refused, because this method required removing all clothes, something he couldn't accept due to the concept that men and women shouldn't touch. Chun Ku didn't hesitate, took off her clothes, and said, you saw everything last night anyway. What are you shy about? Start. Lin Xiu had to agree, and in his heart, he felt the healing ability was truly wonderful, giving him a chance to admire unforgettable scenery. After an hour, Lin Xiu finished the treatment. Although she knew his ability beforehand, Chun Ku was still surprised that there were no scars left on her body. Lin Xiu was exhausted, but the effect was worth it. At this moment, Lin Xiu couldn't take his eyes off Chun Ku, comparing her beauty when dressed and undressed. Seeing him staring, Chun Ku asked, have you seen enough? Why did you want to save me? Lin Xiu replied, you and I are both good people. Your wounds haven't fully healed, and the city is full of wanted posters. Just stay here for a few days. I'll sleep on the floor. You sleep on the bed. Both were ready to sleep, but neither could sleep. Lin Xiu couldn't sleep because the image of Chun Ku was still imprinted in his mind, making his heart flutter. He asked, does the Heaven's Tao Alliance have any operations recently? Chun Ku replied, not sure. Currently, only I am operating near the Imperial City. The others probably went home for the new year. When Lin Xiu asked why she hated the dandy nobles, Chun Ku evaded and quickly closed her eyes to sleep. The next morning, Lin Xiu woke up crying loudly, begging Ling Yin not to hit him. I didn't look at that big white thing. After crying for a while, Lin Xiu calmed down and realized it was just a nightmare. He didn't expect that even though Chanko had been gone for many days, he still dreamed of that image. Today was the first day of the new year. Lin Xiao thought he couldn't stay home forever. He needed to get up early to pay New Year visits. His first destination was the home of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. He brought gifts and said, "Uncle, Aunt, I especially brought some gifts. This is fine wine from Hongli Ju, and this is perfume from Ningxiang Zhai." Lin Xiao's thoughtfulness pleased the two elders very much. They praised him for being so considerate. Just then, Zhao Lingyin's younger brother spoke up in opposition. "Second sister. This Lin Xiao isn't worthy of eldest sister. Kick him out immediately." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped painfully by Lingyin. She scolded him for being disrespectful and told him to call Lin Xiao brother-in-law from now on. Just then, an imperial decree was handed down. Daughter of the Marquis of Wuhan, Zhao Lingjun. Outstanding talent. Exceptional character and appearance. Kind as a fairy. Son of the Count of Pinyin, Lin Xiao. Noble character. Extraordinary appearance. The two are a match made in heaven. Betrothed since childhood. Now is the time for marriage. Granting a mansion in the East City. 20 servants. 20,000 taels of silver. 100 bolts of silk. Ceremonies to be handled by the Directorate of Astronomy and the Ministry of Rites. To be held on the 9th day of the 2nd lunar month. No errors allowed. Lin Xiao heard the decree and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He silently cursed. The emperor is really impatient. She hasn't even returned yet, and he's already granting the marriage. Zhu Jin added a message from His Majesty. Tell the Marquis of Wuhan. His Majesty doesn't want to wait for your family's prodigy to return to the city. Indeed, finding an auspicious day is very difficult. The preparations by the Ministry of Rites take a lot of time. Wait until the wedding day. His Majesty will personally bestow the gifts. Outside the imperial city gates, snow was falling heavily, covering the whole city in white. In the white snow, the figure of a girl in a pink dress appeared. Just looking at her back was enough to know she was a beautiful woman. The girl looked around and said, "Imperial City, I have returned." At Ningxiang Zhai, the perfume shop of Lin Xiao and Li Baizhang. Since opening the shop, Li Baizhang decided not to go home, using the excuse of sacrificing himself for the common cause. In reality, everyone knew he was hiding from his wife. Everything was ready. The shop could open immediately. Ninger heard that other sisters had sent people to guard the shop door early. When it opened, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be surprised to see a huge crowd waiting to buy. The number of customers grew larger and larger, lining up all the way down the street. Everyone eager to buy. Shopkeeper, sell to me first. I've been here since before sunrise. Sell to me first. I'm buying for my young miss. Inside the shop, people crowded until there was no room to stand. After a while of trading, Ningxiang Zhai had raked in a lot of money, making Li Baizhang extremely excited. In his eyes right now, there was only money. Lin Xiao and Ninger were exhausted, unable to continue. So he handed everything over to Li Baizhang. According to Li Baizhang's calculations, in just this one day, they had earned 50,000 taels of silver. Lin Xiao saw this as natural, nothing to be surprised about, and didn't care who invented the perfume. The business at Ningxiang Zhai was considered done. The three were now on their way home. Li Baizhang said, "Lin Xiao, it won't be long before you get married. Today you were busy with Ningxiang Zhai. If that person from a Zhao family finds out, will she be angry?" Hearing this, Ninger immediately said Li Baizhang was talking nonsense. Upon arrival, suddenly Lin Xiao's expression changed, as if he had just seen something truly surprising. It turned out he had seen Zhao Lingyin. She was laughing and talking happily with her sister, who had just returned. "Let me tell you, sister, Lin Xiao not only awakened the ice ability, but his martial arts talent is also outstanding. My spear technique improved significantly thanks to his teaching. He is good in every way. Exactly the type that makes women swoon. If I hadn't helped you guard him, Lin Xiao might have been snatched up by someone else long ago." Seeing the two sisters there, Lin Xiao felt it was quite a coincidence. Debating whether to go say hello, but thinking again, he decided against it. It was better to go home first. Thinking so, Lin Xiao hurriedly pushed Li Baizhang and Ninger in another direction. Hearing Lingyin constantly praise Lin Xiao, Zhao Lingjun also spoke up. "All right, Why do you understand him so well? The spear in your courtyard was also a gift from him. Made from meteorite iron? Not bad. Of course. I protected him for so long, and even recommended him to the Ability Academy. I didn't take this spear for free. I also gifted him a good spear for self-defense. Tomorrow is your big wedding day. We must eat and drink to our heart's content. And then, the wedding day of Lin Xiao and Zhao Lingjun arrived. The 9th day of the 2nd month. Everything auspicious. A perfect day for marriage. In just a moment, the auspicious hour struck. The groom and bride entered to perform the ceremony under everyone's blessings. Groom Lin Xiao had to step over a fire basin to wish for a prosperous future and a warm, happy married life. Next were the rituals. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Sent to the bridal chamber. The ceremony ended. Before entering the bridal chamber, Zhao Lingjun's father had a few words of advice for Lin Xiao. Lingjun is sometimes a bit willful. I hope you will be tolerant with her. Afterwards, Li Baizhong wished Lin Xiao a wonderful evening. Princess Min still couldn't believe that woman finally ended up with Lin Xiao. Hearing these words, Lin Xiao sighed. From now on, I have to listen to my wife. I can't fly freely like before. The fact that Lin Xiao would no longer cultivate with the princess after marriage made her feel a bit let down. She scolded him for being a lover over friends type. Got a wife and won't cultivate with your friend anymore. Hearing this, Ling Yin stepped forward, reminding Lin Xiao that the words he just said had better be true. Ling Yin drank quite a lot today. Her face was flushed red, and she was still holding a wine cup. At this moment, fireworks began to go off outside. Both Li Baizhong and the princess dragged each other to watch. Ling Yin switched from reminding to threatening Lin Xiao. And another thing, don't let me catch you flirting around again. Otherwise, I'll break your third leg. In another corner, Miss Tai was watching the fireworks. On her face, there was a hint of regret, but she still silently congratulated Lin Xiao. To her, as long as Lin Xiao was happy, that was enough. Ninger was also sitting watching the fireworks alone. She regretted that Lin Xiao's bride today wasn't her. The crown prince's mood wasn't any better. He thought, the person I hate most marry the person I like most. Lin Xiao, you just wait for me. In the bridal chamber of Lin Xiao and Zhao Lingjun, standing before the door, Lin Xiao didn't understand why he was so nervous. Preparing to enter the bridal chamber with someone whose back he had only glimpsed. He was also a bit expectant, but when he opened the door, there was no one inside. Completely empty. This situation made Lin Xiao feel it was logical. He had predicted that someone like Zhao Lingjun wouldn't be so casual. And if so, it wasn't bad. Sleeping alone in a big bed like this, it would only be more comfortable. At the Heaven Division, early the morning after the wedding, Lin Xiao appeared, surprising the princess. She asked him why he didn't go find that woman. Hearing this, Lin Xiao scratched his head, laughed awkwardly, and explained that yesterday's words were just a joke. Cultivation is the most important thing. Ling Yin also arrived, but she looked sad, not wanting to say much, just demanding to start cultivation immediately. After an hour, the princess satisfiedly told Lin Xiao to visit often, as she was always at the Heaven Division. When they went out, Ling Yin suddenly apologized to Lin Xiao, confusing him about the reason. She recalled last night, when her sister didn't stay in the bridal chamber but slept in her room. Ling Jun said, "Didn't you always want to sleep with me? Tonight, I'll sleep here." Ling Yin looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Last night was supposed to be the best time for you and her. But she wasn't there. Now I understand. This marriage agreement shouldn't have existed." Lin Xiao patted her shoulder and replied gently, "If it's because of her, no need to apologize. I understand her. A genius like Miss Zhao will be fought over in any country. And I'm only tier 2. I even feel sorry for her. Don't worry. I understand." Although his mouth said that, in his heart, Lin Xiao felt relieved. Sorry for what? Now I feel much more comfortable. Finally, I can wear colorful clothes and hang out on the streets. Ling Yin thought Lin Xiao was suffering and felt heartbroken for him. Lin Xiao went to the West Room, knocking to see if Zhao Lingjun was there. Seeing she was still there, he was even more certain she had no feelings about this marriage either. As soon as Zhao Lingjun saw Lin Xiao, she mentioned yesterday, "I'm very sorry. If you have something to say, sit down first." She used her ability to get a chair for Lin Xiao. Looking at it, Lin Xiao knew she had just used the telekinesis ability. He understood why the emperor feared her. Given time, she would sooner or later become unrivaled in the world. But with Lin Xiao here, she could only step back. Lin Xiao spoke frankly. Although we are married, it's better to be clear. This marriage compromise wasn't what we wanted. You didn't want to marry. I didn't want to wed. Husband and wife in name. But not in reality. I don't ask anything of you. Just hope you don't ask anything of me either. To be more specific, if there's nothing urgent, I won't disturb you. I hope you do the same. Zhao Lingjun agreed. She also made her stance clear. From now on, Lin Xiao's affairs will not concern me. Cultivating well is what I care about. The two agreed. Each minds their own business. The title of husband and wife is just a name. All entanglements resolved. Lin Xiao felt comfortable. He didn't expect this engagement to indirectly help him fulfill his wish of leisurely flying birds in the sky and catching fish in the water. At this moment, he felt the emperor's decision was truly brilliant, making people love him more and more. Zhao Lingjun also felt that Lin Xiao not willingly accepting this marriage was a good thing. She wouldn't be hindered in her cultivation by it later. Going outside, Lin Xiao breathed the fresh air, his heart peaceful like listening to the ocean's murmur. But he knew this room wasn't where he stayed. If word got out that he left the Zhao family genius here, everyone would look down on him. But houses in the imperial city were very expensive. Lin Xiao couldn't afford to buy one. He thought it would be nice if someone gifted him one. At the Imperial Garden, Zhu Jin was reporting the situation after Lin Xiao and Zhao Lingjun's wedding. Your Majesty, last night, the Zhao family genius did not share a room with Lin Xiao. Today, Lin Xiao left home again and is currently on his way to the Imperial Palace. Hearing this, His Majesty seemed very amused. The bride ran away on the wedding night. The first day after the wedding, the groom ran away too. But what is Lin Xiao coming to the Imperial Palace for now? Could he be coming to complain? Then I must suppress this martial arts genius properly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao appeared. His Majesty asked him why he wasn't home with his wife right after the wedding, but came here instead. Lin Xiao went straight to the point, saying he wanted to borrow some silver. This request annoyed His Majesty. He frowned and asked, "You lack silver?" You and the Prince of Qin partnered to open 2 shops, earning endless money. Why come to me to borrow? I won't give it. Lin Xiao calmly replied. If Your Majesty won't lend it, then I can only stay in the bridal chamber, cultivating feelings with my wife, hoping to have an heir for the Lin family soon. Hearing this, His Majesty, who was about to leave, stopped. He ordered Zhu Jin to quickly take Lin Xiao to choose a house. Whichever one he likes, gift it to him. Consider it a reward for him. Thus, Lin Xiao's proposal was quickly approved by His Majesty. However, thinking it over, His Majesty felt that cultivating feelings and having children was normal for a couple. But with the couple Lin Xiao and Zhao Lingjun, His Majesty hoped they would never consummate the marriage or have children in their lives. Lin Xiao's housing problem was solved. He thought only a happy life awaited him now. However, the new house still needed renovations and couldn't be lived in immediately, so Lin Xiao had to stay temporarily at an inn tonight. Upon arrival, he bumped into Qin Wan. Both were surprised and asked each other why they weren't home but here. Then, they slammed money on the counter together. But with such eagerness it could be called fighting. Both put money on the table as if to intimidate the other. But at a glance, Lin Xiao seemed to have the upper hand. Unfortunately, then only had one room left. The owner awkwardly suggested the two calm down and negotiate. Hearing this, both became even angrier, neither willing to yield. Lin Xiao shouted, "Negotiate how? Don't you know, owner?" Qin Wan replied, "You have money, but don't you think about who came first?" Lin Xiao sighed. "So what should we do? I don't want to waste effort traveling a long way. Tired and hungry, unable to find a place to stay." Miss Qin seems even more urgent, but squeezing in a bit isn't impossible. Finally, they decided to share a room. Qin Wan lay on the bed, while Lin Xiao lay on the floor. She wondered aloud, "Is this the way you spoke of?" Lin Xiao chuckled. "Miss Qin Wan has a home, but doesn't return. A count's daughter, yet seeks me to borrow money. Compared to such things, what does this count as? Of course, there are people who run to an inn to sleep on the first day after their wedding. Compared to such things, this bit of mine counts as nothing. Miss Chin-won, don't forget, you still owe me silver. Moreover, I pay for the room today. Chin-won promised to pay the debt in the next few days. Lin Xiao told her to go to sleep quickly, lest she catch a cold in the night and have to borrow money from him again. In his heart, he thought, why is this woman so short of money? Forget it. Lin Xiao planned to find Tai tomorrow. Finally, he could express some of his feelings. At Tai's place, she blushed, shyly congratulating Lin Xiao on his wedding. I saw the fireworks that night from the door. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. Lin Xiao comfortably lay on Tai's lap, enjoying himself and praising her as delicious. Being praised by Lin Xiao like that, of course Tai liked it, but she only said she was just ordinary rouge and powder, telling Lin Xiao not to tease her. Even so, Lin Xiao still had enough vocabulary to reply, claiming that modesty also needed a limit. If you're rouge and powder, then there are no beauties left in this world. Lin Xiao's words truly made people swoon more and more. Tai asked what song Lin Xiao wanted to hear, so she could prepare. Lin Xiao replied, as long as you sing, I like it. Whatever song you want to sing, just sing that one. Tai felt this wasn't quite right. She thought, how could a young master take care of her so much? If every guest were as easy to talk to as the young master, then our silver would truly be too easy to earn. Lin Xiao said, who said I can't leave you? If I don't spoil you, then who should I spoil? Actually, why don't you stop performing? Just sing for me alone. But singing is Tai's job. She said if she didn't sing anymore, how could she support herself? Hearing that, Lin Xiao immediately replied, I can support you. I will buy Lihua Yuan. Then if you like to sing, sing. If you don't like to, don't. I have enough ability to take care of you. These words from Lin Xiao made Tai sweat. She felt it really wasn't necessary. If he kept treating her so well, she feared she wouldn't know how to repay him fully. Lin Xiao told her not to worry. He just wanted her to repay him with her body. That was enough. No need to do much. Hearing repay with her body, Tai immediately flushed hot all over, her expression changing constantly, from panic to shyness, mixed with a bit of embarrassment. She whispered, if the young master wants. Tai isn't unwilling. After confiding in Tai, Lin Xiao began to recalculate his future life. The housing problem was solved, but for Tai's safety, I still need to find the emperor's wool. Afterwards, he brought the deed of Lihua Yuan to the madam, announcing that he had bought the place. Next, Lin Xiao would go visit Ninger, telling her the news that he was free in his plans to seek happiness. Lin Xiao felt such a life was truly wonderful. No need to worry about being ambushed. At Ningxiangzhai, Ninger was gloomy and sad, staring blankly into space, sighs constantly escaping her lips. Just then, Lin Xiao appeared in front of her, happily asking, what are you thinking about? Ninger asked in surprise, why aren't you with your fiancé but running here? Lin Xiao explained, actually, Miss Zhao and I don't have a relationship everyone thinks. We are just husband and wife in name. Not real husband and wife. On the wedding night, she already left. This news was truly good news for Ninger. She was so happy her eyes sparkled, asking again to confirm. Your wife organized an 8-bearer sedan chair wedding, vowed to heaven and earth, then ran away on the wedding night? Lin Xiao nodded. That's right. She and I made it clear. We were just husband and wife on the outside, not interfering in each other's lives. Hearing this, Ninger couldn't hide her joy. She rushed to hug Lin Xiao, comforting him. It's okay. Don't be sad. If she doesn't need you, I do. Lin Xiao didn't expect Ninger to be so excited. He gently rubbed her head. Can't you be a little patient? At this moment, the two looked extremely affectionate, like a true pair of lovebirds. Just then, Li Baizhang walked in, throwing the door open, intending to inform Ninger about something he just earned. But seeing the scene before him, he immediately turned off the lights, thinking to himself, I'm done for. The money I just earned. I really came in at the wrong time. Lin Xiao won't kill me to silence me, will he? I still have a lot of money I haven't earned yet. In this awkward situation, everyone had a different facial expression. Li Baizhang looked terrified, while Ninger frowned, looking at him with dagger eyes. Only Lin Xiao was quite calm, just slightly surprised. Li Baizhang covered his face with his hands, turned his back, and said, You two just continue. Don't worry. I won't say anything. You don't need to fear Miss Zhao finding out. Hearing this, Lin Xiu said, I basically don't need to fear Zhao Lingjun knowing. Li Baizhong still didn't understand, asking back, dare you say these words in front of her? We are all the same. Don't I understand you? Don't pretend to be tough in front of me. After hearing the confirmation directly from Lin Xiu that Zhao Lingjun had agreed to this, Li Baizhong was extremely shocked. To him, this was truly earth-shattering news. However, Li Baizhong still didn't dare believe it completely, asking Lin Xiu again what reason Zhao Lingjun had to agree. Enough. Both Lin Xiu and Ning'er no longer cared about him. Ning'er suggested Lin Xiu go with her to a quiet place, as she had many things she wanted to confide. The two left, leaving Li Baizhong alone in a confused state of mind, not having understood what was happening yet. He looked truly pathetic and lonely right now, as if feeling his life had no meaning left. Leaving Ningxiang Zhai, Lin Xiu took Ning'er to the house His Majesty had gifted him. He told her that it was very quiet here and she could visit often. Ning'er didn't expect Lin Xiu to have prepared this house, while she was still planning to ask her father to buy a house outside. Here, Lin Xiu spoke seriously to her. You must think carefully. The marriage between me and Miss Zhao was granted by His Majesty. Until she and I are strong enough to resist this, I cannot give you an official status. Ning'er understood perfectly and replied, once you two divorce, that will be defying the decree. I don't need any status. Marrying someone I don't like. Even being an empress wouldn't be happy. Being with the person I love, without fame or status, doesn't matter. I just need you by my side. I don't need anything else. Observing the house once over, Ning'er suggested building a garden, planting many types of flowers so that in spring, the garden would be filled with fragrance and color. Lin Xiu agreed with all her ideas and told her she could come here anytime she wanted to find him, as he would spend most of his time here. Speaking of this, Lin Xiu's face revealed happiness. In his heart, he thought, having a big house, with flowers in the house, land to grow vegetables, living with the person I love, cultivating abilities and practicing swordsmanship together, tending flowers and planting trees, cooking and washing dishes, watching the sunrise and sunset, flowers blooming and withering. This is the life I have always longed for in both lives. Entering the kitchen, Ning'er curiously asked why there were no cooking utensils here. Lin Xiu also curiously asked back if she knew how to cook. The question made Ning'er a bit shy. She lowered her head, admitting she didn't know but was willing to learn. Which dish do you like? I will write it down and ask the chef to teach me. Lin Xiu thought there was no rush for this, since there were still many things in the house that hadn't been arranged. He wanted to settle everything first. Ning'er agreed, but worried that if the two of them kept going together like this, it would easily be misunderstood, and this could cause trouble. She came up with the idea of inviting Li Baizhong, since last time he also wanted to stay at Ningxiangzhai. Lin Xiu approved of this idea, and the two went to find Li Baizhong. However, Li Baizhong wasn't easily persuaded. He refused bluntly. Beat me to death, I won't go. Beat me to death, I won't go. You and Schwen Ning'er act all lovey-dovey in front of me. Now you want to stab my heart again? Lin Xiu, don't be excessive. Seeing him sulking, Lin Xiu coaxed him gently. Brotherly, don't refuse so soon. Ning'er wants to introduce some female friends to you. Hearing this, Li Baizhong's eyes lit up, his attitude changing rapidly. Brother Lin, you just said your wife called me back. Beat me to death, I won't go. Helping you guys move house, how could I refuse? So Li Baizhong enthusiastically took on all the work, not even letting Lin Xiu lift a finger. He said, we are friends. These things are natural. Miss Ning'er, whenever it's convenient, you can make the introductions. I have no other intentions. Just want to make a few more friends. It was getting late. Lin Xiu remembered Ning'er's instructions about safety. She would return tomorrow. This made him look forward to it very much. He felt sleeping alone in such a big room tonight was a bit unfamiliar. Just arriving at the gate, Lin Xiu saw Qin once sitting huddled alone. Seeing him appear, she asked, why are you here? Hearing the question, Lin Xiu pointed to the nearby house and said, is it reasonable for you to sit in front of my house and ask me this? Qin Wan couldn't help but be surprised because as far as she knew, this house originally had no owner. But now Lin Xiu claimed it was his. Seeing this, Lin Xiao took out the key to open the door, then turned back to explain. Before there wasn't, but now there is. Not only entering the house alone, he also invited Qin Wan to follow, not wanting her to sit out there all night. Entering the room, Qin Wan curiously asked if Lin Xiao bought this house. He frankly replied that it was a gift from His Majesty. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt comfortable escaping Zhao Lingjuan's control. At night, he could help homeless girls without feeling pressure. He showed Qin Wan a place to sleep tonight and said he had just moved in too, so everything in the house was brand new. Afterwards, Lin Xiao threw her a key, reminding her about the debt she hadn't paid and advising her not to go to the inn anymore. Just come here to stay. I won't charge you rent. Just remember one thing. Only come at night. Lin Xiao's words made Qin Wan blush. She felt he treated her too well, even thinking that if this were a book, surely the next story would be told from the female lead's perspective. However, Lin Xiao didn't act as she imagined. After arranging a sleeping place for Qin Wan, he quickly left. Before leaving, he reminded her, I have to go cultivate. You go to sleep early yourself. No need to mind me. Instead of thinking nonsense, pay me back soon. Lin Xiao's behavior made Qin Wan feel he was truly strange. His temperament unpredictable, completely different from other men. Just stepping out of the house, Lin Xiao immediately returned to his true nature. In his mind appeared images of the two girls. He harbored a great ambition to build a large mansion to help the poor. He had only one goal, to own a big house and turn it into a shelter for homeless girls. Just then, Chunku appeared in an exhausted state. I looked for you for ages before finding you. When Lin Xiao asked what she needed him for, Chunku didn't answer but asked back, You just got married. Why aren't you at home but running out to stay alone? Is something wrong? Hearing this, Lin Xiao sighed. This story can't be told immediately. Did you come to find me because you're injured? Come inside and talk. My house is very big. Indeed, Chunku was injured, and the wound this time was more serious than previous times. Lin Xiao asked the cause, and she explained that she had just gone to assassinate a villain who bullied others. But due to carelessness, she was stabbed by him. Lin Xiao also reminded her that wearing tight clothes wasn't good, advising her to wear a chest binder. Chunku chuckled, I know, but wearing this is more convenient. Don't you understand? Lin Xiao thought those two things weren't the same. And during rest time, you don't need to dress so restrictively. Just then, he suddenly felt dizzy, not understanding why he felt so uncomfortable. Chunku explained that someone in the city was breaking through to the heaven rank, and it was a fire ability. This phenomenon shook the entire imperial city. His Majesty was also observing and exclaimed, Our Xia kingdom has another heaven rank expert. Who is this person? From the anomaly, Zhu Jin recognized the energy of the person breaking through belonged to fire, and the location was at the Duke of Shue's manor. He guessed that person was old Duke Shue. Hearing the news, His Majesty immediately issued a decree. Old Duke Shue is diligent and hardworking, has contributed much to Great Xia. Promote to first-class Duke and grant hereditary succession. Internal affairs, prepare gifts for the Shue manor. At the Duke of Shue's manor, old Duke Shue was still in the process of breaking through. Fire surged all over his body. After years of hard cultivation, he finally reached the heaven rank realm. Joy welled up in his heart, making him cry out, I have finally touched the heaven rank. But immediately after, his face suddenly turned fierce, his voice full of rage. Time to pay debts. Saying that, he immediately rushed straight to the Song family manor, shouting, Song family, come out here and meet me. Facing this unexpected situation, the old head of the Song family appeared extremely confused. He thought to himself, there is no major grudge between the Song and Shue families. Why is old Duke Shue so angry with me as soon as he reached the heaven rank? However, Song Yuji, the daughter of the old head, understood the reason clearly. She was terrified because she had previously been arrogant and caused trouble for Xuen Ninger, the daughter of Duke Shue. Facing Duke Shue's wrath, all explanations became useless. Seeing the critical situation, the Song family ancestor had to appear, directly using his ability to confront the Duke. The battle raged like a storm, terrifying all witnesses. The whole Song family silently thanked heaven and earth that the ancestor hadn't gone into seclusion. Otherwise, they wouldn't be safe. After the duel, the Song ancestor smiled gently. Congratulations, Brother Shui, on breaking through. However, there is no hatred between the Shui and the Song families. Why are you so angry tonight? Duke Shui replied coldly. No hatred. Dare you say the Song family hasn't bullied my Shui family? Seeing the tense situation, the Song ancestor hurriedly turned to ask his son, Yuzhong, what happened? Did you offend old Duke Shui? Yuzhong bowed and said, reporting to father. Recently, there was a small misunderstanding between Yuji and the Shui family's young miss. Hearing this, Duke Shui became even more furious. Misunderstanding? Bringing people to surround and capture my Ning is a misunderstanding. On the night of the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, harming her was also a misunderstanding? Enough. No need to say more. I came here today to invite Old Song outside the city for a duel. The Song ancestor accepted. If Brother Shui has decided so, I can only comply. After the match, I will personally bring gifts to apologize. Saying that, the two old seniors flew out of the city together. Before fighting, Duke Shui suddenly spoke up to warn the two little friends hiding in the dark there. Better stay away a bit. If you accidentally get hurt, this old man won't be responsible. The two people mentioned were Lin Xiao and Chun Ku. Lin Xiao was extremely surprised to be discovered even though he used the invisibility ability. Chun Ku reminded him, the ability is just invisibility, not omnipotence. Be more careful in the future. The battle between the two seniors was extremely fierce. Smoke and fire covered the sky. Lin Xiao and Chun Ku found a safe hiding place, far from the battlefield, but still able to observe clearly thanks to the visual ability. Lin Xiao excitedly commented, this is truly a battle between high-level experts. It could be said to move mountains and drain seas. Chun Ku curiously asked about the number of abilities Lin Xiao possessed, but he only smiled mysteriously. Just follow me closely, and you will know. Finally, Chun Ku felt bored because she couldn't see anything, so she stood up and left. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was still engrossed in watching the match, constantly muttering, hurry up, fireman. Hit him. This waterman controls the water dragon like a snake. The more she interacted with Lin Xiao, the more Chun Ku felt he was unfathomable, making her curious about the secrets he held. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, Lin Xiao was still diligently practicing with his spear in the courtyard. Chun Ku, having just woken up, saw him and wondered, you just got back. Why aren't you resting instead of training at this time? Lin Xiao replied with determination. The heaven rank is too strong. I must quickly improve my strength. His enthusiasm made Chun Ku feel excited too. She took off her coat and decided to train with Lin Xiao. An hour passed, and Chun Ku was too tired to continue. She wondered why Lin Xiao wasn't tired at all. That is my unique secret technique. Want to try? Lin Xiao spoke while using his healing ability to massage Chun Ku's shoulders. Truly magical. She felt refreshed immediately. Lin Xiao asked, is the soreness gone? If you follow me in cultivation, you will surely become the world's #1 assassin. Chun Ku hesitated a bit, saying she would think about it. At this moment, Chun Ku felt Lin Xiao was truly miraculous. She thought, if it goes on like this, I will improve day by day and soon be able to break through to the earth rank. But the condition is to always be by his side. His house is so big, it probably won't be a problem. The next morning, Lin Xiao brought breakfast into Chun Ku's room. She was still sleeping. Lin Xiao observed for a while, seeing that she was beautiful even when sleeping. Just then, Ninger's voice rang out from outside. She loudly asked where Lin Xiao was and why he wasn't up yet. Lin Xiao was startled, sweating profusely. He thought, I was so engrossed in watching the fight yesterday, I forgot Ninger would come. When Ninger was about to push the door open, Lin Xiao immediately rushed out, pretending to hold a feather duster in his hand. Using the excuse that he had just finished cleaning, he closed the door, not wanting Ninger to know Chun Ku was inside. Ninger came early because she wanted to cook for Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao forced a smile and said, just breakfast. Do we need to buy so much stuff? I'm not a pig. Wait in the main room a bit. I'll cook for you. Don't delay your cultivation. Ninger found Lin Xiao's words very correct. She thought she also had to take the time to cultivate. Otherwise, she wouldn't catch up to him. Breakfast was meticulously prepared by Lin Xiao. It was delicious egg fried rice. Ninger ate very quickly, and as soon as she finished, Lin Xiao saw her off, citing the reason to take time to cultivate. Today, Lin Xiao had to eat both buns and fried rice with eggs. He felt like he was about to burst. Luckily, Ninger didn't find out, he thought to himself. At this moment, Chunke had been standing behind Lin Xiao for some time. She spoke with disgust. I didn't expect you to be so good at deceiving girls. You men are all the same. Lin Xiao smiled gently. To me, this can't be called deception. I sincerely like them. Tien kiskivico retorteth. With men, don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. By the way, you haven't asked what I'm doing staying in the Imperial City. It's not just to enjoy your scar removal service. Chunke revealed that she stayed in the Imperial City to assassinate a villain whom the government ignored. Hearing this, Lin Xiao sweated a bit, forcing a smile. Worthy of being a female assassin of the Heavens Tao Alliance. Every day is different from others. Why do girls' families fight and kill every day? You stay obediently in the house. I'll go investigate, then decide on the action. Since Lin Xiao said so, Chunke would wait at home for his news before choosing the time to strike. For now, Lin Xiao would go to the Department of Inspection to investigate, hoping to find clues. Just as he reached the door, he met Zhao Lingyin standing there. She looked quite listless today, her eyes lacking vitality. She called Lin Xiao's name softly. He thought something had happened to her, but no, she came to find him to cultivate. Afraid Lin Xiao would forget living alone outside. Looking at Ling Yin's current state, Lin Xiao realized they couldn't continue cultivating today. After thinking for a while, he suggested Ling Yin walk and talk with him, since he happened to need to go to the Department of Inspection. Ling Yin nodded in agreement, then asked Lin Xiao where he had been living the past few days. Lin Xiao explained, initially, I stayed temporarily at an inn. Then I went to negotiate with His Majesty to ask for a house. It's that house behind us. Hearing this, Ling Yin became even sadder. She lowered her head, thinking, the first day after the wedding, he had to live alone. The second day, he had to go to an inn. Truly pitiful for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't expect Ling Yin to be heartbroken for him. Seeing this, he hurriedly explained, Ling Yin, things aren't what you think. I'm very fine these days. Your sister and I discussed it. Although we are married, I won't interfere in her life in the future, and she won't disturb my life either. To me, this is a good thing. What kind of good thing is so weird? Ling Yin asked, confused. Lin Xiao smiled gently. This means I can live with other girls. Isn't that a good thing? Ling Yin still didn't believe it. She thought Lin Xiao couldn't do that, and her sister would change. Change? Lin Xiao shook his head. Why should I wait for your sister to change? Ling Yin was curious, guessing he had another way. Lin Xiao looked at her, his voice deep and warm. Originally, the marriage decision didn't specify who to marry, just that it had to be a daughter of the Zhao family. What if I negotiate with my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Divorce your sister and marry you instead? Hearing this, Ling Yin's face turned bright red, her whole body steaming hot. Lin Xiao continued to express that all along, the person he liked was her. Seeing Ling Yin silent, Lin Xiao thought she really liked him. But right at that moment, Ling Yin flew into a rage, giving him a punch like a thunderclap, asking if he wanted to meet the King of Hell. Lin Xiao wasn't angry, but felt happy. He felt that Ling Yin acting like this was her true nature, and the pitiful act before was just pretending. After hitting Lin Xiao, Ling Yin was still angry. She said, you even dare to tease me. Your affairs. I won't manage anymore. Lin Xiao felt this was even better. He'd rather face a violent Ling Yin than see her forever gloomy. Just then, Qinwan appeared, reaching out to help Lin Xiao up, saying, likes the younger sister but marry the older sister. Fate truly plays tricks on people. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, saying it was just a joke. Qinwan replied, how many truths in this world are spoken through jokes? Her words made Lin Xiao uncomfortable. He thought to himself, this woman, I was kind enough to take you in, yet you mercilessly disturb my heart. Then he pretended to be annoyed, holding out his hand to demand the silver chain one had borrowed earlier. Just as Lin Xiao thought, she came today to pay the money. holding the money bag. Lin Xiao said he had to go to the Department of Inspection, asking if Qin Wan wanted to come along. She agreed. Just in time, I have some business back home. Let's go together, young Master Lin. At this moment, Lin Xiao remembered Ningner's words. Qin Wan, that woman, her ability is psychological manipulation. Keep your distance from her. He debated whether to keep his distance from her or not. On the way, the two were stopped by two strangers. They said, "We've been looking for you for a long time. So you are here. Got money from the academy? Pay us back immediately." Lin Xiao intended to step in to help, but Qin Wan quickly stopped him. She took out the money bag and paid them. Seeing the money, they snatched it and left angrily. But before leaving, they turned back to threaten Lin Xiao. The matter from last time isn't over. You just wait. Lin Xiao knew they used God Immortal powder. He didn't expect that guy to still remember him. Seeing Qin Wan easily give money to them, Lin Xiao reminded her, "You just give money to them. They used God Immortal powder and then went gambling. It's useless." Qin Wan just smiled slightly, saying nothing. Lin Xiao thought to himself, "She's truly a difficult woman to understand." Of course, Qin Wan already knew this, but she didn't bother to care. What they do has nothing to do with me. Even the Emperor can't stop God Immortal powder, let alone us. Just 35,326 coins more, and I will be free. Lin Xiao didn't expect Qin Wan to owe so much debt. He was curious to know whom she owed. It turned out, that person was her father. He demanded 12,000 taels of silver to repay the grace of raising her. Knowing the story, Lin Xiao offered to lend her money, which she could pay back slowly later. However, Qin Wan refused. She thought Lin Xiao was pitying her. "If so, I don't need it. My debt. I will pay it myself." Saying that, she decided to split up, wanting to go to the Ability Academy to cultivate, because without cultivation, there would be no reward money from the academy. At the Department of Inspection, Lin Xiao was shouting loudly, startling the officers. "Where's my case?" A crime committed by a high-ranking official. In the warehouse, there are only 3 papers. All cases for me to establish. Lin Xiao realized Chenku was right. Relying on official status to investigate wouldn't work. But the problem was that neither he nor Chenku could reveal themselves directly. After some calculation, Lin Xiao thought of his abilities, including one of the 3 great evil arts. After 3 awakenings, it can now be used on others. Lin Xiao planned to go back and find Chenku. He also wanted to try the feeling of being an assassin like her. Back home, Lin Xiao began molding Chenku's face. His method made her quite confused, doubting if it would be effective. Hearing this, Lin Xiao reassured her, "Relax. I will use a different form to punish those crimes. Isn't that a good thing?" Then, he asked her not to move, starting to use the ability to transform her face. On the street, everyone was marveling at a beautiful couple, wondering why there was such a handsome man and beautiful woman. It turned out, it was Lin Xiao and Chenku disguised as a pair of golden boy and jade girl, making everyone jealous. Chenku saw everyone staring at her and asked, "Has my face returned to its original appearance?" Lin Xiao laughed. "Of course not. I changed you into such a beautiful face. Naturally, everyone will notice. Relax. As long as you don't touch it, there won't be any problem." Lin Xiao suggested they go to the North City to eat and drink, listening for news, while handling business. Chenku agreed immediately. She was also curious to see how Lin Xiao would handle it. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly felt danger approaching, giving him goosebumps. It turned out, the danger he sensed was Ling Yin. When passing by Lin Xiao, she saw this person look strange but felt familiar. Even though she had gone far, Lin Xiao was still sweating. He always thought abilities wouldn't encounter acquaintances. He didn't expect such a thing to happen today. By now, Lin Xiao and Chenku had arrived at tea house, and he had returned to his true appearance. Chenku anxiously touched her face, asking why only he could change back. Lin Xiao explained, "Zilong here is a local tyrant, although he has no big background, relying on a gang of over 20 people. He makes everyone fearful. Dealing with him, directly sending him to the King of Hell would be too wasteful and easy. Just watch how I handle it." Immediately after, the person Lin Xiao was waiting for appeared. He was muttering, wondering why the goods in the brothel weren't satisfactory. When he saw Chenku, he immediately noticed her, thinking, why is there such a beautiful woman in the North City? Even so, he quickly regained his reason, telling himself, why get lustful? These two look like children of nobility. How could they come to the North City? Forget it. I'm not in the mood anymore. Seeing him about to leave, Lin Xiao immediately shouted for him to stop. Stepping closer, he asked with a suspicious voice, what were your eyes looking at just now? Although he tried to deny looking at anything, Lin Xiao insisted he was ogling his woman. Without waiting for him to explain further, Lin Xiao threw a powerful punch at his face, causing him severe pain. He said coldly, you dare look at my woman? Looks like you want to die. He hurriedly bowed and apologized. Apologies, young master. It's all this lowly one's fault. Please forgive me. Don't hit me anymore. The scene of Lin Xiao beating him was witnessed by his gang members. They hurriedly ran over to save their boss. Meanwhile, he continued to beg, big brother. It was just a glance. No need to beat this lowly one to death here, right? Just then, an officer appeared. He shouted an order. Everyone move aside. Let me see who dares bully my brother Zilong. Seeing the officer appear, Lin Xiao was not afraid, but looked happy, as if getting a buy one get one free deal. He thought to himself, eliminating two at once. How convenient. The officer's purpose was to make Zilong owe him a favor, thereby earning a large sum of money. He stood tall, looking at Lin Xiao and asking challengingly, is it you who dares to bully my brother Zilong? Follow me to the station for a day. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao held up a token, his voice full of authority. I am Lin Xiao, son of the Count of Pingyang, also a director at the Department of Inspection. You dare openly harass young women and attack an official of the imperial court? Do you know your crime? Hearing this, the officer immediately panicked, clasping his hands and bowing in apology. This lowly one had eyes, but failed to see Mount High. Please forgive me, Lord Lin. Please allow this lowly one to arrest them and take them to the Department of Inspection for justice. We can wipe out the gang causing trouble in the North City together. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Constable Zhang's intention is good. Not a single one of these people should be missing. Lin Xiao's handling of the situation made Chun Ku feel very satisfied, but she still doubted whether they would truly be punished appropriately, especially that constable, who was a government official. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Evil people will be tormented by evil people. I'm a silk pants noble, and I have colleagues at the Department of Inspection who also hate these evils. He's just a small constable in the North City. He has many unsolved cases on him. At most 3 days, they will be executed. Let's just go back and wait for the good news. Hearing this, Chun Ku felt Lin Xiao talk too much. She even wanted to send one more person to the King of Hell. Why is a woman like you so disobedient? Who do you want to assassinate next? The person Chun Ku targeted was Count Zhongyong, Qin Wu. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was furious, shouting, how much? 12,000 gold taels to assassinate Lin Xiao. The subordinate hurriedly explained. The assassin said the son of the Count of Pingyang is only worth 100 taels, but the husband of Zhao Lingjun is worth 12,000. Hearing this, the Crown Prince ordered to hold fire, waiting silently for an opportunity. 12,000 taels cannot be given so easily. Elsewhere, Chun Ku now learned that Qin Yu's death was due to Lin Xiao using the Crown Prince's hand. She said to Lin Xiao. At that time, the Crown Prince appeared very honest. But actually his heart is dark and extremely perverted. Many people using the ice ability were killed by him. Therefore, you stage a play to make the Crown Prince suspect Qin Yu. Considering it borrowing a knife to kill, you did it to remove harm for the people. But letting someone like the Crown Prince become emperor would truly be a disaster for the people. Lin Xiao nodded, saying, I know that. But for that kid to ascend the throne won't be easy. The universe is undecided. Every prince is a dark horse. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered Li Baizhang's contribution. Every time he went out with Ninger, he used him as a shield. To compensate, Lin Xiao decided to help Li Baizhang become emperor. Chun Ku and Lin Xiao's next target was Qin Wu. Her plan was to directly infiltrate his ranks to carry out the mission. Lin Xiao still felt her plan wasn't really stable. He said gently, the Superman already has a plan. You just need to coordinate with me a little. Today, Lin Xiao went to the Imperial Medical Bureau to find Shuang Shuang. Seeing him, Shuang smiled and said, "It's been a long time since you came to the medical bureau. Saw the cultivation has been too busy lately. Wait a few days when I rest. I will visit you often." Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "I'm kidding. Brother Lin just got married. Surely you must be with your bride." Mentioning the wedding, Lin Xiu's face suddenly became awkward. He tried to force a stiff smile. "That matter is normal. Like this visit, I wanted to ask Miss Shuang if there's any medicine for insomnia, preferably one that makes you sleep immediately after taking it. So no matter what happens, you won't wake up. I need to catch up on sleep lately." Hearing this, Shuang thought Lin Xiu didn't need medicine. She could help him in another way. Her method was using 3 parts poison combined with massage. No need for medicine. However, what Lin Xiu really wanted was a sleeping drug. Seeing Shuang so enthusiastic, Lin Xiu had to silently comply. He lay down on the bed for Shuang to proceed with the treatment. In just a few seconds, Lin Xiu fell fast asleep. No signs of insomnia left. A while later, Lin Xiu woke up, feeling the massage technique of Shuang was truly effective. More importantly, he had obtained what he needed, sleeping drug for pets. At the Count Zhongyong's manor, Lin Xiu was executing his plan. The man ate and drank his fill, determined to nourish his health to have a son. Before long, he had eaten all the food on the table and collapsed. Everything went exactly according to Lin Xiu and Chen Ku's plan. Lin Xiu assigned a task to Chen Ku, telling her to hide Count Zhongyong for 2 days. If he wakes up, feed him a little more. Afterwards, Lin Xiu disguised himself as Count Zhongyong, walking out of the manor. Everyone who saw him bowed in greeting, calling him master. Lin Xiu felt reassured because Qin Wu's clothes still fit. No one suspected anything. Arriving at Qin Wu's harem, the beauties eagerly called him. "Where does master want to go?" "We want to go too." Lin Xiu had to stay and play a bit, saying master had to discuss official business. After playing with the girls, Lin Xiu felt in a good mood, but also a bit reluctant to leave. Next plan, Lin Xiu would go to the Crown Prince's mansion. There, the Crown Prince was hearing a report about an assassin who had lowered his price. "Just pay 5,000 taels up front and it's done." The Crown Prince agreed immediately on the condition that the assassin must kill the person using the ice ability. "Right, Your Highness," a subordinate said. According to investigation, the Qin Yui assassinated last time seems to be the wrong person. The Qin family has no one using the ice ability. Moreover, Qin Song is a user of the stone ability. Hearing this, the Crown Prince showed no regret. He just said, "Just the son of a count. Dead is dead. Tell that assassin to prepare. I remember there is someone in the Water Palace who knows the ice ability. I originally called him to protect the border, but he is too far from the Imperial City. Now it's time to send him to the King of Hell." The Crown Prince then ordered a sedan chair prepared to go sightseeing, aiming to choose a place with good feng shui for Lin Xiu's burial. The Crown Prince's sedan chair stopped in the middle of the street, which was very noisy and bustling. The Crown Prince felt annoyed. He wondered, what is going on? Why does the water ability in me feel so uneasy? He ordered an investigation to see who was sitting in that sedan chair. The Crown Prince's subordinate quickly confirmed it was Count Zhongyong, Qin Wu. This news was truly a shock to the Crown Prince, making him extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "That Count Zhongyong, who dared say his family has no talented people with the ice ability. It seems I wasn't wrong to order his assassination last time. Tell that assassin to change the target from Lin Xiu to Count Zhongyong. Once he is dead, I will immediately pay the 5,000 gold taels." Thus, the Crown Prince had fallen into the trap Lin Xiu set. He believed the bait had been taken. Now just wait for news of Qin Wu's death. At the Count Zhongyong's manor, he was assassinated that very night. Thus, the assassin's target, Qin Wu, was finished, and his next target was Lin Xiu. At the Imperial Palace, in the Imperial Study, His Majesty asked, "Count Zhongyong died last night. The Department of Inspection has investigated all day. What is the result?" "Reporting to Your Majesty. The Department of Inspection found that Count Zhongyong died from overexertion, due to excessive indulgence and a stroke. However, His Majesty knew well that this result was incorrect. He asked for the result from the Secret Intelligence Department. Reporting to Your Majesty. The Secret Intelligence Department examined Qin Wu's body and found he died very strangely. Initial judgment shows Qin Wu didn't die suddenly, but was poisoned with a rare toxin, creating the appearance of sudden death. If so, Qin Wu was assassinated by someone. His Majesty guessed the culprit was that female assassin. However, Zhu Jin had his own theory about the culprit, but he didn't dare say it directly, only speaking vaguely. I'm afraid not. This old servant feels there are many questions in this matter, needing deeper investigation. Investigation results show the death of Qin Yong, Qin Wu's son, was also very unusual. Before dying, there were rumors Qin Yong had awakened the ice ability. This old servant also discovered that in previous years, those in the capital who awakened the ice ability were all wiped out. Only Lin Xiao and the two geniuses of the Zhao family remain. These two have also been assassinated many times. This old servant believes the person behind this not only has the water ability, but also a very large background. Hearing this, His Majesty furiously slammed the table. You stopped just short of saying the Crown Prince's name. But those who possess the ice ability have great growth potential, not easily assassinated like that. Tell him, I will turn a blind eye to past matters. But in the future, if he dares to act recklessly again, don't blame me for not giving him face. At the Crown Prince's East Palace, he was rejoicing because Count Zhongyong was dead, and the Department of Inspection couldn't find anything. It seems this assassin finally did his job. Knowing the assassin would move on Lin Xiao tonight, the Crown Prince appeared very satisfied, his face beaming. Great, but seeing Zhu Jin arrive, the Crown Prince immediately changed his attitude, pretending to be busy with work. I finished reviewing these ledgers. Send someone to bring the new ones. Zhu Jin also spoke up to praise. His Highness the Crown Prince is truly hardworking. If His Majesty knew, he would surely praise you. Sharing burdens with father is what I should do. But Chief Zhu is not by father's side. Running to the East Palace for what? The reason Zhu Jin came to find the Crown Prince was to convey His Majesty's verbal edict, requiring him to deliver it personally. Before speaking, Zhu Jin requested the Crown Prince's subordinates to withdraw. Seeing this, the Crown Prince guessed his father wasn't well, perhaps wanting to pass the throne to him. Thinking so, he urged Zhu Jin if there was something important. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Jin slapped the Crown Prince hard without hesitation. Without hesitation, slapped suddenly, the Crown Prince was extremely angry, intending to use his authority to punish and scold Zhu Jin. But before he could speak, Zhu Jin spoke up to answer. His Majesty told this old servant to convey a message to your Highness. Past matters, His Majesty will turn a blind eye to. But in the future, if you still act recklessly, acting against those who awakened the ice ability, especially Lin Xiao and the two young ladies of the Zhao family, then don't blame His Majesty for not giving face. Your Highness, take care of yourself. Your Highness, please don't blame us. We are just conveying His Majesty's will, including that slap just now. It was also His Majesty who told me to strike, since it is father's decree. Chief Zhu, if there's nothing else, please leave first. These words were just superficial. In reality, the Crown Prince hated Zhu Jin extremely, holding a grudge for this slap, determined to take revenge twofold in the future. As soon as Zhu Jin left, the Crown Prince immediately ordered the assassin to act. Father said in the future I cannot, but before wasn't necessarily forbidden. This assassin was hired beforehand, so it doesn't count. This order from the Crown Prince was accidentally overheard by a bird perched outside. It immediately flew to Lin Xiao to report the news. That brat is plotting something bad again. Go back quickly. The Crown Prince has ordered the assassin to act tonight. He is currently on his way. Not as fast as I can fly, thanks to the bird. Lin Xiao knew the Emperor had timely ordered the Crown Prince to stop. Considering everything settled, now that Qin Wu was dead, Lin Xiao asked where Chun Ku could go. Why not stay at my place? Hearing this, Chun Ku hesitated a bit, seeming unable to make a decision yet. Lin Xiao understood her hesitation. He patted her shoulder gently and said, It's okay. Jianghu night rain, 10 years of lamps. Long roads, high mountains, long rivers. If you feel tired out there, my place is always your home. Just then, the assassin appeared, right in front of the two. In the middle of the night. A lone man and woman not sleeping. What are you doing here? Watching the moon and stars. Finally, you arrived. We've been waiting for you for a long time. So what if you know? Even if you have some martial arts talent. If I want to send you to the king of hell, you can't stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunku grabbed her sword and rushed out. But the assassin didn't defend at all. He just stood there, counting down the time, as if a trap had been set. Exactly so. Before Chunku could do anything, her whole body went stiff, unable to move. Didn't expect that, did you? From the moment I stepped in here, this area has been covered by my poison. On the contrary, Lin Xiao was still healthy, completely unaffected. Looking at Chunku, he said, "You call yourself a wanderer of the Jianghu like this? How can I be at ease?" The assassin was still gloating, thinking both had been poisoned. With only a path to the ancestors left. That's enough. Lin Xiao gave him the fatal blow, reminding him that an assassin shouldn't talk so much. He now securely held a ticket to the underworld. Before dying, he just wanted to know why Lin Xiao wasn't poisoned. The reason was that Lin Xiao had a healing ability, able to heal himself, and also immune to poisons. At the Imperial Palace, Lin Xiao sighed, thinking, Chunku finally left. She has her own organization and ideals. The mortal world can't hold her back. Still lucky. I'll meet the noble consort in a bit. My mood will be better. Walking here, Lin Xiao suddenly saw the crown prince. He smiled a dangerous smile, feeling sad about lacking a chance to make the crown prince miserable. Yet he appeared right in front of him. Thinking so, Lin Xiao ran to the crown prince, saying cheerfully, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Contrary to Lin Xiao, the crown prince was quite panicked right now. His face worried. He told himself not to be afraid. Then the crown prince stammered, asking why Lin Xiao was here. "I'm going to Changchun Palace to visit the noble consort." Hearing Lin Xiao say that, the crown prince also said he was going to Changchun Palace to visit his mother. "Then let's go together with the pillar of our great Xia." At Changchun Palace, Lin Xiao arrived. The consort curiously asked why he came so early today. "I had nothing to do today, so I came a bit earlier. In the future, if I have nothing to do, I will come here a bit early." "Right, Your Highness. Is Nini Beofing Law to lie?" Lin Xiao asking this made the consort blush. She coughed lightly, saying it was very good. "That's great. Still need to pay more attention to Nienye's condition." Lin Xiao noticed the consort's face suddenly turned strangely red. He guessed she had been in the palace too long. So he planned to find a suitable time to take the consort out for a trip. At this point, the consort didn't say much but thought to herself, "Oh, my parents. Who understands me a little? Why did I name Nya after my childhood nickname in the first place?" Died of embarrassment. As soon as Lin Xiao's parrot flew in to report that the crown prince had arrived from Yongning Palace, the consort realized this bird had been appearing frequently in the palace lately. Feeling it was adorable, she asked Lin Xiao how he felt. Lin Xiao replied, "If Your Highness finds it cute, then naturally it is cute. Anyway, your student won't disturb you anymore. Allow me to return to cultivate first." Meanwhile, the crown prince was still wondering why the assassin hadn't killed Lin Xiao yet. It should have been completed last night. The crown prince suspected the guy, took the money, and ran. Just thinking of Lin Xiao, the crown prince saw him appear right in front of him. Lin Xiao suggested the crown prince leave the palace together, but the crown prince refused immediately, turning away and saying, "I remember I have something I haven't told father yet. I'll go there first." The crown prince's attitude amused Lin Xiao. He thought to himself, "You sent people to assassinate me several times. It's not excessive for me to hate you, is it? We have plenty of time to play in the future. Your Highness the Crown Prince." Currently, Chunku had left, leaving only Lin Xiao in the house. He calculated he would bring De Huang over here. Before Chunku left, she mentioned a famous tofu shop, and Lin Xiao decided to stop by. He muttered to himself, "Outside the city is full of small alleys. Where do I go to buy tofu now?" Lin Xiao's words were heard by a man nearby. He enthusiastically gave directions. "If the young master wants to eat tofu, go to the end of this road. At the end, there is the Yin family. Their tofu is famous throughout the inner city. Only 2 coins apiece." Following the instructions, Lin Xiao found a shop and ordered a piece of tofu immediately. Surprisingly, The owner was Haitang, seeing an acquaintance. Both were astonished. Lin Xiao called out Haitang, but then corrected himself to call her Chen Yu. Haitang quickly regained her composure, saying, "Young master is mistaken. I am not Haitang, nor am I Chen Yu." Lin Xiao pretended not to know, laughing awkwardly. "Sorry, perhaps I mistook you. Then give me a bowl of tofu pudding. I'll eat here." At this moment, Lin Xiao was thinking about Chen Yu appearing here. Although many people witnessed her rushing into the tree, he suddenly remembered her body wasn't found then. Perhaps the cause started here. Just then, a man walked out from inside the shop. "Ayu, what's wrong? Why haven't you given the tofu to the customer?" Ayu blushed slightly. Hiding behind his back, the man said, "Sorry, young master. My wife isn't feeling well today. I will bring you a portion. Do you want salty or sweet?" This scene made Lin Xiao feel bitter. He thought, meeting an old flame only to be fed a bowl of dog food. He asked the owner if they had spicy flavor. Lin Xiao's strange taste worried him, because adding cornel would ruin the taste. He asked Lin Xiao again to confirm if he really wanted spicy. Lin Xiao affirmed, "I don't like sweet, nor do I like salty. I only like spicy. Add lots of cornel." The man had to indulge the customer, whispering to Chen Yu, "This kid seems abnormal. Give him a lot. Maybe he'll be normal after eating his fill." Chen Yu tried to suppress a laugh, telling her husband not to worry, as he didn't look like a bad person. When Chen Yu brought the food out, Lin Xiao asked why she came here. Chen Yu replied, "A heroine led me here. Why did young master come outside the city to eat tofu?" Lin Xiao laughed. "I was also introduced by a heroine to buy tofu." Lin Xiao's words surprised Chen Yu. She didn't expect him to know her too. Lin Xiao felt relieved. He didn't expect his long-standing concern to be resolved by Chen Ku. He planned to ask her what exactly happened when he had the chance, even though Chen Yu had to hide her identity for a while. When Lin Xiao arrived at the manor gate, he saw Ling Yin standing there. Every time he saw her, Lin Xiao was startled, as if he had just done something wrong. When Lin Xiao entered, Ling Yin immediately asked sternly, "What were you laughing at just now? And what about the woman in the room?" Lin Xiao replied immediately, "I wasn't laughing. Just remembering some funny things." "And what woman? I don't have anyone here." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wan walked out of the house. Ling Yin immediately questioned loudly, "You still dare say there isn't? Then who is she?" Qin Wan didn't back down, replying immediately, "Zhao Ling Yin. Just now you call me Qin Wan. Now you pretend not to know me." Facing the tense situation, Lin Xiao thought it best to remain silent. However, he still tried to explain calmly. "Miss Qin Wan has no home, so I let her stay. You know I'm a kind person." Ling Yin didn't care about Lin Xiao's explanation. She decided to move in here and said, "Qin Wan cannot stay here. She has a home to return to. If this gets out, it won't be good." Qin Wan still refused to yield, replying, "Then what about the younger sister staying at her brother-in-law's house? If this news spreads, it will become a laughingstock for the nobility." Ling Yin wasn't afraid of rumors. She insisted she would sleep here tonight. Qin Wan also absolutely refused to give in, determined to stay. Lin Xiao, the most awkward person, suggested everyone go inside to continue talking to avoid disturbing the neighbors. After some arranging, he finally settled sleeping places for the two ladies. Just then, a parrot came to report news. Recently, the Duke of Huang's manor added 2 guards. One uses earth. One fights with fists. Hearing this, Lin Xiao thought to himself, "I just wanted to rest. Huang Tao won't let me have peace. Hiring guards, at least get earth rank ones. Let you show off a bit. Wait until I reach the upper black rank. You're done for." The next morning, while Ling Yin was still sleepy, Lin Xiao had been practicing for a while. When she asked if he slept last night, Lin Xiao only replied, "Strength isn't enough. Must cultivate more." Then he handed her a bun. "This is a bun Qin Wan made. Tastes very good. Try it." Ling Yin was annoyed. "You still mention her? Since waking up, I see her busy all the time. Planning to turn herself into a maid?" Lin Xiao showed sympathy. "Qin Wan is my guest. She has no money. Being busy like that counts as paying rent." Ling Yin heard this and said, "You are truly a kind person. Then I will also stay here long-term to protect you." Lin Xiao couldn't refuse, so he thanked her. By the way, he asked Ling Yin to pass a message to Princess Min that he had business at noon and would continue training in the afternoon. Ling Yin saw Lin Xiao suddenly change. not understanding why he was trying so hard to cultivate. At this moment, Lin Xiao had arrived at the imperial palace to walk with the consort. He felt mentally unstable these past few days, thinking it was time to take the consort out of the palace. Following Lin Xiao's advice, the consort immediately ordered Zhu Jin to arrange for leaving the palace right away. At His Majesty's hall, Zhu Jin reported the consort's intention to leave the palace and asked, "Does this old servant need to remind anything regarding this?" His Majesty agreed immediately without hesitation. "Her spirit pet is too weak. After half a month, let her leave the palace once. That way she appears less in front of me, avoiding causing trouble." Actually, that was just a secondary reason. His Majesty saw that every time his beloved wife caused trouble, she wanted to run to the Empress Dowager to complain. His Majesty thought, "I'm a king of a country. I can't be spanked on the butt." Immediately after, the consort was allowed to leave the palace. Like many other women, she was still passionate about shopping. Seeing anything, she was excited and wanted to buy. In just a moment, the consort had bought a whole sack of stuff. At this moment, Lin Xiao's appearance was a bit forced, trying to smile and say as long as Her Highness was happy. After shopping for a while, the consort felt tired and suggested Lin Xiao take her to the place from last time to listen to singing. This suggestion made Lin Xiao feel relieved, because finally he could rest. He had to admit, shopping was truly a terrible nightmare. At Lihua Yuan, Tai began to sing for the consort, telling of misty rain in Jiangnan, lonely worship at the Northern Pass. At this point, the consort made a suggestion. "Let Tai enter the palace. I guarantee she will live in peace and wealth for her whole life." Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately spoke up, hesitantly saying it wasn't possible. Then, his face flushed red, shyly explaining that Tai was his person. Knowing the story, the consort covered her mouth and laughed. "If so, I won't separate you two. It's just that I find this Lihua Yuan boring now. I want to go somewhere more interesting." And that interesting place was Lin Xiao's new house. Upon entering, the consort assessed his house as quite clean and asked, "Does someone come to clean often?" "No, I only visit this place occasionally." Lin Xiao didn't want many people to know that he and Zhao Lingjun lived separately. So whenever anyone asked, he answered like that. Just then, Qin Wan walked out of the house, calling Lin Xiao's name and saying she had finished moving. Afraid of being misunderstood, Lin Xiao hurriedly explained to the consort, "She's my friend. She has some trouble at home. No place to stay. So I rented her a room. This is the noble consort. Qin Wan, come pay your respects quickly." After Qin Wan finished paying respects, the consort teased Lin Xiao a bit. "Wait a little longer. Will more people appear?" The consort question made Lin Xiao sweat bullets, hurriedly affirming there was no one else. As soon as he finished speaking, Princess Min and Zhao Lingyin suddenly appeared. The princess loudly called Lin Xiao. "I came to find you for something more important than cultivation." Saying that, the princess finally noticed the consort's presence. The two immediately bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." Facing this situation, the consort felt extremely amused, a smile blooming on her lips. As for Lin Xiao, he became increasingly tense, thinking to himself, surely no one else will appear. But right at that moment, Ningya appeared. She also loudly called Lin Xiao. "Finally, I can meet you." Half an hour later, everyone was seated at the dining table. This meal was truly crowded, but the atmosphere was strangely quiet and tense. Ninger was the first to speak. "Lin Xiao, why aren't you eating?" Qin Wan's skills aren't bad. There are also flour cakes made by the noble consort herself. Lin Xiao took the initiative to explain his relationship with the girls at the table. "Lingyin came to protect me. She worries I'm unsafe living alone, afraid I'll encounter assassins. Princess Min came with her. As for Qin Wan, she is in a bit of trouble. But the relationship between us isn't what you think. If I must clarify, she is our tenant. Understand? I can't be by your side all the time, nor did I think of monopolizing you. After grandfather advanced to the heaven rank, he wants to personally teach me cultivation. I'm afraid I can't be like before, coming to find you every day." Speaking of this, the two began holding hands, as if about to be separated for 10 years. Ninger even promised she would definitely try hard, so the two could openly be together. Through this, Lin Xiao didn't expect Ninger to be so easily coaxed. Truly an understanding person. Making one touched. This affectionate scene made the princess and Ling Yin unable to swallow their food. The princess reminded Ling Yin, "Don't you intend to manage this a bit?" Ling Yin shook her head. "Regarding Lin Xiao's affairs, I have no right to manage." On the third day of the third month, at the Thunderfall courtyard, thunder and lightning boomed. Lin Xiao sat there, trying to catch every bolt of lightning striking him. Lin Xiao had waited a long time for this spring thunder. It was strong enough, so it was even more painful. But because his martial arts, cultivation, and thunder ability could rise quickly, Lin Xiao thought enduring this was worth it. After 2 hours, his cultivation had upgraded significantly, with no traces of pain left. With this power, Lin Xiao thought even a lower or middle earth rank martial artist wouldn't have it easy. Finished training, Lin Xiao realized his strength was no longer ordinary. He decided to go see what Zhao Lingjun was doing. Perhaps he wouldn't be discovered. Lin Xiao used the stealth ability and flight ability to go to Zhao Lingjun's place. Zhao Lingjun was still diligently cultivating. Her telekinesis could gently lift 2 stone blocks high. Observing from above, Lin Xiao assessed this telekinesis cultivation scene as a bit grand, but still far inferior to the scene of him cultivating the thunder ability. At this point, suddenly Zhao Lingjun sensed something. She stood up abruptly, carefully observing the surroundings. Even so, she couldn't detect Lin Xiao. Only sensing someone was watching her, Lin Xiao had to try to hold his breath now. He didn't expect her to sense him from so far away, nor did he expect her telekinesis ability to be so strong. Lin Xiao felt lucky that outwardly she was his wife. There would surely be opportunities for physical contact. That telekinesis ability would sooner or later end up in his pocket. Lin Xiao noticed that after enduring lightning strikes for so long, his martial arts cultivation reached the upper black rank even faster than his ability cultivation. It seemed that to speed up abilities, he still had to rely on money and essence crystals. At home, Lin Xiao was angry because someone had gathered all the essence crystals in the capital. He had gone home to gather money, only to find no place to spend it. Just then, the parrot brought him good news. "Boss, there is new movement at the Crown Prince's manor. Someone gifted the Crown Prince a lot of shining essence crystals." At this moment, just hearing the words essence crystals, Lin Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. Full of eagerness, he hurriedly asked the bird to recount the story from beginning to end. In the Crown Prince's room, there is a vase. Just turn it slightly and a secret passage appears. I saw the Crown Prince carrying a box of essence crystals into it. The bird recounted. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt his life was about to change. If what the bird said was true, surely there would be essence crystals in that secret passage too. To reward the bird, Lin Xiao gave it a full bowl of food and promised that if it followed him, it would enjoy 10 meals in 3 days. But the story didn't stop there. While eating, the bird continued. The Crown Prince also said he would attend a banquet tonight. The person who gifted the essence crystals will also be there. Lin Xiao didn't expect that after searching for essence crystals for so long, it turned out the Crown Prince had bought them all. He thought to himself, "Crown Prince, don't blame me. It's time for me to collect some interest." By evening, Lin Xiao was standing ready, waiting for the Crown Prince to go out. Through the conversation, he knew the Crown Prince was on his way to the Duke of Ding's manor. Lin Xiao guessed the person gifting essence crystals to the Crown Prince was the Duke of Ding, who didn't hesitate to spend big for the royal position. When the Crown Prince left, Lin Xiao immediately sneaked into the room and found the blue vase the bird described. He thought to himself, leaving it in such an obvious place. Is the Crown Prince applying the trick? The most dangerous place is the safest place? I understand, but unfortunately, you met me. After turning the vase, a secret room appeared. Lin Xiao realized the information from Little Blue was completely accurate. Inside the room were countless jewels, ivory, and gold coins piled up like mountains. Lin Xiao felt his life truly changing. He was determined to take everything, leaving nothing for the Crown Prince. There are even tier 5 essence crystals here. Awesome. Hope there are Earth rank essence crystals too. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was returning to his room, drunk and staggering. He walked while recalling his uncle's words. Tier 5 essence crystals will help you advance to the Earth rank. and Tier 4 essence crystals are enough for you to reach the upper black rank. Go back and cultivate quickly. Don't disappoint me. The more he thought, the angrier the crown prince became. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "This old man always looks down on me. If he were my uncle, I would have sent him to the underworld long ago. But now the most important thing is cultivation. My essence crystals. I'm back." However, when he entered the secret room, the crown prince was immediately stunned. He looked around with a bewildered face, not understanding what was happening. Where are my things? Where did everything go? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao absorbed the essence crystal and reached the upper Xian realm. This was the 4th time he had awakened his special abilities, and he could feel that the power this time was much stronger. Lin Xiao wondered if he could defeat Zhao Lingjun now, but he quickly dismissed the thought. The most important thing was that, after this awakening, he could copy 4 more special abilities. In a cheerful mood, Lin Xiao decided to visit the Lihua courtyard to listen to music. There, his expression suddenly turned pensive. Seeing this, Kai curiously asked, "Is something troubling you, young master?" Lin Xiao sighed. "I was just thinking. I wonder when I'll be able to discuss things with Miss Zhao, to give you a proper status. If that happens, I can officially be with you." Just hearing you say that is enough to make me happy. I don't need any status. I only hope that you won't abandon me in the future, young master. After their heart-to-heart, Lin Xiao had copied over 73% of Kai Yi's special ability. He thought to himself, "I forgot. My copying ability isn't something I can control. But anyway, I'd have to copy it sooner or later. Might as well." Then he looked at Kai Yi with affectionate eyes. "What are you talking about? I want to be with you until we're old." Hearing this, Kai Yi was moved and was ready to give herself completely to Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao decided to wait until their wedding night. He believed it was a momentous occasion that shouldn't be lost to a moment of impulse. Kai Yi agreed and followed his decision. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly heard countless strange sounds. After a moment of thought, he realized that after his 4th awakening, his sound ability had evolved to the heaven realm. All the sounds around me are turning into elemental power for me to use. Right now, I have 3 empty slots. Zhao Lingjun's mind ability will take 1 spot. The other 2 should be offensive abilities. That way, I'll have more options to deal with enemies. After some consideration, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of Qin Wan's special ability. Ling Yin had described it as extremely dangerous. It was definitely a power worth having. He decided to find a chance to test it when he got back. At Lin Xiao's home, Qin Wan was busy kneading dough for cooking. Seeing this, Ling Yin showed her displeasure. "Are you planning to be a housewife for the rest of your life? So what if I am, Zhao Ling Yin? Are you trying to provoke me?" "Not all. I was just curious, because I see you slaving away in the kitchen all day. Mind your own business. My affairs are none of your concern." At that moment, Lin Xiao returned. He called Qin Wan outside for a moment, saying he had something to discuss. Hearing his call, Qin Wan agreed. "You go on ahead. I'll just clean up a bit and be right out." Lin Xiao's voice today caught Ling Yin's attention. She wondered why his voice sounded so pleasant. Ling Yin's reaction didn't escape Qin Wan's notice. She immediately started to tease Ling Yin. "You're so concerned about the changes in Lin Xiao. Have you fallen for him?" With just 1 sentence, Qin Wan made Ling Yin furious. She shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why such a strong reaction?" "I was just asking." Outside, Qin Wan asked Lin Xiao, "What did you call me out for?" "It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask about your special ability." The sudden question made Qin Wan suspicious. She looked at Lin Xiao for confirmation. "You're asking about my special ability?" From Qin Wan's expression, Lin Xiao realized she wouldn't be easy. He'd have to find another chance to try. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Wan asked Lin Xiao, "Do you want to try it?" Of course. Lin Xiao didn't miss the opportunity and agreed immediately. Instantly, Lin Xiao fell into an illusion without even realizing it. He was surrounded by girls trying to seduce him. Even so, Lin Xiao remained clear-headed. He realized this illusion was formidable, creating an unbelievably realistic hallucination. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Xiao used his eye ability, shattering all the illusions created by the spell. When it was all over, Qin Wan asked Lin Xiao how he felt. "Want to try again?" Lin Xiao immediately refused. "You should go get some rest." Lin Xiao realized this illusion ability was too powerful. He was lucky to have his eye ability from the Fourth Awakening. That was the only reason he could break the illusion. Otherwise, he would have been trapped. Sometime later, Lin Xiao's bird brought more news. The crown prince suddenly fell ill today. He couldn't teach. Lin Xiao had already expected this. It would be strange if the crown prince wasn't sick. The wealth he had painstakingly accumulated his entire life had suddenly vanished. He was lucky he didn't go insane. But I'm not feeling sorry for the crown prince. When dealing with someone like him, no matter how excessive the measures, it's well-deserved. As soon as Little Blue finished reporting, it was Little Six's turn. Huang Tao was acting a bit strange today. He said he was bored at home and wanted to go see an opera singer who has a special ability. This news startled Lin Xiao. The person Huang Tao was going to see was probably Kai Yi. That's why he reacted that way. Out on the street, Huang Tao was instructing his subordinate. In a moment, when you see the actor, you must be gentle. His subordinate didn't forget to remind him, don't stray more than 5 steps from us. That assassin from last time still hasn't been caught. Why bring her up? So what if she knows special abilities? When I catch her, I'll make her wish she were dead. She won't even be able to die if she wants to. Just then, Huang Tao suddenly froze. He mumbled, how can there be a woman in this world with the aura of a celestial fairy? Her beauty captivated him, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. She looked just like In an instant, a wicked idea sparked in his mind. He was determined to have this woman. After a moment of thought, he spoke up to start a conversation with the girl. Excuse me, miss. Are you in some kind of trouble? If you need anything, I would be happy to help. Hearing this, the girl coldly refused him. No need. My mother told me that the way you young men talk is full of wicked intentions. Get lost. All right then. If you tell me to get lost, I'll get lost. But those are just words. When the girl walked away, he immediately ordered his men to capture her and bring her to his private room. Following Huang Tao's orders, his subordinates followed her. They knocked the girl out. They even urged each other to act quickly. We absolutely cannot keep the second young master waiting. That stunningly beautiful girl was actually Lin Xiao in disguise. Everything was going according to the plan he had set. Moreover, while Huang Tao was carrying Lin Xiao, he took the opportunity to copy his earth ability. Lin Xiao hadn't expected this trip to come with an unexpected bonus. What a great deal. By the time they reached the Duke of Huang's residence, Lin Xiao had completed copying the earth ability. Huang Tao was now full of anticipation, preparing to enjoy a beautiful spring night with the beauty. Suddenly, a masculine voice rang out. What's the rush, young master? In a hurry to meet your maker? Huang Tao was startled. He quickly asked, who are you? Lin Xiao replied, I'm the one who has come to end your life. With that, he pulled a sword from his spatial storage and ended Huang Tao's life instantly. Hearing the blood-curdling scream from the room, the subordinates rushed in. But by then it was too late. Huang Tao was dead, and the woman they had captured had vanished. From this, they deduced that the girl was the one who had killed their young master. They immediately sent people to hunt her down. After a while of searching, they saw a familiar figure. But when the girl turned around, they were horrified because it wasn't the person they were looking for. Moreover, this girl's figure and face didn't match their target at all, which made them even more suspicious. They were furious. You ugly thing, how dare you imitate others by wearing a white dress? After his fourth awakening, Lin Xiao felt that his special abilities had improved significantly, though he still felt a bit unfamiliar with them. At Lin Xiao's home, Ling Yin asked him if he had seen her dress. She had been looking for it everywhere, but couldn't find it. Lin Xiao felt a little guilty. He said he didn't know anything about the dress. Faced with Ling Yin's suspicion, he tried to justify himself. I definitely didn't take your dress. Why would a great man like me take your dress? Then Lin Xiao told Ling Yin to get ready. They were going to see her sister soon. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remembered his sister-in-law, which made Ling Yin feel happy and emotional. She thought that Lin Xiao had finally remembered he had a wife. Lin Xiao's excuse was that it had been a long time since he took her sister to visit their parents. It wouldn't be good if they became suspicious, but in reality, he wanted to acquire Zhao Lingjuan's mind ability. Soon after, Lin Xiao and Zhao Lingjun arrived at her parents' house. Seeing the harmonious couple, her parents were very pleased. They told the two not to be so formal, and that they had prepared a sumptuous feast. Her mother even asked Lin Xiao if he was being treated unfairly, because Ling Jun's personality was a bit cold. Lin Xiao immediately spoke well of Ling Jun, saying she always gave in to him. If anyone's being treated unfairly, it's her. Both of them went into full acting mode, praising each other like a model couple. Ling Yin, who knew the truth better than anyone, had to admit they were acting like professional actors. After the meal, Ling Jun's father told Lin Xiao, "It's getting late today. Why don't you rest here for the night? It won't be too late to visit relatives tomorrow." Lin Xiao was a bit hesitant, but Ling Jun interjected, "Father told you to stay, so just stay. What are you still hesitant about, husband?" So Lin Xiao had to obey. He would stay with his wife for the night, to avoid an awkward situation for the two of them. Ling Ying quickly spoke up. "Sister and brother-in-law are together every day. It's been a long time since I've slept with my sister. I want to sleep with her tonight." Ling Yin's request was immediately rejected by her father. He shouted, "You've slept with your sister since you were little. Now that you're grown up, you're still fighting over this. How will you ever get married to someone else? Go to sleep by yourself." Hearing this, Ling Jun also gently advised Ling Yin to listen to their father, promising that the two sisters would have a chance to sleep together later. Ling Yin had to accept the situation. She glanced at Lin Xiao with a look that seemed to say, "This is all I can do to help you. The rest is up to you." At that moment, Ling Jun put her arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder, affectionately calling him husband. "Let's go to our room." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "I'll give you a back massage later, my dear wife. You've worked hard these past few days." Ling Jun's gesture of putting her arm around him allowed Lin Xiao to begin copying her special ability. Observing the young couple, Ling Jun's mother couldn't help but feel a bit envious. She said, "Xiao and Ling Jun have such a good relationship. He even knows to give her a back massage. Not like some people." Understanding his wife's meaning, Ling Jun's father immediately offered, "When we get back to our room, I'll give you a back massage right away." This scene gave Ling Ying goosebumps. She felt she couldn't stand it. At this time, Lin Xiao had copied 98.8% of the ability. Just when he thought he was about to succeed, he was suddenly interrupted. The reason was that as soon as they entered the room, Ling Jun removed her hand and said, "Tonight, you can sleep on a bed, husband. I'm going to cultivate." To fail when he was so close, Lin Xiao felt extremely bitter. If at first you don't succeed, try again, he thought. He said, then made an excuse to ask Ling Jun for a favor. "My mother is very perceptive. Seeing how we are now, she might have already figured something out. When we go to the Lin family tomorrow, we should act more intimate so she doesn't get suspicious." Ling Jun heard this but didn't understand what more intimate meant. On the street, people were buzzing with chatter. "That's Miss Zhao. The person next to her must be her husband. They make such a beautiful couple. And they're holding hands so intimately. Their marital affection must be very strong." At this moment, Ling Jun knew how to look more intimate, helping everyone believe that their marital affection was truly strong. The intimate gesture of Lin Xiao and Ling Jun holding hands helped him successfully copy her mind ability. This time, Lin Xiao was surprised that Ling Jun was so calm in front of the crowd, as expected of a heavenly pride. More importantly, he had obtained a mind ability he had always wanted. When Lin Xiao and Ling Jun returned home without saying anything, his parents were a bit bewildered. They hadn't had time to prepare tea and water. There was only enough food for 3 people. Lin Xiao said it was fine. "You all go ahead and eat." Earl Pinyin was relieved to hear that. But as soon as he sat down to eat, his wife pinched his ear. "Fine, my foot. Go tell the kitchen to prepare some delicious food." After her outburst, Lin Xiao's mother returned to her gentle demeanor. "Xiao or Ling Jun, is there anything else you two would like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it." Lin Xiao quickly said, "No need, mother. This is more than enough. We won't be able to finish it all." From his mother's expression, Lin Xiao felt that her smile held a different meaning. He worried that she had seen through their act. After the meal, Ling Jun and Lin Xiao hurried home, using the excuse that they had to return to cultivate immediately. Outside the Lin residence, Ling Jun still held onto Lin Xiao's arm without letting go. She even reminded him not to move because the guards were still watching. And indeed, Sundali had been secretly following the two to observe them. Knowing this, Lin Xiao and Ling Jun put on another show. Lin Xiao said loudly, "Ling Jun, I'll take you to pick out some jewelry later, okay? Ling Jun also replied, I'll listen to whatever my husband says. After hearing this, Sun Dali immediately went back to report to the old master and madam. After the young master and young madam returned, I secretly followed them for a while. I didn't notice anything unusual. The young master even said he would take the young madam to pick out jewelry. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's mother's suspicions lessened. She thought she was overthinking things. As long as Lin Xiao and his wife were harmonious, she was happy. What she said, her opinion thought it made sense. He even told her she was just thinking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man had his ear painfully pinched by his wife, accompanied by a deafening shout. What would an old fossil like you know? I noticed that when Ling Yin was with Xiao before, he was much happier than he is now. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had just reached his gate when he witnessed two thugs demanding money from Qin Wan. Even though she had given them 50 taels, they stubbornly came back for more. They didn't care for reason. They stood there, shouting up a storm. We just lost again. Hurry up and give us the money. We know you're with that guy named Lin. He's very rich. Don't lie and say you don't have money. We've investigated thoroughly. His house is worth 200,000 taels. Do you have any idea how much 200,000 taels is? As long as you know how to please him. A few dozen taels of silver is nothing. Their vulgar and insulting words made Qin Wan's face turn red with shame. At that moment, Lin Xiao stepped out, a gentle smile on his face. My two big brothers. Your words are a bit harsh. If you want to borrow money, I'm willing to help. Here's 10,000 taels. I'll lend it to you. But even blood brothers need to be clear on the terms. If you borrow, there must be conditions. Know the amount and the repayment date. That's not too much to ask, is it? The two thugs' eyes lit up at the sight of money. They didn't even bother with Lin Xiao's conditions. They hastily signed the agreement with their thumbprints and took the money immediately. They even gloated, cursing Lin Xiao for being an easily deceived fool, not realizing they had fallen into a trap. Our little sister is living with him now. We're all family from now on, spending a little of our family's money. How can that be called borrowing? Next time, we'll have to take a bit more. They sneered, not suspecting a thing. Qin Wan was dissatisfied with the way Lin Xiao handled the situation. She worried that if he kept giving them money like that, they would lose it all again, and he would never get a single coin back. But Lin Xiao just smiled lightly. Don't worry about it. Just focus on your cultivation for now. In his heart, Lin Xiao thought to himself, a debt must be repaid. It's only natural. If you can't pay it back in 3 days, you can either sell your house or use your little sister as collateral. You can only choose one. As for collecting the debt, leave it to me. At the casino, the two thugs immediately rushed to gamble as soon as they got the money. They bet small, and it came out big. They bet big, and it came out small. They just kept losing badly. Lin Xiao also went to the casino, but he was disguised as a man with a mustache. The casino owner came over to introduce the game of big or small. The other games were too complicated, so they weren't set up. Lin Xiao's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the two thugs. They thought he was a fat sheep, with lots of money but no skill. Lin Xiao pretended to lose continuously, acting angry and about to give up. The two thugs spoke up. Young master, let us teach you how to play. Play again. You'll definitely win. Lin Xiao pretended to agree, letting them guide him. As a result, he won big on the next round. The two thugs were excited. Do you want to play more? Lin Xiao smiled lightly. This time, I'll bet 100 taels. I want to win back double. His words made them even more certain that the fish had taken the bait. The dealer shook the dice, and this time, Lin Xiao lost. He acted furious. I'm betting big. 500 taels. Hearing that number, the two thugs broke out in a sweat, but they tried to act calm. Young master, you've already won quite a bit. If you bet again, you might lose. It's not worth it. After he finished speaking, Lin Xiao shouted even louder, accusing him of being scared. If you don't have the money, don't you dare gamble with me. Find someone else to take your place. The figure of 500 taels had ignited the greed of many people. Everyone agreed to switch players so the two could play. At the same time, they cursed at him, saying if he didn't have money, he should get lost immediately. A fat sheep that so many coveted. Of course, he couldn't bear to let it go. Therefore, he was determined to gamble with Lin Xiao to the end. And right after that, Lin Xiao lost. His performance at that moment was, to say the least, too realistic. It made it impossible for others to doubt him. This way, Qin Wan's older brother believed him and became even more excited for the next bet. Don't worry, young master. The game isn't over yet. You and I are both dark horses. He said this and continued to throw the dice, his face confident as if he had already secured the win. However, no matter how skilled he was, he couldn't overcome Lin Xiao's ability. As a result, Lin Xiao won this round. Seeing this, the man was horrified. He couldn't believe this was real. Unwilling to accept defeat, he shouted, accusing Lin Xiao of cheating. But since Lin Xiao had disguised himself today, of course, he would play this out with him to the end. Lin Xiao grabbed him by the collar and gave him a fierce scolding. You dare say that one more time? When you win, it's a win. When I win, it's cheating. Where's the logic in that? Everyone here saw it. I didn't even touch the table when I came over. Lin Xiao had to be this forceful for the man to get scared. He quickly apologized, admitting defeat and not daring to argue further. This one was done, but the other one still wouldn't give up. He wanted Lin Xiao to bet another 10,000. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately refused. I was just lucky just now. I can't beat you at this game. I'll just lose it all again in a bit. If you don't want to play dice, that's fine. Let's go to the second floor and play cockfighting, or cricket fighting. You can't just win and run off with the money. He suggested. Those games sound pretty interesting. Lin Xiao agreed to give it a try. With Lin Xiao's acceptance, the man was confident he would win. He considered himself the king of these games. Betting against him was like giving away money for free. But that was just what he thought. The result was the complete opposite. The more he played, the more he lost. His rooster was beaten senseless by Lin Xiao's rooster. He lost miserably. The reason Lin Xiao won was also very simple. It was because he could understand animal language. So, bribing the two roosters wasn't difficult. Despite this result, the man still didn't believe it. They switched to cricket fighting, and after switching to crickets, the result was no better. A loss was still a loss. Having lost this badly, they had no choice but to accept it and stop. He went home empty-handed after one night. If he continued to be stubborn, he was afraid he'd lose even his shirt on his back. At the residence of the Count of Jianan. Today, Lin Xiao suddenly brought Qin Wan here, making her quite curious. When she asked, he wouldn't tell her, only saying she would find out in a moment. Inside the residence, Lin Xiao called out loudly, "You two brothers of the Qin family, get out here for me." Suddenly, a stranger barged into their home. The old couple had no idea what was happening, nor did they know who Lin Xiao was. At this point, the couple's two freeloading sons also appeared, cheerfully calling Lin Xiao brother-in-law and inviting him to sit down. Lin Xiao didn't bother acknowledging the brother-in-law title. He was here today to collect a debt. He then held up an IOU. It clearly stated, "The two young masters of the Qin family owe Lin Xiao 10,000 taels of silver, to be repaid in 3 days." The evidence was black and white, clear as day. Lin Xiao continued, "Your two sons owe me 10,000 taels of silver. Today is the due date." Hearing the sum of 10,000 taels of silver, the head of the Qin family felt like he had been struck by lightning. He could only hope this was a nightmare. He couldn't accept this. The mother of the two young masters shouted, "Impossible. You brought that bitch Qin Wan with you. You must be colluding with her. How could they borrow so much? I don't care whether you think it's possible or not. The proof is right here. If you can't pay the money, you can use other things as collateral," Lin Xiao replied. "What do you want to take? Let me tell you first. This house of mine isn't worth that much." At this point, Lin Xiao put his arm around Qin Wan's shoulders. "I don't need your house. Your daughter has some beauty. She's just about worth 10,000 taels." Lin Xiao's proposal made the old man feel quite bitter. He had hoped to sell Qin Wan for a better price, but today he was easily giving her to Lin Xiao. It was truly a huge loss. In this situation, he had no other choice. He had to grit his teeth and accept. Before leaving, Lin Xiao turned back, his voice full of authority. "From now on, Qin Wan belongs to me. You are not allowed to contact her anymore." With everything seemingly resolved, Qin Wan couldn't help but be curious. She asked Lin Xiao why he had helped her. Lin Xiao smiled. "You can consider it my compassion. Everyone has flaws, and my biggest flaw is that I like to meddle in other people's business." Hearing this, Qin Wan disagreed in her heart. She believed Lin Xiu's flaw wasn't meddling, but rather his lecherousness. Lin Xiu chuckled upon hearing this. Being lecherous isn't a flaw. Who doesn't love beauty? His Majesty has over 20 consorts. Do you dare say he is lecherous? Then he added, of course. It's not out of the question that I wanted to win your favor through this. After all, for any normal man, who wouldn't want to have Qinwan? Hearing Lin Xiu say this, Qinwan's attitude changed. She struck a provocative pose and said, I am your woman now. You could do whatever you want with me. But just at that moment, Lin Xiu's quick wits sensed approaching danger. Just as he suspected, Ling Yin was standing behind them, having appeared without them noticing. Her entire body radiated killing intent. Her cold eyes stared at them. Ling Yin spoke, her voice filled with suspicion. Lin Xiu, in broad daylight. What are you doing? Seeing the situation was not good, Qinwan quickly made her exit, leaving Lin Xiu alone to face Ling Yin. Lin Xiu tried to remain calm and suggested, you can move back to the Zhao residence. I feel it's a bit inconvenient for you to stay here. Hearing this, Ling Yin replied coldly, what's so inconvenient about it? Do whatever you want. I'm not in your way. I'm only here to protect you. Just pretend I don't exist. With that, she turned and walked away, wondering why she felt so upset seeing Lin Xiu being intimate with Qinwan. After Ling Yin left, Lin Xiu went back to find Qinwan, continuing their unfinished conversation. Don't misunderstand. I was just joking earlier. I only see you as a friend. 10,000 taels is nothing to me. How about this? You stay here and sweep and clean every day. And cook for me. I'll pay you 100 taels a month. Hearing this, Qinwan couldn't help but be surprised. She knew no noble house paid 100 taels a month for a maid. She immediately objected. This is a residence, not a place for hiring maids. According to the market rate, it's only 2 taels a month. Lin Xiu chuckled. 2 taels is too little. I suggest we raise it to 10 taels. With 2 taels, you'd have to work for me for 450 years to pay it off. But with 10 taels, it would only take 90 years. Qinwan laughed after hearing this. You want me to pay you back for the rest of my life. But I have another way to repay you. 10 taels of silver per session is enough to put you in an illusion with Zhao Lingyin. Hearing this, Lin Xiu asked, why not with you? This question made Qinwan blush. Both surprised and a little shy. She said, if you want, that's fine too. After all, before she could finish, Lin Xiu pulled her into his arms. His voice was gentle. All right, you don't have to be strong anymore. If you want to cry, just cry. I know you're very sad right now. After all, you were abandoned by your own family. You can lean on me. Lin Xiu's words seemed to touch a deep pain in Qinwan's heart. It made her burst into tears, as if she hadn't been able to release her emotions for a long time. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, His Majesty was reviewing reports. He called for Zhu Jin and said, the person who assessed Lin Xiu really knows their stuff. He's a step ahead of others. This is a tactic that the children of noble families often use to oppress the common people. Yet he used it on the Earl of Jianan. He must have a good understanding of the schemes in the capital. He's lecherous. I can understand that. But a gentleman's lust should be handled properly. Using such a tactic is a bit hard to comprehend. After hearing this, Zhu Jin began to recount everything about Qinwan, helping His Majesty better understand the situation. Your Majesty may not know, but there are many complex details hidden in this matter. The daughter of the Earl of Jianan, though born into a noble family, has had a very tragic fate. Her mother was just a concubine, and she died from complications during childbirth. Since she was young, she has endured beatings and scoldings. She was even frequently kicked out of the house, left to wander the streets. If not for her low status, countless suitors would have likely come to propose to her. It wasn't until a few years ago that she awakened her ability and was discovered by the Ability Institute. From then on, she was specially recruited, although she only possesses Xian realm strength. Her talent is by no means ordinary, and perhaps in the future, she will achieve significant breakthroughs. The Ability Institute decided to accept her not only for her special ability, but also because she can play an important role in many situations. The Secret Service has asked for her assistance many times in overseas investigations. and in the upcoming war between the kingdoms. She could create resounding miracles. His Majesty felt she was truly to be cherished, especially with the war between the kingdoms approaching. He decided to let Zhu Jin leave the young people alone, without interfering too deeply. There's no need to worry. The Ability Institute will take good care of these knights. Official matters are handled. Now, I want to go out for an unannounced visit. The place His Majesty wanted to go was still the familiar steamed bun shop. There, Lin Xiao and Qin Wan had also just arrived to enjoy some buns. Looking around, Lin Xiao noticed that there were many people from the Secret Service present. He had met one of them before, and now their skills had improved considerably. Zhu Jin also appeared. He looked at Lin Xiao and signaled, "Young master, you want to eat steamed buns? What a pity. The afternoon buns have all been eaten by my old master. Go on now. Don't let the old master see you." And the old master, Zhu Jin was referring to, was His Majesty. He had been paying attention to Lin Xiao for a long time. This situation took Lin Xiao by surprise. He never expected to run into the old emperor in this place, and he even had his steamed buns stolen. Since it had come to this, Lin Xiao could only force a smile. He said he wasn't hungry anymore and quickly pushed Qin Wan away. However, before he could leave, His Majesty called him back. "Little brother, wait a moment. I have something to say to you." A few days later, Lin Xiao was coordinating with the Secret Service. Specifically, he was teaching them how to make pancakes. Making fried pancakes requires speed and precision. That's how you get a beautiful pancake. You give it a try. If it's not good, don't bother. I'm going to patrol for a bit. Thinking back, Lin Xiao still felt that this old emperor was up to no good. He even made him act as a free bodyguard for his mistress. "I must patrol carefully. If anyone violates the law, they must be arrested immediately. I'm not in a good mood today. Don't let me catch any bullies on the street." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao saw someone bullying an old man, causing a commotion in the street. He was yelling at the old man for not watching where he was going and bumping into him. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward to intervene. "That's enough, Zhang Huai. You're the one who bumped into him first, and now you're beating him in the middle of the street. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite." This guy was still arrogant. He even threatened Lu Qingfeng. "So it's you, the kid who was dumped by his fiancée. You want to hit me, right? There's plenty of space here. Hit me if you dare. If I even flinch. My surname isn't Zhang." Lu Qingfeng really wanted to punch him in the face, but he suppressed his anger, telling himself to stay calm so as not to give him an excuse to retaliate. Just then, Lin Xiao appeared. He was furious and gave him a swift kick. "You've got some nerve, daring to bully an officer of the Department of Justice right under the emperor's nose. A second-rank official of the Department of Justice. Do you think we're just soft persimmons, easy to crush?" The man still wasn't scared. He cursed back aggressively. "Who is this kid? How dare you hit me? My father is the Earl of Anha." Lin Xiao replied coldly. "Another one of those. My father is the Earl of Pinyin. Using your father's name to scare me won't work. Arrest him immediately." Lu Qingfeng was worried. He really is a current noble, and he has connections with the Duke's residence. But Lin Xiao asserted, "Lord Lu, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. You just need to stand by and watch." At the Department of Justice, Lin Xiao personally punished him. "Zhang Huai, son of the Earl of Anha, you bullied an old man in the street and showed contempt for an official of the Department of Justice. I, the chief, sentence you to 30 lashes, 15 days in jail, and a fine of 10 taels of silver. Do you have any objections?" He still objected, but Lin Xiao said coldly, "Under the emperor's nose, you show contempt for the law. Where do you place His Majesty? Carry out the sentence immediately." After the order was given, Zhang Huai still acted arrogantly, thinking no one would dare touch him. The bailiffs also looked worried and hesitant, not daring to act. Seeing this, Lin Xiao became furious. He rolled up his sleeves and declared he would handle it himself. Only then did Zhang Huai realize that Lin Xiao really dared to hit him. He broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Soon after, his screams echoed through the hall, but he still tried to threaten Lin Xiao, saying he wouldn't let this matter go. Back at home, Lin Xiao felt tired but very refreshed for having taken control of the situation. Qin Wan saw he was late and asked why he didn't come back for lunch sooner. Because he had been working at the steamed bun shop recently. Lin Xiao snatched her bowl of food. I've been busy all morning and I'm exhausted. Qin Wan said irritably. If you want to eat, can't you wait for me to make you some? Why did you have to steal mine? What am I supposed to eat now? Lin Xiu said while eating. I can write. I ordered from Tianxiang Pavilion. I already ordered a meal to be delivered. Just wait a bit. Half an hour later, a table full of delicious food was laid out. Lin Xiu invited Qin Wan to eat, and she thanked him, saying she would pay him back some money. Lin Xiu didn't understand what she meant. He was still staring at her as she ate. After that, Lin Xiu was put into an illusion by Qin Wan, where Ling Yin was actively being intimate with him. Although he really enjoyed this scene, Lin Xiu still managed to realize it was an illusion. Ling Yin became even bolder, pushing him down and saying, "What illusion? This is me, Zhao Ling Yin." Lin Xiu gradually shifted into a state of enjoyment. The real Ling Yin arrived and asked Qin Wan what he was doing. Qin Wan just smiled and said he was probably dreaming. At the Earl of Anha's residence, a subordinate reported to Zhang Huai about Lin Xiu's situation. Zhang Huai believed the bun shop widow was Lin Xiu's mistress and decided to make Lin Xiu's life miserable. He arranged to gift a top-tier beauty to the second son of the Duke of Dinghua's residence. The bird, Little Blue, reported this news to Lin Xiu, which shocked him a little. He wondered if Zhang Huai had made some kind of mistake. Lin Xiu decided not to care anymore and went to cultivate with Ling Yin. Ling Yin suggested Lin Xiu visit Zhao Lingjun, but he said he would wait a couple of days because the Department of Justice was too busy. As for the bun shop widow, Lin Xiu had the Great Yellows watch her and wondered if something happened to her. Would Zhang Huai go crazy? Lord Chengling arrived to report that something had happened to the owner of the steamed bun shop. Lin Xiu hurriedly left with Lord Chengling, scolding him for not keeping a good watch. Lord Chengling explained, "Lord Lin, you didn't say what kind of person that widow was. We were only responsible for the outside. Who would have thought that right under the sun of heaven's nose, a group of people in a carriage would suddenly rush over and kidnap her?" At this moment, Lin Xiu and Lord Chengling had followed the investigator's trail and found the house of the son of the Earl of Anha. The situation inside was still unclear. Hearing this, Lin Xiu immediately ordered them to break down the door and save her. Seeing Lin Xiu's particular concern for this widow, Lord Chengling couldn't help but wonder and asked about her background. Why go to so much trouble? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just arrest them first, and we'll sort it out later. No matter who it is, arrest them all for me. If anything happens to this widow, both you and I will lose our heads. In the room, Zhang Huai was presenting the widow to the third young master. I'm not bragging, but this beauty is very gentle. She's definitely the type you like. Just as he said, the third young master was very pleased the moment he saw her. He deemed her a rare beauty. As long as the third young master likes her, that's all that matters. A spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. This humble one will not disturb you any longer. Zhang Huai was still thinking smugly to himself. Lin Xiu, I can't touch you, but someone else definitely can. Even if you're Zhao Lingjuan's husband, you're nothing compared to the Duke of Dinghua. This time, I guarantee you'll lose for sure. Huh. Just then, Lin Xiu led his men to break down the door and storm in. His demeanor heroic. He showed no fear in front of the group of nobles. Zhang Huai shouted, "Who's there? Don't you know the third young master is handling official business? Wait a minute. I want to see what a petty little official from the Department of Justice can do." Lu Qingfeng whispered a reminder in Lin Xiu's ear. "Lord Lin, we can't arrest this person. He is the son of the Duke of Dinghua's residence. The Crown Prince is his cousin. The Empress is his paternal aunt. The Department of Justice can't handle this. I, Lin Xiu, am the chief of the Department of Justice. I am irreconcilable with evil. No matter what your status is, you can't touch me." Lin Xiu was confident that whether it was Zhang San or the entire Duke of Dinghua's residence, even if the heavenly king himself came, he would still have to deal with it. He invited the third young master Zhang to come with him. "Interesting. What if I go with you?" "Good. That saves me the trouble of having to use force. Please, third young master Zhang. As for the rest of you, take them back and lock them up securely." Lin Xiu's actions made Lu Qingfeng and Lord Chengling worried. Young Master Lin has his principles. I cannot back down. Let's go together. Lord Chengling had no choice but to go along. Lin Xiao took the third young master Zhang to the Ministry of Justice. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. It really is Lin Xiao. Not long ago, he arrested the son of the Earl of Anha. Today, he dares to arrest Zhang Jing. Young people are too hot-headed. This is going to be a tough one. The Zhang family's power is not something just anyone can touch. Isn't that Lin Xiao? Why did he arrest Zhang Jing? Hurry back and tell Ning. Zhang Jing was still confident. Even the Ministry of Justice can't punish me. You're just a petty little official. I can't be bothered with you. Release my people now. We'll consider this matter dropped. Right under the sun of heaven's nose. You dare to disregard the law. Seeing that Lin Xiao wouldn't back down, Zhang Jing ordered his men to teach him a lesson. Lin Xiao didn't expect this young master to be so fearless. The emperor's reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. The two Upper Earth Realm experts made him worried. Receiving the order, the two men prepared to strike. At this point, a sword suddenly flew down from the sky. Everyone was bewildered. The person was Ninger. She had come to rescue Lin Xiao. Who dares to touch him? Take one more step, and don't blame me for being impolite. Don't mind her. Zhang Jing still gave the order. Just be rough with them. Just as things were getting tense, a voice rang out, bullying others. And you even dare to bully my husband. As soon as the voice faded, a flurry of blows rained down, knocking the two men to the ground. They had no strength left to resist. The person who appeared just in time was Zhao Lingjun. She asked Zhang Jing, "You dare to bully my husband?" Lingjun's appearance made the third young master nervous. He broke out in a cold sweat, but he still managed to say, "Miss Zhao, don't think you alone can take on an expert. Tell Lin Xiao to apologize to me. My husband punishes the wicked and protects the innocent. Why should he apologize? If you're not convinced, just try and step forward." Just then, Zhu Jin appeared and spoke up. "Everyone, please calm down. Bring all these troublemakers to the palace. I will interrogate them myself. Third young master Lin, please follow me." The matter was considered closed for now. Zhao Lingjun didn't interfere further. She just looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Then I will wait for my husband at home." Lin Xiao still didn't understand why Zhao Lingjun was being so good to him. But if it were him, he would have done the same. In this situation, he was only worried about Ning. He didn't know if she would overthink things. After everyone left, Zhao Lingjun looked at Ninger and said, regarding Lin Xiao's matter, "I'm very sorry. Miss Zhao, you don't need to apologize. It's just that my own strength is insufficient." At the imperial palace, he was the head of the Duke of Dinghua's residence, the crown prince's maternal uncle. After hearing that the third young master had been arrested, he immediately went to the palace. "Your Majesty, this subject was late. I hope your Majesty will forgive my crime. Why has the imperial uncle come in person? Dispense with the formalities. Please sit. My rebellious son caused this trouble. It has alarmed your Majesty. After I take him back to the residence, I will definitely discipline him strictly." His Majesty considered this just a matter of youthful impetuousness. Making mistakes is normal. He told the imperial uncle to just discipline him normally. There's no need to be too harsh. After speaking, he took the third young master Zhang home, and His Majesty didn't blame him one bit. Lin Xiao couldn't believe the emperor let this matter slide so easily. It was unbelievable. His Majesty spoke up and asked Lin Xiao, "Do you know your crime?" "Your Majesty, this subject knows his crime. This subject is merely the son of an earl. I should not have offended my superiors, making things difficult for the son of a duke's residence, bullying a common woman. This subject should have turned a blind eye. I hope your Majesty will forgive Lord Wu and Lord Lu. They were only acting on orders. They are absolutely loyal to the court and to your Majesty." His Majesty asked Lu Qingfeng and Lord Wu in turn, "Do you two have anything to say?" "Your Majesty, this subject also participated in this matter. I am willing to accept punishment." His Majesty was silent for a moment, then said, "What crime have you committed by enforcing the law according to public statutes?" Zhu Jin, draft an edict. The East City commander, Wu Wenyuan, did not yield to power. He fulfilled his duties well. Promote him to capital commander, in charge of the livelihood of the people in all 4 cities. In addition, award him 3 ranks as a Zhongyong Earl, according to the edict for the reward. The chief of the Department of Justice, Lu Qingfeng, acted according to public orders. bestow upon him the title of Vice Minister of Justice, and increase his rank by 3 levels as the Earl of Manhwa. His Majesty's sudden promotion made Zhang Huai feel confused, because his father was the Earl of Manhwa. He didn't know what His Majesty was planning. Everything was settled. His Majesty asked Lin Xiao suspiciously, "Was this your doing this time?" Your Majesty's words frighten this subject. The Zhang family is a great clan in our daxia. This subject's father is just a minor earl. This subject must have a death wish to go looking for trouble with the Zhang family. Wasn't it all to save the future consort? Lin Xiao's words made His Majesty laugh. It seems I have misjudged you. You can be considered to have rendered a service this time. However, I can only bestow upon your father the rank of a third-class marquis. As for the other titles, you'll have to compete for them yourself. Lin Xiao was puzzled. How can I compete? One is through your own strength. The other is to be ranked on the Heavenly Pride list in the Inter-Kingdom competition. If you can make it into the top 10, so that our daxia doesn't only have Zhao Lingjun, I will bestow the dukedom upon your family. How about it? Lin Xiao wasn't too concerned about the competition yet. He was just worried because he had offended the Zhang family this time. Will they seek revenge on the subject? Poisoning? Assassination? Or silently killing this subject's relatives? Hearing this, His Majesty proclaimed, "Calm yourself. No one will dare to touch you or your family. Your little wife is so talented. Tonight, many people will surely lose sleep. Go back and cultivate. If there's nothing else, don't bother me." After Lin Xiao left, Zhu Jin reported back on the matter of the widow. The madam has been properly settled. That Zhang Huai has been arrested for breaking the law. What about the others? By His Majesty's order, beat them and bury them alive. The rest will be exiled to Lingnan. After all, I am not a tyrant. I will still leave them a way to live. Zhu Jin had more to report. Just now, this old servant investigated some information. That young lady from the Zhao family has indeed entered the Upper Earth realm, reaching the Upper Earth realm at 19 years old. In addition to her master, this time, perhaps no one in all of daxia will dare to touch the Zhao family or the Lin family anymore. Leaving the Imperial Palace, Lin Xiao was still thinking about Zhao Lingjun. He felt that although she was powerful, the Zhang family also had an Upper Heaven realm expert. Why were they so afraid of her? Lin Xiao guessed that this wife of his must have an even stronger backing. Just then, Zhao Ling came to find Lin Xiao. She asked if he was all right. Her concern moved Lin Xiao. He thought she was worried about him, so he replied that he was fine. "It's good that you're fine. These two are the young masters of the Duke of Shui's residence. They said they're looking for you." The 2 young masters Ling mentioned. Lin Xiao didn't see anyone. He didn't understand what she was talking about. In fact, they were standing right behind him, their eyes full of danger. "Ninger caused a scene outside because of you. You must come to the Shui residence to explain yourself to us." In the courtyard of the Duke of Shui's residence, this man was Xuan Ninger's great-uncle. Seeing Lin Xiao arrive, he said loudly, "I didn't expect this brat to dare to come, seducing a daughter of my Shui family. Today you will stand outside. Step aside." Lin Xiao accepted all those words. No matter what punishment old Duke Shui gave him today, he would accept it. You have some backbone. Don't say my Shui family didn't give you a chance. Before you are 3 great gates. Break through them, and then we'll talk. Or you can leave right now. Swear that you will never see Ninger again. First was gate number 1. Lin Xiao had to fight Ninger's 3rd brother. If he defeated him, he would pass the first gate. For this match, the 3rd brother's grandfather had instructed him beforehand. Let Lin Xiao pass the first gate. Give Ninger some face. He planned to go easy on Lin Xiao a bit. But before he could go easy, the 3rd brother couldn't even withstand a single move from Lin Xiao. He was sent flying without mercy. Everyone there was shocked. They couldn't believe the 3rd brother had lost so quickly. The 3rd brother's condition was quite pathetic at this point. His mind was hazy. He didn't know who he was or where he was. The first gate was passed. Lin Xiao walked straight to the 2nd gate. As soon as he entered, someone was already waiting for him. His whole body was radiating fire. "My flames are merciless. You should still back down." To this day, the flame users still couldn't believe that Shui Lei, who had just fought Lin Xiao, had fallen so quickly. He was determined to fight Lin Xiao to the end. But before he could even move or make a move, Lin Xiao had already encased him in ice from head to toe. Now, he couldn't even stretch his muscles. At the third gate, Lin Xiu's opponent was Shui Li, an Earth Realm martial artist. Seeing Lin Xiu arrive so quickly, he had to admit that his strength was not bad. But he still reminded him, "I am Ning'er's fourth uncle. I entered the Earth Realm many years ago. Are you sure you still want to continue?" Lin Xiu only replied, "Fourth uncle, my apologies." Lin Xiu drew a cold sword. Waves of icy aura emanated from it. Meanwhile, Ning'er had found out that Lin Xiu was fighting outside. The girl hurriedly begged her grandfather not to make things difficult for him anymore. Ning'er's grandfather asserted that he was not forcing Lin Xiu at all, and if he wants to leave, he can do so at any time. Ning'er knew Lin Xiu's personality well. She knew he wouldn't give up. "Silly girl. Don't be so quick to believe a man's words. Those sweet words are just bait. Anyway, there's no need for your fourth uncle to intervene. Your fourth uncle reached the Earth Realm martial artist stage many years ago. That boy has only been practicing martial arts for less than a year. How can he possibly face him?" Hearing this, Ning'er's grandfather still held his ground. If Lin Xiu wants to go, he can go at any time. But if he chooses to stay, then don't blame others. Ning'er had tried her best, but she didn't know how to save Lin Xiu. She felt that her grandfather was deliberately bullying him. As for Lin Xiu, the fourth uncle seemed to have put all his strength into it. Every move carried a killing intent. The force of the attack was too strong. So much so that Lin Xiu's sword couldn't withstand it and broke in two. The fourth uncle reminded Lin Xiu that if he didn't go all out, he might pay with his life. Lin Xiu felt he was about to be overwhelmed. He quickly used his ice ability, creating a wall of ice in front of the fourth uncle. However, the fourth uncle just sneered, thinking Lin Xiu was underestimating an Earth Realm martial artist. He used his sword to pierce through the ice layer. Fortunately, Lin Xiu managed to dodge in time. His situation was now extremely critical. He could only stand still and watch as the fourth uncle pointed his sword at him. "You know very well you're no match for me. Give up now. You'll save yourself from injury." The fourth uncle looked at Lin Xiu with a gaze that was both stern and admiring. His stubbornness made him understand why Ning'er was so determined to be with Lin Xiu. Just then, Lin Xiu took advantage of the fourth uncle's distraction and grabbed hold of his sword, asking, "Why are you letting your mind wander during a fight?" Immediately after, he used his ice ability to freeze the sword, causing a minor injury to the fourth uncle's hand. The fourth uncle had to admit that the ice ability was indeed formidable, and he had underestimated Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu humbly acknowledged that it was only because the fourth uncle had held back. He returned the sword to him. At this moment, Ning'er's grandfather appeared. He slapped the fourth uncle on the back and scolded him loudly. "Taking so long to fight a junior. Aren't you ashamed?" Even though the fourth uncle had admitted defeat, the grandfather still didn't believe it. He continued to rage. "You lost to a 19-year-old boy. Do you really think this old man is senile?" Lin Xiu could only force a smile. He had to admit the grandfather was truly worthy of being someone who had awakened the fire ability. He had a fiery temper. The fourth uncle and his father whispered to each other, "Father, didn't you hint for me to go easy on him? Didn't you secretly tell me that I just needed to make sure his conviction didn't waver? This kid would risk his life just to see Ning." Ning appeared, anxiously asking if Lin Xiu was injured. Seeing the two being so intimate, the grandfather got angry again. "Lin Xiu, let go of my Ning. You're already married, yet you dare to seduce Ning'er. Do you think my Shui family is easy to bully?" Ning'er immediately retorted, asserting that when she fell for Lin Xiu, he wasn't married yet. The grandfather became even more furious. He felt that a grown daughter couldn't be kept. He declared loudly to Lin Xiu, "This old man doesn't care about your past. Even though you've come here, this old man is still a duke of the court. You are neither an emperor nor a heavenly pride. What right do you have for my granddaughter to marry you as a concubine? If you become the top-ranked heavenly pride, old Duke Shui will agree to let Ning'er marry you. This world is vast. There are many geniuses like you, with just this little bit of talent. What are you, let alone being at the top of the heavenly pride list? If you can even make it into the top 10, I will no longer forbid the two of you." Lin Xiu asked excitedly, "Really?" The grandfather nodded, officially giving him a chance. "My word is as heavy as 9 tripods. This old man is very curious. If I didn't agree to the two of you, what would you do?" Lin Xiu immediately became serious. answering the grandfather sincerely. When I am strong enough, I will come to the Shui residence to persuade you. If that doesn't work, I will use force to make you agree. Hearing this, Ninger couldn't help but worry, afraid that her grandfather would change his mind again. She quickly pulled Lin Xiu away to treat his injuries. After Ninger left, the old grandfather sighed. He felt that his granddaughter had grown up. He couldn't keep her forever, but this was also a good thing, because it proved that Lin Xiu was sincere with Ninger. To have such talent and achievements at such a young age. Compared to the sons of the Shui family, he was much stronger. At this time, Ninger had taken Lin Xiu to treat his injuries and change into a new set of clothes. Lin Xiu reassured her that it was just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. After changing, old Duke Shui called them both over talk. Lin Xiu had anticipated this. He knew he would have to face it sooner or later. Old Duke Shui said directly, Lin Xiu, I've agreed to give you a chance, but that doesn't mean I agree to the two of you being together. Before you can do what I've asked, keep your distance from Ninger. Even though he was asked to keep his distance, in a year before the Heavenly Pride list was re-ranked, Lin Xiu still wanted to see Ninger. Don't waste your breath with me. If you want to see Ninger, you must come to the Shui residence. I won't stop you, as long as you're not afraid of it affecting your cultivation. Ninger said she could wait. She just hoped Lin Xiu would focus on his cultivation. He didn't need to visit her often. Lin Xiu reassured her that he had a clear plan. After the conversation, old Duke Shui sent Lin Xiu away. He even asked jokingly, do you want to stay at the Shui residence for dinner? Lin Xiu took his leave and left immediately. Next, old Duke Shui spoke with Ninger. You want to be with the person you like, and grandfather doesn't object. But have you thought about it? In the future, when people mention him, they will only think of his wife, Zhao Lingjun, not Shui Ning. Are you willing to accept that? Ning was silent, not knowing how to answer. She only showed her sadness. The Duke of Shui sighed. Grandfather is also not willing to let his granddaughter serve others like a maid for her whole life. Grandfather wants to help you one last time. After this, you must be independent. You are my pride, and also the future of the Shui family. For you, I could do anything. Ning fiercely objected, saying that if he did that, he would never be able to advance further in his life. In front of the Shui manor, Lingyin was still waiting for Lin Xiu. She asked, did they have any attitude towards you? Lin Xiu reassured her that everything was fine, and he had passed the Shui family's test. Lingyin still wanted to know the details, reminding him of her previous warning, telling him not to tease others. You didn't listen. Now their whole family is questioning you. What did they say? Lin Xiu replied. They said as long as I make it into the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride list, they will agree to let Ninger and me be together. Lingyin didn't believe he could do it. She reminded him, don't think just because you look impressive at the Martial Arts Institute, but you haven't even entered the top 100 of the Heaven's Pride list. The strength of the top 100 is not low. You need to try much harder. Lin Xiu proposed a bet. If next time in the Inter-Kingdom tournament, I make it into the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride list, you will give me a kiss. Lingyin blushed. She scolded. What are you saying? You are my brother-in-law. Lin Xiu laughed. My relationship with your sister is purer than yours. We will definitely divorce in the future anyway. Do you feel a kiss isn't worth a top 10 spot on the Heaven's Pride list? Lingyin agreed, but changed the condition. If you lose, you must agree to 10 conditions for me. Lin Xiu was surprised the opponent demanded so many conditions. He wondered if he was buying vegetables that he could bargain so freely. Finally, Lin Xiu decided to limit the conditions to 5. After agreeing, the two officially sealed the deal. In his heart, Lin Xiu wondered, if I get into the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride list, I'll get a kiss. But what if I place first? Can I request to go a step further? This is truly a rare opportunity. Currently, the person ranking first on the Heaven's Pride list is Zhao Lingjun. To rise to the number 1 spot, Lin Xiu must surpass this opponent. Walking on the street, Lin Xiu and Lingyin suddenly heard a group of people speaking a strange language. Lingyin felt it was strange, not understanding why they returned so early. Lin Xiu didn't know who they were either, so he asked Lingyin about their background. Lingyin explained, it sounds like the language of the Wuji Kingdom. They came here to participate in the Inter-Kingdom tournament. But before that, they must participate in small matches to earn the qualification. However, it is not yet time for the small matches. Lin Xiu only learned about this after hearing it, and their early arrival was indeed illogical. Seeing Lin Xiao still puzzled, Ling Ying continued. On the continent, only the 5 great dynasties have a right to organize small competitions. The surrounding small states must come here to participate in small matches half a year before the official time to earn the qualification for the grand tournament. Small countries like the western regions, southern Yu, and Nanzhao all obey Great Xia. However, Wuji and Fusong outwardly submit but always conspire to oppose. Therefore, don't think about next year's tournament yet. The important thing now is how to show your talent in the small matches in the coming months to earn the qualification for the grand tournament. After listening, Lin Xiao decided to consider it carefully before making a decision. We got home. It was time for dinner. Lin Xiao had to admit Qin Wan's cooking skills were improving day by day. Hearing that, Qin Wan said she could do even better, but on the condition that she gets a raise. Lin Xiao had just moved his chopsticks when Zhu Jin appeared. Lin Xiao, His Majesty summons you to the palace immediately. Stop eating. Come with us quickly. At the royal palace, His Majesty assigned Lin Xiao a mission. A martial arts genius has appeared in the Wuji Kingdom, arrogantly challenging Great Xia. Tomorrow, you go to the Martial Arts Institute and teach them a lesson. Show them the power of Great Xia. Lin Xiao wondered. The Emperor's Institute has many talents. Why did His Majesty only send me? The Emperor was furious. They're just a bunch of useless people. No one is reliable. Lin Xiao accepted, but he also made a request. I ask Your Majesty to grant me a marriage edict. The Emperor thought Lin Xiao wanted to marry Xuan Ninger. He shook his head. If it's Ning, I do not agree. Lin Xiao quickly said. It's not Ning. It's Kai. Hearing this, His Majesty nodded. As long as you win tomorrow's match, I will agree. The next day, at the martial arts arena, a martial arts genius from the Wuji Kingdom was issuing a challenge. He leisurely dodged every attack, showing contempt for his opponent. With just one kick, he easily defeated his opponent. This situation worried the vice headmaster. He didn't know if Daxia had any face left. The people from the Wuji Kingdom smugly continued to provoke them. We came here to learn. I wonder if your esteemed academy has any more talented students. The vice headmaster was at a loss. But just then, Lin Xiao appeared, spear in hand, ready to fight. Let me handle this. The vice headmaster was worried, thinking Lin Xiao wasn't strong enough to face this opponent. When the signal was given, the opponent quickly struck with his sword, aiming straight for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stood silently, not moving an inch. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. A puff of white smoke, like a cloud, drifted towards his opponent. Instantly, the opponent was completely frozen. His entire body was immobilized. This scene astonished everyone. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was covered in a layer of cold ice. The vice headmaster immediately recognized it as the ice ability, a skill that could only be performed after the Fourth Awakening. He never imagined that Lin Xiao's special ability had reached the upper Xian realm. Ling Yin also stared at Lin Xiao with wide eyes, utterly astonished. How long has he been cultivating to be able to catch up to my 10 years of hard work? I'm afraid he'll surpass me by far in the future. Lin Xiao's victory made his fellow students in the audience extremely excited. They couldn't stop praising him, while also mocking his opponent. That guy named Jin. Go back to the Wuji Kingdom. However, the old man representing the Wuji Kingdom still refused to admit defeat. He claimed that Lin Xiao had cheated by using a special ability in a pure martial arts exchange. His accusation only further enraged the crowd. They retorted bluntly, "What cheating? Are you saying you don't use special abilities? Who could you beat without using special abilities? Only you are allowed to use them, but we are not. Do you have any shame?" Even so, the old man still tried to justify himself, claiming the fight was unfair because Lin Xiao had his fourth awakening, while Jin Kan had only reached his third. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Does fairness in your Wuji Kingdom mean only you are allowed to win? You are in Daxia. How dare you use that logic?" If that's what he wanted, Lin Xiao was willing to play along. He suggested the vice headmaster disregard the result of the last match and promised not to use his special ability in the rematch. Jin Kan also agreed to forego his special ability to fight Lin Xiao fairly. However, Lin Xiao just chuckled softly. "You should use your special ability if you don't want the match to end too quickly." His condescending gaze angered Jin Kan. He swung his sword and charged straight at Lin Xiao with terrifying force, kicking up a cloud of dust. But Lin Xiao easily turned the tables, regaining the upper hand. I told you, you can use your special ability. Lin Xiao reminded him again, his tone calm but full of power. Observing the match, the princess guessed that Ling Yin already knew Lin Xiao's true strength. However, Ling Yin looked more bewildered than anyone. She thought to herself, "Know what? If I knew beforehand, I wouldn't have dared to make that bet with him. If he really makes it into the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride rankings, do I really have to kiss him?" Jin Kan thought Lin Xiao was too arrogant. So, in his next attack, he put all his strength into it, attacking relentlessly and without pause. It had to be said, Jin Kan was very agile, so much so that even Lin Xiao couldn't avoid a few blows. But unfortunately for him, Lin Xiao possessed the diamond ability, turning his body as hard as steel. It caused Jin Kan's sword to shatter. In the end, Lin Xiao was still the winner. This time, Jin Kan was completely convinced of his defeat. He had no more excuses. After the match, Lin Xiao gently reminded Jin Kan, "You are indeed very fast, but you rely too much on speed. When faced with absolute power, speed is useless." Hearing these words, Jin Kan sincerely bowed his head in thanks. Lin Xiao even patted him on the shoulder, praising him. "You're not bad either. Your strength is quite impressive." However, the act of placing his hand on Jin Kan's shoulder had unintentionally activated Lin Xiao's ability to copy special abilities, something he had not expected at all. He didn't realize that the copying power within his body was still active, even after his previous breakthrough, when he had already copied 4 types of special abilities. After the match, Lin Xiao became the center of admiration. Everyone praised him endlessly. "Senior brother Lin is so strong. He cultivates special abilities and is also proficient in martial arts. In next year's competition, he will definitely make it onto the Heavenly Pride rankings. He might even get into the top 10. Now I understand why Ms. Zhao agreed to marry senior brother Lin. Besides him, who else is worthy of her?" Just then, His Majesty also appeared. He was very pleased with Lin Xiao's performance. Regarding the request Lin Xiao had made, His Majesty affirmed that he would fulfill it. However, he also reminded him not to get too caught up in romantic affairs. He should focus on bringing glory to Daxia in next year's competition. Receiving the marital grace from His Majesty, Lin Xiao couldn't hide his joy. He promised to take good care of everyone and not to neglect anyone. As night fell, Lin Xiao returned to his and Zhao Lingjuan's residence today, but he didn't appear openly. He used a special ability to conceal himself, making it impossible for even the guards to notice him. They thought it was just a passing breeze. There's no one there. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Xiao saw Kai Yi was there. Her sudden appearance surprised him greatly. He thought the emperor had arranged everything for him. However, the truth was not what he thought. It was Zhao Lingjun herself who had brought Kai Yi here. Kai Yi began to recount everything to Lin Xiao. "The young master of the Duke of Dinghua's residence forced me to come to the residence to play music, but Miss Zhao rescued me. However, this time I have offended the Duke of Dinghua's residence." After helping, Ling Jun prepared to leave. But before she left, she said to him, "I owed you a wedding night before. This time, we're even. Neither of us owes the other anything." After Ling Jun left, Lin Xiao asked Kai Yi what had happened. Which young master from the Duke of Dinghua's residence came to the Lihua courtyard today? Kai Yi wasn't sure either. "I only heard the servants call him the third young master." Hearing this name, Lin Xiao became even more furious. He gritted his teeth, thinking that this person was looking for an early trip to the underworld. After learning that the name of the person who bullied Kai Yi was Zhang San, Lin Xiao immediately went to the Duke of Dinghua's residence that very night. He didn't go alone. He had the bird, Little Blue, with him. Thanks to it, Lin Xiao avoided the guards. Inside the residence, Zhang San was furious, cursing while he ate. "Not only Zhao Lingjun, even the opera house dares to defy me. Wait until the head guard brings back her head. I'll definitely turn it into a ball." Suddenly, his eyes became vacant. He couldn't control himself. He picked up a knife in his hand, slowly raising it to his face, and then there was the sight of blood splattering all over the floor. At the Lihua courtyard, Zhang San's men had come to settle scores with the owner. In a life-or-death situation, She still said calmly, "It's not easy out there. Why must you hunt me to the ends of the earth?" Hearing this, the masked man only replied, "If you must blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have." As soon as he finished speaking, he started bleeding. Someone had silently sent him on his way. The next morning, Lin Xiao was still yawning as he stepped out of his room. As soon as he came out, he saw Zhu Jin talking with Ling Jun. "Miss Zhao, I have a question for you. Where were you last night?" Ling Jun replied that she was in the study cultivating all night. The maids in the residence could all testify to that. Hearing Lin Xiao ask what was going on, Zhu Jin also explained the situation to him. "The third young master of the Zhang family was assassinated last night. I'm under His Majesty's orders to investigate the people he had contact with in the past few days. I don't mean to offend you, Miss Zhao, but I hope you both can forgive me." Lin Xiao feigned surprise upon hearing that Zhang San was dead, as if he had nothing to do with it. He said, "Speaking of conflicts, he and I did have a run-in. Last night I was at..." Zhu Jin immediately affirmed that he did not suspect Lin Xiao. "You don't need to prove anything. I must return to the palace to report now." Although Zhu Jin was in a hurry, Lin Xiao still managed to call him back to ask about the marriage matter. Zhu Jin told Lin Xiao to go to the Ministry of Rights to handle it. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's mother was upset about him taking a concubine. She held Ling Juan's hand to comfort her. "Don't worry, my child. Without my approval, no one can dream of stepping through the door of my Lin family." Ling Jun then explained, "It's not like that. I'm usually busy with my cultivation and don't have time to be with my husband. I was the one who arranged for him to take a concubine, to find someone to take care of him in my place." At that moment, Tai ran out, calling Ling Jun Big Sister Zhao. She said she had cooked some porridge. Taking the opportunity, Lin Xiao also introduced his mother and Tai to each other, as a way for her to meet his mother. At first, Lin Xiao's mother was still against him taking a concubine, but when she saw Tai in person, her attitude suddenly changed completely. She happily welcomed her, and even immediately gave her a bracelet as a gift. "This is our first meeting. I didn't have time to prepare anything. Please accept this bracelet. From now on, we will be one family." Her mother's sudden change of mood left Lin Xiao bewildered. Just a moment ago, she was demanding to punish him, and now she was giving gifts. But on second thought, he didn't find it strange. With Tai's disposition, it was understandable that his elders would adore her. Lin Xiao's mother continued, "As for the affairs of you young people, we elders shouldn't interfere too much. As long as you are happy, your parents can rest assured." At the Zhang family's morning hall, Duke Zhang was interrogating his subordinates about the mysterious death of the third young master. "This has nothing to do with us." At that time, the young master was alone in his room. The door was still closed. When we entered, the young master had already taken his own life. After hearing this, Duke Zhang immediately ordered the execution of the subordinates. He believed the assassin must have strength at least at the upper earth realm, or even higher, and suspected it was a plot by the Heavenly Tao Alliance. At the Ministry of Rights, Lin Xiao came to prepare for his upcoming wedding. Lord Lin Xiao, taking a concubine has its own set of rules. The concubine's sedan chair cannot enter through the main gate. The wedding attire cannot be red, and she cannot bow to heaven, earth, and the parents. However, Lin Xiao disagreed with all of these rules. He wanted the sedan chair to enter through the main gate, the wedding attire to be red, and for heaven, earth, and the parents to all be bowed to. The wedding day of Lin Xiao and Tai arrived. Although it was for a concubine, all the procedures were held as grandly as for a principal wife. Everyone around was envious and admired Lin Xiao. How is this kid so lucky? He married Miss Zhao and is now taking a concubine. I heard the concubine is also a great beauty. He's not just a noble young master. He also always stands up for the common people. When the Wuji kingdom issued their challenge, he was the one who turned the tide, saving face for the great Xia. On their wedding night, Tai looked absolutely stunning, making it impossible for Lin Xiao to look away. After waiting for so long, they had finally reached this day. "It's time." Tai reminded Lin Xiao to turn off the lights. The sounds from their room were quite loud, making even Ling Jun outside blush. The next morning, Lin Xiao thoughtfully brought food to Tai in bed, asking if she was tired after a long night. Tai was worried because she had woken up late. not yet having paid respects to her parents-in-law and served tea to the first wife. Lin Xiao told her to leave that for later. Eat first. Ling Jun went out last night and has only just returned. After finishing their meal, he went to Ling Jun's room to serve her tea. Ling Jun told her not to be so formal. From now on, she didn't need to serve tea anymore. But this was the rule, and he didn't want to break it. Hearing that Ling Jun intended to go to her parents' house for a few days, Lin Xiao was overjoyed, because if she left, he could live peacefully in their world for two. Lin Xiao said to Ling Jun, "I'll see you off. I'll also bring some wine for my father-in-law, and give my mother-in-law a few new bottles of perfume. You can rest assured and stay at home for a few days. The more time you spend with them, the better." The reason Ling Jun wanted to go home was because the commotion from Lin Xiao and Yi last night was too loud. It made her feel like she couldn't stay. Another day passed. Yi looked quite tired, but her heart was still full of happiness. Lin Xiao willingly sacrificed himself to help her relieve her stress. Yi agreed, but still reminded him to turn off the lights first. A happy spring night came to a close, giving way to a quiet morning. Lin Xiao sat in contemplation, reflecting on the words His Majesty had said. He realized that he couldn't keep indulging in romantic affairs. He had to focus on the competition. With his current strength, making it into the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride rankings was still a long way off. First, Lin Xiao decided he had to find out the reason for the sudden change in his copying ability. This would determine the number of trump cards he had in his hand. He needed to find someone with a metal ability to verify his hypotheses. At the Ability Institute, Lin Xiao and Ling Yin went together to see the headmaster. From today, Lin Xiao was officially admitted to the Son of Heaven's Academy. A cultivation opportunity in the far north had appeared. That place contained a large amount of ice elemental power and a chance to break through to the earth realm. The headmaster asked the two who wanted to go, but neither Lin Xiao nor Ling Yin wanted to accept. Each wanted to give the opportunity to the other. Lin Xiao used the excuse of being newly married and not having a time to enjoy his happiness yet, so he advised Ling Yin to go if she wanted to. This reason made Ling Yin feel annoyed. She thought Lin Xiao was only thinking about getting into the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride rankings and didn't care about her. An outsider always sees more clearly than those involved. Ling Yin didn't understand Lin Xiao's true intentions. Princess Ming He, who understood the situation, asked Ling Yin if she was really that stupid or just pretending to be. Why couldn't she understand Lin Xiao's meaning? After the princess explained, Ling Yin realized that Lin Xiao had deliberately given her the opportunity in a legitimate way. The princess's words hit a nerve with Ling Yin, making her face flush red. Even so, Ling Yin still tried to deny it. Changing the subject, she asked the princess and Lin Xiao why they hadn't gotten married yet. Just then, Li Baizhang appeared, calling Lin Xiao a thieving grandson and praising his talent. Lin Xiao took the opportunity to ask Li Baizhang if he knew anyone at the Ability Institute who could awaken the metal ability. Li Baizhang pointed to the girl sleeping at the next table, the daughter of the Earl of Hong Kong. Lin Xiao immediately took action, using his stealth ability to copy the girl's power. He realized that the diamond body and metal abilities were of the same system, but the copying power couldn't synchronize them. This explained why he needed to copy the speed ability. Meanwhile, at Lin Xiao's house, Ling Yin and Qin were talking. Ling Yin was about to go away for a few months. She asked Qin Wan what it meant for a man to treat a woman well. Qin Wan thought it was a sign of affection, even if the man was already married. Ling Yin seemed melancholic. She didn't know if she really liked that person or not. When Lin Xiao returned, he immediately praised the moon for being beautiful today. But Ling Yin said nothing, just quietly left. Her demeanor made Lin Xiao curious. He asked Qin Wan what was wrong with Ling Yin, but Qin Wan smiled and told him to guess for himself. Today, Ling Yin was preparing to leave on her journey. Her mother gave her detailed instructions, reminding her to take good care of herself because it was very cold there. A new journey awaited her, and the challenges ahead would be an opportunity for her to grow. Have you forgotten, Mother? The colder the place, the more I enjoy it. Don't worry, Mother. I know how to take good care of myself. You and Father should also take care of your health. Before leaving, Ling Yin glanced at Lin Xiao with a threatening look, as if to remind him, my room is to be left as it is for me. Don't you dare touch it. Lin Xiao could only nod in agreement, promising to clean her room regularly. It was time for Ling Yin to depart. Any further delay, and she would be late. Arriving back at the Lin residence, Lin Xiao walked in a pensive state. Ling Yin was gone. Ming He and Li Baizhong had also left the capital. They had gone to Mount Huahua in the Fusang Kingdom and the thunder capital of the Zhaohua Kingdom to cultivate. Suddenly, all the familiar people around him were leaving one by one, making his heart feel empty. As he was thinking, a familiar figure suddenly flashed by. It was Ling Yin. She smiled at Lin Xiao with a graceful air. The image was so real, it made Lin Xiao overjoyed. He quickly asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" But when he reached out to touch her, Ling Yin vanished. At that moment, Lin Xiao realized it was just an illusion. And just as he guessed, the one who created that illusion was Qin Wan. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, she laughed. "How about it? Feeling better now? If you add more money, I have many other, more special services." Qin Wan even transformed herself into Ling Yin, leaving Lin Xiao stunned. She joked, 10 taels of silver per session. But you can only touch my face. This trick of Qin Wan's gave Lin Xiao a headache. Why don't you just go rob someone? What kind of service makes money that fast? The choice is in your hands. If you want to see Ling Yin, you can always find me. As they were talking, Qin Wan suddenly clutched her stomach, crying out in pain. Lin Xiao immediately realized she was on her period. He suggested, "Go to your room. I'll help you with a massage to ease the pain." In Lin Xiao's room, he diligently massaged Qin Wan. At the same time, he said, "I have a way to help you not feel pain anymore. The effect lasts for at least 10 months. Hearing this, Qin Wan immediately agreed. A task this arduous. If not me, then who? It's decided then. Do you need me to transform into a shape you like? Lin Xiao refused, but was still a bit embarrassed. No need. The next morning, Kai Yi came to Lin Xiao's house. He hadn't come home last night. She guessed he was here, so she conveniently made breakfast and brought it over. Kai Yi's cooking skills even earned praise from Qin Wan. While they were eating, Zhu Jin suddenly appeared. Lin Xiao thought he had come for him, but no. This time, he was looking for Qin Wan. These are all 4th realm essence crystals. I hope Miss Qin cultivates well and breaks through to the Earth realm soon, before the competition. His Majesty has high hopes for you. Lin Xiao thought to himself, that emperor is being so generous. Is this competition that important? Zhu Jin also reminded Lin Xiao. His Majesty asked me to pass on a message. He hopes you won't waste your time, young master. Please focus on your cultivation. Lin Xiao gave a faint smile. Please assure His Majesty. I train diligently every day. Does His Majesty have anything he wants to give me? Zhu Jin shook his head. Young master should exercise some restraint. Don't be too brazen. After seeing Zhu Jin off, Lin Xiao thought of Ling Yin, Ming He, and Li Baizhong, who all had their own opportunities. And Qin Wan was being supported by the emperor. Looks like I have to get serious about my cultivation. Otherwise, if I don't make it into the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride rankings during the competition, it'll be a huge loss of face. He asked Qin Wan, do you know if Daxia has any metal or veins? I have a friend who cultivates the metal ability and needs help. Qin Wan replied, your veins in Daxia have all been mined out. There's a large reserve or vein in Jiangnan, but it belongs to the Zhang family. Hearing Jiangnan, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that Kai Yi was also from Jiangnan. He suggested, Kai Yi has been away from home for a long time. We should go visit her hometown. Lin Xiao calculated in his head, cultivating the metal ability relies on metal. If I can cultivate in a metal or vein with large reserves, it will certainly increase my chances of success. Jiangnan, a land of charming rivers and waters, where the scenery is as beautiful as an ink wash painting, full of romance and poetry. In that setting, Lin Xiao and Kai Yi stopped in front of a small pastry shop. Kai was surprised to see the shop still intact, evoking memories of her childhood. When she was little, she loved the osmanthus cakes from here, but only during the new year would she get to share half a piece with her older sister. Lin Xiao, understanding this, promised to always buy cakes for her whenever they came here. On this trip, Lin Xiao used the excuse of taking Kai Yi to visit her relatives to go to Jiangnan, but in reality, he had his own purpose. He would wait for night to fall, and when Kai Yi was asleep, he would sneak to the Zhang family's mine to investigate the situation. On the way, the two found Kai Yi's old home. Upon meeting, her younger brother recognized her immediately. He was emotional, his eyes welling up with tears as he asked, "Second sister, where have you been all these years? When our parents passed away, they were always talking about you." Kai Yi was shocked to learn that her parents were gone. All these years, she had always thought of them, hoping for a day of reunion. While the siblings were talking, Lin Xiu took out a banknote, gave it to the two children, and told them to go buy candy. However, as soon as they turned around, the two children bumped into a man in red clothes, which frightened them. The man was tall and burly. Exuding a fierceaura. Kai Yi's younger brother also trembled, quickly saying, "Master Huang, we've already paid this month's protection fee." It turned out, the reason he came was not for money, but because the brother was wearing yellow clothes, clashing with his. "Isn't Master Huang wearing red today?" His question made the man's underlings burst out laughing. Even so, he still insisted he was right, claiming that yesterday and tomorrow he would be wearing yellow. Lin Xiu stepped forward, holding out a bank note in front of him. He said he would pay for a year in advance. Seeing the money, the man's attitude immediately changed. He smiled brightly and said, "This is more like it." But Lin Xiu just smiled faintly and asked, "Do you really dare to take it?" Instantly, he grabbed the man's hand, causing it to freeze solid in an instant. The man's aggressive demeanor vanished, and he could only beg for mercy. Lin Xiu coldly ordered, "Tell your little brother to call the bailiffs. Return 10 times the amount of money you've taken. Otherwise, keep it and wait for your family to burn it for you in the afterlife." After settling the matter, Lin Xiu told Kai Yi to stay and chat with her relatives. He himself went for a walk. He stopped by a pastry shop, thinking that the noble consort was also from Jiangnan. So he bought some pastries to bring back. Perhaps she would like them. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage carrying prisoners passed by, causing the crowd to buzz with discussion. What crime did these people commit to be arrested? I heard they are rebels from the Heavenly Tao Alliance. They failed to assassinate the prefect's son and were caught. They're about to be taken to the execution ground to be beheaded as a public example. I heard that the young master of the Zhang family in the capital also died at their hands. In just a few months, the Zhang family has launched a large-scale hunt for all members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. This time, it was a trap aimed at them. Unexpectedly, they actually caught a few. Hearing this, Lin Xiu suddenly realized he had inadvertently implicated his comrades. Zhang Jing was actually assassinated by him. But the Zhang family couldn't find a culprit, so they blamed it on the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Now, innocent people were being taken to the execution ground. The official asked, "You 3 rebels, do you have any last words?" One of them shouted loudly, "Corrupt official, kill me alone, and there will be tens of thousands more like me. There are so many righteous men in the world. You can't possibly wipe them all out, even if we die today. Sooner or later, someone will avenge us. Corrupt official, we'll be waiting for you in the underworld." Those words angered the official. He slammed down his token. "Execute them." The executioner was ready, just waiting for the order to behead them. From below the execution platform, the comrades of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had received the signal to act. They were ready to rush forward and rescue them. Although he had anticipated the trap, he could only scream a warning to his comrades in despair. However, it was too late. His comrades had fallen into the trap as a huge barrier suddenly rose from the ground, blocking all paths forward. Forced into a corner, they could only watch as events unfolded, unable to do anything. The person who created this trap was that young man. Thanks to his earthly branch arcane art, he said coldly, "I can't believe you all dare to raid the execution ground. Don't just stand there gawking. Continue with the execution. As for these rebels, let us handle them." The execution continued. But just as the blade was about to touch the prisoner's neck, it suddenly stopped. The executioner couldn't control it. The blade flew into the air, heading straight for the county magistrate. Instantly, the young man with the earthly branch arcane art rushed forward, shielding the magistrate and using a technique to counterattack, shattering the blade into pieces. Through this exchange, he realized the person behind this was a metal element arcane artist, capable of manipulating metal, a body as hard as steel. This kid is truly difficult to deal with. He then shouted a challenge. "What's so impressive about hiding in the shadows? If you have the guts, Come out and face me honorably. Just then, some of the guards suddenly started attacking each other. Their minds clouded, completely out of control. The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance looked at each other with suspicion, wondering if this was the expert the branch master had invited. I'm not sure who's helping us, but let's rescue our people first, one of them said. Taking the opportunity, all the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were rescued and quickly fled. The soldiers tried to give chase, but a series of flaming braziers suddenly fell, creating a wall of fire that blocked their path. Faced with this situation, they could only watch helplessly, their hearts filled with rage. An earthly branch arcane art that controls flames, and the ability to affect people's minds. Since when did the Heavenly Tao Alliance have someone so powerful? They muttered. On the other side, the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were expressing their deep gratitude to their benefactor, Zenli, the branch master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Jiangnan branch. Thank you, friend, for your help. My heart is filled with endless gratitude, he said. Heroes, there is no need for such formalities. I, too, admire those who fight for justice. Happening upon this situation, I naturally couldn't stand by and watch you all be harmed. Some of my friends are not at liberty to show themselves. I hope you all can understand. To repay the favor, the branch master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance promised that if he ever needed help in the future, even if it meant climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of fire, they would not refuse. Actually, a coup of your esteemed alliance is a good friend of mine. For her sake, I couldn't just stand by and watch you all meet with disaster, he explained. Hearing the name Aku, the branch master was extremely surprised, never expecting the two to have such a close relationship. Speaking of her, he couldn't help but recall the image of that girl. We're not just acquainted. I know every curve of her body by heart, he thought to himself. Then, he asked if anyone knew where Aku was. Aku's cultivation is erratic. We also don't know where she is, but we are certain that in 1 month, she will appear at this location, they replied. However, when he asked for the specific location, they refused to disclose it, as it was a secret concerning the life and death of many brothers. Unless you join our Heavenly Tao Alliance, the branch master said. Hearing this, he agreed immediately. In the past, I also participated in assassinating nobles who oppressed the common people. You could say, I'm also one of your comrades. With that, he asked everyone to wait a moment while he got the joining papers. A moment later, he brought out several people. The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance recognized them as the family of Scholar Zhang from Jiangnan, including the Jiangnan prefect and his son. Before him, they knelt and begged. My parents were beaten to death on the orders of the Jiangnan prefect's son. Hero, please avenge me. I beg you on my knees. My younger sister was violated by Zhang Shi and jumped into the river to her death. I went to the yamen to report the crime, but was beaten and imprisoned instead. If it weren't for the branch master's help, I would have been beheaded. May I ask for the hero's esteemed name? As for his identity, Lin Xiao couldn't reveal his real name. Therefore, he chose the name Li Xiaoyao to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. From then on, Lin Xiao officially became a member of this organization under the name Li Xiaoyao. The people Lin Xiao brought were also handed over to the people of Jiangnan to decide their fate. In Jiangnan, the Murong family was in an uproar over 2 major events. The son of the Zhang family had suddenly disappeared, and the father and son of the Wang family were found dead on the road. This news spread quickly, causing a stir among the people. An old man, upon hearing the story, suspected that this was the work of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. However, that wasn't the truth. I heard they were still alive at first, but as the crowd grew larger, by the time the Zhang family arrived, all 4 were dead. This is the consequence of their own actions, the old man concluded. After that, he turned to ask about Yuer's cultivation. The girl has progressed very quickly in the past few days, but she's still far from the Earth realm. The world is vast. She shouldn't spend her whole life in this small Jiangnan. In the upcoming competition, let her test her skills. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was using a combination of special abilities and stealth to observe every corner of Jiangnan. He wanted to etch every room, every tree, and every rockery into his heart, so that when he returned to the capital, he could give the noble consort a surprise gift. While strolling, a girl suddenly noticed his presence, even though he was using his stealth ability. From this, Lin Xiao realized the girl had extremely sharp senses and discovered she possessed the wind ability. When she asked who he was, Lin Xiao just smiled lightly and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm just a passerby." Hearing this, the girl suspected he was a member of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and asked, "Was it you who assassinated the Zhang father and son and the Jiangnan prefect?" After that, she took out a bottle of wine and offered him a drink. This wine costs 200 taels of silver a bottle, and you might not be able to buy it even if you have the money. Lin Xiao politely declined, but recognized the wine bottle as a product of Honli Ju, the business he and Li Baizhong were running. This type of wine only cost 30 to 40 taels of silver in the capital. Lin Xiao realized the girl had been cheated by a middleman. From this, Lin Xiao's business instincts kicked in again. He thought if he also became a speculator, making 170 taels per bottle, then 100 bottles would bring in a huge profit. When Lin Xiao asked for her name, the girl didn't hesitate to reveal she was Yuer and asked for his name in return. "My name is not important, but I want to ask you something. What is the noble consort to you?" This question made the girl fall silent. Noticing she was a wine enthusiast, Lin Xiao took out a bottle of high-end wine from Honli Ju. "If you don't want to answer that question, then tell me the noble consort's name. I will give you this bottle of wine." As expected, the girl couldn't resist the allure of the wine and revealed the noble consort's name was Murong Mingzhu. Having obtained the information, Lin Xiao immediately left without a trace. After Lin Xiao left, Murong Yu wondered why a member of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was so interested in her affairs. At the Zhang family's mine, even though it was night, everyone was still working hard. From above, Lin Xiao began to absorb the minerals from the mine. A pleasant sensation spread throughout his body. Just by getting close to the mine, the metal ability within him stirred powerfully. Suddenly, someone spotted him and shouted, "What scoundrel dares to come here and steal from the vein?" Immediately, a spear flew towards Lin Xiao, but he quickly dodged it. Realizing his opponent was an Upper Earth Realm expert, Lin Xiao felt a sense of unease. Seeing the opponent approaching, he immediately used his stealth ability and gradually disappeared into the night, leaving his opponent to fight with the air. The man had just seen Lin Xiao, and in a flash, he was gone. This made him extremely angry, and he suspected he was a member of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. But he didn't know that Lin Xiao was standing right beside him. Observing his every move, Lin Xiao thought to himself, "I'm a transmigrator who has Red Sun Tsu's Art of War. Let me show you what when the enemy advances, we retreat means. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. When the enemy is tired, we harass." Lin Xiao took advantage of the darkness, hiding in the shadows, driving the man crazy with a game of cat and mouse. For the next few days, he continued the same old trick. Every night, he would appear and play with him. He didn't stop there. Lin Xiao persistently repeated this game for 10 consecutive days. By the 10th day, the man was exhausted. He only had enough strength to mumble, "All you know is how to hide. If you have the guts, come out and face me in a fair fight." After that, he screamed again, demanding that Lin Xiao appear, despite trying to search everywhere. He still couldn't detect Lin Xiao standing right behind him. This scene greatly amused Lin Xiao. Even though he couldn't defeat him in a fight, he could certainly play pranks on him until he was exhausted. In the capital, in the Changchun Palace, the maids brought snacks for the noble consort, but she refused, saying she wasn't hungry. The noble consort's face was melancholic. She sat lost in thought all day long. Even her spirit beast looked sad. The surrounding maids worriedly discussed among themselves. Before, the noble consort ate little, but not to this extent. Could Her Highness be suffering from anorexia? If so, that's truly worrying. Just then, Lin Xiao arrived at the imperial palace. He was greeted by Shuang Shuang. Hearing that Lin Xiao had arrived, the noble consort's expression changed immediately, as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. Returning from his long journey, Lin Xiao didn't come empty-handed. He brought with him sweet cakes and fruit preserves. Even though Lin Xiao talked a lot, the noble consort remained dazed and unresponsive, which made him a bit panicked. He had to wave his hand to call her for a while before she snapped out of it. At this moment, the noble consort was a bit shy, avoiding Lin Xiao's gaze. She said, "This one is hungry. Let this one see," as soon as she took a bite of the cake. The noble consort's mood changed completely. She was extremely surprised to recognize the flavor of this osmanthus cake as identical to the one from the shop in front of her house. And what she felt was completely accurate. It was indeed the cake from the familiar pastry shop. However, Lin Xiu only thought this to himself, not revealing it to the noble consort. After eating the cake, Lin Xiu had another special gift he wanted to give the noble consort. He asked her to close her eyes. Hearing there was a gift, the noble consort was very excited. She immediately closed her eyes and waited. Lin Xiu's gift was the illusion ability. In a flash, the noble consort was brought into an illusion by Qin Wan. This is Jiangnan, your highness's hometown. Every branch, every blade of grass was so real that it made her highness feel as if she had truly returned home. At this moment, Qin Wan was exhausted. She almost fell, if not for Lin Xiu catching her. Hearing Lin Xiu say she had worked hard, Qin Wan immediately took the opportunity to ask for more pay. Lin Xiu agreed without hesitation. Qin Wan gave a specific number, 100 taels. This amount made Lin Xiu sweat a little, but he still nodded in acceptance. The noble consort had now come to her senses, realizing that the recent trip to Jiangnan was created by Lin Xiu. She asked him how he managed to do it. Lin Xiu explained, "This is Qin Wan's special ability. I asked her to create this illusion for your highness. She has never been to Jiangnan. If there are any inaccuracies, I hope your highness will forgive them." The noble consort was now completely cheerful. She thanked Qin Wan and said that this was the most meaningful gift she had ever received. Shuang had noticed the change in the noble consort's attitude towards Lin Xiu. Just seeing Lin Xiu made all of the noble consort's sorrows disappear. Shuang boldly guessed that the noble consort had developed feelings for Lin Xiu. At the Ability Institute, the headmaster summoned Lin Xiu and Qin Wan today to assign them a mission. Originally, this mission didn't require the two of you. But currently, the court is short on manpower. Many talented individuals from the Institute are cultivating outside. So, I can only ask the two of you. After hearing this, Lin Xiu said, "Headmaster, you're too kind. This is what we should be doing." Then he asked, "What is the mission this time?" The court has just received intelligence that in recent days, the rebellious Heavenly Tao Alliance has organized a secret meeting. Taking this opportunity, the court has decided to seize the moment to eliminate them completely. Upon hearing the news, Lin Xiu was extremely shocked and immediately asked for confirmation of the information to ensure its accuracy. A court spy within the ranks of the Heavenly Tao Alliance has passed on this information. You don't need to worry, as there are other experts accompanying you. Of course, I will also participate. This is also a good opportunity for training. One of the court officials affirmed. Lin Xiu feared that if others carried out this mission, perhaps no one in the Heavenly Tao Alliance would survive. Therefore, when he decided to participate, Qin Wan also immediately agreed to go with him. After everything was agreed upon, the headmaster requested the two to set off immediately. Without delay, in Ningxia Prefecture, Lin Xiu had booked 2 premium rooms at an inn, one for himself and one for Qin Wan. However, Qin Wan suggested that one room would be enough, and Lin Xiu agreed immediately, booking a single premium room. The premium room indeed did not disappoint them. Everything was neatly arranged, and the bed was spacious and comfortable. As soon as she entered the room, Qin Wan sprawled out on the bed, enjoying the comfort. She even joked a little with Lin Xiu, asking if he wanted to lie on the bed with her. Although Lin Xiu refused, Qin Wan didn't give up. She continued to tease him. "You're not scared, are you? Are you planning to sleep on the floor tonight?" Lin Xiu couldn't let her underestimate him. He immediately pounced onto the bed, facing Qin Wan and asking why she was blushing. Just as he said, Qin Wan was blushing because of past memories of Lin Xiu being kind to her. She realized she had fallen for him, and Lin Xiu was the first person to make her feel so at ease. "Do whatever you want," Qin Wan said directly. Lin Xiu also felt a stir in his heart, but he knew that if he acted now, he would lose. Just then, something strange appeared from above, radiating a terrifying killing intent. As soon as they both realized it, it attacked them directly with tremendous force, shaking the entire room. Qin Wan recognized it as a black tentacle demon, a dangerous creature. It continued to attack, and this time its target was her. Fortunately, Qin Wan managed to dodge in time. But if she had been a little slower, the consequences would have been dire. In the critical situation, Lin Xiao managed to freeze the strange tentacle, shattering it into pieces. At that moment, the owner of the tentacles also appeared, a woman with silver hair. She looked at Lin Xiao with a challenging gaze. I didn't expect you to have a few good moves. Looks like the price will have to go up. Her purpose was to take Lin Xiao's life, and Qin Wan suspected she was an assassin. Lin Xiao decided to capture her for questioning. The battle between Lin Xiao and the female assassin was fierce. All of Lin Xiao's ice blocks were pierced by her powerful chain tentacles. In a moment of crisis, Qin Wan used her illusion ability to control the female assassin. The female assassin couldn't believe that Qin Wan was an Earth Realm ability user. Even if she realized something, she was still completely controlled by Qin Wan. Lin Xiao asked, "Who sent you here?" Someone paid 10,000 taels of silver to take the life of Lin Xiao, the son of the Marquis of Ping'an. After hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a bit disappointed. Why is my life only worth 10,000 taels? Qin Wan, standing beside him, also found him quite strange. Because that wasn't the point of the story. After a moment of thought, Lin Xiao turned and left. For now, he would deal with this assassin first. A moment later, Lin Xiao and Qin Wan's room had returned to a state of peace. Both of them were lying on the bed. Qin Wan told Lin Xiao that he could admit defeat. That's right. Lin Xiao could admit defeat. But the word surrender did not exist in his dictionary. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he was determined not to yield. Qin Wan still hadn't given up. She continued to persistently persuade him. She said to him, "I know a lot of things, you know. The advising the husband piece, the heartless piece, the Mandarin duck knot. I know them all." These words made Lin Xiao's heart waver slightly, but he remained firm and refused to yield. He turned his back to her, saying that there was a lot to do tomorrow and advised her to go to sleep early. At the Ningxuan Prefecture Yamen, the guide led Lin Xiao and Qin Wan in, informing them that the other lords participating in this mission had arrived 2 days ago. This person introduced Lin Xiao and Qin Wan to the others. They were, in order, Jin Tai, Lu Feng, Huang Xian, Wei Jing, and Zhuang Yan. When Lin Xiao asked about the situation in the city, they explained in detail. The gathering time for the rebels of the Heavenly Tao Society is in 3 days in the evening. At that time, we will raid their meeting place and eliminate them. For these few days, you all must remain silent. The rebels are very cautious. If they discover anything unusual, the consequences will be very serious, and no one can bear that responsibility. Observing this person, Lin Xiao realized his strength was close to the Earth Realm. He was probably one of the 5 strongest. He thought a way to inform the people of the Heavenly Tao Society. Before coming here, his friend in blue had been instructed by old Duke Shui to take care of Lin Xiao. He advised him and Qin Wan to be careful. It's best to stay behind everyone. Don't get too close. 3 days later, the meeting place of the Heavenly Tao Society was prepared. Everyone in the society was exchanging information with each other. I heard that a month ago, the Jiangnan branch had an incident. Were the consequences serious? The entire army was almost wiped out. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao came to the rescue. It's a pity that the contact point of the Jiangnan branch was sold out by a traitor. Brother Xiaoyao and I couldn't get in touch either. After that, a few people in the group joked with each other. "Old son, you're not dead yet. You're a few years older than me. If anyone's going to die, it should be you first. Sister Wu, you seem to have gotten fatter than last year. I've only gained 10 pounds, and you can already tell. Miss Chun, I finally get to see you. Can you find Brother Sijia?" Suddenly being asked about a strange name, Chun Ku immediately denied it. "How can you not know him? He said he's a close friend of yours. He even wanted to come with me to see you. But because of a traitor's betrayal, I couldn't contact him." This statement made Chun Ku think of Lin Xiao, but she wasn't sure if Li Xiaoyao was him or not. She also acknowledged that the two were acquaintances, even saying they were very good friends. Just then, Lin Xiao's bird, Little Blue, appeared, announcing that there was a spy and the meeting was canceled. A moment later, the court's people had descended upon the meeting place of the Heavenly Tao Society. But the result was an empty house. There was no one in sight. The meticulously prepared plan had failed. This made them extremely angry. They gritted their teeth and asked, "Where did the people go?" Someone leaked the information. "Among the 7 of us, there is a spy for the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Everyone in the team was under suspicion. No one escaped scrutiny. Of course, Qinwan and Lin Xiu were also among them. Lin Xiu spoke up with a guess. Perhaps the news wasn't leaked tonight. Before the meeting, the people of the Heavenly Tao Alliance dispersed. Only when the meeting began could they have informed everyone. His words made everyone nod in agreement. Perhaps the news was leaked beforehand, but this made the scope of suspicion too large. Everyone who knew about it was put in a dangerous situation. They ordered people to guard the 4 city gates. It's getting late. They told Lin Xiu and Qin want to go back first. If we find any trace of the rebels, we will inform you immediately. After the court officials left, breathing a sigh of relief for finally escaping. Now, the people in the Heavenly Tao Society were certain there was a spy. Everyone was furious. They cursed endlessly. If I find out who the spy is, this old lady won't hesitate to crush his balls. If not for that bird's timely warning, we probably would have fallen into the court's hands tonight. It's unclear who saved us, but using a bird to deliver a message is something I've never heard of before. This little girl guessed that a canoe who had saved them, so she kept pestering her with questions. Just then, a fierce knocking on the door made everyone panic, thinking the court officials had returned. Only when the person outside announced their name did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. This person immediately recognized the voice of Brother Xiaoyao. Sure enough, it was Brother Xiaoyao, also known as Lin Xiu. He asked if everyone was okay. So, it was Brother Xiaoyao who saved us. This is the Brother CJ I mentioned. Now he's a member of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. This news surprised Chun Ke the most. Before, she had invited Lin Xiu to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, but he had refused. She never expected that after not seeing him for a while, he had joined at some point. At this point, this friend had a few questions for Lin Xiu. How did you know our meeting place? And how did you know the court also knew about it? Actually, there's a spy of ours in the Imperial Court. He reported that there is a traitor within the Heaven's Tao Alliance. That person will notify the court of the gathering location and time. The goal is to capture us all at once. Lin Xiu's words didn't fully convince everyone yet. Seeing this, Chun Ku stood up to guarantee that he had no problems. She was even willing to use her life to vouch for him. This action made everyone curious about the relationship between the two. Brother Xiaoyao and Miss Chun. It's not like a normal friendship. Can there really be just friendship between a man and a woman? If they're just friends, why risk saving us? No wonder for the past few months, Sister Ku has always been distracted. Realizing this place wasn't safe to stay long, Lin Xiu suggested taking everyone out of the city, outside the city gates. Lin Xiu and Chun Ku sat on the roof talking. He asked her why she hadn't looked for him in the past few months. Chun Ku replied that she had looked on the day he took a concubine. Let's skip that matter. Lin Xiu wanted to know if she was injured. She replied yes, and showed him the wound. When facing an Earth-rank enemy general, I couldn't dodge one of his moves. Lin Xiu seemed too used to this. Even though the wound was in a sensitive spot, his mind remained calm, focusing on healing her. In just a moment, the wound was healed thanks to Lin Xiu's ability. After healing, he reminded her that if there were dangerous missions like this in the future, come to the royal capital to find him. The two would go together. Hearing that, Chun Ke told him that they shouldn't meet anymore in the future. You just enjoy your noble status. Don't care about the Heaven's Tao Alliance's affairs. If your identity is exposed, the people around you will be implicated. The rebel of the Heaven's Tao Alliance is Li Xiaoyao. What does it have to do with Lin Xiu? Saying this, he revealed his true face again. At this moment, Lin Xiu had returned to the inn. Just as he opened the room door, he saw a beautiful spring scenery that any man would wish to see. Qinwan was too bold today, trying hard to seduce Lin Xiu. She asked him why he was out so long today. The question made Lin Xiu feel a bit guilty. He stammered that he was walking outside a bit longer. Qinwan threw herself onto him, sniffing intently. After a while, she realized there was a woman's scent on Lin Xiu. Even though Lin Xiu kept denying it, Qinwan didn't care anymore. She continued the unfinished business from earlier, putting on a provocative pose to invite Lin Xiu. Is it that I'm not beautiful enough? Or is my body not good enough? I finished bathing and waited for you in the room. Why did you still go out to find another woman? Lin Xiu really didn't dare to look straight at her anymore. He hurriedly turned his face away, trying to say, I just want to meet a friend. Like me and you. Purely friends. Uncomfortable? Do you need me to help you? Qin Wan's suggestive words. Lin Xiao understood best, but he still tried to ask back. How will you help me? Don't know how she helped. Only heard Lin Xiao trying to tell her to wait a moment. It seems what should happen between these two has happened. The next day, in the bamboo forest south of Ningxuan Prefecture City, the rebel of the Heavens Dao Alliance was reporting the situation to the court officials. So, before the operation, a person named Li Xiaoyao secretly notified the Heavens Dao Alliance rebel group. Thanks to his flying ability, all of them managed to leave the city before being arrested. Lin Xiao had now identified the spy in the court, one of the people who appeared at the Heavens Dao Alliance last night. However, what surprised him was that the spy of the Heavens Dao Alliance was also a person of the court. The spy continued to reveal. This operation was not notified to the Ningxuan Prefecture Yamen, where there are too many untrustworthy people. Only a small group of us knew the plan. The Heavens Dao Alliance rebel group consists of a few people. Among them are 3 Earth rank users. The rest are at the Black rank. Someone suspects that our spy is among those 9 people. So we need to be careful to avoid hurting our own. This spy has a value almost as high as Zhang Yan or Lu Feng. When he catches up to them, he will immediately counterattack. So, everyone, don't accidentally harm him. After the discussion, Lin Xiao signaled for the bird, Little Blue, to approach him. Receiving the order, the bird quickly flew off to deliver the message. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Dao Alliance group was moving through a bamboo forest. The little girl with them kept asking Chen Ku about her relationship with Lin Xiao. When did you meet him, sister? Are you two planning to get married? When Little Blue arrived, it immediately reported the news. Branch Master Yang is the spy. His movements have been exposed. Flee quickly. Hearing this, everyone turned their suspicious gazes towards Branch Master Yang. He hastily refuted. We've been brothers for many years. Why would you believe the words of a bird? Don't forget that it helped us escape last night. Old Yang, did you leak our meeting information and report it to the court? Despite being questioned, Old Yang adamantly denied the accusation. I've worked with everyone for many years. How could it be me? This is just a one-sided story from Li Xiaoyao. Why do you all believe him? If you want to verify, wait for Li Xiaoyao to come and confront me. But from now on, you will not leave our sight. This statement made Old Yang even more panicked. Sweat poured down his face. He knew that if he was held back, he would have no chance to escape. He immediately threw out several smoke bombs, creating a thick cloud of smoke. This action only confirmed everyone's suspicions. In the chaos, Old Yang tried to flee but was immediately blocked by Chen Ku. Before he could react, she took him down with a powerful kick. The pain was excruciating. Even though he was defeated, everyone was still not satisfied. Someone said, I want to send this traitor to hell with one palm strike. But another person reminded them, don't be hasty. We don't know if the Heavenly Dao Alliance has any other spies. This place is dangerous. We are no match for the court. Let's find a safe place to hide first. A moment later, the court's group arrived but found no trace of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The signal device also didn't respond, making them suspect they had gone the wrong way. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was observing the mirror in his hand. He had just discovered a type of special ability that could determine distance through a mirror. From this, he concluded that the spy had been eliminated. There must be a mole in the court who reported the news. We must find him and punish him accordingly. Perhaps we need to find another way. Continuing like this will get us nowhere. After these events, the group decided to let Lin Xiao and Qin Wan return to the capital first, because the two of them still had to prepare for the upcoming competition. Lin Xiao seemed embarrassed, admitting that he hadn't been much help during this time. Upon returning to the capital, Lin Xiao felt relieved to finally be back home. However, his attitude annoyed Qin Wan. She asked, what's wrong? Does being with me make you uncomfortable? After speaking, she transformed into Ling Yin. Do you need me to help you relieve some stress? After being tricked by Qin Wan multiple times, Lin Xiao was now more clear-headed. He was determined not to let her manipulate his money anymore. Even when she appeared in the seductive form of Ling Yin, he remained unmoved. He coldly turned his back and walked away. However, Qin Wan still didn't give up, continuing to pursue him. She asserted that she knew many other secrets. A few days later, In the garden of Lin Xiu's house, Zhao Ling Yin suddenly appeared, carefully hanging out her skirt. Suddenly, Lin Xiu appeared out of nowhere. He boldly gave her a light slap on the butt. This unexpected action startled Ling Yin. She couldn't believe what had just happened. When she turned around and recognized Lin Xiu, her face turned bright red. She still hadn't reacted to his action. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu was very relaxed. He pinched her cheek and said, "Change back. Ling Yin is coming back soon. It'll be troublesome if she sees you. Still pretending? You already used this trick last time." The illusion last time felt just like this. A moment later, Lin Xiu was still pinching Ling Yin's cheek. It wasn't until Qin Wan walked in that he was startled. He asked in surprise why she knew how to clone herself. Qin Wan replied that she didn't. And at that moment, Lin Xiu realized danger was approaching. He was speechless. Ling Yin, who had been silent until now, began to speak. "What do you mean, change back? What do you mean, it'll be troublesome if I see? And also, why did you say this trick was used last time?" Ling Yin's attitude left Lin Xiu defenseless. He wanted to explain, but he no longer had the chance. Soon after, Lin Xiu was pinned under Ling Yin's foot. She angrily scolded him. "We haven't seen each other for a few days, and your nerve has grown, huh?" Seeing that Lin Xiu couldn't explain, Qin Wan spoke up. "You were gone for 2 months. Lin Xiu missed you a lot, so I transformed into your appearance so he could see you. He probably thought you were me in disguise." Knowing that Qin Wan had transformed into her, Ling Yin became even angrier. She shouted, "Who allowed you to transform into me?" Qin Wan replied, "You were gone for so long. Someone wasn't eating or drinking. He just stayed in your room all day, looking at your things and missing you. I couldn't stand it anymore. I had to comfort him." Qin Wan's words made Ling Yin's heart stir a little. She looked back at Lin Xiu, who was pinned under her foot, wondering if he really missed her. But then she thought again, if he thought I was Qin Wan, doesn't that mean he was slapping her butt? Ling Yin turned to ask Qin Wan, "Are you two hiding something from me?" Qin Wan replied, "Not at all. You're overthinking things." Lin Xiu was finally released by Ling Yin. He quickly stood up and asked about her situation. "Ling Yin, was your cultivation this time successful? Have you broken through to the Earth realm yet?" Ling Yin replied, "Not yet, although I've reached a bottleneck. I still can't break through." Lin Xiu immediately took out a box of essence crystals. "These are a few 5th realm beast essence crystals. Take them and use them first. Remember not to tell anyone." Ling Yin asked, "Where did you get 5th realm essence crystals?" "I don't need them. You use them." Lin Xiu smiled. "Have you thought it through? After I reach the Earth realm, won't getting into the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride rankings be as easy as flipping my hand? You'll understand then." Hearing this, Ling Yin's face turned bright red. She quickly snatched an essence crystal and said, "If I can't break through, then I'll just wait for fate. You take the rest." With that, she left immediately. Lin Xiu was quite pleased that she had accepted his gift. After Ling Yin left, Qin Wan continued to speak to Lin Xiu. "Now that Ling Yin is back, our affair can only be carried out in secret." Lin Xiu smiled. "You can admit defeat. If you admit defeat, we won't have to be secretive anymore." Qin Wan replied, "Why should I admit defeat? What Qin Wan likes most is being secretive." Then she pressed herself against Lin Xiu. While touching him, she said, "If you're seeking excitement, you have to follow through to the end." In Lin Xiu's main house, he was strolling with his second wife, Kai. She said, "The troop leader is getting old. She can't continue to perform on stage anymore. I want to bring her here to live with me." Lin Xiu agreed. "No problem. There's also Xia and Yin Yin. If they agree, you can bring them over too." Just then, a gust of cold wind blew past. Lin Xiu knew it was a cold aura, a sign that Ling Yin had broken through. And indeed, with just one essence crystal from Lin Xiu, Ling Yin had successfully broken through. When Ling Yin thanked him, Lin Xiu smiled. "We're all family. Why be so formal? If we meet in the major or minor competitions, just go easy on me." Lin Xiu's words made Ling Yin blush with embarrassment. She agreed to his request to go easy on him. At that moment, someone came in to inform Zhao Lingjun, "There's a young lady outside looking for you. She says her name is Yezi something." As soon as she heard the name, Lingjun immediately recognized the person. She repeated the girl's name, Chiba Rin. and then had someone invite her in. Chiba Rin appeared with a distinct style of dress and hairstyle. Unlike the locals, seeing Zhao Lingjun, she greeted her cheerfully. Long time no see. Lingjun also replied, calling her by an affectionate nickname. Your Daxiao language has improved considerably compared to 2 years ago. Zhao Ling also knew this person. Her full name was Chiba Rin. She was ranked 9th on the Heavenly Pride rankings of the Fusang Kingdom. Looking at her appearance, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be surprised that such an adorable girl was one of the top experts. Ling Yin chuckled softly, saying to Lin Xiao, "Look at you. Your eyes pop out whenever you see a beautiful woman." Lin Xiao didn't reply, only thinking to himself that he had seen many Fusang women, some of them even without clothes. So he had become desensitized. Chiba's purpose this time was to find Ling Jun for a match. She had traveled a long way to get here, and Ling Jun didn't refuse. She enthusiastically invited her to make the first move. Chiba didn't hesitate. She immediately struck. The first move was a lightning-fast sword strike. The gleam from the sword showed its terrifying power. However, Ling Jun easily dodged it, her expression unchanging. Chiba was not discouraged. She continued to attack relentlessly. This time, her sword carried a stronger destructive force. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Even so, Ling Jun still nimbly dodged every blow. Not yet having struck back, Lin Xiao observed the match, thinking to himself, so this is the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride rankings? Chiba switched to a direct attack from above, only a few steps away from Ling Jun. Suddenly, she disappeared. In a flash, she appeared right behind Ling Jun. Lin Xiao immediately recognized it as a spatial ability. However, Ling Jun was still more than capable of blocking this attack. The match ended. Chiba sheathed her sword, praising Ling Jun for having become much stronger than 2 years ago. With that, she turned and left immediately. Lin Xiao realized that Chiba's spatial ability was at a high level, but he believed he could copy it. He suggested to Ling Jun, "A friend has come from afar. Why not invite them to stay for a meal?" Chiba heard him but refused, not wanting to bother everyone. After the match, Ling Yin curiously asked Ling Jun, "Is she only ranked 9th on the Heavenly Pride rankings?" Ling Jun explained, last time, more than half of the top 10 were over 25 and couldn't participate in the competition. Chiba has improved a lot. Perhaps this time, she will make it into the top 5. Ling Yin turned to Lin Xiao and said, "See, this is the strength of the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride rankings." Lin Xiao just smiled. "Just you wait and see." In his heart, Lin Xiao was still thinking about Chiba, especially her spatial ability. He was determined to grasp that power. As Chiba was leaving, she caught the attention of a group of men. They asked her all sorts of questions, inviting her to a meal. Lin Xiao appeared just in time, asking them what they were doing. The group of men recognized him as Lin Xiao and immediately left. Lin Xiao spoke to Chiba in the Fusang language. "Daijubu, Chiba-chan? Are you okay, Chiba?" Chiba asked in surprise. "You know the Fusang language?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Just a little. Let me take you to the inn." Chiba thanked him but refused, saying she could go by herself. Observing Chiba's behavior, Lin Xiao assessed her as someone with good defenses, leaving a deep impression. Although he still had some feelings for her, he believed that in the future, she would improve even more. It was late at night. Chiba was currently quite seriously injured. From a distance, Lin Xiao recognized her as Chiba and guessed that she was in trouble. Perhaps her injury was caused by that man. Now, he had caught up and asked her with a threatening voice, "Chiba, are you not going to run anymore? You have no chance of winning against me," he said, making Chiba think she had no way out, especially when he used his wind ability, a skill that was difficult to defend against. Just then, her expression suddenly changed from pain and hatred to astonishment, as if she had just seen something incredibly unexpected. What made her change was Lin Xiao, who was standing behind her attacker without him even knowing. Lin Xiao spoke up. "A thug dares to commit assault right in the middle of the capital." Hearing this, the man immediately struck. One of his moves almost took Lin Xiao's life. He didn't stop there. He continued to attack with 3 or 4 times the previous strength. To counter, Lin Xiao used his ice ability, but it could only hold for a short time. The clash between the two abilities created a massive explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, both Lin Xiao and Chiba had vanished. It turned out Lin Xiao had used the smoke to help Chiba escape. Now, she was still wondering why Lin Xiao had appeared at just the right moment. Lin Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he asked her about the attacker's identity and why he wanted to kill her. Given the critical situation, Lin Xiao thought it best to leave immediately. If the assassin catches up, it will be very troublesome. Chiba felt guilty for getting Lin Xiao involved in this. She apologized for causing trouble. Lin Xiao didn't find it troublesome, because he was very excited about her ability. He had started copying Chiba's special ability and had now reached 3%. After that, Lin Xiao took Chiba to his private residence, where Shuang was helping her treat her wounds. Ling Ying didn't believe that Lin Xiao coincidentally saving Chiba was a coincidence. Believe it or not, Lin Xiao said, I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. And I happened to run into this. After Shuang finished the treatment, Lin Xiao suggested they both stay and rest for the night, promising to see them off the next morning. Lin Xiao also asked Chiba why she wasn't staying at the inn arranged by the court and was instead being pursued by an assassin. Hearing her say she wanted to stay at a temporary inn, Lin Xiao advised her not to stay there anymore and promised to send someone to get her luggage for her. For the next few days, you can rest and recuperate here, he said. Chiba felt grateful, but still apologized for causing trouble. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, felt he was too kind for constantly helping others. In the subspace, he was testing the special ability he had just copied from Chiba and realized that her ability to disappear wasn't about hiding from sight, but about opening spatial rifts to enter a subspace that overlapped with the real space. However, the subspace was rejecting him and pushing him out after a few seconds. Even so, he could immediately return. At the Imperial Palace, His Majesty was asking Zhu Jin about 5th-tier essence crystals, but they were all gone, meaning he was just a little short of reaching the Earth Realm. Zhu Jin reported that the remaining 2 had been given to Qin Wan, and the noble families in the capital might still have 1 or 2, but it wasn't certain they would give them up. Just then, someone reported that Lin Xiao was requesting an audience. His Majesty wondered to himself why he would come to the palace while preparing for the competition with the other kingdoms. Why does he keep running to the palace? Seeing Lin Xiao enter, His Majesty immediately asked the reason for his visit. Your Majesty, last night this subject coincidentally witnessed the heavenly pride Chiba of the Fusang Kingdom being pursued on the street. This subject managed to intervene and save her in time. This incident may involve diplomatic relations between the 2 countries. This subject thinks the Secret Service should conduct a thorough investigation. After Lin Xiao's report, His Majesty immediately ordered Zhu Jin to inform the Secret Service to urgently investigate the matter. Then His Majesty turned to ask Lin Xiao, where is the heavenly pride of Fusang now? Reporting to Your Majesty. She refused to stay at the arranged inn, and the inns outside are not safe. So this subject had to arrange for her to stay temporarily at my residence. Hearing Lin Xiao's report, His Majesty's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed he had just come up with an idea. Unexpectedly, His Majesty asked, is she beautiful? This sudden question made Lin Xiao a bit flustered. A sense of unease about what was to come rose in his heart. Even so, he still answered truthfully, Your Majesty. She is very beautiful. It's just that she's a bit short. Immediately, His Majesty stood up and said, I need you to do something. This statement made Lin Xiao feel a sense of dread, but he could only worry silently, hoping things wouldn't be too bad. He forced a smile and asked, if Your Majesty has something for me to do, please just say it. I give you half a year. Find a way to marry the heavenly pride of Fusang. Make her a person of Daxia. When that happens, I will grant you the marriage. This idea stunned Lin Xiao. His mind was filled with countless question marks. After composing himself, he quickly objected, Your Majesty, this is truly impossible. Why is it impossible? Life is full of unpredictable things. Even I, as the Emperor, need to compromise on many things. For the glory of Daxia, I am entrusting this mission to you. I have faith in your abilities. Faced with His Majesty's decisive words, Lin Xiao dared not object any further. Images of his own harem immediately flashed through his mind. I still have Ninger, whom I haven't married yet. Qin1 is also waiting. Where would I find the time to marry a girl from Fusang? Even if I agreed, Ninger wouldn't agree. And if Ninger agreed, the old Duke Shui wouldn't agree either. After a period of investigation, Zhu Jin reported, Your Majesty, the assassins targeting the Fusang prodigy were likely sent by the Fusang people themselves. They didn't strike in Fusang, but came to Great Xia to harm her. Aren't they trying to frame us? Truly shameless. This statement confused Lin Xiu slightly. He asked, Your Majesty, what is this about? Fusang has 4 great families. The appearance of a prodigy breaks the balance of power. Fusang cannot tolerate her. But our Great Xia can. I have high hopes placed in you. I hope you do not disappoint me. Go back and do your best. As soon as he returned to the manor, Lin Xiu met Ling Yin, who challenged him to a spar. He agreed immediately. He wanted to see how much her abilities had improved. The match began. Lin Xiu charged straight at Ling Yin, but she stood there, waiting calmly. One move from Lin Xiu was easily neutralized by Ling Yin. She even made him feel a bone-chilling cold. Lin Xiu realized this was rank suppression. After the match, he was completely convinced of his defeat. Remember to go to the Ability Institute to register later. All participants must register a month in advance. After scolding Lin Xiu, Ling Yin left. She hadn't gone far when she heard Qin1 telling Lin Xiu to go back to his room and rest, and that she would cook ginger soup to warm him up. At this moment, Ling Yin felt confused. Even though she won the match, she felt uncomfortable, as if she were the one who had lost. At the Ability Institute, everyone was gathering to register for the competition. Li Baizhang ran over to ask Lin Xiu, Brother Lin, I heard one of the 3 beauties, Chiba Jin, is staying at your house, right? There's a beauty staying here? Lin Xiu had never heard of this. If he didn't know, Li Baizhang would explain it right away. In the last Heaven's chosen list, among the top 10, there were 3 women. They are all the most beautiful women in the world. One of them is your wife, famous not only for her talent, but also for Chiba Jin. The number of people lining up to register was increasing. Lin Xiu wondered how they could determine the rankings with so many people. Hearing this, Li Baizhang immediately answered his question. In the early rounds, the matches will use a knockout system. Lose once and you're out immediately. However, the organizers will arrange it so Earth ranks don't face each other in the first round. Currently, Li Baizhang's cultivation has reached the Earth rank. Just then, Ningya appeared. She ran over and hugged Lin Xiu tightly. She looked incredibly happy to see him again. She had also come to register for the competition, and her current realm had also reached the Earth rank. The intimate scene between the two made Li Baizhang scream internally. Damn it, is this the legendary peach blossom luck? I wanted to. Ninger then gave Lin Xiu a rank 5 essence crystal. She said her grandfather told her to give it to him and hoped he would try hard and not let her down. This gift was truly unexpected and precious. Lin Xiu asked her to thank old Duke Shui on his behalf. Today, after meeting everyone, Lin Xiu realized his abilities needed to be improved. Ling, Gimban, Li Baizhang, and Ninger had all reached the Earth rank. At least in the first 2 rounds, they would all be safe. He thought he must quickly advance to the Earth rank to avoid unwanted risks. Princess Mingi also appeared. Lin Xiu went over to talk to her. Mingi, I'm preparing to leave for a month to cultivate elsewhere. You can find Ling Yin for dual cultivation. I'll speak to her before I go. Hearing this, the princess looked sulky. She said she didn't want to cultivate with Ling Yin. She also felt bitter that everyone else had advanced to the Earth rank, while she was still struggling. I feel dual cultivation isn't effective for breaking through. So I want to go out and try my luck. I'm leaving. I still have to say goodbye to many others. Off the coast of the Java Nation. This was the place Lin Xiu chose for his cultivation. Here, there were surging waves and crashing thunder, creating a perfect cultivation combo for him. Rumor had it that this island nation was struck by lightning more than 300 days a year. When he arrived, Lin Xiu saw that the rumors were indeed true. Just as he thought that, a bolt of lightning struck him. It didn't look gentle at all. If a normal person were hit by lightning like that, they'd be off to see the king of hell. 25 days later, Ling Yin looked quite sad. She kept resting her chin on her hand and sighing. She was worried whether Lin Xiu would return in time. As if understanding her feelings, Lin Xiu suddenly appeared. What's wrong? It's only been half a month. Did you miss me already? Seeing the person she had been missing for so long, Lingyin couldn't control her emotions. She jumped up in joy and called out Lin Xiao's name loudly. But her joy didn't last long. As Lingyin realized the person in front of her was Qin Wan in disguise, she immediately reverted to her annoyed demeanor. She asked, "Is it fun?" Having been discovered, Qin Wan returned to her true form. She sighed and said, "I saw you missing him, so I just wanted to help you a little. If you're not grateful, then forget it." She thought Lingyin would be angry that she impersonated Lin Xiao. But no, she wanted Qin Wan to turn into Lin Xiao again. Even if she had to pay, she would accept it. Seeing a business opportunity, Qin Wan immediately recited the price list. 1 tael to meet, 5 taels to hold hands, 10 taels to hug, 15 taels to kiss. To transform into his appearance is over 10 taels. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Xiao appeared. He asked, "You're both here?" Lingyin still thought this Lin Xiao was Qin Wan transformed, so she comfortably touched his face. She said, "I didn't ask you to transform. You did this yourself. I won't pay you 10 taels of silver." Confused by Lingyin's strange behavior, Lin Xiao asked, "Why are you touching my face?" Qin Wan, who understood everything, just laughed and said, "You two are so alike. You've got the wrong person." Hearing this, Lingyin froze. Lin Xiao awkwardly called her name. Before he could say more, Lingyin punched him, distorting his face. At Changchun Palace, today, the noble consort and the imperial physician were performing a duet. One played the zither, the other played the flute. The scenery was beautiful, but the people were even more so, creating a perfectly flawless picture. This melody, Lin Xiao evaluated, exists only in heaven. Your Highness's zither playing is truly exquisite. However, the consort simply said she hadn't played in a long time, so it was still a bit unfamiliar. Lin Xiao listened to her words and couldn't help but admire her modesty. Such praise can only come from the heavens. "I have a gift I wish to present to your Highness, but will take a short while longer to manifest. I'm sure your Highness will like it very much." Having said that, Lin Xiao excused himself as he had urgent business. He just asked the imperial physician to stay with the consort for a while. But as soon as he stepped out of the palace, he was stopped by the princess. She sincerely apologized for her previous rude behavior. At this moment, Lin Xiao took out an essence crystal and gave it to the princess, explaining that it was a gift from old Duke Shui. He couldn't use it, so he was gifting it to her. It was exactly what the princess needed. She grabbed the essence crystal and said, "I won't take this from you for free. This essence crystal is worth 120,000 taels. When I have the money, I will pay you back immediately." Saying that, the princess began to cultivate right away. But in just a moment, the essence crystal turned dark. The result was that she had failed. The princess's failure seemed to be within Lin Xiao's expectations. He sighed and took out another one. "If you help someone, help them to the end. This is a crystal I bought on the black market for myself. Try again." Receiving the second essence crystal, the princess was full of determination. But the result was no better. The essence crystal only glowed for a moment before turning dark. She failed again. Lin Xiao didn't give up. He took out a third one. "I bought 2 from the black market, and this is truly the last one. If you don't succeed, I have nothing left to help you with." This action moved the princess deeply. With tears in her eyes, she apologized for treating him poorly. But the result remained unchanged. The princess failed for the third time. Her mood was now completely devastated. Lin Xiao hadn't expected the princess to be so unlucky either. He immediately comforted her. "It's okay. At most, you'll just break through a bit later. With your strength, as long as you don't meet an earth rank in the first 2 matches, you can easily qualify for the competition." However, not only did she not break through, the princess had wasted 3 rank 5 essence crystals and owed 360,000 taels of silver. She never expected to fall into such a miserable situation. The next day, Lin Xiao and the princess went to draw lots together. There were 800 contestants in total. The higher the rank, the stronger the ability. Ling Jun was number 1. Chiba Jin was number 2. Qin Wan, Ling Yin, and Ning Er just needed to avoid drawing those people. The lot the princess drew was number 9. Her opponent was an earth rank. Lin Xiao whispered to the official there, "Can she draw again?" But of course it wasn't allowed. The person number 9, whom the princess would fight, was the fifth young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Xin. Someone with an ability like Zhang Xin was still in Earth rank? Knowing the princess would struggle against Zhang Xin, Lin Xiao made an excuse. You drew for me, and I drew for you. Did you forget? The official immediately objected, insisting this couldn't be done. But seeing two others exchanging lots for 50 taels, Lin Xiao dragged them over and said, those two exchanged, why can't we? Finally, the official had to agree to swap the lots. Lin Xiao was number 9. The princess was number 109. Helped by Lin Xiao, the princess blushed shyly and whispered her thanks. In the first sparring match, the rule was not to inflict life-threatening injuries on the opponent until points were scored. Otherwise, one would be disqualified. The matches began. Number 4, Zhang Ren of the Zhang family won. Next was number 7, Chiba Jin of Fusong won. This match was quite lackluster. Chiba Jin only shredded the opponent's clothes without causing injury. Then it was number 2, eldest young master Song Yuzhong of the Song family won. The audience below the stage praised him endlessly. Young master Song, I want to bear your children. Brother Yuzhong, I love you. Song Yuzhong's fluttering appearance annoyed Li Baizhong. He said resentfully, holding a book fan and acting pretentious. I could do that too. Finally, it was the match between Lin Xiao of Great Xia and Zhang Xin of Great Xia. It had finally arrived. Lin Xiao had been waiting for this moment all along. Everyone below, hearing Lin Xiao was fighting Zhang Xin, worried for him. That's Miss Xiao's husband. Is his luck that bad? To draw an Earth rank. I'm afraid he'll be eliminated in the very first match. The two took their positions. As soon as Lin Xiao said, please instruct me, Zhang Xin attacked immediately. Sun-chasing bow. 3 powerful arrows flew toward Lin Xiao. Their speed and trajectory were no different from unmanned missiles. Actively seeking the target to attack, Lin Xiao struggled to cope. Before he could finish, he was entangled by vines. At this moment, Lin Xiao truly made his move. He used all his strength to freeze all those arrows. Not only that, Zhang Xin was also frozen. Lin Xiao realized the opportunity was ripe. Without hesitation, he swung his spear straight at Zhang Xin, even though the enemy was covered in ice. However, Lin Xiao's aim was extremely precise. A single strike took Zhang Xin down immediately. Facing that situation, Zhang Xin had to raise his hand in surrender, accepting defeat against Lin Xiao. This scene astonished everyone around. No one expected an Earth rank to be defeated by a Mystic rank. The 3 losers, Zhang Run, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Xin, gathered to comfort each other. Prince Chongping spoke up. Zhang Xion's loss this time was just bad luck. Don't be too bothered. You still have a chance to participate. Losing to Zhao Lingjuan's husband is no loss of face. Moreover, the Zhang family having 2 people is enough. What a pity. With so many contestants, to run into Lin Xiao, the one person who counters you. Prince Chongping continued. According to my investigation, Lin Xiao originally didn't draw that lot. It was Princess Mingyi. Lin Xiao and Mingyi swapped with each other. Hearing this news, the Zhangs all turned pale, suspecting the royal family had designs on the Zhang family. After finishing the match, Lin Xiao and Ling Yin left the arena. To reach the Earth rank, Lin Xiao realized he needed to master some new skills like water, wood, and wind. However, he was still undecided on the final choice. Today, Lin Xiao and the princess returned to draw lots for the competition. The official comforted the princess. Don't worry, your highness. Of the 18 Earth ranks, 14 have already been drawn. Lin Xiao hoped the princess wouldn't be unlucky this time. But the result was number 13, the Prince of Jiangning, another Earth rank. Seeing this, Lin Xiao suggested the princess wait for him to draw so they could swap again. When drawing, Lin Xiao had a strange feeling. Something seemed wrong. The lot he drew was number 12, Prince Chongping, similar to the princess. At this moment, the princess realized she was in a difficult situation. They couldn't swap anymore. Lin Xiao was certain his feeling wasn't wrong. Sure enough, someone was secretly interfering. Worried for the princess, Lin Xiao gave her another essence crystal. Bad luck has its limits. I think your bad luck has run out. This is my very last essence crystal. She thought they were exhausted, but now there was one more. The princess immediately started cultivating. This time, she seemed more stable, and the chance of success was higher. Result: the princess successfully advanced to the Earth rank. She joyfully hugged Lin Xiao, repeatedly saying, "Wonderful! I finally reached the Earth rank." After a moment, the princess realized she was hugging Lin Xiao. Both were embarrassed, faces blushing. She stammered, "Sorry. I was just too happy. I'll pay you back slowly. No need to rush. I'm not short of a few taels of silver." Afterwards, the princess hurriedly found her imperial father to report the news. Hearing his daughter had advanced to the Earth rank, His Majesty was very pleased. "Excellent. Thanks to Lin Xiao lending me a few rank 5 essence crystals. Father, can you help me pay the debt?" His Majesty agreed immediately, even though the amount was 400,000 taels of silver, which made him almost spit out his tea. He coughed to clear his throat. The budget has been tight these past few months. That Lin Xiao isn't short of money. Just pay him back slowly. The princess thanked him and prepared for her next match against the Prince of Jiangning. Zhu Jin suggested separating the princess from the Prince of Jiangning, but His Majesty disagreed, fearing it would set a bad precedent and lose trust for future competitions. However, His Majesty suspected something fishy and ordered Zhu Jin to investigate. After investigating, Zhu Jin reported, "Your Majesty, the princess's case was just a coincidence. But there is something unusual. The opponent Lin Xiao drew the second time is Prince Chongping. Someone bribed the officials at the Ability Institute to secretly cause trouble. Your Majesty, this was instigated by Prince Chongping. Previously, among those who went to the Zhao Manor to propose, Prince Chongping was the most persistent. So there could be a grudge over stealing his wife." Unconvinced, the next match began with a confrontation between Zhao Lingjun of Great Xia and Fang Ming of Nanzhao. As soon as Zhao Lingjun appeared, she attracted every gaze, especially from the men, making it seem as if they came only to admire her beauty. Not only that, even her opponent expressed admiration. "Zhao Lingjun, I finally get to meet you. I admire you greatly. Could you write a few words for me? Anything will do," Fang Ming hesitantly suggested. Zhao Lingjun smiled and happily agreed, writing a few words as a gift for Fang Ming. After receiving the autograph, Fang Ming had no interest in fighting anymore and voluntarily surrendered immediately. Next, Lin Xiao of Great Xia faced Prince Chongping, Li Xian, also of Great Xia. Before the match, the crowd below buzzed about Lin Xiao. Miss Xiao's husband drew an Earth rank again. This time, his ability definitely won't be a counter. How can he beat an Earth rank? He will be defeated miserably, especially in front of his wife. What a pitiful sight, someone in the crowd remarked. When Lin Xiao and Prince Chongping stepped onto the stage, Li Xian was secretly furious. "Zhao Lingjun, I will show you that your husband will have to kneel before me, begging for forgiveness. I will prove that the person you chose is nothing," he thought. The match began. Li Xian immediately attacked with full force, creating a giant boulder to crush Lin Xiao. He thought Lin Xiao was defeated, just a useless person. However, just when everyone thought Lin Xiao had lost, the boulder suddenly emitted a sparkling blue light, a sign of the ice ability. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Xiao suddenly flew out from the boulder, attacking Li Xian with lightning speed. Li Xian couldn't react in time, continuously getting hit by Lin Xiao. "His speed is too fast. My eyes can barely keep up. This is definitely the mystic rank. But how is he so strong? Technique and martial arts alongside Earth rank. Li Xian losing isn't unjust," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Finally, Li Xian had to surrender, bowing his head to apologize to Lin Xiao. This match wasn't just Lin Xiao's victory, but also a declaration to everyone that he wasn't just Zhao Lingjun's husband, but Lin Xiao, a name worth remembering. Next, Princess Mingyi and the Prince of Jiangning stepped onto the stage. "Royal sister, you should just surrender. I'm worried I'll hurt you," the Prince of Jiangning said, creating a green vine strip covering the surrounding space. However, Princess Mingyi didn't flinch. She activated her fire ability, turning herself into a fire phoenix, burning everything around. The Prince of Jiangning suddenly realized the princess had broken through to the Earth rank. "Your fire couldn't burn my vines before, but now your power suppresses mine." Princess Mingyi spoke, then released fire, knocking the prince of Jiangning unconscious on the spot. After the match, Ling Yin wondered about the princess's breakthrough. It was yesterday. I gave her an essence crystal. Did you give her all the essence crystals? Not exactly given. Each crystal counts as 120,000 taels of silver. She currently owes me 480,000 taels. Hearing this number, Ling Yin couldn't help but sweat on the princess's behalf. She thought to herself, Qinwan owes him 10,000 taels, and Mingyi owes over 400,000. Isn't that asking for suffering? At the imperial study in the royal palace, Zhu Jin was reporting to His Majesty about the events at the arena. The princess has defeated the prince of Jiangning, earning the qualification to participate in the grand competition. Mingyi's talent is considered the highest among the princesses and princes. I wonder if, in the final years of my life, I will be able to witness her enter the heaven rank. There is one more thing. Lin Xiu defeated Prince Chongping and also earned the qualification for the grand competition. Hearing this, His Majesty immediately summoned Lin Xiu for a meeting. I heard you reached the Earth rank. Why didn't you report it earlier? If you had spoken sooner, Great Xia's geniuses wouldn't have clashed like that. Your Majesty, this humble subject was just lucky enough to break through 2 days ago. Please do not blame me. I don't care about that. By defeating him, you caused the court a great loss. I order you to make up for it with merit. If you can't make it into the top 10 of the heavens chosen list, don't come back to see me. Your Majesty, if this subject can enter the top 10, can you agree to grant this subject 2 marriage decrees? If I win second place in the grand competition, please grant me 3 marriage decrees. I think you are too confident. Confident enough to think you can take second place? Lin Xiu believed a person must have dreams. Who knows, one day they might come true. After hearing Lin Xiu say that, His Majesty agreed. If you truly win second place in the grand competition, I will give you the opportunity for 3 marriage decrees. However, Lin Xiu still didn't feel reassured enough. So he asked His Majesty to draw up a written certificate immediately. At this moment, Lin Xiu seemed to have satisfied his wish. So he happily excused himself. After this request from Lin Xiu, His Majesty had the idea to assign the Ministry of Rights to establish a department specifically in charge of his marriages. At Changchun Palace, Lin Xiu arrived to find the noble consort worried about her spirit pet. She thought it had a fever. After observing for a while, Lin Xiu realized it was in the process of breaking through. He immediately reassured the consort. Your Highness, rest assured, this is normal. Feeding it some essence stones will make it fine. Immediately after, the spirit pet suddenly overflowed with thunder, shaking the entire room. To protect the consort, Lin Xiu had to use his own body to shield her. He also instructed, Your Highness need not fear. This is just the awakening of a natural ability. It is very normal. After the fierce thunderstorm, the spirit pet returned to a normal state, no longer dangerous as before. However, this incident seemed to have alerted His Majesty, who immediately rushed in asking, What happened just now to cause such a commotion? Seeing His Majesty arrive in person, both Lin Xiu and the consort were so shocked they couldn't speak. A servant immediately spoke up to explain, Your Majesty, the spirit pet just released thunder. Extremely dangerous. For the safety of a noble consort and the other consorts, it cannot stay in the harem anymore. However, the consort saw the spirit pet as her own child and absolutely refused to part with it. Keeping the spirit pet in the harem was dangerous, but the consort didn't want to leave it. After some thought, His Majesty decided to let the consort leave the palace for a while, using the excuse that her body was weak and needed recuperation. At Lin Xiu's house, Qinwan was quite tired today because she had helped the consort clean up the villa all day. This was the time for Lin Xiu to help her relieve stress. After half an hour of exchanging moves, Qinwan was so tired she had no strength left, begging Lin Xiu to stop. But Lin Xiu didn't stop. Instead, he helped her recover a bit and then continued fighting for a second round. Strangely, in just a moment, Qinwan became healthy again, feeling her strength fully restored. Lin Xiu felt this was very strange. He wondered why she recovered so quickly. To verify his speculation, Lin Xiu took out a vase and told her to crush it. Stop joking. How could I have such great strength? But the truth was Qin Wan crushed the vase without using much strength. She was also astonished, not understanding since when she had such great power. Through this incident, Lin Xiao began to deduce and ask many questions about the source of Qin Wan's power. After breaking through to the Earth rank, my copying ability has also evolved. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then turned to ask Qin Wan, I have a hypothesis. Do you want to try? However, after a while of testing, Qin Wan was exhausted, with no energy left to continue. Lin Xiao realized that even if he tried all night, he couldn't copy a second ability into Qin Wan's body. Perhaps his cultivation wasn't enough, or within a short period of time, he could only copy once. Therefore, he decided to find someone else to verify further. On the competition stage, matches continued to take place. The intense scenes and frenzy showed this was no simple competition. After being pressured by a stream of purple power, a contestant had to accept defeat. His opponent was Murong Yu, whom Lin Xiao had met in Jiangnan last time. The noble consort was Murong Yu's aunt. During the meeting in Jiangnan, Lin Xiao hadn't revealed himself. Only he knew her. Meeting again by chance this time, Lin Xiao immediately invited her for a meal. However, Murong Yu refused, using busyness as an excuse. Knowing she had a passion for wine, Lin Xiao sighed and said, what a pity. Only Residence's new wine just improved its brewing formula. I'll just have to find someone else to enjoy it with. Hearing that, Murong Yu immediately agreed and arranged to meet later. The next match was Lin Xiao's. His opponent was Su Luo. Su Luo expressed his respect for Lin Xiao and hoped for his guidance. However, Lin Xiao believed sparring was an occasion for exchange. No need to be too serious. When a match began, Su Luo immediately attacked relentlessly. Every sword stroke radiated impressive power. However, no matter how fast Su Luo's swordsmanship was, Lin Xiao easily blocked it with just 2 fingers. Everyone around was amazed. Someone even exclaimed, he has even more charisma than young Master Song. It's a pity he already has a wife. God is truly unfair. Why do all good things go to Zhao Lingjun? After the match, Lin Xiao reminded Su Luo, your moves are many, but none are truly mastered. Su Luo immediately begged for guidance, and Lin Xiao didn't hesitate to teach him a little. He took Su Luo's sword, swung it once, creating a powerful blast of energy that could destroy everything around. Lin Xiao said, when you practice a certain move over 100,000 times, you will naturally understand. Su Luo was grateful. Thank you, Brother Lin, for the guidance. That night at the brothel, Lin Xiao and Murong Yu met. Upon meeting, Murong Yu asked straight away, what business do you have with me? Lin Xiao replied, I want to ask about the noble consort. Hearing this, Murong Yu was a bit evasive. Lin Xiao explained, Miss, don't misunderstand. I have no bad intentions. It's just that the noble consort is always sad. I'm afraid she will get sick over time. Murong Yu sighed. For many years, Auntie still hasn't forgiven the Murong family. That year, the Zhang family forced a marriage. The Murong family couldn't compromise. Auntie, to avoid marrying into the Zhang family, was forced to enter the palace as a consort, severing ties with the clan from then on. Lin Xiao was curious. You came to the capital this time. Why didn't you go find a consort? Murong Yu replied. Auntie doesn't want to see anyone from the Murong family. I'm afraid her mood would worsen. Just then, the consort walked in, and as Lin Xiao predicted, her mood today was very good. The consort looked at Murong Yu with loving eyes, remembering the moment she was still in swaddling clothes. 17 years have passed. My niece is grown up now. The consort asked, can Murong win today? Murong Yu wasn't sure. Because the opponent was an earth rank, I can only do my best. Lin Xiao immediately took out an essence crystal, telling her to just try. The essence crystals Lin Xiao possessed, he always claimed were the last ones. Last time, he gave one to Princess Mingi and also said it was the last one. This time, he brought one out to give to Murong Yu, making the princess feel uncomfortable and start questioning this girl's identity. Why did Lin Xiao treat her so well? Without hesitation, the princess immediately asked about Murong Yu's background. She is Murong Yu, the noble consort's niece. Technically, she can be considered your cousin. If one essence crystal doesn't help break through, it will leave one owing 150,000 taels of silver. Better to cultivate on one's own. The grand competition is only half a year away. Just as the princess finished speaking, Muronyu successfully broke through. This event astonished the princess. Unbelievable. Absolutely impossible. How can someone break through using only one essence crystal? I won't accept this. Some are lucky, some are not. This is very normal. Lingyin also only used one at first. Lin Xiao's words felt like stabbing the princess's wound. Others only needed one to break through, while she had to use four, accompanied by a huge debt she didn't know when she could pay off. At this moment, Muronyu and her opponent had started the match. Her opponent used the fire element, capable of launching multiple fireballs at once. However, Muronyu easily blocked them all with just one sword stroke. In the second wave, the opponent launched another fireball. This time the destructive power was much stronger. It seemed Muronyu would be swallowed up, but no. She easily destroyed it and still had enough strength to counterattack. In the third turn, the opponent no longer launched single fireballs but unleashed a rain of fireballs. However, Muronyu shattered them all with just a few sword strokes, defeating the opponent immediately. Finally, the opponent had to surrender to her. Watching from the outside, the princess hadn't expected Muronyu to be so formidable. She thought to herself, suppressed by ice, suppressed by wind. Clearly I broke through first, yet I still can't beat them. Princess, no need to be discouraged. You are only 17 years old, a bit younger than them. Calculating carefully, you can still participate in 2 grand competitions. The future is much wider. Currently, only 25 people remained out of 800 contestants. Starting from the next round, Zhao Lingjun, the top of the last heaven's chosen list, will sit out until the remaining 24 decide the top contender. The remaining 24 people will be divided into 6 teams, competing in a round robin within the team. Finally, the 2 best will be chosen. The roster for the first team included Lin Xiao, Xuan Ning, Song Yulong, and Chun Chung. This meant Lin Xiao and Ninger would be opponents. Looking at Ninger, Lin Xiao said, "Then let's advance together, hand in hand." People outside also had some evaluations of this match. Miss Xue's strength is not weak at all. To force young Master Lin to use a weapon. Looks like we can learn a few sword moves today. Hope it will be useful for my kendo. Miss Xue's ability is object control. I wonder how young Master Lin will respond. This will definitely be a spectacular match. Old Duke Xue was also sweating with worry. He had a bad premonition. When Lin Xiao made his move, no one knew how much power he would use. But he looked no different from children fighting with wooden swords. Xuan Ninger wasn't much better. The 2 fighting created a feeling as light as a feather, making people unable to believe this was a real match. After Lin Xiao finished acting, it was Ninger's turn. She tried to show she couldn't fight Lin Xiao, constantly praising him as formidable. Observing the match, the entire Xue family was speechless, feeling the 2's acting skills were too clumsy, not daring to open their mouths to comment. Not only the Xue family, the people below also realized the 2 were fake fighting. Attitude fierce, objecting, even demanding ticket refunds. Although a bit reluctant, the officials still had to announce Lin Xiao the winner. Next, Song Yulong versus Chun Chung. After a while, Song Yulong won. Next match, Xuan Ninger versus Song Yulong, and the result was Ninger won. Now, both Song Yulong and Chun Chung raised their hands to surrender in the next match. Seeing the opponent surrender before fighting, Lin Xiao spoke up. Actually, life requires a lot of effort. Only by risking your life can you win. But if you make this choice, I won't say anything more. It was understandable that the guy surrendered, because Lin Xiao's previous opponents were all experts, yet still defeated by him. After surrendering, he avoided physical injuries. Final result, both Lin Xiao and Xuan Ninger were promoted, while Song Yulong and Chun Chung were both eliminated. On other arenas, matches also concluded, and a list of promoted contestants was announced. Specifically, Song Yuzhong along with Qin Yilin, Zhang Run along with Zhao Lingyin, Princess Mingi along with Zhang, and Qin Wan along with Li Baizhong were all promoted, not counting Zhao Lingjun among the top 12 people. 10 belonged to Great Xia. Zhu Jin thought that if His Majesty knew this news, he would definitely be very happy. Thus, the competition round ended at Lin Xiao's residence. After the meal, His parents mentioned having children between him and Zhao Lingjun, since the two had been married for a long time, but still had no good news. Hearing this, Zhao Lingyin immediately spoke up to rescue them. Tonight, I want to sleep with Big Sister, because tomorrow's match is very important. I want to ask her for advice on some cultivation issues. I also want to cultivate tonight. The commotion will be huge, so I will go to the Qin residence to avoid disturbing everyone. On the way back to the room, Lingyin asked Lingjun if she would go watch everyone compete tomorrow. She still hoped Lingjun wouldn't go, because Lingyin thought she wouldn't be promoted. Lingyin asked dejectedly, "Sister, do you not value the competition?" Lingjun immediately denied it. "But he feels you are like that. He put in a lot of effort to pursue you. He cultivates all night, sleeping less than an hour each night. Sister, do you not feel you've done wrong?" At Lin Xiu's place, he was still diligently practicing martial arts. Afterwards, Lingyin also came looking for him, saying she couldn't sleep and wanted to cultivate with him. "You should improve your martial arts. If a martial artist gets close, you won't have any resistance at all." Lingyin asked if Lin Xiu was tired. Of course he was tired, but he still had to try. For him, humans always have something to pursue, determined to take revenge. Everyone is the same age. On what basis am I weaker than others? From Lin Xiu's words, Lingyin assumed it was about her sister. Someone so arrogant. How could she not care about what happened in the beginning? The scene of Lin Xiu practicing. Lingjun watched from above, wondering, training so hard. Is it to prove something? That night, did I really hurt him? The next day, at the competition arena, the round was divided into 3 groups. The top 2 in each small group would advance to the final 6. The first match was Zhao Lingyin versus Song Yuzhong. From the start, Lingyin used the ice ability, creating a frozen space with white snow falling. However, Song Yuzhong only needed to fan a few times to break this space. Then he recited a poem, looking at the snow covering everything in white, looking from afar, knowing it's not snow, disrupting the mood. Why does Miss Zhao disturb others' dreams? Then he hurriedly swung the long fan in his hand. The ice shards floating in the air seemed to receive an order. Rushing straight at Lingyin, Lingyin immediately raised her hands across her chest. Only a loud boom was heard. An ice wall instantly rose from the ground, blocking all the attacks. But it wasn't over yet. Next was a giant wind blade. The giant ice wall was sliced in half like a watermelon. Lingyin stomped her foot. A pair of ice wings appeared behind her back, along with a fierce spiritual power filling her eyes. Only a whooshing sound was heard. She jumped up holding a spear, thrusting straight at Song Yuzhong's face. Suddenly, a hurricane arose. "Miss Zhao, you must be careful next." Just as he finished speaking, a single move cut off Lingyin's ice wings. She also fell down due to losing her balance. At this moment, Song Yuzhong didn't intend to give her another chance. Offending Miss Zhao, "Forgive me for not being able to cherish the jade." Saying that, he raised his long fan high. In an instant, countless wind blades rushed straight at Lingyin. Right at the critical moment, Lin Xiu appeared in front of her, hugging her to protect her behind his back. At the same time, Lingjun also rushed over. Her eyes flashed coldly. A telekinetic shield appeared, blocking all attacks. The people below saw the 3 were safe and sound, constantly exclaiming in surprise. I didn't expect Zhao Lingjun to intervene, to block Song Yuzhong's attack from such a distance. How strong is she exactly? Zhang Ren, beside them, cared more about Lin Xiu. I didn't even see clearly. Lin Xiu had already appeared in front of Miss Zhao. His speed is indeed well-deserved. Simultaneously, Lin Xiu's performance received support from some loyal fans. He used his own body to block. Truly too touching. If someone treated me like that, I would be willing to repay with my body. Just as the words were spoken, a man next to him looked very awkward. "Stop it. People save you. And you want to repay kindness with enmity? I advise you to still act like a human." On the stage, Lingyin was very confused by Lin Xiu's behavior. "Why did you suddenly run up here? At most, I would only be slightly injured." Lin Xiu said, "If you got hurt, we have to trouble Miss Shuang. That wouldn't be good." And this scene was seen by Lingjun. I used telekinesis to protect her immediately. Telekinesis is very fast. Just a thought is needed. But he was even faster than me. This proved that his protection of Lingyin came from subconscious instinct. At the same time, the referee announced the next match. Lin Xiao versus Murongyu. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he said, "I surrender this match," asking the referee to quickly start the next match. This made the men below angry. Next match. On the stage, Murongyu was attacking Song Yuzhong with all her might, but his strength was too great. Within a few rounds, she was defeated. And the next match was Ling Yin versus Lin Xiao. The result was exactly the same. She was seen hurriedly signaling to the referee that she surrendered, because she knew Lin Xiao was different now. Zhao Lingyin surrendered. So next, it was Lin Xiao versus Song Yuzhong. At this time, the consort below asked Little Yu, between them, who is more formidable? Murongyu looked worried. Actually, I don't know either. But Song Yuzhong can fly. Although Lin Xiao can also condense ice wings. They aren't flexible enough. So I think Miss Zhao will lose this time. After all, Song Yuzhong almost made the top 10 in the last grand competition. In this small competition, all his opponents were crushed by him. Meanwhile, Ling Yin was begging Ling Jun, if Lin Xiao is in danger later, you must intervene to save him. Zhao Lingjun didn't think Lin Xiao would lose. The competition officially began. Song Yuzhong also took Lin Xiao very seriously. As soon as he went up, he raised his long fan high. Wind power swirled endlessly above his head. Ling Yin was surprised to see this. When fighting me earlier, he actually didn't use his full strength. On the stage, countless wind blades were rushing toward Lin Xiao, accompanied by a loud explosion. Lin Xiao stood there unharmed. Seeing the wind blades coming again, he immediately thought of a plan. Then he gripped his spear tightly, accumulating power, and finally threw it abruptly. In just a blink of an eye, the spear flew past him. Song Yuzhong suddenly frowned. Too fast. Basically impossible to react. If the spear deviated by another inch, what would be pierced is my head. At this moment, Lin Xiao asked, "Do you want to continue?" He also sensibly surrendered. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for showing mercy. I hope that in the grand competition, you can have an even more spectacular performance." Today's competition ended. Tomorrow, Qin Wan, Song Yuzhong, and Xinya Lin are one group. Lin Xiao, Zhang Yi, and Xiaorun are the second group. The top of each group will enter the semifinals. The winner will compete for first place with Zhao Lingjun. Night fell, and it was the familiar segment again. The two were chatting about tomorrow's competition. Unexpectedly, Wanner suddenly asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" Lin Xiao said, "Wait until you marry me, then you'll naturally know. I haven't agreed to marry you." Too late. His Majesty has agreed. As long as I can win second place in a grand competition, he will grant us marriage. When that time comes, you have to marry if you want to, and you have to marry even if you don't want to. Just as the idiot finished speaking, Wanner kissed him. She said, "I surrender." Then she also expressed her feelings. The next day, as soon as Lin Xiao pushed open the door, he found Ling Yin observing him with sharp eyes. He felt a bit guilty. Seeing his strange gestures, Ling Yin couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did you hurt your waist during the small competition? Do you need to find Miss Shuang to massage it for you?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly changed the subject. "Maybe I got hurt while cultivating. This small matter doesn't need to trouble Shuang. The small competition is about to start today. I think we should hurry over there." After the two left, Wanner looked at her newly acquired ability, secretly rejoicing in her heart. Zhao Lingjun is good at everything. It's just that her judgment of people doesn't seem very accurate. On the small competition stage, unlike usual, a group of women were dancing gracefully. Lin Xiao looked at the magnificent scene before him, feeling astonished in his heart. Great Xia's nobility really knows how to enjoy life. Such dancers and singers like this. I'm afraid every wealthy family keeps a group. Usually when free, watching dancing, listening to music. Truly delightful. Unexpectedly, just as he was daydreaming, Wanner suddenly appeared behind him. She said, "Is it beautiful? If you like it, I'll learn and dance for you." On the other side, the referee announced that according to the draw results, Xinya Lin is exempt from this round. The first match is Qin Wan versus Song Yuzhong. The winner between the two will fight Xinya Lin. As a result, as soon as the two went on stage, Song Yuzhong couldn't help but praise. No peerless beauty in 1,000 autumns. Pleasing to the eye, truly a beauty. Miss Chin is indeed well-deserved of her reputation. Wanda didn't talk nonsense with him. She opened the pupil power in her eyes. A giant eye appeared above Song Yuzhong's head. His eyes became soulless. He stood dazed on the spot, not moving. But Song Yuzhong was naturally not easy to deal with. It only took 2 minutes to escape the illusion. The illusion Miss Chin created is truly very realistic. Almost fell into it. Against a businesswoman like you, I really can't bear to strike. If you don't have another move, then please surrender. Saying that,